On Blue Star in the Wuxing Nation Jiangnan City at Dawon Media. Xiao Yi apologized to Director Jiang at once. General Manager Li, his beer belly thrust forward, ignored Yi Tian's explanation completely and ordered him ruthlessly. Why? He hit me, and I still have to apologize to him. Yi Tian felt deeply wronged. The client had clearly struck him, and he had not even fought back, yet his boss, without distinguishing right from wrong, had already decided it was all his fault. Yi Tian had been working at this company called Dawon Media for nearly 3 months and was about to become a full-time employee. As a university graduate who had been out of school for just over a year, his strongest impression of this company was that he had to work overtime every single day. From 9 in the morning to 9 at night, he kept working even after meals. The only day off, Sunday, he was often called in for overtime with no overtime pay at all. His colleagues, all smiles, would say that newcomers needed more practice and then pushed all kinds of tasks onto him. He earned an intern salary of 3,000 doing work worth 9,000 and had to be on call at all times. He himself did not know how he had managed to hold on this long. Every time General Manager Li would simply paint big dreams, saying that young people should not be so calculating, that being able to endure a 996 schedule was a blessing earned in a previous life, and that learning and gaining experience now was far more important than making money. And so on this Sunday, Yi Tian had been called in for overtime again by General Manager Li before he had even eaten breakfast. After working the whole morning, Yi Tian's stomach was growling with hunger. Just as it was nearly time to get off work, Director Jiang, having eaten his fill, showed up again to rush him to revise the artwork. The moment General Manager Li heard Director Jiang say it was urgent, he told Yi Tian not to eat yet and ordered him to finish revising the artwork before clocking out. Director Jiang's advertisement had already been revised to the 8th draft and still had not been finalized. Yi Tian, with an empty stomach, followed Director Jiang's instructions, changing it again and again, only to end up with a version almost identical to the 6th draft. Yi Tian muttered in frustration, "After these changes, isn't this just the way I originally designed it?" Smack! A blow landed on the back of his head from Director Jiang. The force nearly slammed Yi Tian into the monitor, leaving his head buzzing. "I asked you to change a picture, and you whine so much. What kind of lousy designer are you?" Yi Tian shot to his feet and glared angrily at Director Jiang. "How can you just hit people, eh?" If he had not been too poor to afford medical expenses, he would have already wanted to beat this fat pig until his face blossomed with bruises. "Oh, you actually want to hit me?" General Manager Li, come quickly, your employee is about to hit someone. Startled by Yi Tian suddenly standing up, Director Jiang shouted nervously. General Manager Li happened to be walking by and saw Yi Tian bearing his anger at this golden goose of a client. How could he tolerate that? He had already heard what Yi Tian said just now and knew that Director Jiang was the one who had struck first, yet he still scolded Yi Tian. The customer is always God. If you had done nothing wrong, why would Director Jiang hit you? Apologize at once. General Manager Li did not care in the least whether Yi Tian was at fault. All that mattered was keeping Director Jiang pleased so their cooperation could continue. Tianjin Company was practically his biggest client. 80% of the company's business came directly from Tianjin or from contacts through Tianjin. If Director Jiang were suddenly to walk away, the loss would be colossal. As for the feelings of this intern Yi Tian, he did not spare them a thought. In any case, in a few days, he would find some excuse to fire Yi Tian and replace him with a new intern. That was how he saved on salary costs. I'm not in the wrong. He should be the one to apologize to me. Yi Tian stubbornly stood his ground, utterly ignoring the man-eating glare in General Manager Li's eyes. At the side, Director Jiang fanned the flames. Looks like even General Manager Li's words don't carry any weight. General Manager Li's face burned with embarrassment, and he could not back down. Steeling himself, he directly announced Yi Tian's dismissal. "Yi Tian, don't bother coming in tomorrow. You are fired." "Why? What did I do wrong?" Yi Tian stared in astonishment, unable to understand why General Manager Li was so ruthless. The months of tireless effort and diligent work he had put in were wiped away in an instant. You refuse to obey management, contradict clients, and slack off in your work, bringing an extremely negative impact on the company. Faced with General Manager Li's contemptuous gaze and icy words, Yi Tian felt his heart grow cold. He could not understand how his conscientious hard work had only earned him scorn and humiliation. Was it simply because the other party was a client that in order to flatter the client, an employee's dignity could be trampled at will? In truth, Yi Tian did not know that even without today's incident, General Manager Li would have found some random excuse to fire him in a few days. General Manager Li liked to hire recent graduates, setting their internship period at 3 months, then switching them out just before they became regular employees. That way he never had to give anyone a raise. After all, the main accounts were still handled by the old employees. Interns simply helped shoulder their workload, and the old hands were more than happy about that. At this moment, Director Jiang put on a false air of generosity and said, "Kid, I'm magnanimous. If you bow your head and apologize to me right now, I can still help you plead with General Manager Lee and save your job. In your dreams. Yi gave him no face whatsoever. He would never be fooled by Director Zhang's hypocritical act. To make him apologize was nothing but a pipe dream. General Manager Lee's face changed as he barked. Yi, watch your mouth. If you won't work, then get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Fine, I'll go. Settle my wages. From last month till now, Yi still had more than 4,000 in unpaid salary. He could not just walk away from such a large sum. Otherwise, he would have nothing to live on next month. Hearing him ask for his wages, General Manager Lee let out a cold laugh. Your wages? You're walking out before finishing your work. Your pay is completely docked. Yi face flushed red with rage. He shouted angrily. You fired me first. If you dare withhold my wages, I'll go report you. General Manager Lee sneered again, not taking Yi threat seriously at all. Go ahead. Even if you win once, I say in the advertising circle that you like to report your boss, let's see which company dares to hire you. It was not as if he had never been reported before. When the time came, he would just agree to pay the wages to satisfy the inspectors. As for when he would actually pay, he would simply drag it out. Graduates never had much money for living expenses and were anxious to find work. They could not outlast him. Sooner or later, the matter would just be dragged into silence. If he ran into someone who really insisted on pursuing it, he would just wait until the second or third complaint before paying up, disgusting them to no end. As for some so-called industry-wide ban, General Manager Lee did not actually have that kind of influence. He only wanted to scare newcomers like Yi who had little social experience. This is bullying taken to even a rabbit will bite when driven into a corner. Yi had been pushed to his limit. He clenched his fists tightly, fixing General Manager Lee with a deadly stare, ready to stride up and give him a couple of punches. Seeing Yi like this, General Manager Lee immediately warned him. Young man, don't even think about using your fists. If you get arrested and locked up for 10 days or half a month, don't say, I didn't warn you. Even if you run, I still have a photocopy of your ID card. You'd better think this through. It was not the first time General Manager Lee had been hit. In the last incident, the employee's family had ended up paying him $30,000 in compensation, so he was quite experienced in dealing with such matters. At the side, Director Jiang coldly smirked, inwardly admiring General Manager Lee's methods, which kept his employees completely under his thumb. Under the contempt and cold laughter of General Manager Lee and Director Jiang, Yi anger burned to the point of eruption. He was ready to risk everything and ruthlessly teach these two scum a lesson right now. Suddenly, with a clear ding, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding, timely rain system activated. Ding host has become chairman of Tianjin Company. Ding host has obtained tenfold human physical attributes. Ding host has obtained the supreme card of First Bank containing 100 billion yuan. The password has been placed in the host's wallet. After a series of chiming system prompts, Yi found that he had suddenly appeared in a space suffused with. In front of him, a glowing white sphere was speaking directly to him. Welcome to the system space. I am the timely rain system, and I am delighted to be of service to you. Seeing this impossible scene, Yi stammered. Is this a dream? Of course it is not a dream. The full explanation is hard to express in words. I will now transfer the information directly to you. As soon as the sphere finished speaking, a beam of white light shot into Yi head, and in an instant he understood what the system was for. It turned out that this system could, whenever he needed help, autonomously judge his needs and provide him with a solution. For example, in the current situation where Director Jiang and General Manager Lee are bullying Yi, the solution provided by the system is this by Tianjin Company and make Yi its chairman of the board. That way he can directly fire Director Jiang and terminate the cooperation with Dawang Media. It also grants Yi a body with Superman-like physical qualities and more than enough money, so he can beat up Director Jiang without the slightest worry. No fear of losing the fight, no concern for medical bills, and no anxiety about his future livelihood. This flurry of operations from the system leaves Yi utterly stunned. Damn system, you're amazing. Thank you for the compliment, host. Yi does not know how long he remains in that space. After fully understanding the system's information and adjusting his mood, he lets out a cheerful shout, and in an instant returns to reality. The time he spent in that space is almost equal to 0 in the real world. His phone suddenly rings, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Yi answers and asks hello. A man's respectful voice comes through the line. Hello, may I ask if you are President Yi? And you are? I am Chun Hao, the general manager of Tianjin. I have received notice from former Chairman President Wu to hand over some of the company's documents for your review. Oh, just leave them at the company for now. I'll come over tomorrow. At this moment, Yi has no desire to look at any documents, nor would he understand them. All he can think about is how to get back at those who wronged him. Hearing this, Chun Hao agrees repeatedly. After all, it is the new chairman. Whatever he says is correct. Of course. This is my number. If you need anything, just give the word. Hearing Chun Hao's deferential tone, an idea suddenly occurs to Yi. By the way, are you able to come over to my location for a moment? I need to trouble you with something. Of course, of course. May I ask where you are right now, President Yi? Though Chun Hao cannot see him on the other end of the line, he is nodding repeatedly. When the chairman calls, he must be ready to appear at any time. He is afraid that with a new boss, he himself might be replaced. Meeting him as soon as possible and leaving a good impression is naturally the best choice. I'm at Dawang Media. You know the place. Yes, I know. They're one of our advertising partners. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Good. There's one more thing I need you to take care of first. Please go ahead, President Yi. Immediately inform Marketing Department Director Jiang Wuda that he has been dismissed. Tell him to pack his things and get out. All right, I'll notify him at once. Although Chun Hao finds it somewhat inexplicable, why is the new chairman targeting a mere marketing director? He does not hesitate in the least and immediately starts looking up the number to make the call. After hanging up, Yi Tian feels his earlier depression evaporate in an instant. Director Jiang, of course, has heard what Yi Tian just said, and he actually laughs from anger. Kid, have you gone stupid? I'm really curious. Who did you call that could possibly fire me? Don't tell me you think Tianjin Company belongs to your family. Yi Tian does not bother to respond. In any case, in a few minutes, he will be able to slap him right in the face. Just as Director Jiang is about to start cursing again, his phone rings. He glances at the screen and sees that it is actually the general manager calling. At once, his face blooms into a fawning smile as he answers respectfully, "Hello, President Chen. Jiang Wuda, I now officially inform you that you have been dismissed from the company. Complete the handover of your work and then go to finance to collect your salary." The words hit Director Jiang like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dumbstruck. He asks in disbelief, "President Chen, why are you dismissing me? I have always worked diligently for the company. This is the chairman's decision. I am only carrying out his orders." Hello. Chun Hao hangs up after delivering the notice while Director Jiang keeps repeating hello into the phone. He cannot figure out why the chairman wants to fire him. He barely sees the chairman a few times a year. How could there be any conflict? Suddenly, he recalls what Yi Tian just said over the phone. Could it really be that with just a single sentence from him, he was fired? But why? Could Yi Tian be the chairman's son? No, the chairman's surname is Wu, not Yi. Then could he be an illegitimate child? Jiang inhales sharply in fright. So he was hiding this deeply all along. What is he supposed to do now? He immediately squeezes out a smile uglier than a grimace on his weathered face and bows to Yi Tian with exaggerated respect, pleading, "Young master, Yi, about just now, I'm sorry. I really didn't know who you were. You are magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me." Looking at Director Jiang's ingratiating smile, Yi Tian cannot help sighing inwardly. A wily old fox indeed. His change of expression is faster than flipping a page. Just one phone call, and he has already guessed that Yi Tian's status is unusual, and he can even swallow his pride to apologize. However, this stomachful of resentment is not something a casual apology from Director Jiang can dispel. What kind of man would he be if he were beaten and did not strike back? He walks up to Director Jiang with a cold smile and raises his hand, delivering a resounding slap. Before their eyes, Director Jiang's face swells like an inflating balloon, yet he does not dare retaliate in the slightest. Seeing this, General Manager Li rushes forward to grab Yi Tian's hand, cursing, "Yi Tian, are you insane? How dare you hit Director Jiang? You're dead." Director Jiang answers with a kick, sending Li sprawling away as he roars, "Young master, Yi is giving me face by hitting me. What the hell are you? Get out of the way." Li is kicked so hard that he is completely dazed, unable to wrap his head around it. Has Director Jiang gone mad as well? He was trying to help him. Why did he get kicked instead? Could it be that Yi Tian knows some kind of sorcery that bewitched them? No, he has to call the police right away. As soon as Li pulls out his phone, Yi Tian snatches it from his hand and closes his fingers lightly. The phone instantly crumples into a mangled lump. Yi Tian looks at him with a cold smile. "Don't be in such a hurry to call anyone. Let's have a good chat. Tell me again, how is it that you bullied me?" Seeing his phone crushed to pieces just like that, Li cannot help swallowing hard. How can Yi Tian be this strong? That phone had a steel frame. How did it become a twisted lump? Yi Tian, calm down. I won't fire you anymore. Just do your job properly." Yi Tian responds with another slap, and Li's face swells up like a balloon as well. "You won't fire me anymore. Fire me when you want and keep me when you want. What do you take me for?" Terrified, Li turns and runs. He realizes he probably cannot win against Yi Tian. He needs to go downstairs to call security and then the police. He has barely turned around when Yi Tian grabs the back of his neck and lifts him up. Dangling like a cat, Li flails his limbs and shouts, "Yi Tian, I'm warning you, hitting someone is against the law. If you dare hit me again, I'll have you thrown in jail." Yi Tian chuckles. He often watches legal programs. Such threats cannot shake him. "Oh, really? You think I don't understand the law? Not a single tooth has been knocked out. What exactly are you going to sue me for?" Li is momentarily speechless. Being slapped in the face really does cause minimal physical harm, yet carries a massive humiliation. There is not much he can sue for. At most, some compensation and an apology. Yi Tian puts him down beside Director Jiang. Li asks in terror, what are you going to do? Smack. Another slap sends his cheeks swelling even more, so that now both sides of his face are equally puffed up. Now that looks much more aesthetically pleasing. That's for making me work overtime without paying overtime wages. Satisfied with Li's full moon face, Yi Tian nods, then turns his gaze to Director Jiang and gives him another slap, as well turning his face into a perfectly round full moon too. That's for making me revise drafts over and over. Revise your damn self. No opinion of your own, yet you still pretend to have suggestions. Director Jiang is seething inside, but he does not dare let it show on his face. He forces another smile, which looks even more grotesque on his full moon face. Yes, I spoke out of turn. My mouth is cheap. Young Master Ye's designs are unquestionably the best. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and endure. He was already 53 years old. If he left Tianjin, where could he possibly find such a good job again? The benefits at Tianjin ranked among the very best in the entire country, and countless people were fighting tooth and nail to get in. As a mere department head in the marketing division, his income surpassed that of vice presidents in many smaller companies. On top of that, he received undefeatable kickbacks from various advertising agencies. Otherwise, why would matters like revising advertisements need his personal involvement? They were afraid that if he did not handle it himself, someone else would take the opportunity and seize the benefits. At this point, his only wish was that Yi Tian would calm down and persuade the chairman not to fire him. As for so-called dignity, without his current position, he would not have any dignity left at all. Yi Tian rebuked the two of them as if training dogs. Both of you stand still and do not move. Whoever dares to move, I will break his legs. Yes. Director Jiang hurriedly nodded in agreement, but General Manager Li was inwardly displeased. This was clearly his own employee, yet why was this young man pointing fingers and ordering him around? Was there no law left, no justice at all? With a dark expression, he warned Yi Tian. Yi Tian, I am warning you, do not go too far. A sharp slap rang out, and Yi Tian struck him again before speaking. Did I say you could talk? If you are so capable, then run. Go out and call security. Let us see whether I can catch you or not. Hearing this, General Manager Li did not even dare to budge. He had no idea how Yi Tian had suddenly become so strong and so fast, but he was certain he could not outrun him. If his legs really were broken, to whom could he possibly appeal for justice? Yi Tian dragged a chair over, sat down directly in front of them, and stared at them quietly, waiting for Chun Hao to. Director Jiang kept begging for mercy nonstop, but Yi Tian could not even be bothered to respond. At that moment, a man in a suit rushed in from outside. He glanced at the three of them, sweat beading on his forehead, then hurried anxiously toward Yi Tian. Director Jiang looked over and cried out in surprise, President Chun, why are you here? Chun Hao glanced at him. The man had a broad, fleshy face that looked blessed, but he had never seen him before. And you are? President Chun, I am Jiang Wuda. Oh, why are you here? Weren't you informed that you had been dismissed? President Chun, please help me plead with the chairman. I have always worked diligently and conscientiously. I truly do not know why I am suddenly being dismissed. Chun Hao found it somewhat baffling. Wasn't the chairman standing right in front of him? He had recognized Yi Tian at a glance. The system never left loopholes. The information in his files already contained Yi Tian's photo and basic details. Ignoring Director Jiang, Chun Hao turned to Yi Tian with a respectful smile. My apologies for keeping you waiting, President Yi. I am Chun Hao, the general manager of Tianjin. I was the one who just spoke with you on the phone. Although Yi Tian was young and dressed in ordinary clothes, Chun Hao did not dare to underestimate him. In these days, there were far too many who hid their claws behind a pig-like facade. The very fact that Yi Tian could purchase an entire company proved his strength. Even if Yi Tian had come in wearing slippers, Chun Hao would not dare show the slightest disrespect. Yi Tian naturally had no intention of putting on airs. Having just taken over, he did not know a single person inside the company, yet everything would, for the time being, have to be handled by this general manager. Whether someone would be replaced in the future would depend on how familiar he became with the company. Yi Tian smiled and nodded to Chun Hao. It is fine, Uncle Chun. Hello. I will have to trouble you with the company's affairs from now on. Hearing this, Chun Hao's heart settled. With a chairman this courteous, he seemed relatively easy to get along with. Still, he remained polite. President Yi, just call me Old Chun. May I ask what instructions you have for me today? Off to the side, General Manager Li was utterly stunned. Why had Tianjin's general manager come here, and why was he being so deferential to Yi Tian, even addressing him as President Yi? Yi Tian pointed at him and said to Chun Hao, on behalf of the company, inform the boss of Dawon Media that our company will no longer cooperate with him from now on. All right. Chun Hao nodded repeatedly, then turned to General Manager Li. Did you hear what our chairman? From now on, all cooperation between Tianjin and your company ends here. Chairman. Li was utterly bewildered. The more he listened, the more confused he became, and he could not help but ask, President Chun, have you made a mistake? He is the junior designer Xiao Yi from my company. How has he suddenly become your chairman? Hearing this, Chun Hao was also taken aback. He turned to Yi Tian and asked, President Yi, what is going on? Yi Tian feigned helplessness. I used to work at this advertising company. I was just dismissed, and now I can only go back and manage my own company. Chun Hao understood at once, swiftly filling in the missing pieces in his mind. It seemed Yi Tian had been experiencing life in this company, but for some unknown reason had been dismissed, and thus had to return to take over his own enterprise. Children of major clans often went to other enterprises to start from the bottom. Tianzheng was likely a company Yi Tian's family had helped him acquire. He was clearly a scion of immense wealth, a true second-generation rich heir. To sit in his position reading people and situations had become instinct. At a glance he could tell that Yi Tian's expression was obviously displeased, and his own face darkened immediately. Chun Hao let out a cold chuckle. President Li, you have gone a bit too far. You actually dismissed our chairman. It seems President Yi is right not to cooperate with you. Your company is so lofty that we truly cannot hope to climb up to you. At that moment Li felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there stupefied. He simply could not fathom it. Why would Yi Tian abandon Tianjin, a corporation that ranked among the top 3, even within the province, only to come suffer in his tiny company? Staring at Yi Tian, Li stammered, Xiao Yi, no, President Yi, I truly did not know. If I had known you were Tianjin's chairman, I would never have dared dismiss you. Yi Tian lifted his hand and waved it. There is no need to say anything more. Hearing this, Li bowed over and over, apologizing. Please, President Yi, do not be like this. Our cooperation with Tianjin has always been excellent. I apologize to you. Director Jiang was utterly dumbfounded. In his heart, he became even more convinced that Yi Tian must be the illegitimate son of Tianjin's former chairman. Otherwise, how could the company be handed to him so casually? Thinking of the job, he was about to lose, tears and snot flowed down his face all at once. He slapped himself first on the left cheek, then on the right, crying as he begged Yi Tian for mercy. President Yi, I know I was wrong. I will definitely change in the future. President Yi, I should never have hit you. I will punish myself. President Yi, you cannot simply dismiss me like this. I have worked at the company for so many years. Even if I have no great merits, I have surely endured hardship. President Yi. Beside him, Li also pleaded in terror. President Yi, you cannot do this. No matter what, this is a company where you once worked. Looking at Li, Yi Tian slapped his own forehead, as if suddenly remembering something, then instructed Chun Hao. Old Chun, informed the companies that intend to cooperate with us, any business partners that have dealings with Dawon Media, are to have their cooperation with Tianjin cancelled without exception. Understood. In this moment, Yi Tian gave a full demonstration of what it meant to be no gentleman if one does not repay a grudge. Since they intended to blacklist him in the advertising industry, he would simply blacklist them first. Li felt his limbs turn ice cold. With this single move from Yi Tian, his company was finished. Without the advertising business, the remaining operations could not possibly sustain the scale of his current enterprise.
要说在蓝星和秦晨关系近的人不少，和老两口的关系好的也很多，但是杨雪，老两口将她当做了亲闺女一般。
I should never have. President Yi, I can even cut my fees by half. President Yi. Yi Tian could not be bothered to respond to them any longer. He turned and left directly with Chun Hao following closely behind. Chun Hao felt a chill of fear in his heart. He had come to understand that the new chairman was truly ruthless and taciturn, his word absolute, not wasting a single sentence on idle talk. This crisp and decisive way of handling matters was genuinely terrifying. He only hoped such wrath would never fall upon his own head. From the words of Director Jiang and General Manager Li, he had also learned that the two of them had done something extremely excessive that had enraged Yi Tian. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Director Jiang suddenly seemed to lose his reason. He rushed in front of Yi Tian, blocking his path and threatening, President Yi, even if you are the chairman, you cannot dismiss me at will. I signed a contract. If you fire me, you have to pay me a huge penalty for breach of contract. Hearing this, Yi Tian sneered inwardly, you still dare to threaten me. Once I get a hold of your weaknesses, I will utterly destroy you. At that moment, a chime sounded in his mind. Ding, the data on Jiang Wuda has been fully collected. The host may now view it in the system space. The system prompt rang out just in time. As soon as Yi Tian heard it, his consciousness instantly entered the system space, where he indeed saw Director Jiang's file, every line recorded with crystal clarity. How much he had embezzled and taken in bribes, how many mistresses he kept, that his child was not his biological offspring, what illnesses plagued his body. Everything. Yi Tian burst into laughter within the system space and said, hell, with information like this, how could I possibly fail to ruin you? To have provoked me, Yi Tian, your misfortune is truly immeasurable. Yi Tian exited the system space in an instant and looked at Director Jiang with a frosty smile. You have far overestimated yourself. Old Chun, in a while, go and investigate all the funds he has handled. I suspect he has been embezzling and taking bribes, lining his own pockets. If anything is found, file a lawsuit against him and see whether we can have him sent to prison. Make it public as well. Let's see how he survives in the industry afterward. After saying this, Yi Tian felt the stifled breath in his chest completely disperse, as if his entire being had been sublimated. All right. Chun Hao hurriedly nodded. He thought Director Zhang's move was truly foolish, threatening the chairman. After so many years in the company, he knew at least a little of what his subordinates were up to. He had merely refrained from exposing them to maintain overall stability. After all, best to leave each other some leeway for future encounters. But now that Yi Tian had ordered an investigation, it would certainly have to be carried out, and it would have to yield results. This time, even if Director Jiang didn't die, he would shed a layer of skin. Let alone the company paying him any penalty, he might end up compensating the company a few million instead, and could well end up directly in prison. And if everything were made public, his reputation would be utterly ruined. In this city, he could forget about entering any decent company, much less a high-level position. Once other firms did a background check on him, he would be finished. Hearing how resolute Yi Tian was, Director Zhang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. No, President Yi, I never embezzled anything. I don't want the penalty anymore. I'll hand over my work tomorrow. He was truly desperate now. If the company conducted a serious investigation, they would definitely uncover his inflated quotations and bribes received. By then he would have to pay damages to the company and might even end up in jail. Yi Tian could not even be bothered to respond. He simply walked away with Chun Hao, their figures receding into the distance as they entered the elevator, leaving only Director Jiang and General Manager Li behind, crying out in despair. Once they reached the ground floor, Chun Hao asked respectfully, President Yi, are you heading to the company now or somewhere else? I can drive you. Yi Tian glanced at his own clothes and chuckled. Take me to Tianmao Mall. I need to buy some new clothes and change my look. Otherwise, if I show up at the company tomorrow and people look down on me, wouldn't that be rather awkward? He also read novels in his free time, and there were always those foolish protagonists who, even after getting rich, still dressed in rags to play the pig, to eat the tiger, getting mocked everywhere they went. He was not that masochistic. Less trouble was better than more. Dressing sharply and earning people's respect was surely preferable. Chun Hao also laughed and said, President Yi, you're truly humorous. Once I get back, I'll immediately hold a meeting with all the employees and make sure everyone recognizes you. Thoughtful of you. The two got into the car. As Chun Hao drove, he asked, President Yi, where do you live? Tomorrow I can have a driver pick you up. At the mention of home, Yi Tian came up with a new plan. He had rented an apartment in an old neighborhood to save money, but now that he was wealthy, he naturally needed a better place that would suit his status. Building 10, Unit 502, Tiana Community. Oh, and on your way back, help me look for a place as well. I plan to buy a property this time. I'm not intending to rent anymore. He told Chun Hao this with composure, not at all worried that the other might doubt him. Chun Hao did not suspect a thing. On the contrary, he found Yi Tian's bearing exceptionally distinguished. This was genuine capability. Only losers would fear others knowing they were renting. Once he returned, he would have to instruct his secretary to contact a few real estate companies and find some properties as soon as possible. All right. Do you have any requirements? What price range are you considering? Hearing his question, Yi Tian suddenly remembered he had not yet checked the bank card given by the system. He hurriedly took out his wallet from his pocket. Upon opening it, he discovered a black card gleaming with a multicolored, dazzling radiance. It bore the emblem of First Bank and was labeled Supreme Card, complete with a dedicated customer service number and other details. Chun Hao, sitting beside him, caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye and asked curiously, President Yi, what level of card is that? I also have a First Bank membership card, but yours looks so much more advanced. Yi Tian replied offhandedly, Oh, it's a Supreme Card. Supreme Card. I've never even heard of it. You probably need deposits of at least 10 billion to apply for one, right? Chun Hao shook his head, admitting his ignorance. He was considered a well-known senior executive earning an annual salary in the millions, but over the decades his spending had been high and he truly had not saved that much. As a poor man who had suddenly become rich, Yi Tian could not resist showing off a little. Pretending nonchalance, he said, How, I don't really know. But this card has 100 billion in it. Hiss. Chun Hao sucked in a breath of cold air. A deposit of 100 billion. This could definitely place someone in the top 10 of the country's rich list. Ordinarily, the bosses of major corporations might claim to have several hundred billion, but most of that would be assets and stocks constantly fluctuating with business operations. A few limit-down days in the market could wipe out tens of billions or more. Yet his new boss had actually parked 100 billion in a bank card. What a waste of capital. After all, investing that much money would yield far greater returns than letting it sit in an account. Unless President Yi simply did not lack money, perhaps this 100 billion was merely for his personal spending. Chun Hao felt that he truly could not comprehend the world of the rich. Still, with such wealth, Yi Tian could buy any property he wanted, which actually made Chun Hao's task of choosing much easier. After thinking it over, Yi Tian said, I'll be living alone, so the place doesn't need to be too large. Find something around 5 to 600 square meters. A fully furnished villa or an upscale apartment will be fine. The key is good surroundings and property management. As for the money, it doesn't matter. I'll pay myself. All right. For this display of swagger, Chun Hao could only give full marks. If he himself had a card with 100 billion on it, money would not matter to him either. In Jiangnan City, even buying a top-tier luxury home would cost only 2 to 3 billion. It was merely a drop in the ocean. Amid Chun Hao's constant exclamations, they soon arrived at Tianmao Mall. After parking, Chun Hao asked enthusiastically, "President Yi, shall I go with you to buy clothes? I happen to be familiar with some of the brands here." Yi Tian quickly shook his head. What a joke. Chun Hao was already over 50 years old. He really did not want to have an older uncle tagging along. That would be far too awkward. No need. Having an uncle like you accompany me to buy clothes. People might even think you're my father. I'll go by myself. You should hurry back to the company and handle what I assigned you. Chun Hao gave an awkward laugh and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. President Yi, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you a list with the contact information of the company's department heads, as well as the secretaries and drivers. I'll also have them save your number. If anything comes up, you can instruct them at any time. Very good. You're thorough in your work. Thank you. It's what I should do, of course. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. After they added each other on WeChat, and Chun Hao sent the list, he hurriedly drove back to the company. Chun Hao hurriedly convened the key executives for a meeting so they would know the company had a new chairman and asked them to pass the news down the chain and update all relevant personnel files. Under no circumstances could a situation arise where employees failed to recognize the new chairman. If a security guard actually blocked Yi Tian at the company gate, his own career as general manager would be finished. Yi Tian went straight up to the 4th floor of the mall, which was filled with high-end clothing stores. Previously, he had only ever walked past their doors. The decor inside had always made him feel at a single glance that he could not afford anything, so he never dared to go in. Since tomorrow would be his first day at the company, he wanted to dress a bit more formally, so he chose a store that looked particularly upscale and stepped inside for a look around. He did not encounter the snobbish sales clerks, so common in novels. They did not care in the least that the total value of his outfit was under 500 yuan. They greeted him with great politeness, asked about his needs, and even put together a combination of pieces that suited him perfectly. Delighted, Yi Tian walked out carrying 2 sets of clothes, then wandered through the floor again, buying underwear, shoes, and everything else he needed. Fastidious about cleanliness, he hurried home, planning to stay in all day, and thus not needing to wear anything new. He washed all the clothes he had just bought and hung them up to dry out. With the cloudless sky, they would be dry by evening and ready to wear in the morning. Seeing that it was only 11 o'clock and feeling utterly carefree, he lay sideways on the bed, scrolling through videos on his phone, enjoying a rare moment of lazy comfort. By this time, Chun Hao had already finished the meeting at the company. The notice had been delivered to every level that the chairman had been replaced by someone named Yi Tian, complete with a photograph. The system had provided a photo that showcased Yi Tian's looks to the fullest, which resulted in the company's young female employees practically drooling when they saw how young and handsome the new chairman was. Many of them wondered whether the chairman had a girlfriend. If not, perhaps with enough effort they might soar into the branches and become a phoenix. The former chairman's secretary, Bai Jingjing, however, felt somewhat uneasy. After all, with a new sovereign came new ministers. The new chairman might well replace her. To keep this secretary position, she had paid a great price with the former chairman, as even her name hinted. Yi Tian, meanwhile, had no idea that his arrival had stirred restless thoughts throughout the company. He had not even figured out how to spend the money. Ordinarily, a person who suddenly became wealthy would send some to their family so they could live a better life. But he no longer had any family. When he was a sophomore, his parents died in an accident. He had no siblings, and his ties with relatives were weak. After his parents' death, contact basically ceased, and there was little affection there to begin with. Instead, his university classmates and teachers had treated him with far more warmth. One could say that he had only managed to graduate thanks to their help and support. Once I've taken over the company, I should find time to visit the university and make a donation in the company's name, he mused. I should also go see my former teachers, find out what they need in life, and help them with some money if necessary. My classmates are trickier, he continued to plan. If I just hand out money, they might think I'm flaunting my wealth, and that could hurt our friendship. I need to think of a proper way. While he was mapping out the future, his phone suddenly rang. It was his classmate Lu Yan. Hello, Lu Yan, what's up? Yi Tian, are you off today? Yeah. Come out, I'm treating you to a meal. Anyone else coming, he asked. Just the 2 of us, she replied. Hurry up and come. All right, where are we meet? Let's go to the housekeeper buffet restaurant on the 6th floor of Tianmao Mall. They're having a promotion today. When a man and woman go together, one person eats for free. Eat whatever you like, it's my treat. I've got money now, Yi Tian said. Let me treat you this time. Hee, with that tiny salary of yours, you'd better save it, she laughed. I can at least afford a buffet. I won't keep talking, hurry over. I'll grab us a table first to call me when you arrive. All right, Etienne said. Looking at the call that had already ended, he gave a helpless smile. Lu Yin was his university classmate. Beautiful as a flower with curves in all the right places and a striking figure, her family was also well off. Back in school, many boys more handsome, richer, and stronger than Etienne had pursued her, yet she refused them one by one, while always showing particular favor toward him. Etienne never understood why Lu Yin had taken a liking to him. She had even confessed to him. But because of his family circumstances, he always felt unworthy of her and had rejected her many times. Lu Yin did not lose heart. She simply stopped confessing and chose instead to stay by his side as a classmate. When Etienne came to work in Jiangnan City, she also came to work in Jiangnan City. She often asked Etienne out for meals and such, and he would occasionally return the favor. But gradually he began to decline, agreeing at most once a week, mainly because his pockets were too tight. He felt that when a girl treated him to a meal he had to reciprocate, but with such a meager salary he truly could not. Yet to say he did not like Lu Yin was impossible. Who would not like a beautiful woman who was in every way so accommodating to him? If he had had money, he would have married Lu Yin long ago. Right system, he asked inwardly. If I tell Lu Yin I have 100 billion, will she think it's strange? Etienne posed the question to the system in his mind. Now that he was rich, Lu Yin was naturally the first person he wanted to share the news with. But he was genuinely worried. No one could win that much money, even in a lottery. Rest assured, host, the system replied. No matter what explanation you give, others will believe it. Even if you say you picked it up off the ground, they will still be utterly convinced. That's perfect. System, you're incredible, he exclaimed. He felt this system's power was astonishing. In the novels he had read, the protagonists who obtained sudden wealth had to hide it, pretending to be poor every day, watching their parents suffer for fear of being found out. His own system, by contrast, directly lowered everyone else's intelligence. Whether they believed him or not, they had no choice but to believe. It was outrageously powerful. Thank you for the compliment, the system said. Host, you should hurry and get ready, but it's not good to keep a beauty waiting too long. Prompted by the system, Etienne quickly spent 10 minutes washing his hair and taking a shower. Looking at the new clothes hanging by the window, he said gloomily, what a pity they're not dry yet. If I'd known, I would have left one set unwashed. Now I can only wear my old clothes. Ding. The new clothes are now dry. The host may put them on, the system announced. Sensing his thought, it instantly dried the clothes. Wow, system, I love you to death. Etienne laughed, practically jumping 3 feet high in delight. He took the new clothes down, and with one touch confirmed they were completely dry. After changing into the new outfit, he stood before the mirror and examined himself. The saying that clothes make the man had never rung so true. He felt he had never looked this handsome in his life.
秦晨，恩泽也不装了，脸色难看道：“我的实力确实不如你，但是在这附近做任务的可有不少人。我要是现在放出消息，你也得不到。”
Ding. The host's appearance has been enhanced and charm elevated to a level where any woman who sees you will instantly fall madly in love, the system suddenly announced, sensing his desire and startling him. Any woman would fall madly in love at first sight. That would never do. Wouldn't they devour him alive? What if even 70 or 80-year-old grandmothers fell for him? Moreover, wrecking other people's family happiness would be wrong. He hurriedly begged the system to make adjustments. System, tone it down. It's enough if women just think I'm handsome and approachable. No need for anything so outrageous. Understood. Adjustment complete as requested, the system replied. All women will now simply find you handsome and very approachable. The system truly responded to his wish. Looking at himself in the mirror, Etienne saw that he had indeed become more handsome. His hair was jet black and glossy, his skin moist and smooth, and the few pimples that had dotted his face had completely vanished. He grinned, realizing that his teeth had become pristinely white, without a single trace of plaque. The system was astonishing. Before leaving home, he linked his bank card to the payment apps on his phone so he could pay directly by mobile later. With everything prepared, he headed out and hailed a cab, speeding all the way to meet Lu Yin. His mood was so exhilarated that he never even considered calling for a driver from Tianjin Company to pick him up. That day, Lu Yin wore a pink low-neck short-sleeve top and a pleated skirt that reached only mid-thigh, making her look particularly youthful and radiant. Every time she met up with Etienne, she wanted to lure him into bed, yet each attempt ended in failure. Etienne always harbored desire but lacked the courage. His gaze constantly drifted toward her chest, yet when given the chance to touch, he never dared. However, dressing so enticingly had one drawback. It continuously attracted so-called outstanding men who came over to strike up conversations. Miss, are you here alone? A scholarly-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly appeared out of nowhere to chat her up, casually twirling a Porsche car key around his finger. Lu Yin waved her hand impatiently. This flower is already taken. I'm waiting for my boyfriend, so stop bothering me. Just as the man was about to say more, Lu Yin spotted Etienne from afar. She stood up, her face blooming with a radiant smile, and shouted loudly, over here, over here. Yi Tian hurried over at a jog, eyeing the man with gold-rimmed glasses beside Lu Yin with curiosity. "And this is?" he asked. "I don't know him," Lu Yin quickly explained. At a single glance, Yi Tian understood that someone had once again taken an interest in Lu Yin. He had seen this scenario countless times, yet Lu Yin had never been swayed. The man with gold-rimmed glasses took one look at Yi Tian, about to mock this supposed loser, who seemed only fit to wear clothes worth a mere 100 or 2, questioning how such a man could have such a beautiful girlfriend. Then he suddenly realized that Yi Tian's clothes were no cheaper than his own. He had just seen that brand on the 4th floor. Each short-sleeve shirt cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Altogether, that outfit must have come to at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. The insult that had already reached the man's lips was forced back down his throat, and he slunk away in embarrassment. Yi Tian casually asked, "Another one hitting on you?" Lu Yin replied with habitual indifference, "Yeah, I've already chased off several. Just ignore them." "Who told you to be so beautiful? Any man who sees you would fall for you," Yi Tian said. "Oh please, isn't there a fool who won't accept love, even when it's handed right to him?" she retorted. Lu Yin shot Yi Tian a withering look, and he gave an embarrassed chuckle. Her words were clearly aimed at him. She glanced at Yi Tian once, then twice, then a third time, feeling that the more she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed. The skin on Yi Tian's face was fair with a healthy flush, smooth and supple, even better than hers. Although his features were still the same, together they now seemed exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin asked in surprise, "Wow, Yi Tian, it's only been a few days, but you look so much more handsome." Yi Tian casually fabricated a reason, saying, "Maybe I've just been sleeping better lately. I think you've become even more beautiful too." The more Lu Yin looked, the more she liked what she saw. She stood up from the seat opposite him and moved to sit right beside him. A waft of her fragrance washed over Yi Tian, and he could not help taking a deep breath, finding it intoxicating. Without the slightest reservation, Lu Yin pinched Yi Tian's cheek, smiling with eyes half closed. "Wow, so soft and smooth. It feels amazing to squeeze, seems even better than my own skin. What am I going to do if I can't bear to let go? Hey big sis, everyone's watching. If you don't let go, I'm going to call this harassment," Yi Tian protested helplessly. He noticed several women nearby staring at him, their eyes beginning to shine. Lu Yin puffed out her chest with a mischievous grin. "Don't be so stingy. At worst, I'll let you touch me too," she joked. Her boldness made Yi Tian blush to the tips of his ears. He certainly wanted to, but he did not dare in a place like this. Lu Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. She loved seeing Yi Tian so thoroughly at her mercy. Feeling awkward, Yi Tian hurriedly changed the subject. "Let's go get some food." "Okay." Lu Yin, knowing when to stop, agreed readily, and the two went together to fill their plates. Yi Tian picked out all of Lu Yan's favorite dishes, while Lu Yin chose everything Yi Tian liked. When they returned to their seats, they tacitly placed the food they held closer to the other person. As they ate and chatted, Lu Yin asked Yi Tian, "How come you're not working overtime today? Doesn't your job always keep you late?" Yi Tian replied calmly, "I quit." Hearing that he had resigned, Lu Yin was not surprised. Changing jobs was common nowadays, especially at a company like his where overtime could literally kill you. Leaving was all the better. Well, quitting is good. Find something where you don't have to work overtime all the time. "Do you have enough money? If not, tell me, I'll lend you some first," she said. "No need, I have money now," Yi Tian answered. That was how Lu Yin was, always thinking of ways to help him. At first she had wanted simply to give him money to spend, but after realizing how strong his pride was, she changed it to offering a loan instead. Originally, she had always taken Yi Tian to high-end restaurants, but later she noticed him gritting his teeth to return the favor in those same upscale places where a single meal cost him 1 or 2 weeks of salary. To spare him the strain, she switched to choosing whatever places were inexpensive and good value. Yi Tian was no fool. He could feel Lu Yan's kindness. In the past, he had been too poor to dare accept it, but now he believed he had the ability to embrace Lu Yan's love. He put down his chopsticks, swallowed the food in his mouth, took a sip of juice, and listened to his heart pounding louder and faster. Forcing himself to remain composed, he spoke to Lu Yin with earnest seriousness. "Lu Yin, there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Lu Yin asked casually. Yi Tian was so nervous that his voice trembled. I hope you can be my girlfriend." "What?" The piece of cake Lu Yin had just put into her mouth slipped out and fell onto the table as she stared at him, stunned. Yi Tian looked at her with deep affection and repeated his words. "I said I hope you can be my girlfriend." Lu Yin shot to her feet, left her own seat, and moved to sit beside Yi Tian, reaching out to feel his forehead. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Are you running a fever?" she asked. "I'm not," Yi Tian replied. "Oh my God, did the sun rise in the west today?" she muttered. Talking to herself, Lu Yin suddenly found tears streaming down her cheeks. She threw her arms around Yi Tian, crying softly, "You fool, do you know how hard I've worked chasing you for so long? I thought I'd never hear you say that in this lifetime." She sniffled. "And honestly, who confesses like this in the middle? You even scared my cake right off the table," she added. Yi Tian did not find her words funny. He held her gently and whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I like you too. I just always felt I wasn't good enough for you, and was afraid you'd suffer if you stayed with me. Wiping her tears, Lu Yin lightly thumped him with her small fist, and said in a coquettish tone, so why aren't you afraid anymore now? Did you win the lottery, or something? Yi Tian leaned closer, and explained in a whisper, I'll tell you secretly, a few days ago, I saved a mysterious person. To repay me, he gave me a company, and more money than I could ever spend. Now I can give you happiness. Just as the system had said, Lu Yin did not find Yi Tian's story outrageous at all. She accepted it naturally, and believed him without hesitation. Lu Yin pouted, and said, silly, I don't care whether you have money or not, or I can support you. Yi Tian said seriously, I care. I hope you can proudly say in front of others my husband is the best man in the world who can give you everything you desire. Ding. The host has received a diamond ring located in your left pants pocket. The sudden system notification made Yi Tian realize that he had confessed to Lu Yin without any preparation. If it weren't for the system, the confession without a ring would have been a significant regret in his life. Yi Tian took out a diamond ring box from his pocket adorned with the logo of the famous jewelry brand Cartier. The moment he opened the box, the light shone on the diamond ring, dazzling Lu Yin almost to the point of blinding her. Several women had been paying attention to Yi Tian and saw him and Lu Yin displaying their affection. Suddenly, upon seeing such a dazzling diamond ring, they felt as if they were going blind, instantly transforming into envious onlookers. How can an ordinary-looking woman like that deserve such a beautiful diamond ring? Little fox spirit, if I were 10 years younger, you wouldn't stand a chance. My goodness, what a dazzling diamond ring. If only it could be given to me, I would agree to anything you ask. Lu Yin looked at the diamond ring in front of her, covering her red lips, fearing she might scream. She stammered, Is this for me? Yi Tian gently held Lu Yan's hand and said affectionately, Of course, let me put it on for you. I hope you like it. The tears that Lu Yin had just stopped flowing again. I love it so much. Even if you gave me a pull tab from a soda, I would still like it. Not to mention such a beautiful diamond ring, this must have cost a lot, right? Money doesn't matter, as long as you like it, I can buy you the whole world. As Yi Tian spoke sweetly, he placed the diamond ring on Lu Yan's finger. Lu Yin, excited, said, Yi Tian, let's go to a hotel tonight. Yi Tian was taken aback. Was it progressing this fast? Could it be on fast forward? He hadn't expected this at all. Why? Lu Yin blushed deeply. It was quite embarrassing for a girl to say such things, but if she didn't speak up, who knew when Yi Tian, this dense guy, would dare to take that step? I've waited for so many years, I don't want to wait any longer. I want to be your woman. After 3 seconds of deep thought, Yi Tian finally made his decision. Alright, I have no experience, so don't laugh at me. As if I have experience. It's fine, we can take our time. Just because I've never seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't eaten pork, right? Lu Yin rolled her eyes at Yi Tian. She was a pure and innocent girl too, but she had some theoretical knowledge, so she wasn't afraid. While the two were sweetly flirting, Lu Yan's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was her classmate Lenny calling. Yi Tian asked, Who is it? Lu Yin, in a good mood, smiled mischievously and said, Hey, this is your favorite female classmate from back. Yi Tian asked in confusion, Lin E. The moment he said it, he realized he had misspoken as Lu Yin pinched his arm, pretending to be angry. So you do like her more? Yi Tian smiled, awkwardly feeling frustrated. Hey, you can't set me up like that. They'll deal with you after I finish this call. Without saying much, Lu Yin shot him a glare before answering the call. Hello, Lin. Lu Yin, I just arrived in Jiangnan City. Let's go out for a meal together. Sure. I'm out dining with Yi Tian right now. Come to Tianmao Shopping Mall. We're at the Hao Hao restaurant on the 6th floor. Okay, I'm coming over now. Where are you coming from? From the train station. Oh, that's quick, but won't take half an hour. They'll wait for you. Lu Yin hung up and smiled at Yi Tian, saying, Today is truly a day of good fortune. Lin is coming to hang out with me. Aren't you happy? Yi Tian asked cautiously, I don't understand what you're asking. Come on, how could I possibly fall into the same pit? Lu Yin lightly punched him with her small fist, playfully saying, Humph, so you've gotten smarter now. She wasn't that petty. Lin Yi was also her good sister with looks and figure comparable to hers. It was normal for Yi Tian to like Lin Yi. If she hadn't been more proactive, she wouldn't have had to pursue him. Not far from Yi Tian's table by the window sat a mother and daughter. The mother appeared to be around 30, while the daughter looked about 10. The mother looked haggard with a numb expression, seemingly not quite clear-headed, wearing long sleeves and long pants on such a hot day. The daughter also wore long sleeves and pants, her immature face carrying an unusual maturity for her age. The daughter moved a small cake in front of her mother and earnestly said, Mom, happy birthday. Make a wish. Make a wish. The mother repeated her daughter's words in a daze, seemingly recalling what making a wish meant. With her hands clasped together, she slowly said, I hope you grow up healthy and happy, my little girl. Hearing her mother's wish, the little girl smiled happily. Thank you, Mom. The wish is over. Can we eat the cake? The little girl took a small bite of the cake and fed it to her mother. It seemed to be a reflex as her mother said, You eat first, sweetheart. I'm not hungry. The little girl pointed to the small cake in front of her and said, "Mom, you eat. I have my own. There's plenty to eat today, though I earned it all for you." The plump restaurant manager in the distance watched the mother and daughter with slightly red eyes. He also had a daughter of a similar age who only knew how to play on her phone every day. Unlike this little girl who was so young, yet could earn money to celebrate her mother's birthday. Just earlier when the little girl brought her mother into the store, he happened to be at the cash register and heard her innocently ask the cashier if she could let only her mother eat since she didn't have enough money. The cashier directly refused, and the manager curiously approached the little girl and asked why she only wanted her mother to eat and not herself. The little girl replied, "Today is my mother's birthday. Oh, I want her to have something good to eat, but I haven't earned enough money for both of us." You can earn money at such a young age. What do you do to earn it? I earn money by picking up bottles near the school. The manager was immediately moved. What a young child working so hard to earn money to celebrate her mother's birthday. He looked at the little girl's mother whose vacant expression suggested she might be mentally unwell. This child who should be cared for had instead become the one taking care of an adult. What a sad situation. The manager, feeling charitable, kindly said, "You are so considerate. Take your mother to eat. Uncle won't charge you anything." The little girl refused, taking out her neatly folded 28 yuan and handing it to the manager. "Thank you, uncle. But my mom always said that even if we are poor, we should live with dignity and not rely on others' charity. Otherwise, we would become beggars." The manager was taken aback. What a good child to understand the principle of not taking handouts. But how could someone who raised such a good child be so dull? "Good child, what happened to your mother?" Nan said with a hint of sadness. "After my mother was knocked unconscious by my father, she often wakes up saying her head hurts, and slowly it has turned into this. Once I save up more money, I want to take my mother to see a doctor." The manager understood the implications. It turned out she was being abused by her husband, clearly a case of encountering a scum man. He did not think it was the woman's fault. After all, raising such a well-behaved child, the mother couldn't be that bad. The manager accepted Nanan's money, picked up a calculator nearby, and pretended to calculate for a moment before saying, "Little friend, take your mother out to eat. Today there happens to be a promotion where 2 people can dine for the price of 1. Since you are a child, after the discount, it will only cost 28 yuan. "Thank you, uncle." Upon hearing this good news, Nan happily bowed to the manager and then took her mother to find. The manager thought for a moment and handed a business card to Nan. "Little friend, wait a moment. I am the manager here, and this is my business card. My phone number is on it, so if you need help in the future, you can call me." "Thank you, uncle. I wish you a long life and prosperous business." Nan thanked him profusely as she took her mother to find a seat. Seeing them walk away, the manager quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his tears. He glanced to the side where the cashier was also crying like a weeping willow, wiping her tears. They watched from a distance as Nan brought her mother to an empty table, helping her sit down before going to get food. She only took 2 of each dish and finally grabbed 2 small cakes from the glass cabinet. The manager couldn't help but sigh. This child truly understands. Indeed, poor children mature early. Just then a tall man dressed in delivery clothing happened to pass by outside, catching a glimpse of Nan and her mother through the glass. He stopped in his tracks, narrowed his eyes in anger, and rushed into the store, heading straight to where Nan and her mother were sitting, starting to attack them. He slammed Nan's mother's head onto the table, and the cake smeared across her face. Fortunately, the fork was slightly misplaced, or it might have pierced her eye. "You filthy woman, you dare steal my money to have a feast." Nan's mother, seemingly witnessing something terrifying, curled up in the corner crying out, I didn't, don't hit me." Nan quickly stood up, ran in front of her mother, and tugged at the delivery man, shouting, "Daddy, don't hit mommy. The money isn't stolen. Ooh, I earned it by collecting bottles. They'll teach you to lie." The delivery man raised his hand and slapped Nan twice, making her cry out. Seeing Nan being hit, Nan's mother stopped hiding in the corner, immediately wrapping her arms around Nan to shield her from the delivery man's assault, murmuring, "Nan, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you." By now, many customers had entered the restaurant and began to curiously gather around to watch the scene. "That man is too fierce, hitting his wife and child like that. Should we call the police?" "Let's wait and see, but someone else's family matter, we shouldn't interfere." The customers discussed among themselves as the manager squeezed through, warning the delivery man, "I am the manager of this establishment, sir. You are not welcome here. Please leave now, or we will call the police. You're driving me mad. How could you hit such a good child? You truly are scum. Go ahead and call the police." The delivery man casually shoved the manager back a few steps, completely ignoring him. The manager's face turned red with anger. Was this person insane? So unreasonable. You. Come and throw him out." The manager pointed at a few stronger waiters and instructed them to intervene. 5 waiters rushed forward, but unexpectedly the delivery man knocked them all to the ground with just a few punches and kicks. Now no one dared to step up. The delivery man, Fan Jinxiang, had practiced martial arts since childhood and was strong and robust, easily dealing with 3 or 5 people. After all, in this day and age, being a delivery person required skill. There were stock market experts, piano masters, culinary geniuses, and hackers among them. If you didn't have a specialty, you wouldn't even dare to greet your colleagues. The manager, frightened, quickly picked up his phone to dial the police. Hello, security. Someone is causing trouble. Note this term is intentionally written this way. There will be many such seemingly misleading terms later on indicating that I am not in a realistic context. Fan Jinxiang punched a waiter and then grabbed Nanan's mother's hair, yanking her to him and raining down punches and kicks. Nanan's mother, slow to react, couldn't even fight back and soon ended up bruised and bloodied. Nanan rushed to the delivery man's side using her little fists to hit him. Don't hit my mommy. Don't hit my mommy. Get lost, you little money sucker. Fan Jinxiang kicked Nanan far away as if he were kicking a stray dog, showing no sign of treating her like his own daughter. The nearby customers were furious, but seeing the waiters who had just been beaten, no one dared to step forward, only able to criticize from the sidelines. Nanan happened to be kicked to the table of Yi Tian and Lu Yin, who quickly went to help her up. Nanan, clutching her stomach in pain, still wanted to get up to help her mother, but she lacked the strength to stand and fell back to the ground. She could only turn and kneel in front of Lu Yin, pleading, "Sister, please help my mommy. Don't let daddy hit mom." This. Lu Yin glanced at Yi Tian, indicating that she wanted to help, but Fan Jinxiang seemed too crazy and they might not be able to defeat him. Seeing Lu Yin hesitate, Nanan turned to Yi Tian and bowed, saying, "Brother, I beg you to help my mom." Yi Tian could no longer bear to watch. He had previously hesitated, thinking it was someone else's family matter, but now that the little girl was asking for help, he knew he could step in without hesitation. "Okay, I'll help you. Lu Yin, take the little girl away from here." Yi Tian, "Don't go up, you can't defeat him. Let's wait for the security to come." Lu Yin firmly held on to Yi Tian, even though she wanted to help the little girl. She valued Yi Tian's safety more. She didn't want him to risk his life. Seeing her worry for him, Yi Tian leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry, a mysterious person helped me unblock my meridians and taught me martial arts. I'm no longer an ordinary person. I can handle 100 scum like him." Under the influence of the system's power, Lu Yin believed Yi Tian's reasoning instantly. Her confidence boosted, and she pointed at Fan Jinxiang, saying, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Beat this scum to death." As she spoke, she pulled Nanan back, not wanting to hinder Yi Tian at this critical moment. Beat to death. Yi Tian hadn't thought of killing him, he just wanted to injure him. If he killed him, he would end up in jail. But the system clearly had different thoughts. Oh, why should the protagonist with a system be so hesitant? Ding. Please, host, show your manliness, crush the enemy, and if you kill him, the system will help you handle it. Yi Tian was taken aback by the system's prompt. Right, he was a person with a system. Why should he worry so much? Fan Jinxiang also noticed that his daughter was seeking help. Upon seeing Yi Tian walking towards him alone, he warned, "Kid, this is my family matter. Don't meddle as a good Samaritan, or he'll hit you too." Yi Tian coldly laughed. "Hey, I'm sorry, since your daughter asked for my help, I'm definitely going to assist her today." Seeking death. Fan Jinxiang pushed aside his wife without a second glance and marched towards Yi. Nanan's mother had already fallen into a semi-conscious state. With a push, she collapsed against the table and hit her head on the corner, losing consciousness. "Mom." Nanan saw her mother faint and clutched her stomach, trying to rush over, but was tightly held back by Lu Yin. "Little sister, don't go over now, it's too dangerous. Wait until your brother subdues your father." "Whoa, you." Nanan cried urgently, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. It turned out that Fan Jianqiang's kick had already injured her. The onlookers gasped. Some had already started calling emergency services. "Quick, call the hospital. The little girl is spitting blood." "Damn, he's really scum, even beating his own daughter like this." "Where are the security guards? Hurry up and arrest him, don't let him go. That young man is so thin and small, can he really take on the delivery guy? No matter if he can or not, he..." At this moment, Fan Jinxiang had already rushed in front of Yi Tian, raising his hand to punch Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not dodge. With a lift of his left hand, he caught the delivery man's fist, as if it were in a steel claw, rendering him immobile. The immense strength made him feel as if his fist was about to shatter. Indeed, after a few cracking sounds, his fist was directly crushed. Yi Tian looked coldly at Fan Jinxiang, who was howling in pain. He punched him in the face, causing Fan Jianqiang's face to bloom like a peach blossom. His facial bones deformed, and dozens of teeth flew out. With 10 times the physical prowess of an ordinary human, Yi Tian did not need to trade blows. He simply overwhelmed Fan Jinxiang. If he hadn't been holding back to torment him a bit more, a single punch could have shattered Fan Jianqiang's head. Thinking of the kick Nanan had just received, he raised his leg and aimed a kick at Fan Jianqiang's stomach, sending him crashing into the ceiling and falling down, continuously spitting blood. Yi Tian said coldly, "This kick is for your daughter. You do not deserve to be a father." The crowd erupted into applause, feeling greatly satisfied by the act. The delivery man was half dead from Yi Tian's punch and kick, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Yi Tian lifted his foot and stomped down on his right arm with a crunch, causing a shattering fracture, making him scream in agony. Yi Tian's face darkened as he said, "This kick is for your wife. You do not deserve to be a husband." The crowd applauded again, feeling that scum like him should be treated this way. They also felt like going up to stomp him a few times. Seeing her father beaten and unable to get up, Nan broke free from Lu Yan's embrace, crying out as she ran towards her mother with Lu Yan immediately following. Nan reached her mother's side, hugging her and crying loudly, "Mom, Mom, wake up." Yi Tian, seeing Nan's bloodstained mouth and her mother, who was still unconscious, fell into deep thought. What was this scum thinking? How could he do this to them? They were so seriously injured and the doctor didn't know when they would arrive. What if something happened? What would happen to the little girl in the future? If only I could heal them. The system sensed his thoughts and promptly issued a notification. Ding host gains 100 years of internal power. Ding host gains healing skills. Yi Tian learned from the system information that internal power is the foundation for using extraordinary martial arts. Healing skills involve using internal power to invigorate blood circulation, stop bleeding, regenerate tissue, and open meridians. Yi Tian quickly learned how to use it. He crouched down and gently said to Nan, "Little sister, your father has been taught a lesson by me. Let me check your injury. Your brother can heal." Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Nan did not let him treat her injury. Instead, she knelt on the ground and begged him, "Brother, please just kill my father, otherwise when he recovers, he will definitely beat me and my mom." Everyone was stunned by Nan's words. What was wrong with this child? How could she say such malicious thing? Everyone's bottom line was just to beat up the scum. Although they said they wanted to kill him, they never truly thought about actually doing it. Lu Yan comforted Nan, saying, "Little sister, killing someone means going to jail. Let's leave your father to the security uncle. Well, I believe that after this lesson your father will never dare to hit you again." "No, sister, you don't understand. The security uncle has come before, but after they left my dad beat us even harder." Nan shook her head, and as she undid her clothes, everyone finally noticed that her small body was covered in scars. Then they discovered that her legs were also bruised with numerous injuries. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Now they all understood why she was wearing a high-neck long-sleeved shirt on such a hot. Such severe injuries couldn't have formed in just a day or two. The onlookers felt both heartbroken and furious, wishing they could also beat the delivery man. How could he beat such a well-behaved daughter? If she were mine, I'd treasure her to pieces. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. This kind of person is unworthy of being human, worse than a beast. Lu Yan quickly helped Nan pull up her pants. The little girl should have some dignity. Nan pushed her hand away and undid her mother's clothes as well. There were male customers among the onlookers, but at that moment they felt no lewd thoughts. Because Nan's mother had even more severe injuries than Nan, with many areas of skin almost necrotic. So pitiful. Lu Yan cried and stopped Nan, who wanted to continue. The scene was filled with cries. Scum! How could this woman marry such a husband? Kill him. This kind of scum must be killed. My knife has been hungry for too long. Some people could no longer hold back, directly grabbing a dining knife and wanting to rush over, but were pulled back by their friends. Sigh. Yi Tian sighed and said, "Okay, I promise you, but I won't let your father die now. The sins he committed should be repaid slowly, but I assure you he will never have the ability to hit you again." Lu Yan shouted worriedly, Yi Tian. She was truly afraid that Yi Tian would accidentally kill someone. The love she had just gained would instantly turn into tears behind iron bars. Although Yi Tian had the system to ensure nothing would happen, he didn't want Lu Yan to worry now. Therefore, he wouldn't let the delivery man die at his hands. Sometimes living could be worse than dying. Rest assured, I won't kill him. Letting him die now would be too merciful. I want him to live forever in pain. After saying this, Yi Tian no longer wasted words and quietly crushed the remaining 3 limbs of the delivery man. The scene was filled with the sounds of bones breaking, and Fan Jinxiang cried out in agony, begging for mercy. "Spare me. I won't dare again. I promise if I hit them again, I will not be human." No one sympathized with him. Seeing the injuries on Nan and her mother, everyone felt that his words were completely untrustworthy. Every time Yi Tian crushed one of his limbs, there were bursts of enthusiastic applause. Some timid customers nearby couldn't bear to watch. They never expected that this young and handsome guy could be so, but there were even more customers whose eyes shone with admiration. Yi Tian's actions excited them. There was no need to show mercy to evil people. What they dared not do, Yi Tian had done for them. In their hearts, Yi Tian had risen to the stature of a hero, especially the women who felt particularly sympathetic to Nan and her mother's plight. Seeing Yi Tian punish the scum, they had already regarded him as their idol. In the end, Fan Jinxiang, seeing that begging was futile, began to loudly curse Yi Tian, hurling insults at his wife, his children, and everyone around. Yi Tian lightly flicked his throat, destroying his vocal cords, leaving everyone to see him open his mouth without hearing a sound. As he neared death, Yi Tian used a healing spell to stop the internal bleeding, maintaining him in a stable. The shattered bones were restored to old injuries under the healing spell, impossible to reattach. After completing all this amidst the enthusiastic applause of the onlookers, Yi said to Nanan, "All right, from now on he will be a mute cripple, unable to die, unable to be healed, posing no threat to you anymore." "Thank you, brother." Nanan, mature for her age, understood that this was already a good outcome. According to the beautiful sister beside her, if someone were to be killed, this kind-hearted brother might end up in prison. "You're welcome. Let me help you heal your injuries." Seeing that blood was still seeping from Nanan's mouth, Yi extended his hand to heal her. However, Nanan shrank back and pointed at her mother, pleading, "Brother, please help my mom. First, I'm fine." "All right, it won't take long. Since you're so filial, it'll help your mom first." Yi grasped Nanan's mother's hand, activating the healing spell, and found her injuries were more severe. The dazed look was due to the bruising from a blow to her head. As Yi eliminated all her injuries in front of everyone, the wounds on Nanan's mother visibly began to disappear, the necrotic skin becoming scabs that fell away, revealing her skin turning pale pink. Heavens, the bruises on her hand have vanished. Look, the marks on her neck are gone. God, she shed a layer of skin. Her complexion looks so beautiful. What kind of superpower is this? So amazing. It was only then that everyone realized that Nanan's mother was also a beautiful woman. Liu Yan hurriedly helped her put on her clothes to avoid any exposure. As the bruising on her head faded, she slowly opened her eyes, met with enthusiastic applause. What happened? She first saw her daughter and the wounds on her body, tears streaming down her face. "Nanan, let's go to the hospital." Nanan smiled and replied, "Mom, I'm fine. You finally woke up." Then she coughed up blood again. Yi wasted no words and grabbed Nanan's hand. Activating the healing spell, within seconds Nanan returned to health, transforming into a rosy-cheeked little girl. The crowd erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. "What?" Nanan's mother, witnessing the miraculous scene, could not comprehend, but she knew that the exceptionally handsome young man before her had healed her daughter. She immediately knelt before Yi, bowing her head in gratitude, with Nanan following suit. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my daughter. My life is now yours. You can ask me to do anything." "Thank you, brother, for saving my mom. Nanan belongs to you too." Yi lifted both of them up and smiled at Nanan's mother, saying, "All right, then do me a favor." Yi had originally been pondering how to use the money he had, but after saving Nanan and her mother, he finally had an idea. There were countless women and children suffering from domestic violence in the world. If he established an organization dedicated to helping them, wouldn't using the money for good deeds be more fulfilling? Helping others is certainly better than spending it on female streamers on video platforms, right? The onlookers found it a bit strange. Oh, wasn't this just a polite remark? Shouldn't she refuse? Why is he actually asking for something in return? Is he a fake, good person? What could she possibly help you with? Does he have a crush on her? But your girlfriend beside you is even prettier, right? Nanan's mother nervously looked at Yi, unsure of what he would ask her to do, and dared not think too much. "Benefactor, please speak." Yi smiled slightly and said earnestly, "What I want you to do is to take good care of Nanan, allowing her to grow up healthy and happy. I will cover all your living expenses, including Nanan's education costs." Nanan's mother shook her head and refused. "Thank you for your kindness. I will definitely take good care of Nanan, but I cannot accept your money. I can work to support Nanan myself." Nanan chimed in, "Brother, I can earn money myself, but we can't accept your money." Yi lovingly patted Nanan's head, explaining to her mother, "If you go to work, who will take care of Nanan at home? What if something unexpected happens? You must consider not only yourself, but also Nanan, right?" This? Nanan's mother hesitated. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but what Yi said made sense. If she went to work, she definitely wouldn't have time to care for Nanan. Now that her husband had become a cripple, if anything happened to Nanan at home, she couldn't bear the consequence. Seeing her wavering, Yi continued to persuade. "With your current family situation, it will be difficult for Nanan to grow up healthily. If you don't want to accept the donation, then consider my money as a loan. There will be no interest, and you can slowly pay me back when Nanan grows up and starts working. What do you think?" Liu Yan felt Yi approach was very appropriate, and urged from the side, "Sister, just agree to it." The onlookers hearing this all felt it was a good idea, and urged Nanan's mother to agree quickly. Nanan's mother wiped her tears, feeling Yi kindness, and finally nodded in agreement. "Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely take good care of Nanan, and will repay your money." Nanan also thanked, "Thank you, brother. I will study hard and earn money to pay you back when I grow up." Seeing that the mother and daughter finally agreed, Yi felt very pleased. "All right, do you have a mobile phone or bank card? They'll transfer $1 million to you right now." Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was a hidden big shot. They didn't see he was young and casually helped someone with $1 million. Nanan's mother touched her pocket and found she didn't have her phone, as she didn't know where her phone had gone. Nanan understood and said, "Mom, your phone was broken by Dad. Do you have a bank card with you? Or do you remember the account number?" Nanan's mother awkwardly replied, "Benefactor, I didn't bring it, and I don't remember the account number." Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds and said, I see you'll withdraw cash for you now, but it's not safe to carry it. You might get robbed on the way. How about we exchange contact information? Tomorrow bring your ID and bank card to my company to find me. Yi Tian looked around for paper and pen. A female attendant immediately handed them to him. Yi Tian took them and thanked her, making the attendant smile so much her eyes turned into slits. Nanan's mother nodded in gratitude. Okay, thank you, benefactor. May I ask your surname? My name is Yi Tian, the new chairman of Tianjin Company. What do you go by? Tianjin Company. The onlookers were shocked. Being a well-known local enterprise, most had heard of Tianjin Company. That is a company people would fight to get into. It is said that the benefits and treatment are outstanding. Moreover, it is in the high-tech industry, specializing in researching and producing advanced polymer materials, nanotechnology, exoskeleton armor, and so on. The clients are all national aerospace military units making money like printing banknotes. No wonder this handsome guy is so generous. He's the chairman. Women were practically swooning. He was handsome, wealthy, had a career, martial prowess, and compassion. Is there a more perfect man in the world? Luyan was also incredibly excited. She had only heard Yi Tian mention a company given to him, not realizing it was Tianjin Company. Yi Tian had actually become the chairman of Tianjin Company. Is such a company just given away? Luyan felt dizzy, nearly fainting from the series of shocks. The excitement nearly burst a blood vessel. Seeing Luyan faint, Yi Tian hurriedly caught her using a healing spell to check on her. He discovered she had burst a blood vessel from excessive excitement and high blood pressure. If he hadn't been there, she could have suffered a stroke or worse, lost her life. Fortunately, he had the healing spell. After circulating his internal energy, she returned to normal in no time. Luyan thought she was just a bit anemic and dizzy, not realizing she had nearly been scared to death. She grasped Yi Tian's hand excitedly and asked, Why, you really became a big boss. No wonder today feels different. Yi Tian patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't be too excited, you just get used to it gradually. The mother of the child was so shocked that she almost wanted to go back and offer incense to the Buddha, wondering how lucky she was to meet such a benefactor like Yi Tian. Thank you, Mr. Yi. My name is Hong Yan. Yi Tian learned her name and immediately picked up the phone to call Chun Hao, notifying him that a woman named Hong Yan would come to the company to see him tomorrow morning and to bring her to his office when she arrived. Seeing Yi Tian's decisiveness in handling matters, everyone applauded enthusiastically. This was not just talk, it was a solid arrangement. They were all happy for the mother and daughter, feeling emotional as they realized their hard days were finally over. The onlookers were buzzing with excitement, discussing among themselves, with many filming or taking pictures. With the situation resolved, Yi Tian looked around at the chaotic scene and called out, Manager, come over here for a moment. The manager hurried over, feeling anxious, unsure of why Yi Tian had called him. From their conversation, he gathered that this incredibly handsome man, who seemed to possess extraordinary strength, was actually the chairman of Tianjin Company. Such a big shot had come to dine at his small establishment. It was truly unbelievable. Mr. Yi, how can I assist you? Yi Tian nodded at him and apologetically said, I'm sorry for causing a mess in your restaurant. Please calculate the damages. I will compensate you immediately. The manager was astonished. He had initially thought himself unlucky, but now he was offered compensation. However, since it was the troublemaker on the floor, he felt guilty for having Yi Tian pay. This should be the responsibility of that gentleman. He should be the one to compensate, right? Yi Tian found it quite surprising. In such cases, wasn't it typical for the restaurant to blame whoever they could? Oh, you're quite generous, but considering his current state, he likely won't be able to compensate. It wouldn't be fair to make the mother and daughter pay, so I'll just cover for him. But that's quite a substantial amount. Are you sure, Mr. Yi? The manager checked again, and Yi Tian confidently replied, Of course, don't worry about whether I can afford it, but don't treat me as a fool either, otherwise you'll end up like that gentleman on the floor. The manager was taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, I wouldn't dare. I'll calculate it right away. Yi Tian looked at the surrounding guests and added, By the way, we have also disturbed the dining experience of other guests. As a gesture of apology, I will cover the entire bill for today's customers. Please include that as well. Really? The manager was doubtful, and so were the guests around them, wondering if they had misheard. Yi Tian nodded with a smile. Yes, really. The manager deeply bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you on behalf of the guests, Mr. Yi. The guests around them praised Yi Tian, and applause erupted. Luyan felt sweet as honey seeing everyone praise Yi Tian. The man she admired was not only handsome and wealthy, but also kind-hearted and generous, which brought her pride. The manager calculated quickly with his calculator. Mr. Yi, I estimate that the total cost will be around 6,800 yuan. I can take on part of it, so if you can pay me 5,000 yuan, that would be great. Yi Tian was surprised by the manager's quote. This manager was truly exceptional, even willing to reduce the amount himself. Such a person deserved good fortune. He took out his phone and asked, Okay, can I scan the code? Yes, of course. The manager quickly brought over the QR code, and Yi Tian promptly made the payment. The WeChat transfer has come through for a total of 11,000 yuan. The cashier at the front desk, hearing the announcement, quickly checked the account and confirmed it was indeed 110, startling her as she rushed to the manager. Manager, we just received 11,000 yuan. The manager hurriedly reminded Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, it was 50,000, not 11,000. I'll refund you the excess right away. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively and smiled. No 100 is for you. I think you are quite hospitable, and that extra 100 is just a favor for you to give to the mother of the child, so I don't have to go to the bank to withdraw cash. The manager was overjoyed. He had come in hoping to settle things peacefully and take a small loss. After all, Yi Tian was too strong. If he felt he was being taken advantage of, he might just turn him into the squealing pig on the floor. So he preferred to take a small loss to keep Yi Tian happy. However, he didn't expect Yi Tian to double the amount, so this wasn't a loss, but a huge gain. He almost wished Yi Tian would come in to cause a ruckus every day. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. I have cash. Let me get it for you right away. The manager quickly took out 100 yuan in cash to hand to the mother of the child, who was so grateful she didn't know what else to say. Yi Tian, fearing she might feel embarrassed to accept it, said seriously, "This is a loan for you. Remember to return it when the child grows up. Don't forget." Everyone knew he was just pretending to be stingy while being generous, and they all applauded. The manager, deeply moved by the scene, thanked Yi Tian and loudly addressed the surrounding guests. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Yi has covered the entire bill for today's meal. As a gesture of apology, you can collect a small ticket at the front desk, and if you wish, you can come back tonight for another free meal with that ticket. The guests around them applauded. It was truly a delightful experience. Mr. Yi was generous. The manager knew how to do business, and they were treated to an excellent show, making everyone feel like they got their money's worth. Wow, that's a real win. Yes, Mr. Yi is so wealthy, he just gives out tens of thousands without a second thought. The manager is great too. He knows how to do business. I'll definitely come back here next time. Mr. Yi is not only handsome and strong, but he's also rich, kind-hearted, and generous. Wow, he's just perfect. Quick, wipe your drool, it's about to spill out. Don't get ahead of yourself. Oh, just look at the lady beside him. She's much prettier than you. Yi Tian, seeing everyone satisfied, asked the manager, by the way, a few of your waiters were injured by him, right? Call them over. I'll help treat their wounds. Really? Thank you so much. The manager quickly called over the injured waiters, and Yi Tian healed them all in a matter of moments. Two of the waiters immediately knelt on the ground. Please, Mr. Yi, take us as your disciples. We also want to learn martial arts. Yi Tian awkwardly smiled and explained, this was merely a stroke of luck for me, not something that can be replicated, so I can't teach you. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, the two waiters stood up disappointed. They were merely caught up in the moment, and upon realizing there was no hope, they didn't pursue it any further. In fact, if they had insisted until Yi Tian couldn't refuse, the system would have indeed provided a method to teach them internal strength, but they gave up. Someone curiously asked Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, is your ability to heal a superpower? This is not a superpower, it's internal strength. Its functions include promoting blood circulation, stopping bleeding, regenerating tissue, and unblocking meridians. It can't cure everything. Under the influence of the system's power, everyone believed him and avoided him being taken for experimental research. Just as everyone was enjoying the moment, two security guards finally arrived. Who called the police? The manager hurriedly stepped forward to greet. Comrade guard, I am the manager here. I called the police. Please explain the situation first. Well, earlier someone caused a disturbance in the store, beating and insulting my guests, and even injured several of my staff. Later, a brave customer intervened and subdued the troublemaker. Everything is fine now. The manager, aiming to downplay the situation, described it as lightly as possible. However, the guards did not share the same sentiment. If they were called out and there was nothing wrong, wasn't that a joke? They needed to ask more details. Everything is fine. Where's the troublemaker? The person lying on the ground. The guard glanced in the direction the manager pointed and gasped. This person had been beaten too badly, lying there with limbs twisted and clearly broken. Who did this? This is too severe. It was me. Yi Tian stepped forward, and the guard looked at his physique suspiciously, asking, You did this? You don't look like it. I know some martial arts, so I hit a bit hard. After hearing Yi Tian's explanation, the guard waved his hand and said, Then you will accompany us to the guard department for questioning. Comrade guard, if no one is pursuing the matter, can we resolve it on the spot? Yi Tian asked. He didn't want to go. He knew the guards preferred to downplay things whenever possible. The guard looked at the groaning Fan Jinxiang on the ground and retorted, That may be the case, but with such severe injuries, how can he not pursue this? Suddenly, Nanan's mother rushed forward, shouting, Comrade guard, this person on the ground is my husband. I won't pursue this matter. What's going on? The guards were a bit confused. Why wasn't the family pursuing this despite the severe At this moment, the surrounding customers couldn't hold back anymore. They called the guards to catch the bad guy, but they were wasting time preparing to arrest Yition. What was going on? Comrade guard, this person on the ground is a bad guy who nearly beat his wife and children to death. Thankfully, Mr. Yi acted bravely. Exactly, you should have seen how badly he beat his wife. Oh, I could have killed him. Yes, if Mr. Yi hadn't intervened just now, by the time you arrived, this lady and her child might have been killed. The guards shouldn't be unable to distinguish between good and bad. You should arrest this person on the ground. The two guards were sweating from the crowd's words and hurriedly explained, everyone, let me explain, this is just a routine inquiry. We mean no harm. Amidst the crowd's indignation, this matter ended inconclusively. Yition would pay the medical expenses for the delivery man and compensate the restaurant for the losses, and since the victim's family was not pursuing the matter, there was no need for further investigation. Where is the patient? At this moment, the medical staff also entered the store hurriedly looking for the patient. Upon seeing Fan Jinxiang lying on the ground, they rushed over to check on him, muttering to themselves, isn't this a little girl? Why is it a man? This is a fracture. How could it be broken like this? Everyone explained what had happened to the doctor, who just happened to have a vehicle to take them back to the hospital. Nan Nan and her mother also followed to help Fan Jinxiang with the hospitalization procedures so he wouldn't lie in the restaurant affecting its business. The manager moved Yition to another table, allowing them to continue eating while the area was cordoned off for cleaning. Many female customers in the store were taking pictures of Yition. He was so handsome, a true weapon against. Some boyfriends and husbands felt jealous, wondering why they were taking pictures and even turning them into wallpapers. What did that mean? They felt a bit green with envy. However, they certainly didn't dare to scold Yition. Looking at the delivery man's pitiful state, they knew what fate awaited them, so they could only eat in silence. Many women boldly approached Yition, completely disregarding Lu Yin sitting beside him. Mr. Yi, you are so handsome. Can we be friends? Mr. Yi, can you teach me martial arts? Mr. Yi, let's add each other on WeChat. Mr. Yi, here's my phone number. I'm available anytime. Mr. Yi, can I be your girlfriend? Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Yition hugged Lu Yin beside him and kissed her to show his commitment. Seeing no hope, the women sighed and turned to leave. Lu Yin watched Yition attract attention with a smile, feeling incredibly happy that the man she chose was so outstanding. As for those women, there was no need to worry. Yition wasn't so easily swayed. Otherwise she would have succeeded long ago. After chatting for a while, Lu Yin suddenly asked, hey, it's been a while. Why hasn't Lin Yi arrived yet? Yition estimated the time, and indeed, she should have arrived. Could she have gotten lost? Why don't you call her and ask where she is? We can go pick her up and change places to eat. Okay. Lu Yin started dialing, but no one answered after one ring. She called again, and this time someone. Lu Yin anxiously asked, hello, Lin Yi, why haven't you arrived yet? But the voice on the other end was not Lin Yi's, but a stranger's. This is the emergency department of Jiangnan City People's Hospital. Are you a friend or relative of the patient? Lu Yin was taken aback and nervously asked, what happened to Lin Yi? I am her classmate. The patient was brought in by a taxi driver, saying she suddenly fell ill, became cold, and was convulsing. We are currently performing emergency treatment. If possible, please notify the patient's family. We will be there right away. Lu Yin hung up the phone, stood up nervously, and pulled Yition to the hospital. Yition, quickly, we need to go to the People's Hospital. Yition felt a bit bewildered. Could Lin Yi have been in an accident? What's going on? Lin Yi suddenly fell ill and was taken to the People's Hospital for emergency treatment by a taxi driver. We need to hurry. Seeing Lu Yin so anxious, Yition patted her shoulder to comfort her. Okay, don't worry, maybe I can help her. I'll call for a driver to pick us up right now. Just as Yition was about to make a phone call, a beautiful woman in her 20s stopped him. She had initially wanted to add Yition on WeChat, but was rejected. Now seeing an opportunity, if she could help Yition, perhaps there would be a chance for further development. She eagerly asked, Mr. Yi, if you don't mind, can I give you a ride? It's rush hour, your driver might be stuck for a long time. Yition hesitated, but Lu Yin in a panic bowed to the beautiful woman. Thank you, that would be a great help, and we will pay you. Seeing Yition's girlfriend agree, the beauty smiled widely, having made a small success. No need to thank me, I'm happy to help. It's a pleasure to assist a hero like Mr. Yi. To save time, Yition nodded, saying, all right, then we'll trouble you to give us a ride. Along the way, the beautiful woman was quite talkative, introducing herself enthusiastically. It turned out her name was Liu, at 25 years old, and at such a young age, she had opened 3 chain beauty salons in the city, which could be considered a modest achievement. With her expertise in makeup complemented by her stunning figure and gentle words, even Lu Yin found herself increasingly fond of her. Lu Yin admired Li Yu's exquisite features and alluring figure, sincerely praising, so you are the owner of the beauty salon, no wonder your figure is so impressive. Feeling pleased by the compliment, Li Yu threw out a bait. Really? If you have time, Miss Liu, you can come to my salon for some beauty treatments. They'll give you a 50 discount. To get closer to someone's boyfriend, one must first win over the girlfriend. Thank you, Manager Li. I will definitely come by to check it out. Liu Yan thought about it. Since Yi Tian was so outstanding, if she didn't take good care of herself, she might be easily attracted away by other women. Li Yu was as enthusiastic as ever, and her driving skills were rather bold as she sped towards the hospital. Many people crowded at the entrance of the hospital, seemingly watching some commotion. Li Yu's car couldn't get in, so she had to stop by the roadside to let Yi Tian and Liu Yan get out while she looked for a place to park. As expected, she successfully added Yi Tian on WeChat. Yi Tian told Liu Yan that he would invite her out for dinner as a thank you. Watching Yi Tian and Liu Yan rush into the hospital, Li Yu hummed a tune while driving away. With her experience, she knew it wasn't the right time to follow them lest she overstepped her bounds. After all, she had secured their contact information, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When Yi Tian and Liu Yan entered the hospital, they realized that the crowd was gathered to see something. A large crowd had gathered at the base of the hospital's 20-story building, all looking up. A patient, for some unknown reason, was preparing to jump. Although someone had called the police, the guards and rescue personnel hadn't arrived quickly. The bystanders were buzzing with discussion. Another one who can't take it anymore. What's there to be afraid of when you're already willing to die? Maybe they can't afford treatment at home. Perhaps it's just too painful. Sometimes dying is more comfortable than living. Then why don't you go die? I think I could still be saved. On the rooftop, Xia Shui stood at the edge in her hospital gown, quietly gazing ahead. The wind on the rooftop brushed past her head without stirring even a strand of her hair. Due to chemotherapy, her once long hair had completely vanished. With her pale yet delicate face, she turned to glance at her mother. Her mother, Ma Dongmei, was desperately pleading with her from 5 or 6 meters away. Xiao Shui, please come down. I can't live without you. Your illness can surely be treated. Please come down. The doctor said they have found a match for your bone marrow. Xiao Shui, do you have the heart to make your parents? A security guard nearby took the opportunity to sneak closer to Xia Shui while her mother was trying to persuade her. Listening to her mother's pleas, tears streamed down Xia Shui's face as she murmured, "Parents, I am an unfilial daughter. If there is a next life, I will repay you." With that, she leaned forward, arms outstretched, and jumped off the building. Xia Shui was 16 this year, having lain on the hospital bed for 3 years. Her illness was very common, known as leukemia. Originally from a well-off family, her father had closed his business and sold their car and house over the years to pay for her treatment. Now he was driving a taxi to earn money just to cover her daily medical expenses. Recently, her condition had worsened. Her throat was nearly destroyed, and she coughed up blood daily, unable to swallow anything, and her will to live had been completely eroded by the disease. Today, she finally broke down, feeling that there was no meaning left in living. Taking advantage of a brief moment when her mother was occupied, she secretly climbed up to the rooftop of the building, which for some reason had not been locked. "No!" Ma Dongmei cried, her eyes red, stumbling as she ran over. Alas! The security guard, who was almost in reach, sighed and rushed forward. The crowd at the base of the building erupted into chaos. God, she really jumped. It seems she truly wanted to end it. If she just wanted help, she would have waited for the guards to arrive. What a pity, as she looks like a young girl. If only I could fly, I could save her. Dream on. Yi Tian and Liu Yan looked up, and with Yi Tian's extraordinary vision, he could clearly see a bald little girl on the rooftop preparing to jump. Why would such a young girl commit suicide? She looks like a child. Damn, she jumped. The moment Yi Tian saw Xia Shui jump, he thought to himself, I must save her. He didn't have time to think about how to save her, but the system had already thought of it. Ding acquired the light skill cloud soaring steps. In an instant, Yi Tian's consciousness was pulled into the system space where he received information about the cloud soaring steps. This was the legendary light skill where one could step on one's own feet to continuously ascend. Of course, the system provided a more advanced version, allowing him to walk on air, effortlessly soaring higher with each step. Yi Tian fully absorbed the information about the cloud soaring steps and instantly returned to reality. He gathered his internal energy and leaped into the air, moving with lightning speed, surpassing the crowd, directly stepping on the air as he ran towards the spot where Xia Shui would fall. His vision was guided by the system's positioning display, similar to various assistive calculations used in shooting, allowing him to accurately catch her. The hospital was a place bustling with people. Now at least 1,000 onlookers were gathered. As Yi Tian took off, everyone was astonished. What just flew past? Oh my god, that person can fly. That's not flying, it looks like he's running on air. Damn, what the hell? Is this a movie? Where's the wire? What are you talking about? Just as the moment was fleeting, in reality, it was merely a split second, and Yi Tian caught Xia Shui spinning in the air as they descended. Xia Shui did not feel the anticipated pain, or instead, she felt as if she had fallen into a pile of cotton. As she opened her eyes, she saw a very handsome older brother holding her as they descended. When did this brother appear? Why did he catch me? How can he fly? Xia Shui felt that Yi Tian's embrace was extraordinarily soft because he had absorbed the impact of her fall with his internal energy. The crowd below erupted in a chorus of screams. Ah, he caught her. Oh my God, she fell from such a height. And he caught her, she should be dead or crippled. Buddha bless, may they be safe. Amidst the crowd's astonishment as Yi Tian held Xia Shui just before landing, he stepped on the air, dissipating all the impact through the air and gently landed on the ground. A shockwave spread through the air, causing the front row onlookers to feel a strong gust of wind rushing towards them, making them take a few steps back before being stopped by those behind. Applause erupted, although everyone didn't know how this Superman-like handsome guy had appeared. It didn't stop them from celebrating the little girl's rescue. Yi Tian glanced at the little girl in his arms, as she looked quite decent, resembling a little nun. Curiously, he asked, at such a young age, why would you think of ending it all? If you're sick, just get treated. If you don't have enough money, I can lend you some. Xia Shui recognized the goodwill in Yi Tian's voice, her eyes brimming with tears as she rasped, thank you, brother, there's no need to waste money. I have leukemia, and it can't be cured. Leukemia? Let me take a look. Yi Tian was holding Xia Shui when the healing technique activated instantly, revealing her condition: abnormal bone marrow function, weakened immunity, and rampant internal heat and toxins. These issues fell well within the treatment scope of the healing technique, which primarily adjusted the flow of qi and blood to heal. In just a matter of moments, Xia Shui was restored to health. Xia Shui felt a warm current flowing from Yi Tian's hand into her body, suddenly feeling revitalized. Her throat no longer hurt, and all the pain in her muscles and joints had vanished. She didn't know what to say. Yi Tian playfully pinched her nose and said, all right, I've cured your illness. If you're still worried, you can get checked again. I have to go now, a life is precious, don't give up easily. After finishing, Yi Tian quickly walked toward Lu Yin as he was eager to see Lin Yi. Thank you, divine brother. Still in disbelief about life, Xia Shui watched Yi Tian walk away and suddenly knelt down, loudly expressing her gratitude to his retreating figure. Unsure of how to address Yi Tian, she thought that his miraculous abilities could easily be described as divine. Yi Tian didn't look back, just waved his hand and rushed into the hospital with Lu Yin. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What was going on? They wanted to stop Yi Tian for clarification, but seeing him run off, they could only surround Xia Shui, bombarding her with questions. Ma Dongmei and those on the roof preparing to rescue had also taken the elevator down. She rushed to Xia Shui, embracing her and crying. Xia Shui, why are you so foolish? Don't leave your mother behind. Oh, we will continue treatment, and we will find a way to cure it. Xia Shui said blankly, Mom, I think my illness is gone. Ma Dongmei thought she was just talking nonsense from shock, and replied, yes, your illness is gone. Mom, I'm serious. The divine brother just now cured me. Suddenly, Xia Shui felt an itch on her scalp. She scratched it and froze in shock. She had short stubble growing on her head. Mom, please check if my hair has grown back. Xia Shui's mother looked closely, seemingly seeing a ghost. Her daughter really had hair growing on her head. How could this be possible? When she rushed to the balcony earlier, Yi Tian had already caught Xia Shui and landed safely, so she hadn't seen him take off to save her. She was frantic and confused, not understanding why her daughter jumped down from such a height unscathed. Now seeing this situation, she asked in astonishment, oh my Xia Shui, how did you jump down from so high without getting hurt? What's up with your hair? The onlookers curiously chattered around them. Didn't you see? A handsome guy who could fly just saved your daughter. Yeah, what sickness did your daughter have to think like that? Ma Dongmei stammered, my daughter has late-stage leukemia. Could it be that there are really divine beings? My daughter not only jumped down safely, but now her hair is starting to grow back. Leukemia? The onlookers suddenly realized no wonder she had gone bald at such a young age. Her hair is growing. Everyone looked closely, and indeed there was a layer of short stubble emerging from her bald head. This is truly miraculous. Xia Shui was extremely excited to be reborn, holding Ma Dongmei's hand and saying, Mom, the divine brother just said he has cured me and that I can get checked now. Quick, let's go get checked right away. In this godless society, the sudden appearance of a handsome guy who could fly and heal was nothing short of a miracle. Nearby, several doctors who had come to watch were also extremely curious about the situation and hurriedly took them for tests, a large crowd following behind them all the way to the examination department. A nurse drew a tube of blood from Xia Shui for a priority test. The doctor urged her, and within 10 minutes the results came back. Xia Shui's blood test results were completely normal. She no longer had leukemia. Can we check again? The doctor asked, looking at the unbelievable results. Xia Shui nodded, enduring the pain as another blood sample was taken for testing, and the result was still completely normal. She had no illness at all. This caused an uproar among everyone present. This was a miracle in medical history. Just a brief encounter, and a late-stage leukemia patient was cured completely, overturning common knowledge. Why didn't she stop that living divine being earlier? Maybe she could have asked for the secret to immortality. Ma Dongmei quickly pulled the doctor and pleaded, "Doctor, please help me find this divine being. I want to thank him in person." The doctors nodded, saying, "Sure, we'd like to meet him too." Yi Tian and Lu Yin were already in the ward by this time. After several rescue attempts, the doctors found they could do nothing to revive Lin Yi. Her body was abnormally cold, her heartbeat reduced to a few times a minute as if in hibernation. Even the 4 drip was struggling to deliver the medication into her body. They had no choice but to remove the 4 and let her lie quietly. Lu Yin pulled the doctor aside and asked, "Doctor, what happened to my friend?" The doctor replied uncertainly, "This condition is somewhat similar to amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, but we've never seen it get so serious so suddenly. We don't have any good methods. If you know of any better doctors, I suggest transferring hospitals." Lu Yin was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Yi Tian comforted her by patting her shoulder, saying, "Don't panic, let me take a look." The doctor asked curiously, "Do you understand medicine as well, sir?" Yi Tian shook his head and replied, "I don't know medicine, but I do know martial arts. My inner strength can be quite effective in treating some illnesses." "Oh, my apologies, so you're a martial arts master. Then give it a try." The doctor listened to Yi Tian's words and stood aside, watching intently. Yi Tian sat on the hospital bed, gazing at Lin Yi's delicate face, which seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, pale to the point of being bluish. He grasped Lin Yi's hand, feeling an icy coldness like that of a corpse. As the healing technique activated, his inner strength flowed into Lin Yi, only to freeze before it reached her shoulder. This was the first time he discovered that inner strength could freeze. What to do now? The system's prompt appeared in time. Ding, the host has acquired 1/3 of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. System, what does 1/3 of the 9 Yang Divine Skill mean? I've never even heard of this technique. Host Lin Yi's constitution is a rare 3 absolute pulse. Only the purest Yang inner strength can dispel the Yin cold energy within her. The 9 Yang Divine Skill is too extravagant. I'm giving you 1/3, which is enough with 3 Yang power. Yi Tian felt a black line forming on his forehead upon hearing this. System, you are being too stingy. Thank you for the compliment. So I only need to use 3 Yang power to heal her. You can temporarily heal her. Each treatment can restore her for 3 normal days. To fully heal her, you need to transfer inner strength back-to-back. During her onset, 7 treatments will cure her. Back-to-back inner strength transfer. Isn't that a cliché from martial arts novels? Why does the system also favor this method? Yi Tian pondered and asked, "My goodness, system, can't you just heal her all at once?" Unexpectedly, the system did not agree this time, instead providing an unexpected reason. "You must trust the system. The solutions provided are always in favor of the host, and are what the host subconsciously desires most." Yi Tian was stunned, saying, "Am I subconsciously hoping for this? How would I know? I shouldn't be that shouldn't the system change it?" The system's decisions are not open to change. Seeing the system's rare resoluteness in rejecting him, Yi Tian felt helpless. Back-to-back inner strength transfer. This is absurd. Forget it, I won't think about that right now. The priority is to temporarily heal Lin Yi. The power of the 3 Yang and the healing technique operated simultaneously, allowing the pure, vigorous inner strength to flow seamlessly into Lin Yi's body, gradually resolving the chilling force. Standing beside Yi Tian, Lu Yin and the doctor felt a sudden rise in his body temperature, and steam began to rise slowly from his head. The entire room felt like it was heated by an air conditioner, with the temperature rising rapidly. The doctor curiously picked up a thermometer and pointed it at Yi Tian. The screen turned red and the buzzer began to alarm, indicating it was beyond measurable limits. What kind of martial arts is this? At this moment, a large group of people led by another doctor rushed towards the ward. The leading doctor opened the door and was about to speak when the doctor inside the ward shushed him, signaling everyone to be quiet. Lu Yin quickly stepped forward to block the crowd and whispered, "Be quiet, don't disturb my boyfriend while he's treating his patient." The crowd had originally come with a mindset of witnessing a miracle. Upon hearing the warnings from the doctors and Lu Yin, they naturally quieted down, but all squeezed in closer, eager to see how the miracle was performed. The visiting doctors felt the room was sweltering, akin to being in a furnace. One of them leaned closer to the doctor in the ward and asked softly, "Can we turn off the air conditioning? It's boiling in here." The doctor whispered back, "It's not the air conditioning, it's the heat emanating from that person." "Hiss, what temperature could that be? I don't know, the thermometer is already beyond measurable limits." The onlookers were like curious children, watching intently and recording. Someone had started filming from the moment Xia Shui prepared to jump from upstairs, and had been recording ever since. The phone storage was truly immense. Everyone had witnessed Yi Tian flying up to save someone earlier. Then he casually cured Xia Shui's leukemia, creating a miracle. The doctor's whispered words were naturally heard by some with sharp ears, and they marveled at the high temperature in the room. Lu Yin looked at Yi Tian with a hint of worry. This treatment was taking too long, indicating just how difficult Lin Yi's condition was to cure. Earlier, when he had run over, Yi Tian had told him that the little girl had been cured of leukemia in just a few seconds. After Lin Yi lost consciousness, it was as if she was frozen in a block of ice, unable to move or call out. Her thoughts seemed to slow down as she did not understand why she was there, or when it would end. Gradually, she felt the temperature rising as if the ice that had encased her was melting, and her thoughts began, "Am I having another episode? Strange, why can I feel warmth today?" As Yi Tian continued his treatment, Lin Yi felt increasingly warm. Her previously frozen body began to soften and her mind became clearer. Is someone saving me? This feels so good, warm and cozy. When was the last time I felt this way? Since the onset of her illness, she had only felt cold, even needing to turn on the heater in her home during the summer. The treatment lasted a full 3 minutes before Lin Yi opened her eyes and saw Yi Tian smiling at her. "Yi Tian, what are you doing here?" Lin Yi noticed that Yi Tian seemed to have become more handsome. Could it be because she hadn't seen him for a long time? Yi Tian let go of Lin Yi's hand and smiled. "Ha, you finally woke up. I heard you were sick, so Lu Yan and I rushed over." Seeing Lin Yi awake, Lu Yan also rushed over excitedly and said, "Lin Yi, you finally woke up. I was so worried. Sorry to make you worry." Lin Yi still did not realize she had been saved by Yi Tian, as she thought Yi Tian and Lu Yan had come to visit her. The doctor then approached, feeling as if his worldview had been completely overturned. What doctor of his age hadn't read a few martial arts novels? Yi Tian's treatment method was clearly using pure yang inner strength to resolve the chilling force. He was eager to kneel down and apprentice Yi Tian as a master, but as a doctor his professional ethics dictated that he first confirm the patient's safety. He respectfully asked Yi Tian, "Sir, may I examine the patient?" "All right." Yi Tian nodded, and after the examination the doctor found Lin Yi's temperature and all vital signs to be normal, and he called a nurse to draw blood for immediate testing. While the doctor was busy, Xia Shui and her mother had squeezed in front of Yi Tian and suddenly knelt down. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my daughter. Thank you, immortal brother, for saving me." Yi Tian felt something was amiss. Earlier in his haste to check on Lin Yi, he hadn't considered how astonishing it was for him to fly with lightness skills and cure leukemia in one go. Now hearing Xia Shui and her mother call him an immortal, his heart sank in panic. "This is it, I might get captured for dissection and research. If I don't want to be researched, I'll have to escape and turn against the world." He anxiously asked the system in his mind, "System, they think I'm an immortal. I won't end up being dissected, will I? Am I destined to walk a path of enmity with the world?" The system reassured him, "Host, you worry too much. With me around, no one will think of dissecting you for research. They will accept your extraordinary abilities. Just say honestly that it's internal martial arts treatment, and everything will be fine." "All right, system, you're amazing. Thank you for the compliment, host." Yi Tian marveled at how powerful this system was. He helped the two women up and honestly explained, "I'm not an immortal. Your illness was cured by my internal strength. This is martial arts, not magic. There are no immortals in this world. Please trust in science." "Not magic?" The people around exchanged glances filled with confusion. Internal strength seemed to belong to the realm of martial arts, right? Can it really cure illnesses? The key point was that internal strength allowed one to fly and cure leukemia. What's the difference from magic? In this day and age, everyone only cares about the results regardless of what it's called. Yi Tian looked at Xia Shui, who was healthy and still very beautiful, and asked with concern, "Have you had a checkup? What were the results?" Xia Shui nodded vigorously, happily pointing at the little bit of hair on her head, and said, "Brother, I've already been checked, and I'm completely recovered now, not sick at all. Look, my hair is growing a little." "Haha, that's great. You're so beautiful. When your hair grows longer, you'll be even more beautiful." Yi Tian patted Xia Shui's head, and the short hair she had just grown felt very pleasant to touch. Xia Shui felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, playfully pushing her head up like a little cat. This feeling was so refreshing. Lin Yi observed this scene and curiously asked Lu Yan, "Lu Yan, what is going on?" Lu Yan patiently explained, "You don't know yet. Yi Tian encountered a master who taught him martial arts. He is no longer an ordinary person. That little girl he saved just now was about to jump from a building due to leukemia, and you are also one of the people he rescued." Lin Yi suddenly realized that it was Yi Tian who had saved her. "Me too. No wonder I felt warm all over just now. It was Yi Tian who saved me." "Of course. Your condition was very severe. This is the first time I've seen Yi Tian take several minutes to cure someone." At that moment, the entire room felt as hot as fire. After hearing Lu Yan's explanation, Lin Yi gratefully thanked Yi Tian. She didn't expect that the man she liked had become so powerful, possessing miraculous martial arts. "Yi Tian, thank you." Yi Tian smiled and replied, We are all old classmates, no need for thanks." Just then a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by loud shouts of, "Excuse me, make way, make way." A crowd suddenly squeezed in, young and old men and women, and without saying a word they began to plead with, "Divine Doctor, Master, please save my son, daughter, husband, wife. Husha also has leukemia." Yi Tian fell silent, realizing trouble was brewing. 1 or 2 patients were manageable, but what if all the sick people in the world came to him for treatment? Should he treat them or not? To be honest, Yi didn't want to be a saint. He would choose whom to help just because others asked. He didn't feel obliged. Otherwise, he would be doing nothing but treating people every day. Others treat patients for profit, but he didn't need money at all. The system would provide him with whatever he needed. As for fame, he didn't want that either. Ruining his normal life for fame was pointless. He shook his head at the crowd seeking his help and asked, "Let me ask you, why do you think I should help your family members with their—" The relatives of the patients responded, "I just heard that you have a miraculous ability to heal. I can pay. Yes, divine doctor, how much do you want? I will borrow it if I have to. My family has no money left. Can you show some mercy and help my wife?" Yi shook his head and said, "I don't lack money. If I can heal, should I help all the sick people in the world?" Everyone was momentarily silenced by Yi question. Then someone asked him, "Since you have the ability, why not? Isn't it said that with great power comes great responsibility?" Yi noticed that the person wearing glasses looked like an intellectual and retorted, "If you have money, should you give it all to those poorer than you?" The person countered, "This is different. It's a life and death matter. Are you really going to just watch them die?" Yi chuckled and replied, "Sounds like double standards, doesn't it? If I were to watch someone die without intervening, I wouldn't have saved that little girl just now." The glasses-wearing man continued, "They've brought their loved ones here for you. It's just a matter of lending a hand. Why not treat them?" Yi found this reasoning increasingly absurd. Just because they showed up, he was expected to treat them. Irritated, he asked the glasses-wearing man, "If you barged into my house, should I invite you for dinner?" The glasses-wearing man was at a loss for words and began to sputter. You really have the heart to just watch. Heaven has blinded you to give you such power. This ability is not just yours, it belongs to all humanity." Yi disgusted, cursed, "Are you out of your mind? I absolutely despise moral kidnapping. I will save those I want to save, and those I don't want to save, I want help even if they die in front of me. It's as simple as that." Seeing that the glasses-wearing man couldn't sway Yi at all, he spat and tried to rally others against him. "Spit. Watching someone die without helping everyone, what do you think? Is this person too shameful?" Slap. Yi slapped the glasses-wearing man to the ground, his teeth intact, but his face was swollen. You actually hit someone. I'm calling the police." Yi slapped him again, activating the healing technique to heal him. "Aren't you fine now? Where did I hit you?" The glasses-wearing man touched his face, realizing it was indeed fine, leaving him speechless. Crack. "Oh, my leg." Taking advantage of the man's distraction, Yi kicked and broke his leg, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Yi coldly watched the glasses-wearing man writhing in pain for a few moments, then placed his hand on his leg and healed it. "Do you still want to spit? I can keep hitting you, and you won't have any injuries. How can you accuse me? Isn't this quite compassionate? Seeing you injured, I immediately healed you." The glasses-wearing man was both angry and scared, trembling all over, but he still couldn't help but curse at Yi. "You're a devil." Slap. Another slap followed, along with a flurry of punches and kicks. A minute later, "I won't do it again, I want." The man was completely convinced by Yi force. Yi then looked at the others, some of whom were still filming with their phones. Yi also took out his phone to photograph them and said with a smile, "For those of you filming, I've already captured your faces. It's very easy to find your information. If I see your video online, this person on the ground is a warning. Don't overthink it. This is a threat to you." The people filming turned pale with fear and hurriedly began to delete their videos. "Hero, I'm deleting it right now. Oh, I absolutely won't post it. Yes, I definitely won't post it." Seeing them trembling as they deleted videos and photos, Yi pointed toward the door and said, "If you're not going to stay, then just leave. Are you waiting for me to treat you to dinner?" The onlookers, feeling dejected, turned around to leave. They were frightened by Yi. He was not a bad person, but neither was he a good person. Rather, he was an unpredictable individual capable of both righteousness and wickedness. Such people are the most frightening. Moral coercion cannot bind him. The crucial point is that his martial arts are even more terrifying. He can inflict severe injuries and then heal them, leaving no way for others to deal with him. Yi saw the few people who had come to seek treatment, and after pondering for 3 seconds called out, "Wait, those who want treatment, stay behind." The people stopped in their tracks, incredulously turning back to Yi and asked, "Divine Dr. Hero, are you planning to help us?" Yi twisted a steel pipe off the hospital bed and with his hands shaped it into a sharp, long knife as easily as if he were molding clay. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this display, finding it utterly terrifying. Yi coldly stated, "Yes, but whether I treat you depends on your loved ones. If they are willing to stab themselves in the thigh with this knife, I will treat them. If not, you can leave. No more chatter." This. Seeing their hesitation, Yi chuckled coldly. "Do you know what I have to sacrifice to save someone? You don't, do you? Just because I have the ability, you think I must save everyone. Right now, I'm only asking you to trade your injuries for a life, and yet you are still unwilling. You all said I had the ability, but didn't save anyone, and now that it is your turn to save a loved one, you hesitate. Truly, you are a bunch of double standards. Everyone indeed realized the truth in his words. When it doesn't concern you, it's easy to criticize others, but when it involves your own, the standards change immediately. Yi Tian handed the knife to a young man who came with his wife to seek medical help. They were both around 25 or 26, and his wife had not been ill for long. Her hair was still intact, and she still had some spirit. Do you want to go first? The man, seeing the knife in Yi Tian's hand, nervously swallowed and asked, Can I pay? He'll give you 200,000. Yi Tian shook his head and said, I don't want money. The man raised his offer. What about 300,000? Yi Tian didn't want to bother with him anymore, pointing outside and saying, I don't want money. If you don't want treatment, then hurry and leave. Don't waste my time. In the end, the man still couldn't decide to take a stab. After all, his wife wasn't seriously ill and could still endure treatment. Why should he hurt himself? He helped his wife and was about to leave. Honey, let's go. He's just toying with us. His wife, displeased, angrily said, Honey, do you not love me? You used to say you would give up your life for me, so why can't you even bear a scratch for me now? This is not the same. You don't love me anymore. You don't love me anymore. Let's get a divorce. His wife, heartbroken, cried and demanded a divorce, which only made the man more annoyed. He had long wanted to be free from this burden. If you want to leave, then leave. I'm really fucking unlucky to have married you, a walking pharmacy, draining my money dry. Why, you heartless person, I was blind to choose you. I was the one who was blind. The two of them cursed each other and went to get a divorce. Everyone witnessed this outcome and sighed. Indeed, couples are like birds of a feather facing calamity. They each fly their own way. Yi Tian looked at the remaining few and asked, Who is next? I'm in a hurry. He'll go. The first brave one was a father. His 80-year-old son had leukemia and was already in the late stages. Dad, no. I don't want treatment. His son screamed in terror upon seeing the knife. Son, don't cry. It's okay. A real man shouldn't be afraid of a scratch. As long as it can cure your illness, I'm willing to do anything for you. Yi Tian looked at this man in surprise. He didn't expect him to be such a loving father. The man took the knife from Yi Tian, swallowed hard, and looked at his thigh, his hand shaking as he hesitated to stab. After struggling with his thoughts for a moment, he covered his son's eyes with one hand and plunged the knife into his thigh with the other. The intense pain made him tremble all over, letting out a low groan of suffering. Dad. The child hugged his father and cried loudly. Yi Tian walked over, grabbed the child's hand to treat him, but the little boy struggled fiercely, refusing to let Yi Tian hold him, continuously shouting, bad man, don't touch me, I don't want you to treat me. Slap. His father gave him a hard slap. You fool. Dad took the knife. How can you say no to treatment? Hurry and let the hero treat you. Ouch, that hurts like hell. All right. The child calmed down after being slapped and obediently allowed Yi Tian to treat him. Yi Tian's healing technique was activated, discovering that the little boy merely had an issue with his qi and blood, and with ease he cured him in just a few seconds. Watching the little boy's complexion become rosy, a thin layer of hair also began to sprout on his bald head. Yi Tian released his hand and said, It's cured. So fast. The man saw his son's previously pale face now turned rosy and glowing, eagerly asking his son, How do you feel now? Dad, I don't feel any pain anymore, and I have strength now. That's good. Thank you, hero. The man grinned at Yi Tian, wanting to kneel, but couldn't due to the pain in his leg. Yi Tian nodded, pointing to the knife still in his leg. Oh, pull the knife out and give it back to me. This. The man looked at the knife in his leg, truly lacking the courage to pull it out. It was just too painful. Seeing him terrified, Yi Tian swiftly pulled the knife out, and the man hadn't even reacted before blood was gushing from the hole in his leg. Yi Tian grabbed his hand and activated the healing technique. This kind of flesh wound was instantly healed, and he conveniently cured his herniated disc and cirrhosis as well. Everyone watched as the man's leg wound healed miraculously and heard the sounds of his joints popping, all astonished beyond words. This is truly a miracle. How come this kind of martial art was never passed down? I want to learn it myself. Yi Tian coldly said to the man, All right, I've cured you as well, and I've also treated your back and liver problems. Take good care of your child from now on. The man could clearly feel his body becoming healthier. He knew he had liver issues, suffering daily from severe pain, and his back had been an old injury for decades that had never healed. Yi Tian not only cured his son, but also healed the knife wound, liver disease, and back pain. Considering he only suffered for a few minutes, he and his son had become healthy individuals. What more could he want? He suddenly knelt down and bowed to Yi Tian, saying, Thank you, benefactor. Son, hurry and thank. The man quickly pulled his son to kneel and bow to Yi Tian, but his son was still angry at Yi Tian for using the knife on his father and refused to kneel no matter what. The man slapped his son twice, forcing him to kneel obediently. Yi Tian gently pulled them up. All right, there's no need to thank me. This is the pain you willingly endured for your son. Yi Tian looked at the sulking boy and casually added, "Take good care of your son. I can see he looks like he wants to kill me. Don't let him do anything foolish or he might die at my hands." Hearing this, the man was terrified, glancing at his son, who was still huffing in anger. He hurriedly explained to Yi Tian, all right, benefactor, don't worry. I will definitely discipline him well. He is still a child and doesn't understand adult matters. I will explain everything clearly to him and absolutely won't cause you any trouble." Yi Tian nodded, holding the knife and asking the other two patients' families, who will come next. Next was a middle-aged woman whose husband had leukemia, now sitting in a wheelchair and somewhat delirious. The woman was decisive, not wasting any words. She took the knife and plunged it into her thigh with a single motion, only letting out a cold grunt. What a tough woman. Yi Tian nodded in appreciation, walked over, held her husband's hand, and activated the healing technique, curing him in no time. The woman watched as her husband's haggard face turned rosy, his eyes regained clarity and brightness, and he seemed to have become a decade younger. "Husband, you're better now?" Her husband confusedly asked. "Wife, what happened? Why are you hurt?" She wiped her tears and smiled. "It's nothing, just a small injury. This handsome guy saved you. Hurry and thank the benefactor." "Thank you, benefactor." Her husband looked honest and simple, although he hadn't grasped the situation, yet it didn't stop him from thanking. Yi Tian smiled and nodded at him, reaching out to pull the knife from the woman's leg. With a healing technique, he cured her old injuries and knife wound. The woman felt her heavy body suddenly become light, as if she had returned to her 20s. She knew this was all thanks to Yi Tian, and without hesitation knelt down on both knees and bowed 3 times to him. "Thank you, benefactor. My family has exhausted all our money on medical expenses, and I have nothing to repay you with. In the future, if you need anything, I will be at your service." Seeing such a grateful person, Yi Tian was also very happy. He smiled and said, "That's good enough. Just accompany your husband well." Next was a mother and daughter. The mother was very young, only in her 20s, while her daughter looked about 3 or 4 years old, sleeping in a stroller. If not for the noise around, she would probably still be in a deep sleep. The uproar around them had failed to wake her up. The young mother was in tears, terrified of the pain. Seeing others being stabbed twice made her legs go weak. For the sake of her precious daughter, she cried as she took the knife from Yi Tian's hands, her hands trembling uncontrollably, sobbing louder and louder, yet her aim remained steady, always pointing the knife at her own thigh. Everyone around couldn't bear to watch, but at that moment, who would step up to help? Donating money was one thing, but allowing oneself to be stabbed was something no one would willingly do. The single mother grew increasingly fearful, but ultimately maternal love triumphed over her dread. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and plunged the knife into her thigh. The onlookers gasped in shock. Suddenly, the single mother felt as if she couldn't stab any further. There was no pain in her leg. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yi Tian reaching out to grasp the knife. The single mother looked at Yi Tian in confusion, unsure of his meaning, and then saw him smile gently at her, saying, "You did well. I will help your child." The single mother's legs gave way, and she sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, but she still remembered to thank Yi Tian. Thank you. Yi Tian held the little girl's small hand, and the healing spell activated, quickly curing her. The little girl opened her eyes and began to sit up, searching for her mother. Upon seeing her mother nearby, she immediately opened her arms, calling out for a hug. The single mother lifted her daughter, sobbing with joy. Yi Tian glanced at the steel pipe knife in his hand and squeezed it like bubble gum, forming it into a ball and setting it aside to avoid hurting anyone. Everyone was stunned. After all, it was a steel pipe, not Play-Doh. If that were to be squeezed onto someone, wouldn't their bones be crushed? Not something to mess with. At that moment, a nurse rushed in with Lin Yi's report. The doctors took a look and found that all the indicators were normal. Lin Yi was just an ordinary person now and could be discharged. Yi Tian waved to the crowd, saying, "You all can disperse. I need to leave too. You were lucky today. In the future, if someone seeks my help, it won't be this fortunate. If they don't stab themselves multiple times, I won't even bother." Hiss. The onlookers were stunned. Who could withstand such a price? It was like trading a life for a life. Originally, a few who had stabbed themselves once felt a bit of self-pity, but now in comparison, they felt better about their situation, realizing they only had to stab once today. Yi Tian, Lu Yin, and Lin Yi left the hospital and found a milk tea shop, ordering some milk tea and snacks to chat while they ate. As the system predicted, although Yi Tian was a bit extraordinary after he declined, no one thought to dissect him. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly encountered a billionaire, witnessing him donating to the poor. Lu Yin curiously asked, "Lin Yi, how did you suddenly get this illness?" Lin Yi shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. It started in the last few months. At first I thought I had a cold and was afraid of the cold, taking some medicine to feel better, but then it just got worse and worse, and I often felt drowsy. I went to the hospital, and the doctor said it might be amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and can't be cured. I was initially planning to see you all, then resign and travel around once so my life wouldn't be wasted. I didn't expect it to become so severe this time that I actually fell asleep from the cold in the taxi. Thankfully, Yi cured me. I don't even know how to thank you. Lu Yin teased from the side. A hero saves a beauty, oh why not just offer yourself in return? Lin Yi, feeling shy, caught sight of the diamond ring on Lu Yan's finger and asked in surprise, do you have a boyfriend now? Lu Yin hugged Yi Tian and gave him a kiss, laughing. It's this silly guy. During lunch he said he wanted to be my boyfriend and suddenly gave me a diamond ring, making me so emotional that I couldn't finish my meal. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly. I didn't think of that much. If you want romance next time, let's find a scenic place and I can do it again. Lin Yi expressed her envy and blessings. Congratulations to you both, you've finally gotten together. Lu Yin felt sweet inside from her best friend's blessing. Thank you. When I get married, you have to be my bridesmaid. Consider this a reservation. Sure, definitely. How many days are you planning to stay? Let Yi Tian accompany you out anyway. He has already resigned and has plenty of time. I plan to leave tonight, though I have to work tomorrow. Lin Yi felt a bit disappointed. Originally, she came this time not just to see Lu Yin and Yi Tian, but also to fulfill a wish of wanting to give herself to Yi Tian. After all, she was going to die. If she could have a passionate encounter with Yi Tian, it wouldn't be in vain for her to have secretly loved him for so many years. The whole class knew that Lu Yin had been pursuing Yi Tian, but no one knew that she also loved him. Once on Yi Tian's birthday, she mustered the courage to prepare to confess that night. But that day, Lu Yin happily told her that she was going to confess to Yi Tian that night, sealing him for life. On one side was her good sister, and on the other was the boy she secretly loved. She thought about her family situation, knowing she couldn't help Yi Tian much. Lu Yin, with her better family background, would likely help him more in the future. So at that time she hesitated, forcing a smile to wish Lu Yin success. When she just heard Lu Yin suggest she offer herself, she almost agreed, realizing that for so many years Lu Yin had never pursued Yi Tian successfully and she still had a chance. But she didn't expect Yi Tian to accept Lu Yin today and even gave her a ring. It was fate, just a few hours difference, and Lin Yi hesitated again, wanting only to leave quietly. Upon hearing Lin Yi say she was leaving, Yi Tian quickly reminded her, Lin Yi, you might have to come back. Both women asked in unison why. Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds and said, because your illness hasn't been completely cured. I can only maintain it for 3 days after one treatment, so you have to come back for me to treat you every 3 days. Lu Yin and Lin Yi were stunned. Could this strange illness never be cured? How could this be? Why can't it be healed? Yi Tian had to patiently explain. Her bloodline is special. As she ages, her body will automatically produce yin energy. When the yin energy accumulates to a certain level, she will become frozen, and at this severity, she could die from the cold at any moment. My internal energy can produce yang energy to dissolve the yin energy in her body, but according to my current method of treatment, it can't eliminate the root cause. It can only provide continuous treatment. Lin Yi asked excitedly, isn't there any way to completely eliminate it? Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and said, there is, but the method is absurd. The method of transmitting internal energy back-to-back was something no one would believe, so Yi Tian felt embarrassed to say it. Seeing Yi Tian's pained expression, Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yi Tian, could it be like in martial arts films where you have to do that in order to cure her? Yi Tian looked at Lu Yin in surprise at what kind of thoughts were running through her head. Lu Yin thought she had guessed correctly and then fell silent. Her boyfriend had to do that to save his good sister. How cliché was this plot? Hearing Lu Yan's words, Lin Yi immediately understood what she meant, her cheeks flushing as she fell silent. In fact, she felt a bit triumphant. If Lu Yin didn't mind, she wouldn't either, and she wouldn't compete with Lu Yin. After thinking for a while, Lu Yin asked, Yi Tian, you wouldn't intentionally want to do that with Lin Yi just to treat her halfway, would you? Yi Tian shot her a glance and asked, what are you thinking? I mean, during the treatment, we should be back-to-back. This method leaves me speechless. Lu Yin was taken aback, thinking, is that it? I thought it was something else. She said helplessly, well, it makes sense. No matter how I try to seduce you, I can't get you to bed. Lin Yi looks just as good as I do, so it doesn't make any sense. Since it wasn't what she imagined, she relaxed. It's the modern age of being back-to-back won't lead to pregnancy, so what's there to be anxious about? She patted Lin Yi's hand and said nonchalantly, Lin Yi, just let Yi Tian continue to treat you. Although this method sounds unreliable, as long as it can cure your illness, that's what matters most. Lin Yi blushed and asked, is it just back-to-back? Do I need to take off my clothes or something? Yi Tian glanced at Lu Yin and said softly, yes, but that's necessary for the treatment. If you're worried about anything, you can have Lu Yin watch from the side. Lu Yin rolled her eyes at him, feeling a bit pleased that Yi Tian was quite honest. She generously advised Lin Yi just agreed to it. If you go to another place for treatment and Yi Tian can't make it in time to save you, you'll end up in trouble. Besides, doctors don't differentiate between genders, it's no problem at all. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement, saying, All right, then I'll trouble you. Seeing that Lin Yi finally agreed, Lu Yin was also very happy. Yi Tian, when will you start treating her? Yi Tian explained, 3 days later when she has an episode. Treatment can only happen when she is symptomatic, otherwise she won't be able to handle the heat generated while I cultivate. Also, I need to mention that this method requires 7 treatments, which means she has to come every 3 days. 7 times. Lin Yi couldn't stay calm, feeling a surge of thoughts she didn't know how to express. Lu Yin was taken aback, wondering if it really required that many sessions. Well, whether it's 1 duck or 7, they all need to be caught. 7 treatments are 7 treatments. She generously suggested to Lin Yi, it'll be a hassle for you to come back and forth. Why don't you just work at Yi Tian's company? Lin Yi asked, can I really? Yi Tian's company is a high-tech firm, and she doesn't know anything about that. Lin Yi patted her chest and said, what do you mean, can you? He's the chairman now. Oh, arranging a job for you is a piece of cake. Anyway, I'm preparing to work at his company too, so we can keep each other company there. Yi Tian looked at her in confusion and said, you can just be the boss wife. Oh, why work? No, I want to keep an eye on you. What if you get seduced by someone else? Then you can just come with me to work every day. No, to throw people off the scent, I need a job to disguise myself, right? Yi Tian was amused by Lu Yan's words. Oh, what kind of mentality is that? My goodness, you're so dramatic. Well, go ahead and do whatever you want. Lu Yan thought for a while and said, how about I become your secretary? From now on, you can enjoy a life where your secretary takes care of things for you. Would you like that? I like it. Let's settle it that way. However, Lin Yi felt a bit tired from the torment of her illness lately. Although she's better now, her mindset hasn't quite adjusted back. After thinking for a while, she said to Yi Tian and Lu Yin, I'd like to take some time to cool off. Once I go back and quit my job, I don't want to work for the time being. Yi Tian didn't mind if she didn't want to work, then so be it. Once they all lived together, it would just mean adding another pair of chopsticks at the table. That's fine, you can move in with me then. Lu Yin, what do you think? Of course, but you need to buy a big house first. Lu Yin thought it would be great to live together, but the house needed to be spacious. I've already instructed my company's general manager to help me find one. Hearing that they could live together, Lin Yi's cheeks turned red as she said softly, then I'll help you with housework at home. My cooking skills are pretty good. Really? Yi Tian didn't know Lin Yi was good at housework. Lu Yin quickly confirmed, of course. Back in school, Lin Yi loved cooking. Her dream was to be a virtuous wife and mother, and her dishes are delicious. Then it's settled. Lu Yin will be my secretary and Lin Yi will be my housekeeper. What do you both think? Both women nodded in agreement. Yi Tian checked the time. It was just past 3 o'clock. It seemed there wasn't much to do, and his 1,000 billion should be taken out to flaunt a little. He said to the 2 women, let's head to the bank now. Lu Yin asked, what are we going to the bank for? Yi Tian smiled and said, to open 2 supplementary cards and deposit some money for you to use. The 2 women shook their heads in unison and said, no need, I have money. Yi Tian felt very pleased upon hearing this. While other women were trying to get money, his women didn't even want it. He felt incredibly fortunate to have met them. However, he still explained the reason to them seriously. As Lin Yi's housekeeper, she needs money for groceries and such. I can't let her support me, right? You're my girlfriend. If I have money and don't let you use it, who else should I give it to? This statement made both Lu Yin and Lin Yi very happy. Lu Yin jokingly asked, you have a conscience? Then I'll reluctantly accept. How much are you planning to spend on supporting me and Lin Yi? Yi Tian calculated roughly and said to Lin Yi, I'll give you an annual salary of 1 million as your salary for being a housekeeper, and I'll also open a 10 million card for you for our household expenses. How does that sound? Lin Yi's jaw nearly dropped in shock. A salary of 1 million plus 10 million for living expenses? Is this what a butler earns? Only professionally trained butlers command such high wages, right? She asked anxiously. Yi Tian, this is too much, isn't it? Even if you hire a top-notch nanny, you wouldn't need to spend this much money, would you? Yi Tian explained earnestly, well, in a few days I will be treating you, and we will be developing a close relationship. Therefore, it is only right that I ensure you live a good life, as you will be one of the most important women in my life aside from Lu Yin. Lin Yi was so moved that she started to cry. Lu Yin stepped forward to hug her and comfort her, saying, just accept it, Lin Yi. From now on, we will all be good sisters, and it's only right that we share our blessings together. Lin Yi expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Yi Tian. Although the process was quite complicated, the outcome seemed even more beautiful. Lin Yi felt that coming to Jiangnan this time was truly the right decision. If she hadn't fallen ill, she might never have had any intersection with Yi Tian in her life. Seeing Lin Yi, who was moved to tears, Lu Yin asked with a tinge of jealousy, Yi Tian, you've given Lin Yi so much. How much are you planning to give me? After all, I'm your official girlfriend, you know. Yi Tian embraced her and kissed her, saying affectionately, I'm all yours, so it's only fair. I'll open a secondary card with a limit of 10 billion for you. You can use it however you like, and I'll add more once it's used up. 10 billion. My goodness, how much money do you actually have? Lu Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Yi Tian thought for a moment. According to the system, he could have as much money as he wanted, but he certainly couldn't tell Lu Yan that. Even if she believed him, it would seem foolish to say so. He didn't want to appear dim-witted, so he decided to attribute it to a mysterious benefactor. I can't say exactly how much money I have. The mysterious benefactor has instructed me not to disclose that, not even to close friends or family. Otherwise, there could be unforeseen consequences. All I can tell you is that the amount is variable. Yi Tian stopped talking. Just pretend I didn't ask, and please don't say anything further. Lu Yan became frightened upon hearing this. Why was her curiosity so overwhelming? Yi Tian could discuss his martial arts, but this matter regarding money was evidently sensitive, and there must be a special reason behind it. If her curiosity led to Yi Tian facing an accident, she would truly be devastated. After skipping this topic, Lu Yan felt happy again. 10 billion. Does that mean I've suddenly become a rich woman? Although she had several $100,000 in savings, most of it was pocket money given by her parents. Now, with the prospect of possessing 10 billion to spend freely, she might not make it onto the national rich list, but she could at least make it onto the city's list. Indeed, for a woman to become wealthy, marrying the right man is crucial. The three of them casually ate a little before heading to the bank, which was just across from the hospital. It was the weekend, and the bank was open late. It was packed with people, and there was a long line for transactions. One of the service windows was temporarily closed, which further reduced efficiency, resulting in over 60 people already in line. As Yi Tian entered, he glanced around and led the two women directly to the VIP room, drawing jealous stares from those waiting in line. Damn it, look at that rich guy. He doesn't even have to wait to enter the VIP room. When will I ever have enough money to enter the VIP room too? And he has two beautiful women with him. Oh, what a scumbag. Such is human nature. Those who lack cannot stand to see others do well. Never mind the situation, they just vented their frustrations for the sake of it. Fortunately, Yi Tian wasn't paying attention, or else these few might have ended up with bruised mouths. Upon reaching the VIP room, Yi Tian saw that a few guests were already seated and two staff members were busy attending to them. One of the staff members, the bank manager Su Fuguwei, quickly stood up to greet Yi Tian and the others upon seeing them enter. Hello, esteemed guest. What business can I assist you with? Hello, I would like to apply for a secondary card and transfer some money into it. Sure, may I please check your bank card? This was a polite way to see if Yi Tian was indeed a valued customer. Yi Tian handed over his bank card, and Su Fuguwei was momentarily stunned upon seeing the dazzling multicolored black card, inwardly thinking to himself. Should I ask the seated guests to leave? Su Fuguwei suddenly became flustered. A guest of this caliber was here for business, but the VIP room was completely occupied, leaving no... The total assets of the guests seated here didn't even compare to the significance of this card. What to do? The VIP room is already full. How can I accommodate him? Should I ask the seated guests to leave? Su Fuguwei suddenly became flustered. A guest of this caliber was here for business, but the VIP room was completely occupied, leaving no place to entertain him. In a moment of urgency, Su Fuguwei had a flash of inspiration. When in doubt, seek the bank president. With such an esteemed guest, only the president should handle the reception. Why was he panicking? He wiped the sweat that had just appeared on his forehead and respectfully said to Yi Tian, Sir, please follow me to the president's office for a brief rest. Our president is there as well. All right. Yi Tian was also wondering where he could sit since the VIP room was full, but he didn't expect he could go to the president's office. Hey, wait a minute. At this moment, a bald man with a big gold chain and a small gold watch was unhappy. As an unknown streamer, he had made millions through live sales, flipping items at low prices, and had become a rather successful individual with some assets. He cared greatly about his image. Originally, sitting in the VIP room made him feel superior compared to the poor souls waiting outside. However, now that Yi Tian had entered and was being taken to the president's office for reception, he felt the tea in his hand had suddenly lost its flavor. He called out to Su Fuguwei, launching into a barrage of sarcastic remarks to express his discontent. Hey, how do you handle business? I have several tens of millions deposited here, and I have to squeeze in with others. Why does he get to go to the president's office? Is this how you treat valued guests? If this continues, I might just switch banks. Su Fuguwei hurriedly bowed and apologized, saying, Mr. Fong, please calm down. It's just that there isn't enough space, right? Before Su Fuguwei could finish, he was interrupted by the bald man. Not enough space. Come on, let him sit here. You take me to the president's office instead. Yi Tian watched with interest as the bald man and Su Fuguwei exchanged words. He wasn't in a hurry, as long as no one directed their insults at him, he was fine. Su Fuguwei felt some irritation but couldn't show it. What he feared was Yi Tian losing patience. If he got upset, the consequences would be dire. If the hundreds of billions in deposits vanished, even the president would be in trouble. He thought for 3 seconds and decided that it was better to explain the situation directly. Although it would embarrass the bald man, as long as he could keep Yi Tian, it was worth it. Mr. Fong, this gentleman holds our bank's Supreme card which only the president is qualified to handle. What Supreme card? Give me one too. I'm sorry, sir, but the Supreme card is only available for customers with deposits exceeding 100 billion. 100 billion. The bald man felt a jolt of panic realizing he had made a fool of himself. If the manager said it was 100 billion, it was likely true. How could he exchange places with a billionaire? He carefully recalled what he had said earlier and realized that he hadn't insulted Yi Tian in any way, which eased his mind a little. The streamer's performance skills instantly shone through as he jumped up as if his foot had been sprung. He then bowed, apologized, and handed over a cigarette in rapid succession. Big shot, I didn't mean anything by it. Just consider my earlier words as nonsense. He then offered a cigarette to Yi Tian. Yi Tian directly refused, his expression devoid of emotion as he said, "Be mindful of what you say in the future. Not everyone can be confronted. You should be thankful you didn't insult me just now, or you wouldn't even know how you'd end up dead." Yes, you're right, big shot. Led by Su Fugue, Yi Tian and the two women went to the president's office, leaving the bald man in the VIP room, continuously wiping his sweat. He wanted to have a cup of tea to calm his nerves, but found his hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease, spilling tea all over the table. The other guests, who also had a net worth of several tens of millions, looked at him as if he were a fool. How could someone so ostentatious, who had revealed his card from the start, still confront him? Why not confront the wall instead? When Su Fugue knocked on the door to the president's office, the president had just hung up the phone. "Xiao Su, what's the matter?" Su Fugue hurriedly introduced Yi Tian to the president and vice versa. "President, this Mr. Yi holds the Supreme card, so I brought him to the president's office." "Mr. Yi, this is President Liu. Supreme card." President Liu immediately stood up, realizing that it was a rare occasion to receive a Supreme VIP. It was a customer with deposits exceeding 100 billion, and he couldn't afford to be negligent. President Liu's face instantly bloomed into a smile, enthusiastically extending his hand to Yi Tian. "Ha, Mr. Yi, you are indeed a rare guest. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Oh, please forgive me. No need for such formality, President. Please, esteemed guests, take a seat." After shaking hands, President Liu invited Yi Tian and the others to sit down and began taking out a jar of tea leaves from the cabinet. "The conditions are simple, so please bear with me. This is my treasured Longjing tea, which I seldom drink myself. Today, I'm fortunate to enjoy it thanks to Mr. Yi." "No problem, I truly appreciate President Liu's hospitality." Yi Tian reciprocated the courtesy, watching President Liu prepare the tea with a smooth and graceful technique that one could only master after years of practice. "May I inquire what business brings you here today?" Yi Tian took out his card, placing it on the tea table as he said, "I'd like to apply for a secondary card transferring 100 billion into it, and additionally another card with 10 million. 100 billion. President Liu's hand involuntarily trembled as he saw the dazzling black card spilling some tea leaves onto the table. It truly was a Supreme card. He quickly apologized and cleaned up while mentally calculating. To apply for a secondary card and transfer 100 billion, his main card would need to retain some balance. Roughly estimating, Mr. Yi must have at least 300 billion in his account. With deposits of 300 billion, what about his other assets? Surely they must exceed 100 billion, right? He suddenly realized that his cherished Longjing tea was unworthy of Mr. Yi's status. Such a VIP should be entertained with specially supplied tea. Unfortunately, his finest tea was only this Longjing, so he could only hope Mr. Yi wouldn't mind. He respectfully said to Yi Tian, "For such matters, Mr. Yi, you can just give us a call, and we can come to you. There's no need for you to go through the trouble of coming here." Yi Tian casually replied, "I was just nearby and thought of dropping by." The bank president paused in his tea-making, thinking, what a big shot. Is 100 billion just a spuro-femin idea? He quickly picked up Yi Tian's card and handed it to the waiting Su Fugue. "Xiao Su, hurry up and take care of this business for Mr. Yi." Okay. Su Fugue promptly began processing the request. After all, this was a Supreme client. He couldn't afford to make them wait even a second. If he messed up such a large deal, the manager wouldn't need to work anymore. President Liu poured tea for Yi Tian and his companions, casually asking, "May I ask where Mr. Yi is currently employed? If there's any business opportunity, our bank will definitely go all out to assist you." Yi Tian took a sip of the fragrant tea, finding it sweet and enjoyable. Not employed anywhere yet, in preparing to take over as chairman of Tianjin Company. Just as President Liu poured himself a cup of tea and was about to savor it, his hand shook in shock from Yi Tian's words, spilling half the tea. He forced a smile, picked up a cloth to wipe the spilled tea on the table, and cautiously inquired, "Is that the Tianjin Company that produces high-tech materials?" Yi Tian felt a bit sorry for President Liu, who looked young, but was already trembling so much he could barely hold anything. He nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Isn't the chairman of Tianjin Mr. Wu? I just bought it, and I'm only taking over tomorrow." At that moment, President Liu's internal shock was beyond words. He knew some insider information. The military had a hand behind Tianjin Company. Moreover, there were many unique products that couldn't be bought, even with money in the market, making it impossible for there to be any loss in the transfer. To acquire a company with such a background, one could only imagine the powerful influence behind Yitian, or it might even be directly related to the military. The former chairman at President Liu's level didn't even have the qualifications to meet him. Today, being able to see the new chairman was like a stroke of luck beyond measure. If he could get in touch with this connection, he might even get promoted to be the president of the provincial branch. The more Liu thought about it, the more excited he became. His hands trembled even more, and his face, which had been smiling like a chrysanthemum, was now beaming like a sunflower. I am honored, Mr. Yi. Our bank has many opportunities for cooperation with your esteemed company. Yi Tian merely laughed it off. I don't understand the company's business just yet. They'll have a meeting tomorrow. If there's a need, they'll have the department head contact your bank then. Okay. President Liu nodded repeatedly. All he wanted was a positive attitude. Su Fuguei took the card and began processing it on the equipment. When he saw the balance on the card, his heart skipped a beat. My goodness, nearly 100 billion in balance. It made him feel hot. Even though the air conditioning was on, he was sweating. With so much money, if it were his own, he might go crazy, right? After some operations, he asked Liu Yin and Lin Yi for the relevant documents, inquired about personal information, and then had Yi Tian, Liu Yin, and Lin Yi each input their passwords, finally getting it done. A dazzling supreme card filled with a spectrum of colors was handed to Liu Yin. President Liu looked enviously and asked habitually, I wonder if Mr. Yi and this lady need our bank to manage their investments. Yi Tian, there's no need for such trouble. This is just pocket money for daily use, and we might just spend it on buying some houses or cars. Yi Tian had no need to worry about money. Whenever he needed it, the system would naturally provide for him. So there was no need for any investments to earn returns. Haha, Mr. Yi is very generous. President Liu felt he couldn't continue the conversation with hundreds of billions in deposits. Could he really say it's just pocket money? Which rich second generation are you from, really? Moreover, he had just seen that Mr. Yi had also processed a fixed transfer business, transferring 1 million to Lin Yi as a salary at this time every year. The 10 million card was also given to Lin Yi for buying groceries, making both the president and Su Fuguei green with envy. It's one thing to give your girlfriend 100 billion without a word, but giving your housekeeper 10 million for groceries is hard to explain. What kind of groceries cost 10 million? With President Liu's years of experience, he could tell that this housekeeper must have an unusual relationship with the boss. But why could your girlfriend get along harmoniously with the housekeeper? Could it be that she doesn't know? He also had a bit of savings, but how could he hold his head high in front of his wife? Seeing that everything was settled, Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds about what to do next. Right, Liu Yin had been saying she wanted to book a hotel. He could find a 5-star hotel to book a room and enjoy the life of the wealthy. Now was just the right time to ask President Liu. Since the bank's people deal with wealthy individuals all day, they must know which hotel has a good environment. After all, he should choose a nice place for his first time. President Liu, do you know which 5-star hotel is better? I want to book the presidential suite. I know Hilton Hotel has the best environment and service. Just so happens I'm familiar with it. Mr. Yi, how many rooms do you need? They'll help you book it. Yi Tian generously said. Liu Yin and Lin Yi, let's stay at the hotel together tonight. How about we book 3 rooms? Liu Yin thought to herself, one shouldn't waste money. Having 1 room per person seems a bit wasteful. Why not just 1 room? After all, the presidential suite has many bedrooms. President Liu saw Liu Yin being so frugal and thought to himself, you have 100 billion in your card. You could stay in a 5-star hotel every day without a problem. Why worry about waste? This doesn't make sense. Yi Tian naturally wouldn't refuse Liu Yan's suggestion. Then let's go with your idea. Since we have nothing to do, we can chat together. Linny, what do you think? Linny, lost in thought, blushed and said, just do as you see fit. President Liu felt a wave of admiration. This was truly a capable young person, a successful individual. This was well played, showcasing one's virtuous character while also drawing closer together. Who knows, they might switch rooms in the middle of the night. With a girlfriend and a housekeeper both compliant, who on earth raised such a talent? He wanted to learn. Yi Tian had no idea what President Liu was thinking, otherwise he would have slapped him down, thinking, am I that kind of person? Then he'll trouble President Liu to help me book a presidential suite. He'll transfer the money later. President Liu patted his chest, speaking boldly, Mr. Yi, why discuss money? Just put it on my bank's account. How can I accept that? For a VIP of Mr. Yes caliber, providing this service is nothing to us. Yi Tian didn't like being indebted to others. Although it sounded like a service for VIPs, he still felt he owed someone. After thinking for 3 seconds, he said to President Liu, I can't let you take a loss either. How about this? You want to manage investments, right? They'll transfer 100 billion to you first. You can give it a try. President Liu's hand holding the phone trembled, and he stammered, "Really, really?" "Yes." Upon receiving Yi Tian's affirmation, he immediately stood up and bowed deeply hastily, instructing Su Fugui to bring the materials. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Shall Su quickly bring the investment plan to discuss with Mr. Yi?" Yi Tian waved his hand in refusal. "No need to look at that. I think you're a good person, President Liu. Just do as you see fit. If there are losses, I won't blame you." President Liu and Su Fugui were both stunned. "Do you treat 100 billion like it's nothing? You're just deciding without seeing or hearing anything. What if we set up some traps to swindle your money and you wouldn't know? But would they dare?" President Liu thought for a moment and didn't dare. Not only could there be no traps, but any existing tricky clauses would also have to be found and removed. Otherwise, if he angered Yi Tian, it could cost him his life to earn money, but not be able to spend it. "Mr. Yi, you can rest assured, I guarantee with my integrity that it will definitely be stable and there won't be any losses." "Okay, I believe you." After some operations, Yi Tian purchased 100 billion worth of financial products from the first bank, and the projected returns looked quite promising. President Liu also helped book a presidential suite, reserving it for 3 days with the bill charged to the bank. President Liu was so ecstatic he was nearly going crazy. Who would be crazy enough to hand over such a large sum of money for investment to a bank? He hadn't expected that merely booking a hotel would lead to such a large business deal, which would exceed this year's performance targets, definitely earning him accolades. He enthusiastically invited Yi Tian to dinner at the hotel that evening, but Yi Tian declined. He wanted to accompany Liu Yin and Lin, even it didn't make sense to choose an old man over women. Yi Tian took out his phone and dialed the driver's number, preparing to call for a pickup, while also testing how Chun Hao had notified him to see if the driver knew him. "Hello, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? How do you know it's me?" "President Yi, CEO Chun has made sure your information is known throughout the company, lest anyone misunderstand." Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed CEO Chun was quite competent. "Old Chun is quite quick. Are you free now? Could you come pick me up at the first bank across from the People's Hospital?" "All right, I'll set off immediately. Please wait a few minutes, President Yi." "No rush, just be careful on the road." Yi Tian hung up the phone and smiled at President Liu. "The driver will take a while to arrive. It seems I'll have to sit here with you a bit longer." President Liu casually refilled Yi Tian's tea. President Yi is joking. Just let me know where you want to go. We have a dedicated vehicle available at all times." "Oh, there's no need for that. The company has its own car. I don't want to impose, or people might think him too poor to—" Haha, President Yi is truly humorous. "If you were poor, then there would be no rich people in the world." Hearing President Liu's praise, Yi Tian remained humble, saying, "There are many who are richer than I am. I still have to work hard." President Liu felt he had nothing more to say. Was this even rational? You are already so wealthy and still want to strive harder. What good does it do for the poor to work hard then? The driver Xiao Tiance selected a Night 15 from the garage to pick up Yi Tian. Although he did not know why the chairman had suddenly changed drivers, it did not significantly impact him. As a retired soldier, his task was to provide safe transportation for the chairman of Tianjin Company. Who the chairman was had nothing to do with him. That was a matter of higher arrangements. He just needed to diligently perform his duties as a driver. The Night 15 he chose was primarily for safety considerations. The chairman's safety was paramount. The Night 15 is a bulletproof SUV measuring 6 meters in length and 2.5 meters in height, exceeding the standard Rolls-Royce Phantom with a weight of nearly 6 tons. Its exterior is remarkably robust and aggressive, resembling a tank. The body is armored with bulletproof steel plates, and the windows and windshield can withstand NATA standard projectiles at a velocity of 820 meters per second with a caliber of 7.62 by 51 millimeters hard steel bullets. It can resist attacks equivalent to 15 kilograms of TNT explosives, and the vehicle's chassis can withstand grenade explosions. The 2 rear seats rival those of a private jet cabin, equipped with leisure and entertainment functions with ample space, allowing for lying down comfortably. Moreover, the rear and front compartments are completely isolated, featuring a dedicated communication intercom system equivalent to a private room. The boss can engage in activities with the secretary in the back without worrying about the driver seeing or hearing. However, today, he miscalculated. Yi Tian had 2 women managing the seating arrangement would pose a dilemma. Tianjin Company is located in the city center, and Xiao Tiance quickly arrived outside the first bank. Yi Tian was casually chatting with President Liu while sipping tea when he received a call from Xiao Tiance and said his goodbyes to President Liu. President Liu beamed, seeing him off like a leader. If Yi Tian's system were to collect emotional values, he would surely gather hundreds or even thousands of jealousy points. The people in line cast jealous glances and murmured, "Indeed, being rich is enjoyable," entering the VIP room and having leaders see you off as you exit. Where is the promised equality for all? My legs are getting weak from standing. What a frustrating society. Beautiful women are all with the rich. Oh, when will I get a leader from the bank to smile at me? Those waiting in line witnessing Yi Tian's treatment finally understood what it meant for the customer to be king while they were just the ones serving the king. The bald streamer had long completed his business and left. Otherwise, seeing President Lu fawn over Yi Tian like this would have made him break into a cold sweat. As Yi Tian stepped out the door, he noticed a sturdy man running towards him from beside an armored vehicle. President Yi, I am your driver Xiao. Yi Tian scrutinized Xiao Tian's. This sturdy man was not ordinary. At first glance, he looked like someone who had served in the military. It seemed he would not need to take matters into his own hands in the future. He could call him first in case of any issues, and if he did not respond, he would raise his salary to get him to. Thinking this, Yi Tian chuckled and politely said to Xiao Tian's, thank you for making the trip. It's not a hassle, this is my job. All right. Yi Tian waved goodbye to President Lu, preparing to get into the car. President Lu, we're off now. Take care, President Yi. If you need anything in the future, just give us a call. We are always on standby. All right. Yi Tian followed Xiao Tian's to the side, marveling at the Night 15. Wow, this car is so cool. Is it an armored vehicle? President Yi, for your safety, I drove this Night 15. It is indeed an armored vehicle and can withstand bullets. Very good, I like it. When Xiao Tian's opened the rear door, everyone was even more astonished. They did not expect such a tough exterior to conceal an extraordinarily luxurious interior comparable to a hotel reception room. However, seeing the seating arrangements, Yi Tian felt a bit troubled. There were only 2 seats inside, and now with 3 people, it would not be appropriate to make either of the 2 women sit in the front. In fact, he was quite eager to sit together and experience the feeling of being embraced on both sides, but it seemed he could only have the 2 women sit in the back now. Xiao Tian's was still holding the car door open for Yi Tian. President Yi, please get in the car. Lu Yin, you and Linny sit in the back. I will sit in the front. Lu Yin did not think much of it, pulling Linny along to get into the car. They had never been in such a luxurious vehicle before and were like curious children looking around at everything. The 3 of them got into the car, and under Yi Tian's instructions, they headed towards the Hilton Hotel. Only then did Xiao Tian's realize there was a problem. He had not anticipated the boss bringing 2 women along. Had he known, he would have taken a 7-seater. Xiao Tian's actively admitted his mistake and apologized. I'm sorry, President Yi, I didn't consider that there were so many people. Next time, I'll bring a 7-seater. It's no big deal, there's nothing to blame here. Haha, it's my fault for not being clear. All right. Xiao Tian's drove steadily. As they approached an intersection and saw several cars waiting ahead, he had already slowed down early, maintaining a considerable safe distance. At this moment, a white BMW came up beside them. Seeing that there was space in front of their vehicle, it squeezed in, preparing to cut in line. Yi Tian's expression darkened upon witnessing this. Cutting in. Shouted this car by insurance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's understood Yi Tian's intent. He was ready to confront it head-on, and he was pleased. President Yi, we have purchased all types of insurance. Yi Tian smirked coldly, pointing forward, and commanded, ram into it. Brother Long sat in the BMW listening to music and humming a tune. After drinking a few bottles with his friends at noon, he now felt a bit hot. He took off his clothes and tossed them aside, preparing to head back to his little nest for a nap. He just noticed an empty spot on the adjacent lane and casually turned to park there. Upon entering, he realized that only the front of the car could fit, but he didn't panic and planned to squeeze in once the light turned green, confident that the cars behind him wouldn't dare to bump into him. He was driving a BMW, and if the cars behind dared to touch him, he could easily extort some money from them. What he was doing now was collecting debts. Just by virtue of his emperor lobster tattoo, he could scare people into handing over cash. Suddenly, he noticed that his car had started moving on its own. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw that a SUV had aggressively pushed forward, forcing him out of the lane. Brother Long's anger flared up instantly. After spending a decade in and out of prison fighting and committing all sorts of crimes, how could he be pushed out of line? If this got out, how could he continue to mix in the underworld? Would he still have any face left? His anger, fueled by alcohol, surged to his head. He opened the car door from the other side and swiftly climbed onto the engine hood of Yi Tian's car. Get out of my car, you dare! After unleashing a string of foul language, he kicked the windshield. The glass remained unscathed, but his foot slipped, causing him to roll off the engine hood and land on the ground. You made me fall, and today you won't leave without paying me several thousand in medical fees. Brother Long, accustomed to doing push-ups, quickly got back up and started kicking the door of Xiao Tian's side. Yizong, let me go teach him a lesson. Xiao Tiansu eagerly volunteered, wanting to impress the new boss. All right, make it count, just leave him breathing. Sure, wait, huh? What did you say, Yizong? Xiao Tiansu froze for a moment, wondering if he misheard. Shouldn't it be to go easy and not hurt anyone? Why did Yizong instead tell him to be heavy-handed? Yi Tian, seeing Xiao Tian's confused expression, repeated, I said make it count, just leave him breathing. We can't indulge such people. The worst that can happen is covering his medical fees. Yi Tian had no good feelings for such scum who thought of themselves as the best in the world. In the past, he didn't have money and wouldn't dare speak up. Now that he had both money and power, he wasn't afraid of trouble. Naturally, he would eliminate such people as he encountered them, contributing to the purification of the environment. Xiao Tiansu suddenly became extremely interested in this new boss. He was intriguing. For someone like him, a retired soldier entering society felt like a wolf without its claws. He was restricted everywhere, and even when striking he had to hold back. In a peaceful domestic environment, they had no opportunity to go all out. Unless he encountered a criminal wielding a knife, he could defend himself freely, but he had been at the company for years and hadn't faced a single dangerous incident. Now with Yi Tian's orders, he felt like a wild wolf regaining its claws, grinning as he opened the car door and walked towards Brother Long. Brother Long, with bleary eyes, saw someone getting out of the car cursing and immediately slapped him. Xiao Tiansu caught Brother Long's hand and twisted it, kicking him in the waist. Brother Long rolled away like a tumbleweed, landing 3 meters away. "You dare fight back? He'll kill you today." Brother Long, feeling the pain, covered his hand and staggered back to his car, swiftly drawing out a large machete over 1/2 meter long. With the knife in hand, he felt invincible again. He pointed the long knife at Xiao Tiansu and shouted with a mouthful of curses, "Kneel and apologize now, or it'll make you understand why the flowers are so red." As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear a kitchen knife. Seeing Brother Long with a knife, Xiao Tiansu quietly shifted his stance and prepared to disarm him when he got close. Brother Long approached Xiao Tiansu with a knife, swaggering, raising it to slap Xiao Tiansu's face with the flat side. Though his mind was somewhat unclear, years of experience with arrests made him aware of the seriousness of directly cutting someone. "I'm just slapping his face with the knife, not cutting him. That shouldn't count as a crime, right?" Xiao Tiansu didn't care whether it was cutting or slapping. Taking advantage of Brother Long's inattention, he swiftly grabbed the hand holding the knife, twisted it, and made the knife fall. Then he quickly dislocated Brother Long's elbow and shoulder joints and kicked him in the knee pit, forcing Brother Long to kneel on the ground and sing his submission. With Xiao Tiansu and Brother Long's cars blocking the street, a traffic jam had formed, and people nearby quickly gathered to watch the commotion. Some had already called the police while others were filming with their phones. Xiao Tiansu, being quite handsome, garnered a lot of goodwill with his soldierly demeanor. Brother Long, short and stout with several large lobster tattoos, wielding a knife to attack, naturally made everyone view him as a villain. Now that the villain had been defeated by the handsome guy, people were naturally overjoyed, applauding. Yi Tian communicated through the intercom with Lu Yin and Lin Yi behind him, instructing them not to get out of the car before opening the door himself and walking over. "Yizong, don't come over, but safer in the car." "It's fine, I just feel that your work isn't up to par, so I'm coming down to..." "Huh. Yizong, his joints have already been dislocated by me. If you hit him harder, it would be excessive self." Xiao Tiansu felt insulted. As a professional bodyguard and driver, he knew how hard to hit and how to maintain control. How could he be told he wasn't doing well? Yi Tian walked up to him and whispered, "You fool, the knife is still on the ground, right? If you're not careful and drag him over and he seizes the chance to stab you with the knife, wouldn't you be in danger and need to defend yourself by breaking his hand?" Damn, what did Yizong do before? How can he be even more ruthless than me? But doing this really does allow for self-defense. Xiao Tiansu seemed to have opened the door to a new world. He dragged Brother Long to where the machete had fallen, but Brother Long was too dazed to understand what was happening. Upon realizing he had found the knife again, he instinctively lunged at Xiao Tiansu. "He'll stab you to death." Xiao Tiansu was well prepared, easily grabbing Brother Long's hand, holding the knife, twisting it, and stepping down, resulting in a snap as Brother Long's hand broke. Xiao Tiansu then stomped on the joints of Brother Long's hand twice more, rendering it completely immobile. "Yizong, is this okay?" Yi Tian shook his head in disappointment. Xiao Tiansu widened his eyes in confusion. "Oh, wasn't this enough?" Yi Tian walked over to Xiao Tiansu's side, calmly guiding him. "If he runs away, he could call for help, and you'd still be in danger. To ensure your safety, you have to break his leg. Wouldn't that be self-defense?" Damn. Xiao Tiansu felt a rush of exclamations in his heart. This is actually valid. This really seems possible. He loosened his grip, and indeed he saw Brother Long wobble to his feet and head towards his own car, seemingly intending to grab his phone to make a call. Still cursing, he said, "You wait and see, I'll call my brothers." Before Brother Long could run 2 meters, Xiao Tiansu lunged forward, sweeping his leg and directly breaking Brother Long's 2 calves. This time he was unsure whether he had done well or not, and looked at Yi Tian blankly for a response. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, calmly saying to him, "Call the police. They'll check the contact list that Lao Chun gave me. We have lawyers at our company. If any disputes arise, let the lawyers handle them." "Okay, Yizong." There was no need for Xiao Tiansu to call the police. The surrounding people had already reported the incident. Soon security and hospital staff arrived. Upon arriving at the scene, the guards saw that the knife-wielding assailant had been knocked to the ground and was fast asleep. The accident scene was clear. He had changed lanes, recklessly insulted and assaulted others, and committed a violent act with a knife. Xiao Tian's informed the guards that Dragon Brother reeked of alcohol and might be driving under the influence. Without hesitation, the guards had the hospital personnel take him for a blood test. The damages to the two vehicles would naturally be paid by Dragon Brother. The guards, who had their own beloved cars, recognized that the vehicle Xiao Tian's was driving was a Knight XV worth over 10 million. A mere scratch on the car would cost hundreds of thousands. A Dragon Brother would surely cry when he woke up. Lawyer Xie from the company's legal department also arrived at the scene, and from then on he would handle negotiations with the guards. In any case, Yi Tian's basic requirement was to seek a heavy sentence. Whatever the severity, go for it. After bidding farewell to Lawyer Xie, Yi Tian got into the car and continued towards the Hilton Hotel. Xiao Tian's was in awe of Yi Tian, as he could hardly imagine being able to beat someone to the point of fractures without any consequences. Mr. Yi, how are you so formidable? Is that how you fight? Yi Tian smiled mysteriously and replied, Hee, I often watch Professor Luo's legal lectures, and I've picked up a few things. I see. I'll check it out when I have time. However, Mr. Yi, it's safer for you to stay in the car. If the assailant suddenly attacks, you might get hurt. Hearing Xiao Tian's concerns, Yi Tian burst into laughter. Haha, it's fine. Even without you here, I can take down such small fries with one hand. Hee, Mr. Yi is impressive. Xiao Tian's showed an awkward but polite smile, thinking that Yi Tian was bragging. However, when the boss was bragging, he chose to see through it without saying a word. They quickly arrived at the Hilton Hotel. The presidential suite booked by President Lu cost 888 yuan per night, covering an area of 400 square meters with 2 bedrooms. There was a large massage bathtub, like a small swimming pool, a 10-meter-long bed that could accommodate 10 people, an enormous reception room, a private bar, and a gym, with even the faucets being gold-plated. The master bedroom offered a 270-degree view of the lake, allowing one to enjoy the first rays of morning sunlight. All the indoor appliances were smart-controlled, and the furniture and decorations were extraordinarily luxurious. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone entered the room. The staff explained some simple operations, and with the summoning device they could call for service at any time. Yi Tian thought for a moment. Since he had no plans for the night, he decided to let Xiao Tian's head back first. Xiao, I have nothing to do tonight. You can head back. I'll notify you tomorrow morning about going to the company. All right, mister. You'll head back first. After Xiao Tian's and the staff left, Yi Tian closed the door and completely let himself go. He jumped onto the 10-meter bed and rolled around a few times, exclaiming, wow, what a huge bed, ha. This childlike excitement made Lu Yin and Lin Yi, who had been secretly laughing, start to explore the room. Lu Yin exclaimed, wow, there's even a pool indoors, ha. We can take a bath together. Yi Tian responded, sure. Lin Yi was initially a bit shy, but thinking about it, they were 2 women together, so she gained some courage. That's how women are. When one woman is in front of a man, she may feel shy. But when a group of women faces one man, it's the man who ends up feeling shy. Lu Yin looked around and found swimsuits in the nearby wardrobe. She immediately pulled Lin Yi to start picking outfits and casually tossed a pair of swim trunks to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, take these and change. Let's take a bath first. Okay. Yi Tian dashed to the changing room to change clothes, and when he returned to the pool area, he saw that they were already lounging in the pool. Having such open-minded and easygoing girlfriends is truly a great blessing in life. The 3 of them chatted casually in the pool. Seeing Yi Tian leaning closer to Lu Yin, Lin Yi made an excuse that she was tired and wanted to head back to rest, giving space to the young couple. So what are they waiting for? Seeing Lin Yi leave, Yi Tian picked Lu Yin up in a princess carry and headed into another room. After some exploration and adjustment, Lu Yin finally became Yi Tian's woman. After several intimate moments, the two who had gotten to know each other deeply embraced and looked into each other's eyes. Yi Tian suddenly asked, by the way, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Why have you been so actively pursuing me? I'm poor and introverted. What do you like about me? Seeing Yi Tian's bewildered expression, Lu Yin smiled and asked him, do you remember the girl you saved one night in a small alley when you first started your freshman year? Let me think. Yi Tian began to ponder and indeed recalled the incident. At that time, 2 thugs were harassing a girl, and he didn't know where he found the courage to shout, let go of that girl. Later, when the 2 thugs rushed at him, he couldn't fight back, so he told them he had already called the police. The thugs were frightened and knocked him out with a brick before fleeing. I really did get knocked out. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital. Could it be that you are that girl? Yes, after the thugs were scared off, I called the police and took you to the hospital. Although you didn't win the fight to me back, then you were a great hero. So that's how it is. Yi Tian finally understood why Lu Yin had always been loyal to him and stayed by it. It was all because of the righteous act he had done at that time, a hero saving a beauty. After a moment of affectionate interaction, Lu Yin suddenly asked, oh no, we didn't take any precautions earlier. I wonder if I might get pregnant. I don't want to be a mom so early. Should we go buy some medicine later? Yi Tian also didn't want to become a dad so early. He thought that if his wife's attention was all on the child, she would no longer love him. Just as both of them were troubled, Yi Tian's system spoke up. Ding host need not worry. All the seeds outside your body have been inactivated by this system. Only when you truly wish to become a father will your woman become pregnant. The system truly lived up to its reputation as a timely rain system. One sentence solved Yi Tian's problem, and now Lu Yin no longer had to worry about an unintended pregnancy. Thank you, system. You are truly a timely rain, solving my problem in an instant. Host need not be polite. This is what this system is supposed to do. Yi Tian thanked the system, thought of a reason, and gently said to Lu Yin, actually, you don't need to worry about this. I wonder if you've heard of the term refining essence into qi. Lu Yin looked at him curiously, nodded, and asked, I've heard of it. It seems there are sayings like refining essence into qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging void with the Tao. Is there a connection? Yi Tian smiled and explained, as long as you've heard of it, it's good. Because of my cultivation method, my essence automatically transforms into my internal energy, and what is expelled from my body is inactive, which cannot cause pregnancy. Lu Yin asked curiously, so you mean that even without precautions I won't get pregnant? Yes. So, I really don't need to worry about this issue. Yes. That's great. Lu Yin finally felt relieved, but then she thought, wait a minute, if Yi Tian's women can't get pregnant, then wouldn't Yi Tian be without descendants? But does that mean you can never let anyone get pregnant in the future? This pregnancy issue is a problem, and infertility is also a problem. Yi Tian saw her worried expression and laughed heartily. Of course not. Once we are psychologically ready to be parents, I can reverse my cultivation and damage my own abilities. Lu Yin quickly waved her hand and advised, no, definitely don't damage your cultivation. I don't want to become a mom so early either. Seeing her nervous look, Yi Tian laughed again. Got it, I don't want to be a dad so early either. The soundproofing in the room was excellent, so they did not disturb Lin Yi. When they came out, Lin Yi was already watching TV in the living room. Seeing them come out, she looked at them with a strange expression. They had been inside for quite a while. After chatting for a while, Yi Tian said, tomorrow I have to go to the company for a meeting, and then he'll go buy a villa. Lu Yin thought for a moment and planned. I plan to resign first, and then go to Lin Yi's place to accompany her in resigning and help her organize her things to move over. I don't think it's necessary to resign in person. Can't you just call? Whether you get paid or not doesn't matter. After all, you don't lack money right now. I think it's better to have a formal end. After all, my boss treats me pretty well. Lu Yan's boss treated her like a daughter, and she felt it was better to go back and formally resign, bringing some gifts for her boss and colleagues. Yi Tian nodded. Repaying kindness was his principle, but he himself had never met a good boss. What? Lin Yi said hesitantly, my boss is not good. He is always lecherous, but I don't want others to speak ill of me later just because I left without notice. Yi Tian said domineeringly, why worry about him? If he doesn't behave ill, just deal with him. Lin Yi was startled and quickly advised, no, it's just a small matter of resigning. Let's handle it normally, no need to make a big deal of it. Okay, then it's up to you. You both go resign together. It's also good to look out for each other. Yi Tian thought again, with two women running around, if they encountered danger he wouldn't know. It was safer to have Xiao Tian drive them. By the way, tomorrow when Xiao takes me to the company, you can take his car. He is a retired soldier. With him protecting you, I won't worry. Lu Yin and Lin Yi were both pleased with Yi Tian's thoughtfulness. This must be what it feels like to be valued right. And you? I'm fine. Xiao said the company has cars and other drivers too. Lu Yin thought for a moment and started giving Yi Tian a warning. When we're not around, you must not flirt with others, okay? Yi Tian pouted and said, look at what you're saying. If others flirt with me, I wouldn't agree anyway. While the group was discussing, news about Yi Tian spread online like a typhoon, growing more widespread by the minute. It started with the restaurant incident, mainly shared in friends' circles, attracting likes and comments from friends. Everyone who posted videos gained a ton of likes and comments and the sense of psychological satisfaction. Basically, all the women shared and saved Yi Tian's videos. There was no way around it. The charm that the system enhanced made all women find him handsome, and it was no joke. Slowly, some people began to post long videos on video platforms, and through the shares and likes from women across the internet, it quickly became popular, bringing Yi Tian's image to life. At first, the comments were about superheroes and martial arts masters, but when people learned that Yi Tian stood up for a mother and daughter suffering domestic abuse and taught a scumbag a lesson, the comment section was occupied by women. When they found out that Yi Tian was the chairman of Tianjin Company, everyone was stunned. The comments shifted from handsome young hunk to male god, ultimately transforming into hubby, I love you, and hubby, I want to have kids with you. Even the titles of the news articles online followed suit. Strong man versus scumbag, furious for the fair lady, live explosion. Amazing chairman turns out he can master martial arts. Martial arts or superpowers can internal energy cure illness. Flower Protector revealed, turns out he is a rich and handsome guy. Iron Man with a gentle heart, handsome and wealthy medical skills, divine, a new generation's national husband, is born. In the end, all women agreed with the title of national husband. Anyone who said something negative about Yi Tian would be immediately bombarded with hundreds or thousands of comments criticizing that person. Then videos of people jumping off the hospital began to spread. Everyone was shocked to see that the male protagonist was none other than Mr. Yi from the restaurant. Just finished beating up the scumbag, and here he is saving people. Mr. Yi seems to be on the path to becoming a superhero, either saving people or on his way to save them. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Tian flying in the air to save people. Is this even human? The headlines of the news were more eye-catching than ever. Walking on air is outdated. The latest lightness technique can walk on air. Newton is outraged, claiming this is unscientific. The myth of ascending to greatness is not fictional. Thousands witnessed the birth of a legend. The national husband returns to the scene, soaring through the air to rescue the beauty. A divine doctor in the world, instantly curing leukemia. Netizens were as excited as if it were a festival. The trending topics and traffic were so hot that not discussing it would be a disservice to themselves. Damn ruthless. Brothers, let's go. I've already pinned Newton's coffin down. Newton said this isn't his concern. Don't disturb his eternal rest. Don't stop me. I want to learn lightness techniques. I am Feng Qingyang, the master of Wudong. This is my school's divine skill cloud ladder, and I prove this is real. I can do it too. Who said that walking on air doesn't conform to the laws of physics? Come out and explain this. I want to learn internal power, study medicine, and become a divine doctor. Husband, you're so handsome. Husband, I love you. Husband, I want to marry you. As a wave of female netizens saw the news and videos, the comments shifted to a unified husband. The first to recognize Yi Tian was an employee from Tianjin Company who suddenly received a notice today that the company had a new chairman. Whether at work or on vacation, everyone received a photo and name of the new chairman on their phones, with superiors emphasizing the importance of memorizing it to avoid not recognizing the new chairman. So when one of the employees saw Yi Tian's news video, they immediately recognized him, which quickly spread. Everyone, look, our new chairman is on the news. He really is. He looks even better than in the photo. Wow, I'm drooling just watching this. Mr. Yes, strength is incredible. He crushed that scumbag's fist in one go. So scary, Mr. Yi is truly fierce and speaks little, effortlessly crushing the scumbag's leg. So the reason the company wanted us to remember Mr. Yes' appearance and name was to protect us, fearing we might provoke him and end up crippled. Wow, Mr. Yi can actually fly. What kind of unparalleled martial arts is this? I'm in awe. I wonder if Mr. Yi takes disciples. I would rather give up my salary for that. I'm in love. I'm now a fan of Mr. Yi. I want to bump into Mr. Yi. Envy, jealousy, hatred. When you get beaten into the hospital, I will come to visit you. Soon news of Yi Tian being the new chairman of Tianjin Company also spread online, coincidentally, with the trending video of him teaching Long Gu a lesson. Observant individuals discovered that the one getting out of the driver's car was actually Yi Tian, confirming the news that he was the chairman of Tianjin Company. Shocking. Internal employee ID, the national husband, is indeed the new chairman of Tianjin Company. Confirmed, the video proves it. The Tianjin driver disarmed an armed attacker with bare hands while the national husband assisted. Rumors say that behind Tianjin Company is a hidden sect filled with unparalleled masters. Rumors also suggest that Tianjin has military connections, with its security personnel being retired elite soldiers. The national husband is truly a war god returning. It is said that Yi Tian has attained martial arts enlightenment, and he is now experiencing the world destined to ascend to the celestial realm in the future. Seeing the absurdity of the rumors spreading online, the security bureau responsible for Yi Tian's case had to issue a statement warning everyone not to take things too far. Warm reminder from the Jiangnan City Security Bureau: the internet is not a lawless land. Rumor mongers will face legal consequences. Please do not believe or spread rumors. This finally halted the escalation of the incident. Otherwise, if the rumors continued, Yi Tian might have become the latest incarnation of Yi Tiandi. However, major media platforms were already prepared and were set to wait outside Tianjin Company for interviews with Yi Tian the following morning. Naturally, the news also reached Yi Tian's classmates, and the class group chat became lively. A classmate posted a video in the group. Everyone, is this Yi Tian and Lu Yin? Yes, what's up? A classmate clicked in and widened their eyes in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Damn, what happened? How did he become so amazing? How did Yi Tian become so handsome? I'm suddenly feeling a flutter in my heart again. Yi Tian can even heal. When did he learn that? Yi Tian has struck it rich, casually giving away over 100,000. Yi Tian, come out and chat. When did you become a god? Let's cultivate together. Lu Yin, what's going on? Spill the beans. Everyone started tagging Yi Tian and Lu Yin, but not a single person replied. No one noticed Lin Yi in the hospital. Oh, everyone had deleted the video from that time. When everyone was looking for Yi Tian, he was busy test driving with Lu Yin. It wasn't until the three of them finished discussing their plans for the next day that they remembered to check their phones. Once Yi Tian and Lu Yin unlocked their phones, the notifications surged with 99 messages. There were group messages, private chats, and failed voice and video calls. After looking through a few, they realized one problem: they had become internet celebrities. Yi Tian sent a message in the class group. Hello classmates, I accidentally saved a high-level person who then taught me martial arts. The Tianjin company was also gifted to me by that person, and they even gave me some money. Let's schedule a time to get together in a few days. You all cover all the expenses. There were 46 people in the group, including Yi Tian, making it 40 students and 6 teachers. He casually sent 45 fixed red envelopes of $200 each in the group, instantly exploding everyone's notifications. Thanks, Tycoon. Wishing the Tycoon to have many children. I can't even express my excitement. I grabbed it. Can I get another one? Thank you messages and emojis flooded the screen. Indeed, grabbing red envelopes is the happiest moment. Seeing that even Lu Yin and Lin Yi happily joined in the red envelope frenzy, Yi Tian sent out 9 more envelopes in quick succession. Ordinary cards have limits on the amount that can be sent, but Yi Tian's Supreme card had no such restrictions. Now both classmates and teachers in the group were going crazy. Just grabbing the red envelopes earned them 2,000. Lu Yin was happily grabbing red envelopes, and even sent one herself. The classmates and teachers in the group noticed that Lu Yin had also sent a big red envelope, sparking another wave of lively chat. Lu Yin, have you struck it rich too? Another Tycoon has appeared. Today grabbing red envelopes has made my hands sore. Lu Yin replied cheerfully in the group. Hee, I've hooked up with a wealthy man. Let me tell you some good news. Yi Tian is now my boyfriend. This news hit the group like a depth charge, stunning all the classmates. My goodness, Lu Yin, have you finally succeeded? Congratulations, when are we drinking to your wedding? Lu Yin, honestly, can you predict the future? So that's why you've been waiting for Yi Tian to get rich. Lu Yin, are you in need of a maid? I think I can give it a try. Lu Yin saw her classmates' messages and was almost laughing to the point of hurting her stomach. When it's time for the wedding, I'll notify all of you, okay? As for maids, don't even think about it. I found a housekeeper. Come on, Lin Yi, greet everyone. Lin Yi felt embarrassed when Lu Yin mentioned her and lightly punched her. How can I explain this relationship? After thinking for a moment, she decided to send a message in the group. Hello everyone, I am Lin Yi, and from now on, I will be working as a housekeeper in Yi Tian's household, taking care of Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi. Lu Yin saw Lin Yi's message and laughed so hard that she rolled on the sofa. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle, either not expecting Lin Yi to be so playful. The classmates in the group were stunned, with their jaws almost dropping. What's going on? Have the two beauties in class been taken in by Yi Tian? I feel a bit confused. Can someone clarify the relationship between the three of them? My heart is shattered. Even the goddess Lin Yi has entered Yi Tian's household. Yi Tian, do you need any servants? I'm quite good at housework. Seeing the classmates start to guess wildly, Lin Yi sent another message to explain. Actually, I have a strange illness. Today I fainted when I came to find Lu Yin and Yi Tian. The doctor couldn't treat me, and it was Yi Tian who saved me. However, this illness requires long-term treatment, so for convenience, the three of us are living together. At this time, Yi Tian also sent a message. Lin Yi has a strange illness that only my internal energy can treat, needing treatment every 3 days. Therefore, for the sake of convenience, I invited her to be my housekeeper and live together so that it's easier for everyone. Now the classmates understood the reason. As for whether the three living together would lead to any inappropriate relationships, why worry about that? Didn't Lu Yin seem to mind? The three exchanged smiles, and the matter was perfectly resolved. Yi Tian, feeling happy, sent out 10 more red envelopes. When the time comes for the gathering, I'll trouble the class teacher and class monitor to discuss and choose a time and place that works for everyone. Everyone began to enthusiastically discuss the gathering location, naturally opting for Yi Tian's residence since it was nearby. I think Jiangnan City would be nice. Yes, just in time, as Yi Tian is in Jiangnan. Actually, the school would also be nice. Everyone can return to school for a visit. Welcome classmates back to school for a tour. I'm in Longjiang and my current job is a single day off, so I can't come back in a day. Can we wait for the National Day holiday to gather? You can't take a few extra days off. There are still several months until National Day, or I can't wait a single day and need to go hug Yi Tian's thigh. I want to as well, but conditions don't allow it. Seeing this, Yi Tian also joined the discussion. I understand, no rush. I was just fired by my previous company boss. You know, working for someone else gives no rights and always involves overtime. The classmates laughed at Yi Tian's message, each teasing him in various ways. Big boss, which boss dares? Big boss, which boss is so wicked? Let's get rid of him. Right, let him know that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West don't bully the youth when they're poor. Yi Tian chuckled and said it's all in the past. For us students who have just graduated, being bullied is... I know some classmates like I used to are not doing well in their jobs. When the time comes, I will have Lu Yin transfer 50,000 to each classmate for travel expenses, and I hope everyone won't find it excessive. 50,000 for travel expenses? Wow, that's enough to fly back from abroad, right? With over 40 people, that's more than 2 million. Is Yition treating money like nothing? Yition, there's no need for so much, we live nearby, and won't spend that much. Yes, as long as food and lodging are covered, that's fine. Yition, how can you cover all the expenses? As for travel expenses, let's each pay for ourselves. Some classmates wanted it, but felt it was too much. Some classmates didn't want it, feeling that Yition was showing off. They could afford their own travel expenses and didn't need to take advantage of Yition. Yition had long anticipated that there would be differing opinions, as mishandling this matter could come off as showing off and hurt feelings. He thought for a moment and sent several messages to explain. Everyone, listen to me. You helped me a lot during my studies, and now that I have money, I hope you can give me a chance to repay. I mean, no offense. If I hadn't had a fortuitous encounter today and had a class reunion, I might not have been able to go because I really can't save any money right after starting work. Heartless bosses call for overtime every day, and taking leave costs money. I don't know if anyone else is as unfortunate as I am, so to ensure that every classmate can come to the gathering without worries, please accept it. For classmates with better finances, please bear with it. Think of it as grabbing a red envelope so no one feels awkward. It's a favor to me. Seeing Yition's words, everyone fell silent, realizing that Yition was actually taking care of those classmates who were struggling with work and finances. They might have to take a few extra days off and risk losing their jobs, impacting their lives. If he gave it to them individually, those classmates would surely feel embarrassed and inferior. With everyone receiving it, no one would feel awkward, and they wouldn't be embarrassed when they met again. Yition's thorough consideration left them with no further comments. Yition, I'll shamelessly accept it then. Thank you, Yition. Yition, lifelong classmates. Yition has done well. Mutual help among classmates is indeed necessary. Everyone accepted Yition's explanation, and the atmosphere returned to being lively. In fact, more than half of the classmates were really struggling with work and finances. They had originally planned to grit their teeth and attend the class reunion, and then go back to eating instant noodles for several months, as everyone still maintained some pride, feeling that not attending meant something. Now, with Yition's assurance, having 50,000 at the time of the gathering, they wouldn't even spend it all on a flight. The remaining 40,000 could easily sustain them for half a year. The matter of paying the toll was left to Lu Yin, as she was Yition's secretary. Yition glanced at the messages from others and noticed a user named Sexy Not a Fox Not a Demon had sent him a plethora of messages. Mr. Yi, I am Li Wei. How is your classmates' health? Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you could fly. Are you a super... If you have time someday, bring your girlfriend to my company for some tea. Yition couldn't help but smile as he read the message, surprised by how proactive this woman named Li Yu was, and quickly replied. Sorry, I've been busy until now. In a couple of days, once I'm done with my matters, I'll treat you to a meal. The message barely took 3 seconds to receive a reply. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You go ahead and be busy. I'm available anytime. Li Yu felt as if she was in love, holding her phone and checking it every little while waiting for Yition's reply. Suddenly seeing Yition's reply, she was so excited she couldn't speak, never expecting that he would indeed invite her for a meal. After finishing his message to Li Yue, Yition said a word to Lu Yin and Lin Yi. In a couple of days, let's invite Li Yu to have a meal together, and Lin Yi should join too. Lin Yi curiously asked, Who is Li Yu? Yition explained to her. You were at the hospital today. She was the one who drove Lu Yin and me from the restaurant to the hospital. If it weren't for her giving me a ride, I might not have made it in time to save that girl who jumped off the building. She did a good deed. Lu Yin and Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Sounds good, just arrange the time. Yition calculated the time he had to take over the company tomorrow and find a place to live, while Lu Yin and Lin Yi also needed to resign and move. It would probably take 2 or 3 days before he was free. Thinking that in a few days he could see Yition up close again, Li Yu was so happy at home that she jumped up, bouncing to the wardrobe to choose her clothes. Should I wear this one or that one? This one is too revealing. Will he think I'm a promiscuous woman? This one is a bit conservative. It doesn't show any cleavage. It won't attract attention. She felt as if she had turned back the clock several years back to the age of 17 or 18 when she was chasing stars, her heart filled with anticipation. That night, Yition and Lu Yin slept together while Lin Yi had a room to herself. Lu Yin drove all night, finally falling asleep in the early hours of the morning. When Yition got up in the morning and finished washing up, Lu Yin just woke up. What time is it now? Lu Yin fumbled at the bedside but did not find her phone, sleepily asking. She pulled back the covers gracefully, got out of bed, and picked up her pajamas to head to wash up. Her perfect figure was displayed before Yition, giving him a feast for the eyes. Lin Yi had already gotten up and was sitting in the living room watching television. Once Lu Yin finished washing up, the two of them greeted her in the living room and called for the waiter to start ordering. The waiter arrived promptly. Today they had a new waitress, beautiful and tall, rivaling Lu Yin and Linny. Her name was Yang Mi, and during the shift change, she heard that a very handsome male celebrity had checked into the presidential suite. Her colleagues had drooled while describing him, but she didn't believe it. Now seeing Yi Tian only wearing shorts, her face involuntarily flushed. The male celebrity turned out to be Yi Tian, who was featured in a viral video online last night. Why hadn't her colleagues made it clear? In fact, she had misjudged her colleagues. The hotel's rule was that employees couldn't use their phones during work hours, so those who worked yesterday were still unaware of Yi Tian's news. Yang Mi looked at Yi Tian's 8-pack abs, his magnificent physique, and that perfect round, but suddenly feeling her legs go weak. Yi Tian's figure was simply too perfect. Yi Tian swiftly caught her concern as he asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Yang Mi quickly shook her head, shyly responding, "No, I'm just so happy to see Mr. Yi." Yi Tian looked at her curiously, wondering if he was already this famous. "Do you know me? I saw your video online last night, Mr. Yi, and you look just as handsome as in the video." "Haha, you flatter me. Mr. Yi, may I ask what you need?" "I'd like to order some breakfast, a set of soy milk fried dough sticks and pancakes, please." "What do you two want to eat?" The two beauties casually replied, "I'm fine with just bread and milk." "Me too." Hearing that Lu Yin and Lin Yi had no special requests, Yi Tian finalized the order. "All right, just these, thank you for your trouble." Yang Mi earnestly noted down the order, thinking how polite the male celebrity was. Not only was he handsome, but also so courteous. Her admiration for him skyrocketed. "I've noted it down and it will be ready shortly. Is there anything else you need, sir?" As for why there were two women, that was not for her to ponder. She was just a waitress. Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds. He noticed that the hotel was selling branded clothes and thought he could buy a new suit for the company, which would be more upscale. He inquired of Yang Mi, "By the way, I saw in the introduction that you have clothes for sale here, right?" "Yes, we have all the major brands. Would you like to choose yourself, or shall I assist you in selecting?" "I don't feel like choosing. Just help me pick something suitable. Oh, I have a meeting at the company soon." There's a popular saying in Hollywood, when you don't know what to wear, you can't go wrong with Armani. Yi Tian smiled slightly at this amusing remark. "Sure, I'll take your advice. Can I measure your size now, sir?" As they were close together, Yang Mi caught a whiff of Yi Tian's shower gel scent and felt herself almost intoxicated. Feeling Yi Tian's skin smoother than a woman's, her heartbeat quickened and her face flushed. He helped Yang Mi sit on the bed, looking at her in surprise and asking, "If you're unwell, you should say so. You almost fainted just now." Yang Mi's face turned bright red as she stammered, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's not an illness. I'm just too excited." Yi Tian looked down and suddenly understood. "It's all right, there's a bathroom over there. You can take care of your—" At this moment, Yang Mi felt like crying. It was so embarrassing. She had no idea how her idol perceived her, and if this got out, she wouldn't be able to work anymore. She dashed into the bathroom in a few hurried steps, feeling her heart racing like a drum. Yi Tian watched her, chuckling silently. Was it his charm too overwhelming, or was her resistance simply too low for this to happen? Yang Mi took 2 or 3 minutes in the bathroom before coming out. Seeing her slightly wobbly legs, Yi Tian stepped forward to support her onto a chair. "Are you feeling better?" Yang Mi lowered her head, too shy to look at Yi Tian, apologizing softly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm not that kind of girl. Oh, I've never had a boyfriend." Yi Tian smiled gently to comfort her. "It's fine, no one blames you, but your resistance is a bit low. What will you do when you encounter other men?" Yang Mi quickly shook her head, panicking at the thought of misunderstanding by Mr. Yi. "No, it's not that. Oh, I feel nothing when I meet other men. Today is the first time I felt this way seeing you." Yi Tian chuckled. "All right, my fault." Hearing Yi Tian admit fault, Yang Mi quickly stood up and bowed to him. No, it's my fault. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi." Yi Tian smiled and helped her sit down, saying gently, "I'm not blaming you. Just sit for a while, and after you rest, help me prepare breakfast and my clothes. By the way, have you measured my size?" "I haven't measured everything yet. I'll do it now. Just don't get too excited again." "Got it." After saying that, Yang Mi stood up and trembling used her hands to measure Yi Tian's size, sweating profusely. When she sat back down, she panted as if she had run several kilometers. Yi Tian looked at her toil and sighed inwardly. Having such low resistance is not ideal. I wish there was some method to lower desire. Ding Yu have acquired the Ice Heart technique. The system timely granted him a new ability. The Ice Heart technique allows one to temporarily be free of desires and calm their yearnings. With a heart as clear as ice, the heavens won't frighten me. Though everything changes, my spirit remains calm. Yi Tian chanted the incantation, channeling the technique, grasping Yang Mi's hand. The cool inner energy flowed into her body like a thread of ice, circulating once before returning to Yi Tian. As Yi Tian held her hand, Yang Mi felt even more excited, then sensed an icy thread entering her body, and suddenly her heart became very calm, devoid of any excitement. As Yi Tian held her hand, Yang Mi felt even more excited, then sensed an icy thread entering her body, and suddenly her heart became very calm, devoid of any Lu Yin and Lin Yi watched television nearby, noticing the waitress measuring Yi Tian's size, then suddenly running into the bathroom, thinking she was feeling unwell, but didn't pay much attention. Now seeing her sitting with Yi Tian holding her hand, they grew curious and both walked over. Yi Tian, what's going on? Yang Mi was startled and quickly stood up, bowing apologetically to Lu Yin. I'm sorry, guest, I was just feeling unwell, and Mr. Yi helped me with treatment. Please don't misunderstand or nothing. Lu Yin and Lin Yi exchanged glances at Yang Mi's nervousness, chuckling. Even if she said something, it wouldn't be believable. Though she was beautiful and had a great figure, they trusted that Yi Tian wouldn't flirt with the waitress in front of them. Lin Yi approached Yang Mi, asking with concern, are you okay? Don't be scared, or are you feeling better now? I'm fine now, well, I'll go prepare breakfast for you. After saying that, Yang Mi dashed out of the room as if being chased by a ghost. Lu Yin and Lin Yi looked on in shock, thinking the waitress seemed a bit out of her mind. Yi Tian laughed heartily and explained what had just happened to them. Lu Yin and Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, wondering how a girl could be so silly to get infatuated just from a touch from Yi Tian. Yi Tian reminded, if she comes back later, don't laugh at her. It's all because of my technique. Women tend to find me especially charming. Lu Yin pouted, asking with a hint of jealousy, I get it, but can't you tone it down a bit? Yi Tian smiled, gently pinching her cheek. Do you think I can control it? This is already the toned down effect. Initially, every woman who saw me would be head over heels for me. I can't help it. Who asked the system to be like this? Hiss. Lu Yin and Lin Yi gasped simultaneously, finding the side effects incredibly terrifying. Lu Yin, a bit worried, complained to Lin Yi, I feel like we have a lot of pressure. I don't know how many women will throw themselves at Yi Tian in the future. Lin Yi shook her head, chuckling, no, this is just your pressure. You are Yi Tian's girlfriend, and no matter how many women he has, I don't feel any pressure. Lin Yi shook her head, chuckling, no, that. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yin felt even more downcast. She suddenly didn't want Yi Tian to be so outstanding anymore. It was better when he was that poor boy no one wanted, whom only she loved, and no one would compete with her. After a while, breakfast was served by another waiter. Yi Tian inquired and learned that Yang Mi had gone to help him pick out clothes. Yi Tian quickly finished his breakfast and went to wash his hands before trying on the clothes. When he donned the outfit, the three women felt a sudden brightness in front of them, and one word came to their minds: handsome. The clothes and pants were handcrafted by an Italian tailor, with genuine leather shoes made by an old shoemaker and a belt crafted by an experienced leather worker, perfectly showcasing Yi Tian's physique. The three women involuntarily swallowed hard, their heartbeats accelerating. Truly, people rely on their attire. With the enhancement of these clothes, Yi Tian's charm surged by several percentage points. Yi Tian turned in front of the mirror. Even he felt incredibly handsome. He nodded in satisfaction at Yang Mi and said, I really like the outfit you matched for me, thank you. Hearing Yi Tian's praise, Yang Mi felt as if she had eaten honey, a sweetness blossoming in her heart. I'm glad Mr. Yi likes it. Lin Yi, help me settle the bill. Sure. Lin Yi took out the card to pay Yang Mi, and the whole outfit cost 188 soft sister coins, a bit pricey, but indeed good looking. Suddenly, Yi Tian thought, with all this money, staying in a 5-star hotel means the tip shouldn't be small either. Lin Yi, charge an extra 2,000 as a tip. Yang Mi quickly refused, saying, thank you, Mr. Yi, but we are not allowed to accept tips for the presidential suite. Feeling rejected in his attempt to show off, Yi Tian expressed his frustration, insisting he had to give something. In that case, let me fulfill a reasonable request of yours as thanks for your help in matching my outfit. Yang Mi blinked her large eyes, half convinced. Really? Of course it's true. With Yi Tian's affirmation, Yang Mi excitedly asked, can I add, Mr. In the future, I can send you outfit ideas for you to see. Yi Tian considered for a moment and agreed. He couldn't go back on his word, but he did give Yang Mi a reminder first. Sure, but no chatting nonsense, okay? If my girlfriend wants to see, I will definitely show her. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Yin smiled. You other men usually hid things, but Yi Tian was so honest. Yang Mi was also very happy, as she simply liked Yi Tian and felt very satisfied to have contact with her idol. Got it, Mr. Yeah, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Lu Yin looked at Yang Mi's smiling face and sighed, alas, another person captivated by you. Yi Tian smiled awkwardly. There's nothing I can do, my charm is uncontrollable. Lu Yin sighed again. Having such an excellent boyfriend was also a kind of trouble. Yi Tian first added Yang Mi on WeChat, and he could accept her request after she finished work. Everything ready, Yi Tian made a call to Xiao Tian Su, and soon he arrived in a car to take Yi Tian to the company. Today, Yi Tian also enjoyed the feeling of being in the back seat. It was incredibly pleasant not wanting to. Xiao, Lu Yin, and Lin Yi will be running around these days. You are responsible for driving them and ensuring their safety. Understood, Mr. Yi. He'll notify another driver, Xiao Patian, to pick you up. Xiao Patian. Your brother. No, just someone with the same surname. Most of our Xiao clan are military personnel, and he is also a veteran. Oh, all right. It seems our Yi family is said to be cultivators, but there are no immortals now, so who knows? At this moment, the area outside Tianjin Company was already crowded with people, including major media self-media streamers and netizens. Banners were hung on the 66th floor of Tianjin Tower, all welcoming the chairman for an inspection ordered overnight from an advertising company. The entire Tianjin Tower belonged to Tianjin Company, a comprehensive building integrating production, research and development, and sales. Today, all employees were neatly dressed and diligently working at their respective posts, preventing any unsatisfactory findings during the chairman's sudden inspection. Chun Hao stood at the entrance with the main responsible persons from various departments prepared to welcome Yi Tian. Having met Yi Tian before, Chun Hao found him quite easy to get along with, while others who hadn't met him were wondering if this new chairman would come in with a strong hand, making an example of a few. Especially a few department heads who had often engaged in corruption and bribery. Just thinking about it made them sweat, hoping Yi Tian knew nothing. Seeing the car arrive, Yi Tian got out, and the camera flashes were non-stop, like a celebrity's appearance. Chun Hao quickly brought people up to welcome him and introduced the responsible persons beside him. Mr. Yi, these are the heads of various departments. Yi Tian looked around. Besides Chun Hao, there were 18 other heads, some with plump faces that didn't seem trustworthy. He nodded to everyone and greeted them. Hello everyone, I am Yi Tian. Oh, I will rely on you all. The crowd smiled awkwardly. We dare not, Mr. Yi, you're too polite. Everyone didn't take Yi Tian's polite words seriously. If they thought they were important, they wouldn't know how they'd die. Chun Hao led Yi Tian towards the company, asking whether Yi Tian would like to inspect the departments first or hold a meeting. Yi Tian indicated that he would prefer to hold a meeting first to understand the situation of the company. Outside the company gate, there were already security guards forming a human wall blocking the media personnel who had been waiting early on. Yi Tian frowned at the media personnel, who seemed like zombies ready to rush in. He stopped and asked Chun Hao, why are there so many people over there? Did you arrange this? Chun Hao quickly shook his head. No, only a few mainstream media have communicated with our company. The rest came spontaneously, mainly Mr. Yi, you are currently too famous. He had also seen those videos online. Yi Tian's popularity was no less than that of a big star. Not to mention the men, even the female netizens who saw Yi Tian's appearance had no complaints. When the crowd saw Yi Tian stop, they began to shout his name loudly. Mr. Yi, I love you. Mr. Yi, I want to marry you. Listening to this, Yi Tian felt his scalp tingle. Were these really his fans? He waved at those people, causing another round of excitement. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yi Tian instructed Chun, how does the company have a conference room that can accommodate all these people? Please invite them in first. It doesn't look good for them to stand outside. I will meet them after I finish the meeting with you. Chun Hao nodded yes, even if there are twice as many, they can still sit. I will arrange it right away. Yi Tian thought for a moment and added, prepare some food and drinks for them and give each of them 2,000 as a red envelope. When they get the money, they will surely say a few nice words. Chun Hao wiped the sudden sweat from his forehead and hurriedly agreed, okay, I will arrange it right away. Mr. Yi is so extravagant. With these reporters and netizens combined, there must be 200 or 300 people. Wouldn't that red envelope total 50 to 60,000? But anyway, the company's money is Yi Tian's money. He can spend it however he wants. Chun Hao couldn't say anything and could only hurry to have the relevant personnel make arrangements. The reporters, anchors, and netizens over there were still pondering how to bypass the security to reach Yi Tian. Suddenly, they heard someone notifying them to all go inside the company's conference room to rest. After the meeting, President Yi would meet with them. Everyone praised this President Yi, seeming quite easy to deal with. They entered the large conference room and took their seats. Shortly after, someone came in with fruits, drinks, and snacks, ensuring everyone received their share. Wow, what an impressive setup. It's rare to see something like this. Such events are usually reserved for new product launches. Who would have thought they would experience it today? Some felt the treatment was quite good and had already started taking pictures with their phones. After a while, a staff member entered the room accompanied by security carrying a suitcase. Everyone curiously watched and speculated on what it was. Could it be a new product developed? Until that person opened the suitcase, revealing bright red envelopes inside. The conference room instantly erupted in excitement. Was this a signal for distributing red envelopes? I wonder how much money is inside. With so many envelopes, could it be that everyone present would get a share? The staff member at the podium spoke into the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. President Yi wishes to express his gratitude for your support by giving each of you a red envelope, just a little something to buy some drinks. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted, and everyone clapped vigorously, filled with excitement. President Yi is generous. President Yi is amazing. I love President Yi. With the help of security, soon everyone received a red envelope. When they opened it, they found 2,000 yuan inside. The quick-witted reporters immediately stood up to count how many people were present. 286 people. They realized that in one go a total of 5700 yuan was distributed, truly extravagant. Some had already begun preparing to write news articles ready to praise Tian a few more times. After all, one is soft-handed when accepting favors and soft-mouthed when eating from someone's plate. With everyone enjoying food, drinks, and red envelopes, who would be foolish enough to criticize Tian? Even more, some couldn't wait to post about this online, attracting a wave of envy and jealousy. Tian entered the company under the guidance of Chun Hao. Suddenly Chun Hao seemed to remember something and asked Tian, "President Yi, the lady called Hong Yen that you mentioned yesterday came by earlier. She is currently waiting for you in your office." Tian recalled that he had indeed asked Hong Yen to come to the company to pick up some money, almost forgetting about it. "How long has she been waiting?" "Almost half an hour." "Has it been that long?" "Take me to the office first and let the other department heads wait in the conference room." Hong Yen was enjoying VIP treatment in the office with her daughter being served food and drinks. After waiting for over 20 minutes, she began to feel anxious, wondering if President Yi had forgotten about her. Someone had already recognized that this mother and daughter were the ones saved by President Yi in the video, circulating online, thinking to themselves that they were truly a pair of unfortunate, yet lucky individuals, thus treating them with extra courtesy. As soon as Tian entered the office, he saw the mother and daughter sitting nervously on the sofa, glancing around. He quickly approached and apologized. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." When Hong Yen saw Tian enter, she immediately began apologizing, her nervous hands unsure of where to place themselves. After all, President Yi was a significant figure. The fact that he apologized to her for making her wait felt overwhelming for her. She hurriedly bowed to Tian and said, "Hello, President Yi. I just arrived and haven't waited long. It should be me apologizing for disturbing you." Nan and her daughter obediently greeted Tian beside her, saying, "Hello, big brother." Tian, seeing Nanan, instantly felt fond of her and opened his arms, saying, "Nanan, come here for a hug." Nanan also adored Tian and jumped into his arms for a hug, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek, which made Tian laugh heartily. Holding Nanan, Tian instructed Chun how old Chun arranged to transfer 1 million to her account and get her contact information and address so I can visit Nanan often in the future. "Sure thing, President. You'll handle it right away." Such matters naturally didn't require Chun how to handle them personally. He simply found someone to arrange it. Hong Yen only provided her personal information and bank account, and soon she received 1 million yuan. With tears in her eyes, Hong Yen expressed profound gratitude to Tian. He comforted her briefly and used the excuse of needing to attend a meeting to leave the office. Before leaving, he saw that Hong Yen had bought a new phone and saved her number for future contact when visiting Nanan. Nanan reluctantly said goodbye to Tian, and being precocious, she secretly vowed to become his girlfriend when she grew up. Tian was unaware that even the little girl had fallen for him. Following Chun Hao, he arrived at the conference room, and after taking his seat, Chun Hao began introducing a beautiful woman in her 30s sitting next to Tian. "President Yi, this is Secretary Bai Jingjing. If you have anything, you can instruct her to handle it." Bai Jingjing stood up nervously and greeted Tian. "Hello, President Yi. My name is Bai Jingjing, and I am at your service." Tian glanced at her. She was quite attractive, wearing light makeup and a professional short skirt that made her look very capable, leaving a good impression. He nodded at Bai Jingjing, signaling her to sit down. He thought to himself that he was unsure about her capabilities. If he were to call Lu Yin to be his secretary, would it seem inappropriate to replace her? "Ding, the personnel information for this meeting has been collected." As expected, just as he thought of something, the system transmitted all the personnel information to Tian's mind. After reviewing the information provided by the system, Tian immediately understood everything. Bai Jingjing was indeed a dedicated and competent secretary, but there was a hint of ambiguity in her past relations with the former chairman. They had slept together a few times when she first started working at the company. Later, she married and had children with her current husband, but occasionally had relations with the former chairman until he grew old and frail, at which point those affairs gradually ceased. Everyone knew about this to some extent, so her position had always been stable and her treatment was good. Overall, she was relatively happy at work and loyal to the company. Tian contemplated that it seemed he could only transfer her. Chun Hao was a veteran of the company, always diligent and hardworking, treating the company as if it were his own. There was no corruption involved. He had only arranged for a few relatives to work at the company. On the whole, he was a good employee. After all, who could be without a little self-interest? Other department heads had varying degrees of corruption, though the amounts were not large, usually ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. For a company with an annual revenue of 200 billion, such amounts were often overlooked and no one paid attention. Only the two heads of the logistics and procurement departments were major embezzlers, having taken tens of millions. Chun Hao signaled for the department heads to introduce themselves. After everyone introduced themselves, Chun Hao began to invite Tian to speak. Tian listened expressionlessly. A company's management can become this rotten, indicating that it wasn't a recent development. Everyone colluded with each other. If they wanted to keep their positions stable, they had to indulge in a bit of corruption, otherwise they might be ousted. Today he needed them to listen to him. Mere verbal admonishment would likely be ineffective, so it seemed he would have to take a more severe approach. There's nothing much today, or I just want to meet everyone and understand the company's basic situation. Old Chen, please introduce me. Chun Hao nodded and began the introduction. Bai Jingjing quickly placed a company profile in front of Yi Tian. Tianjin Company mainly researches and produces polymer materials, exoskeleton armor, and more, cooperating with units in aerospace, military, medical, and high-tech industries. The company currently has over 10,000 employees spread across the globe. Here at headquarters, there are more than 4,000 employees mainly engaged in various research and a small amount of special materials production and sales. The company's products have always been at the forefront internationally, with demand consistently exceeding supply. Currently, the annual revenue exceeds 200 billion, but the former chairman transferred his share of profits away, leaving only over 10 billion in liquid assets on the company's books. After Chun Hao finished speaking, Yi Tian asked with some annoyance, "Is this all that remains? Is it poorer than I am?" Chun Hao was at a loss for words. Over 10 billion is still considered little. How much money does President Yi have? Yi Tian thought to himself, the company needs funding for research and development. If a company's funds are less than his savings, how embarrassing would that be to admit? However, he also had just over 70 billion left. Saying he would inject a few hundred billion might seem petty. He should at least multiply the funding by 10. Ding, 500 billion has been deposited into the host's account. Please use it with confidence. Just as he thought, the system provided him with a timely boost. Now he could boldly initiate plans, increasing the investment in research and production to strive to expand and strengthen the company. Yi Tian tapped his fingers on the table and declared, having only 10 billion left is unacceptable. Let's do this. He'll inject another 200 billion. Old Chun increased the production capacity, but do not saturate it or just reach near a balance between supply and demand. Hiss. Everyone present inhaled sharply. How much money does this new chairman actually have? His name hasn't been heard on the rich list. Where did this hidden wealthy figure come from? Chun Hao thought Yi Tian was really wasting money on random investments and kindly advised 200 billion. President Yi, that's quite a lot. 30 to 40 billion would be enough to reach a balance in supply and demand. There's no need for so much. Yi Tian awkwardly scratched his head and replied, is it too much? Then let's leave the rest for research on new projects. He'll give you a few directions to explore shortly. Once the words were spoken, he knew he couldn't take them back. That would be too embarrassing. However, on the topic of money, I have a question. I personally detest corruption and bribery. Therefore, for some time ahead, the company will conduct a self-inspection. I hope those who have made mistakes will come forward voluntarily. If the amounts are not large, I will not hold it against them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What was meant to come had indeed arrived. The newly appointed general manager, despite his youth, was skillfully wielding both the sweet rewards and the heavy sticks. Those who had embezzled considerably were already starting to sweat, coldly feigning calmness, as if nothing had happened. Chun Hao maintained a laissez-faire attitude towards minor disturbances, as the old chairman usually did not intervene. If he were to impose strict controls, it would significantly affect the company's operations, so this aspect was rather lax. The company's inspectors were also involved in embezzlement, naturally turning a blind eye. With Yi Tian's command now in place, Chun Hao felt it was time to take decisive action and conduct a thorough cleanup. All right, General Manager, we will start immediately after the meeting, beginning with those responsible here to self-examine and correct any issues. Yi Tian was very pleased with Chun Hao's attitude. He nodded and deliberately asked, good, I have heard that the procurement and logistics departments in every company are the most corrupt. Is it the same in our company? At this, the heads of the procurement and logistics departments panicked, beads of sweat pouring from their foreheads and bodies. This chairman wasn't following the usual script. There was no way to admit it without facing dire consequences. The head of the procurement department stammered, General Manager, those are merely rumors. All our procurement activities are documented. There is absolutely no issue. The head of the logistics department chimed in, General Manager, it absolutely won't happen. I have been with the company for over a decade and have never taken an extra stitch of company material. Other department heads nearby also spoke up. Yes, General Manager, both ministers are currently living in company-assigned housing, maintaining their integrity. Yi Tian found their panicked reactions amusing. Is that so? Since there are no issues, let's start the investigation with logistics and procurement. If you are truly innocent, I will apologize to you and double your salaries as a reward. The two ministers quickly wiped their sweat and smiled awkwardly. We wouldn't dare to have General Manager Yi apologize to us. Yi Tian chuckled lightly, but his expression turned cold as he said, if any issues are found, I have a bad temper. It won't be a court matter. I will directly break your hands and feet and send you to the hospital, with the company covering your medical expenses for the rest of your lives. After saying this, Yi Tian slammed the conference table, which was dozens of meters long and 10 centimeters thick, immediately shattering it into powder that scattered across the floor. Clattering sounds followed as teacups shattered on the ground. Everyone was petrified. Chun Hao was slightly better as he had nothing to hide, only shocked by Yi Tian's display of strength. Bai Jingjing was unafraid. She had never embezzled money and felt excited seeing Yi Tian's fierceness. General Manager Yi truly exuded masculinity, shining like the sun. Indeed, the online videos were true. General Manager Yi was a martial arts master. Among the heads present there were 4 women in their 30s, all of whom were momentarily dazzled by Yi Tian's power, thinking to themselves, General Manager Yi is so imposing. A few had indeed embezzled a bit, amounts ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Terrified by Yi Tian, some nearly lost control of their bladders. Those who had taken hundreds of thousands had already resolved to write self-criticisms and return double the amount. Those who had embezzled millions were in a panic. It was not a small amount. If discovered, they would spend the rest of their lives in the hospital. They decided it was best to turn themselves in quickly. The 2 ministers from logistics and procurement were drenched in sweat, feeling utterly powerless, mouths agape, but unable to utter a word. They felt doomed, having embezzled over 10 million. Whether they could leave this conference room today was already in question. They had no doubt Yi Tian would act as he had said. He would only break their hands and feet, not kill them. Even if they reported him, they knew it wouldn't harm Yi Tian. After years of working here, they understood well that anyone who could buy a company with a powerful background would have an even stronger backing, possibly even official connections. Had they thought about hiring an assassin to kill Yi Tian? Such an idea had never crossed their minds. Doing such a thing domestically, they were likely the ones who would end up dead first. The 2 ministers immediately fell to the ground, not caring about the dirt, kneeling before Yi Tian. General Manager Yi, I confess. I have embezzled 30 to 40 million from the company over the years, all hidden within the walls of a villa I bought. I will return it all. I beg you, General Manager Yi, show mercy and spare my hands and feet. General Manager Yi, I confess. I have embezzled over 20 million from the company, all stored in an ice house I built. I will return it all and will serve my time in prison. I ask you, General Manager Yi, not to break my hands and feet. While I didn't expect them to have embezzled so much, all the while pretending to be virtuous and selfless. Chun Hao had a look of disbelief. He had no idea about such a significant issue, thinking everyone merely took minor advantages. Now he felt embarrassed in front of Yi Tian. He had failed as a general manager. Seeing the 2 ministers kneeling, Yi Tian was also contemplating how to handle the situation. Should he cripple their hands and feet right now or go easy on them because they confessed? In his view, anyone who could embezzle so much money must have committed many heinous acts deserving of death. But then he thought, wait, they embezzled money from the former chairman. If they return it, wouldn't it become mine? So am I effectively profiting tens of millions now? Not bad, then I will handle it lightly. Yi Tian's expression eased a bit, addressing the 2 still kneeling. Confessing is a good thing. I will be a good person. You will return the money, and I will only cripple 1 hand and 1 foot. Of course, you can also leave now and see where you can run, but the outcome may not be pleasant. At this, the 2 ministers banged their heads on the ground, their foreheads bleeding, sweat streaming into their eyes, without a chance to wipe it away. Upon hearing Yi Tian's punishment, they were both crying and laughing. Thank you, General Manager Yi. I will go return the money immediately. General Manager Yi, I won't run. I will go get the money right away. Preserving a hand and a foot meant they could at least live, which was better than having none. As for escaping, they didn't dare to even think about it. Since General Manager Yi allowed them to leave, he certainly had a way to bring them back. Go on, Yi Tian commanded, and the 2 scrambled out of the conference room to retrieve the money from their hidden locations. The remaining people looked around, and without exception they all knelt down, including Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing. Everyone get up, this is a company, and I'm not an emperor. Don't kneel at every little thing. Everyone thought, General Manager Yi, we don't want to either. It's just that our legs turn to jelly. Your hand can crush anything into powder. Yi Tian frowned and helped Chun Hao up. Old Chun, why are you kneeling too? He casually helped Bai Jingjing up as well. The woman was well maintained, her arms soft and comfortable to touch. Hearing Yi Tian's words, everyone stood up except for a few who had embezzled millions and still dared not move. You few still kneeling, explain what happened. General Chun, I embezzled 5 million using my position. General Manager Yi, I brought in several unqualified individuals and received over 200,000 in kickbacks. General Manager Yi, one by one they confessed like beans spilling from a bag. Yi Tian stroked his chin, pondering for 3 seconds, while those few were drenched in sweat, feeling that each second felt as long as a year. Several million, that's no small amount. Well, humans are not saints. Who can be without faults? Just return the money you greedily took, remove those unsuitable individuals, and then swap positions with your deputy without reducing your benefits. The The few individuals upon hearing Yi Tian's decision felt as if they had received a divine edict. They thanked him profusely with several bows before standing up. Oh really? Thank you, General Manager Yi. Thank you, General Manager Yi. I will immediately drive those people out. I will give the money to the finance department shortly. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction and instructed Chun how Old Chin note down the position changes for these individuals and inform them. All right. Chun Hao felt as if he were dreaming. What just happened with General Manager Yi? Why were these people so obedient, bowing like head-bobbing chicks, confessing everything and even offering to return money? He selectively forgot that he himself had just knelt in fear for getting the terrifying palm strike from Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at the few who had just been standing and casually asked, "Do any of you have over 1 million?" No. They all shook their heads desperately like a rattling drum. Forget it, write a self-criticism and submit it to Old Chun. If you were wrong, correct it. You even dared to be greedy for this small sum of money. It seems you dislike your current benefits. The few individuals hurriedly nodded, pecking like chicks. All right, we wouldn't dare. General Manager Yi, we are very satisfied with our benefits. Using a big stick followed by a sweet date, Yi Tian became increasingly skilled. He said to the few, how about this? For those who made minor mistakes, after correcting them, each will receive a 20 salary increase. In the future, don't take company items for small profits. Oh, just tell me if you want a raise. The few exchanged glances, puzzled. They made a mistake, but were getting a raise instead, as long as they corrected their errors. Was this a blessing in disguise? Really? Thank you, General Manager Yi. General Manager Yi, I know I was wrong. I will definitely dedicate myself to the company in the future. General Manager Yi, if I make a mistake again, I will break my own hand without you needing to intervene. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction. Everyone can say nice things, but whether they can deliver will be seen in the future. If they still make mistakes, then it won't be so easy for them. I hope so. Don't make such mistakes in the future. I am not short of money. What I lack is loyalty. Tianzheng is just my starting point. Those who can walk with me will have limitless achievements in the future. We will definitely follow General Manager Yi. If General Manager Yi goes east, we wouldn't dare to go west. Wherever General Manager Yi points, we will go. Whatever General Manager Yi wants me to do, I will do it. I am willing to do whatever General Manager Yi asks. The more they spoke, the more excessive they became, especially the women, almost asking Yi Tian to do as he pleased. Yi Tian quickly signaled them to stop feeling his hair stand on end from their flattery. Stop buttering me up. Ooh, I have my ways of knowing how you all are doing. Only by working hard for the company is the real deal. The few individuals quickly nodded, their faces displaying expressions of loyalty. Yi Tian then looked at Bai Jingjing, who felt her heart race. Was it finally her turn? Xiaobai, your position will be changed. Bai Jingjing's heart sank. Ooh, just as she feared, her role as the chairman's secretary seemed to be coming to an end. With the new emperor comes new ministers. Even if she had done nothing wrong, she could not escape being dismissed. Tears streamed down her face. All her years of hard work seemed to be in vain, leaving her heartbroken. General Manager Yi, I have always been loyal to the company. I have never done anything detrimental to the company's interests. Seeing her cry like a child, Yi Tian could only pat her shoulder to console her. I didn't say I was going to dismiss you. Why are you crying? Bai Jingjing's tears stopped instantly, as if a faucet had been turned off. She looked at him in confusion and asked, But aren't you going to resign me? I'm not resigning. I'm changing your position. Didn't we just get rid of the heads of the logistics and procurement departments? You can choose another position to take. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. What was this? A promotion in disguise or a demotion in disguise? Which is better, being the chairman's secretary or being the head of a powerful department? Everyone felt a bit confused. Perhaps being a minister was slightly better. After all, a secretary has to serve someone at all times, while a minister enjoys a higher position with subordinates to serve them. Bai Jingjing asked in a daze, Why? Yi Tian looked at everyone in the conference room and sighed. I think everyone knows I practice martial arts, right? Everyone nodded quickly. Not only did he practice martial arts, but he was also an unparalleled expert. Because of my martial arts, any woman who gets too close to me will be attracted to me. If you stay by my side, sooner or later we will end up in bed together. Do you understand? Yi Tian's blunt words caught even Bai Jingjing, who had seen many people off guard. She blurted out, This? I don't mind. Once those words left her mouth, she knew she had said something wrong. Everyone turned to look at her, seeing her face turn red. Yi Tian shot her a glance, helplessly saying, My girlfriend would mind, so I need to call my girlfriend to be my secretary. This way it won't affect others. Understand? Bai Jingjing hurriedly nodded. It turned out that not only was General Manager Yi handsome, but he was also so devoted, even requesting his girlfriend to supervise him. She sincerely praised, General Manager Yi, you are truly a loyal man. Yi Tian shook his head, saying, Actually, I'm not that loyal. In the videos circulating online, both of my classmates have become my girlfriends. I won't elaborate on the specifics. The curiosity among the crowd ignited fiercely, but Yi Tian didn't continue, leaving them hanging, making them want to whip him. Think it over. Which position do you want? If you don't choose, you can still be my girlfriend's secretary. It will be a step down, but with unchanged benefits. Bai Jingjing's heart suddenly stirred. She had always relied on the previous chairman's connections to establish herself in the company. Although she had been working hard hoping to prove herself through her work, in everyone's eyes, she was still just a decorative vase, a person who climbed the ranks by leveraging her body. Now suddenly having the opportunity to lead a department reignited her long-dormant ambition. If she stayed by Yi Tian's girlfriend's side, although her benefits wouldn't change, her status would. She wouldn't be able to rely on Yi Tian anymore and would only be an assistant. It would be better to become a minister. After much consideration, she finally made a choice. General Manager Yi, I choose to go to the logistics department. I will do a great job in logistics. Seeing Bai Jingjing finally make a choice, Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This way everyone would be happy. Good, but for the first few months I will need you to teach my girlfriend how to be a secretary. After all, she knows nothing like me. I will pay you 2 salaries for that. General Manager Yi, I don't want 2 salaries. That would make me feel uneasy. I'm not afraid of hard work. I will ensure that both the secretary assistant and logistics jobs are done well. Bai Jingjing firmly rejected the 2 salaries. She was not only a beautiful woman, but also a smart woman. She understood the principle of greed leading to downfall. Indeed, her attitude garnered Yi Tian's favor. He nodded in satisfaction, patted her shoulder, and encouraged, very good. Work hard. Yi Tian looked at Chun Hao, who seemed to have aged several years in an instant. With such a major incident occurring within the company, he was completely unaware, leading him to believe he was unfit to continue as the general manager. Yi Tian saw him open his mouth to speak and directly shook his head, saying, Old Chen, don't say anything. I trust your feelings for the company. Just keep doing your best. Just those words made Chun Hao weep with gratitude. This was trust, and he was so moved that he could hardly articulate a response. Thank you, Yi Zong, for your trust. I promise that such incidents will never happen again. Yi Tian smiled and addressed everyone. Everyone go back and check your respective departments as well. I have nothing else to do and will be wandering around. If I find any problems, you as the superiors will also bear joint responsibility, and then it will be difficult for me to speak kindly. I'm not threatening anyone here. Those who fear for their positions can resign early. It's no big deal if old Chun finds someone to replace you. If you truly end up disabled, you can sue me. I'm a law-abiding person. I will cover your medical expenses and lost wages. Although Yi Tian spoke with a smile, the heads of those departments felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. Resigning was not an option. After all, it was hard-earned to reach this position, so they had to strictly clean up their departments. After all, it's better to die as a friend than to suffer alone. Moreover, if they were to become disabled, not only would they have to win in court, but if they did win, they would be left as useless individuals. What would they do with the money then? Thus, everyone nodded eagerly, almost swearing an oath. Yes, we will definitely conduct a thorough investigation when we return. Yi Tian nodded and continued, since old Chen just mentioned the 200 billion in funds, the company should initiate several new projects. You all know Iron Man, right? Get that battle suit research for me. Everyone turned in unison towards the head of the RD department, causing him to feel anxious. He nervously said to Yi Tian, Yi Zong, that's a sci-fi movie, and it's impossible to realize it at this stage. Yi Tian didn't care about that. As the chairman, he was responsible for generating ideas, or whether they could be realized had nothing to do with him. Don't make excuses. Our airplanes and telephones would have been considered myths in ancient times, yet they were still developed, weren't they? The head of the RD department wiped his sweat, thinking, can they really be compared? Yi Zong, this research involves multiple disciplines, and our research capabilities are insufficient. If you don't understand, then go recruit more people. Bring in scientists from around the world. If there's not enough money, just come to me. But no more excuses. I don't understand professional matters. Just make sure you produce at least one thing every few months. I don't believe that with the combined efforts of scientists from around the world, you can't create something. Understood. The head of the RD department was so worried he was nearly going gray, but the other departments were. The Iron Man suit involves energy, artificial intelligence, new materials, and other fields. If they actually succeeded in research, Tianjin Company would become the greatest company in the world. The head of the sales department patted the head of the RD department on the shoulder to console him, saying, Lao Lu, just do your best. You should be grateful that Yi Zong didn't ask you to research storage rings. The head of the RD department turned pale. At least the Iron Man suit was somewhat based in science. If he were to research storage rings, that would be fantasy. Surely they couldn't hire some Taoists to do that. The meeting concluded and the heads of each department returned to their posts, leaving only Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing to accompany Yi Tian to the media conference. As soon as Yi Tian entered the conference room, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yi Tian. It felt as if he had stepped into the scene of a superstar's concert. Yi Tian walked onto the stage, raised his hands to signal for quiet, and the entire venue fell silent, as if one could hear a pin drop. Everyone arrived so suddenly today, and this isn't in my schedule. I have other matters to attend to, so if you have any questions, please ask quickly. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, everyone in the audience stood up, chattering among themselves, and no single question could be heard clearly. Silence. Yi Tian had to gesture for them to quiet down again. I can't hear a word with you all talking like this. How about this? Those who have questions stand up, and those who don't sit down. Not a single person sat down. Everyone remained standing. To be fair, you all will play rock, paper, scissors in groups of 3, best of 3, until there are 10 winners left, and those 10 can ask their questions. Everyone was stunned. Are we really going to do this? Playing rock, paper, scissors in such a large group. What about our dignity? If this gets out, we'll become the news ourselves. Yi Tian took out his phone and began recording them. Noticing everyone remained still, he urged, if you don't want to play, you can leave now. For those who do want to play, if you lose, sit down and don't block others. Of course, everyone wanted to play. They quickly began pulling people from the sides to team up. Playing was the only way to have a chance, and not playing meant missing out entirely. The venue was soon filled with the sounds of rock, paper, scissors. Bai Jingjing couldn't help but burst into laughter. What was originally a formal conference had turned into a playground, with Yi Zhong's single remark as a group of adults eagerly played rock, paper, scissors. Yi Zhong was truly remarkable, consistently doing the unexpected. Soon only 10 winners remained, each with a proud expression as if they had just won an award. They were representatives from Myampian News, Giant Blog, Slow Foot Video, the City TV station, 3 independent media, and 3 netizens. The order for asking questions will be based on height, starting from the shortest to the tallest. The 10 people lined up in order, with the 3 independent media in the first 3 positions, the 3 netizens in the next 3, the City TV station 7th, Giant Blog 8th, Slow Foot Video 9th, and Myampian News 10th. Now that the order is set, let's begin. Each person can ask 1 question. Yi Tian established the rules and signaled that they could start. In his own territory, he could do as he pleased, enjoying such freedom. All 3 representatives from the independent media were male, and what captivated them most was Yi Tian's martial arts, so their questions revolved around that. Yi Zhong, there has been much debate online about what martial arts you used when you saved people. Can you tell us about it? Yi Tian nodded, and without hesitation shared his experience. With the miraculous system at his disposal, he wasn't afraid of anything. While the healing technique involves using my internal force to repair the body, and the technique for floating in midair is called Tycoon zone, those are the main ones. The audience and those watching the live stream online erupted in excitement upon hearing Yi Tian's answer. So it's really Tycoon zone. I want to learn it so badly. Wudong sect is gaining recognition. It seems that there's also a Taoist who can jump quite high. Why is it all martial arts? No spells. The healing technique is just internal force. I'm disappointed. I thought it would involve cultivating immortality. The second independent media representative continued. Will you help the many leukemia patients around the world in the future, Yi Zhong? Yi Tian shook his head and replied, I want to treat them. When all the wealthy people in the world distribute all their money to the poor, then I will consider it. Everyone felt a bit disappointed. How could Yi Zhong respond so resolutely? Would the wealthy really distribute all their money to the poor? Certainly not. Thus, everyone quickly understood Yi Zhong's implication. Why should he do what? The third male media person eagerly asked, May I ask, Mr. Yi, will you take on disciples to pass on your skills? Yi Tian shook his head, wondering why he would teach others martial arts when his own skills were granted by the system. After all, he considered himself a wealthy man. He shouldn't life primarily revolve around enjoying spending money. Why would he waste time teaching others martial arts? That's not something I'm considering right now, because the core of my martial arts is internal strength, which I acquired through fortuitous encounters. I can't teach others. Without internal strength, even the techniques would be useless. Those who had hoped to kneel for days in front of Yi Tian begging him to take them on as disciples were left disappointed. The very core of internal strength Yi Tian surprisingly could not teach, which was truly disheartening. How frustrating. Why haven't I had any fortuitous encounters? I've made up my mind. I need to get out more. There are no fortuitous encounters at home. In the future, when I encounter old beggars, I will give them a bit more money. Perhaps out of happiness they will teach me some divine. The 3 media personalities were quite satisfied, as Yi Tian had explained everything to them clearly, without leaving anything ambiguous. All media professionals preferred interview subjects who spoke plainly and clearly. Writing articles afterward would be much easier. Next, 3 female netizens took the stage, and the atmosphere changed. The first female netizen looked at Yi Tian with twinkling eyes and excitedly asked, Mr. Yi, do you have a girlfriend? As soon as the question was asked, all the women watching the live stream, both on-site and online, perked up their ears, silently praying in their hearts. Quick, say you don't. Yi Tian saw the expectation in her eyes and smiled slightly, saying, I do. The hearts of more than half the women shattered. Oh my god, my idol actually has a girlfriend. The second female netizen appeared to be an 18 or 19-year-old girl looking delicate and charming. She shyly asked, Mr. Yi, can I take a photo with you without asking a question? Yi Tian nodded with a smile, saying sure. Yage. The girl was thrilled that Yi Tian agreed so readily. She ran onto the stage and stood beside him, lifting her phone to take a picture from a 45-degree angle. Yi Tian cooperatively turned his face towards her phone and smiled gently. Click. The shutters. The girl looked at the photo on her phone, overjoyed. When Yi Tian wasn't paying attention, she secretly kissed. Wow! The audience gasped in astonishment. Yi Tian was stunned, looking at the girl with confusion, which made her face turn red. The girl covered her face with both hands, shyly turned, and ran away. In her haste, her left foot tripped over her right, and she fell to the ground, screaming and shutting her eyes. Careful! The audience gasped again. Yi Tian dashed to her side, as if teleporting, catching her. The girl felt an unusual sensation in her chest, and opened her eyes to find herself in Yi Tian's embrace. His arm had slipped under her armpit, shielding her chest, pressing against her two small hills. Yi Tian realized that his hand was in an inappropriate position and quickly withdrew it, steadying the girl. The girl felt her legs go weak and nearly lost her strength to stand. If she had her clothes off, one would see that her entire body was as red as a ripe shrimp. Seeing her unsteady, Yi Tian gently held her shoulder and said, You little girl, you shouldn't be so unprincipled. How will I explain this to my girlfriend? The girl quickly lowered her head and repeatedly apologized, saying, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help my... Yi Tian felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to scold her and patted her shoulder, saying, Next time you can't sneak attack like that. If you want to kiss me, just ask openly. The girl's eyes lit up and she excitedly asked, Can I kiss you if I just ask? The women nearby who heard their conversation also became thrilled. Is the idol really this easy to talk to? If asking allows a kiss, they would also want to try their luck. Yi Tian shook his head and said sternly, No, if you ask, I can just refuse you directly. The audience nearly fell over. Mr. Yi, isn't that equivalent to saying nothing? Yi Tian turned his face and pointed to the spot where he had just been kissed, asking the girl, Check if there are any lipstick marks on my face, otherwise it would be hard to explain to my girlfriend. The girl quickly shook her head and explained, No, Mr. Yi, I didn't wear lipstick. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I won't do it again next time. All right, thank you for your appreciation. You can return to your seat now. The girl walked back to her seat, while nearby women shot her envious glances filled with jealousy. That little vixen acted so quickly, not only kissing the idol, but also being held in his arms. Why doesn't she have such luck? It's really infuriating. Yi Tian returned to the podium, thought for 3 seconds, and took out his phone to call Lu Yin. Lu Yin was watching his live stream with Lin Yi, and naturally, she had also seen the girl kiss him. Lu Yin sourly asked Lin Yi, Lin Yi, do you think my head has turned green? Lin Yi looked closely and seriously replied, No, it's still black. Lu Yin shot her a glance and scolded, You idiot. Lu Yin felt she was entirely talking to a wall. Lin Yi wouldn't ever be jealous. She pitted herself for having such a boyfriend who was adored by women. Suddenly her phone rang. Seeing it was Yi Tian calling, Lu Yin curiously answered on speakerphone and asked irritably, Hello, why aren't you properly answering the reporter's questions? Why call me? I just got kissed by a little girl, and I'm afraid you'll misunderstand if you see the video, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Lu Yin's expression instantly brightened. At least you have a conscience. I just thought my head had turned green. Haha, how could that be? You're still laughing. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. You continue with your meeting. In the future, you don't have to call me to report these kissy-huggy things, I won't mind. Just don't let it affect your image, since everyone is watching you. Image and you, of course, you're more important. You're such a wisecracker. You get back to work, I'm hanging up now. After hanging up, Lu Yin wore a broad smile, her heart feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and she hugged Lin Yi tightly, planting a few kisses on her. Yi Tian cared for her so much that made all her years of silent protection worthwhile. In the future, she needed to be more generous and not feel jealous just because Yi Tian was kissed or hugged by someone. After all, Yi Tian was like a prized piece of meat. Everyone wanted a bite, and she couldn't follow him around all day. It was impossible to prevent it. As long as Yi Tian held her in his heart, it didn't matter, even if he had some intimate relations with other women. This phone call happened to be broadcast through the microphones on the podium, and everyone was forced to witness a wave of dog food. They were all wondering, is Mr. Yi really that controlled by his girlfriend? In front of so many people, he didn't care about his image at all, hurrying to explain to his girlfriend just because he was stolen a kiss. Yi Tian continued to call the next questioner, and the third female netizen's question made the entire audience gasp in shock. How could someone dare to ask such a question? How would one even answer? Mr. Yi, are you very afraid of your girlfriend? Do you have to report a stolen kiss with a phone call? The entire venue fell silent. Yi Tian looked seriously at the female netizen who asked the question, and for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, he remained silent. Everyone's gaze turned towards the woman who was so frightened that her legs went weak and she sat down in her chair. It's over. I've let jealousy cloud my judgment. How could I ask such a question? How is the male god supposed to respond? Would he be so angry as to throw me out? The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became, tears quickly welling up in her eyes, ready to spill over. The entire venue and all the viewers online watching the live broadcast, regardless of gender, stopped their current activities, preparing to see how Yi Tian would respond. Lu Yen furrowed her brows anxiously, asking Lin Yi, what should we do? If Yi Tian is labeled as a man who fears his girlfriend, how will he ever hold his head high again? Lin Yi calmly patted Lu Yan's shoulder and said, Lu Yen, trust Yi Tian. Finally, after pondering for 3 seconds, Yi Tian spoke up. Actually, it's not fear, but mutual understanding. Many misunderstandings between men and women arise from trivial matters, so I am used to putting myself in the other person's shoes and considering things carefully. If today a man kissed my girlfriend and she didn't tell me, and I later found out from elsewhere, how would I feel? I would definitely feel upset, and then I would start to overthink. He continued, then the two of us might end up doubting, suspecting, arguing, and breaking up. Looking back, the source of the problem might just be a trivial kiss from a stranger. To avoid affecting our relationship, I decided to clarify things with her right away to avoid misunderstandings. Of course, my girlfriend is also very understanding, as she told me that I don't need to tell her about such kisses and hugs in the future, and she can understand me. Oh, everyone suddenly realized, so Yi Tian was not afraid of his girlfriend, but loved her, willing to sacrifice his pride to maintain their relationship. Most men thought to themselves that they absolutely couldn't do that, they still needed to save face. Some women wondered, if that's the case, does that mean if they sneak a kiss or hug Yi Tian, his girlfriend wouldn't care? At this moment, the woman who asked the question stood up and deeply bowed to Yi Tian, sincerely saying, I'm sorry, Yi Tian. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive my rudeness. You truly are a devoted man. Yi Tian smiled slightly at her, gesturing for her to sit down, and then said something even more startling. It's okay, but I must correct you, I am not a devoted man. I can't guarantee that I will remain devoted when I encounter more beautiful women in the future, so I can only say I will try my best to restrain myself and consider my girlfriend's feelings. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos, everyone discussing what was happening. They initially thought Yi Tian was henpecked, only to find out he was a devoted man. Everyone believed Yi Tian was a devoted man, yet he openly stated he might not be able to maintain his devotion in the future. Is he a good man or a scumbag? It seemed everyone was confused. Is non-devoted love still love? Whether or not he is devoted, everyone knows Yi Tian is an honest person, unafraid to speak such truths in public, not worried about damaging his image. The women unanimously considered this good news. If Yi Tian were truly a devoted man, they would have no chance. After all, flies don't land on an unbroken egg. However, now Yi Tian has made it clear that he cannot maintain his devotion, which means there is still a chance to attract. The women watching the live broadcast, some with boyfriends and some with husbands, felt their hearts stir. Even a 60-year-old woman felt tempted, wishing she could break up and divorce to join the pursuit of Yi Tian. After Yi Tian's words, the whole venue erupted in warm applause. No one could quite understand why they were applauding. They simply felt moved by what Yi Tian had said. Next to ask a question was a female reporter from the city television station, who was also a beauty. After hearing Yi Tian's call, her feelings for him surged, regretting that she didn't have such a good boyfriend. After hearing Yi Tian's words, she wanted to immediately call her boyfriend to break up, thinking there might be a chance to develop something with Yi Tian. She also wanted to ask some questions about Yi Tian's romantic gossip, but as the television station had tasks, she could only ask about Tianjin Company. Hello, Yi Tian. I am the reporter Zhou Shanshan from the city television station. Hello, reporter Zhou. Please ask your question. May I ask, Yi Tian, now that you have taken over Tianjin Company, do you have any new development directions in mind? That's a great question. In the future, the company will research a major project, which is to create the Iron Man suit. Most of the men in the audience gasped. Almost everyone had seen the Iron Man movies, and who didn't dream of owning those magical suits. Regardless of whether it can be developed or not, what Yi Tian is doing is something they have always wanted to do, and they must support it wholeheartedly. The men in the audience enthusiastically applauded. Seeing everyone so excited, Yi Tian continued, of course, completing this independently with our current research team is very difficult, so I plan to recruit scientists worldwide who are interested and capable to join my company. As long as the conditions can be met with money, I can fulfill them. This is simply big news. The media present seem to see a flood of traffic coming in, and they need not worry about no one watching the news. The Iron Man suit, a prop that only exists in movies and comics, and now Yi Tian wants to gather scientists from all over the world to research it together. My goodness, if this really comes to fruition, the world will change because of it. Just the promotion of the arc reactor would mean the world would no longer lack energy. Tianjin Company will become the #1 company in the world without a doubt. It's a pity that Tianjin Company is not publicly traded, otherwise with this news the stock price could be set to rise for days on end. A journalist from Giant Blog quickly followed up with a question: Yi Tian, will you be willing to share the progress of the Iron Man suit research on Giant Blog in the future? Yi Tian shook his head and said sharing is fine, but not on your Giant Blog. I have a bad impression of Giant Blog. Ooh, I don't want to enter a site filled with yellow information. Next question. The audience erupted in laughter. That's hilarious. Yi Tian is truly an honest person. Every word is pure truth. I also think there's too much yellow information on Giant Blog. No one is managing it. What a slap in the face. The journalist from Giant Blog turned red, weakly defending Yi Tian. We are a legitimate website. Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling him to stop talking. Don't explain. Just let everyone go into Giant Blog right now, find a popular entertainment article, and check the comments. Aren't the top few filled with yellow information? Some who didn't understand hurriedly searched for popular articles on Giant Blog, and sure enough, the top 3 were filled with yellow information and links leading to either selling videos or revealing photos. They quickly took screenshots of these to keep as material in case the website blocks them later. All the netizens watching the live broadcast rushed to find these pieces of information as if they were treasure. Yi Tian's candid remarks left the reporter from the slow foot video unable to voice the invitation. Their platform was filled with vulgar and unruly streamers. Although it was an open secret in the industry, in such a live setting being mocked by Yi Tian would be too humiliating. He pondered deeply and finally thought of a question. Hello, mister. What are your views on domestic violence? Upon mentioning this, Yi Tian thought of Nan Nan and her mother. He coldly replied, I abhor it deeply. If I find out that any man is abusing his woman, I will make him regret ever coming to this world. The last one I encountered is still lying in the hospital. Since this reporter just mentioned it, I have decided to establish a charity organization dedicated to helping women. We will provide material and legal assistance to women who have suffered from domestic violence and abuse, provided they have reported it to the police and received no results. After all, I do not wish to compete with the government for work. If there are those knowledgeable in organizational operations, please draft a proposal and send it to my email. If the proposal is accepted, I will reward you with 500,000 yuan. If not, there will of course be no reward, but your name will be recorded in the first batch of volunteers. The pilot city will be Jiangnan City. If the results are good, we will expand nationwide. Those interested in volunteering can sign up later, and I will provide excellent benefits. I will announce my email on the Myampian News. I happen to have an account called Poverty Alleviation Assistant. Everyone can follow it. Everyone on-site and online immediately took out their phones to search for the name Poverty Alleviation Assistant on Myampian News. They found that this user had a comical profile picture which seemed exceptionally strange and did not fit Yi Tian's image as a male god at all. The reporter from Myampian News quickly stood up and curiously asked Yi Tian, Mr. Yi, is this comical profile account yours? Yes. After receiving Yi Tian's affirmative answer, everyone eagerly followed the account, and the Myampian News reporter bowed in gratitude to Yi Tian. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for trusting our platform. I personally will also join this charity organization and contribute my modest efforts. After saying this, he felt his excited heart was about to leap out. He did not expect that the Mr. Yi who had belittled Giant Blog would choose to side with him. Doesn't this just prove that his platform is better than others? How proud. He glanced at the reporter from Giant Blog and noticed his eyes were red, looking at him with envy and jealousy. He grinned at the other party, feeling quite pleased. Those with quick wits had already started sending private messages, all saying, hello, I am so-and-so. Yi Tian opened Myampian News and saw that the messages were directly at 99. The phone was lagging like a snail. He instructed Bai Jingjing beside him, help me buy a Xiaomi phone, the most expensive and best one. Okay. Bai Jingjing quickly agreed, then curiously asked Mr. Yi, does the company have an Apple phone that you need? No, I'm used to the Xiaomi phone. Oh, I can't get used to others. Got it. Naturally, such matters as buying a phone did not require Bai Jingjing, the chairman's secretary, to go in person. She made a phone call, and someone soon drove out to buy it. Let's stop the questions for today. There are too many comments, and I may not be able to reply to each one. I have other matters to attend to and need to leave first. Having answered all the questions, Yi Tian declined everyone's request for a photo together and left the venue, preparing to go look at houses. The media and netizens present had their own arrangements for leaving. Except for the Giant Blog reporter, everyone else felt that the trip was worthwhile, as Mr. Yi had spoken of all hot topics. They could easily write about it for a month. They had already thought of the headlines, such as technology, star domestic Iron Man emerges, arc reactor opening, and endless energy journey. I love her so, I understand her. The remarkable confession of Yi Tian, the ideal man. Discussing the possibility of polygamy love is the key. As a yellow portal website who supports Giant, Yi Tian, the undeniable national husband and protector of women. Sisters, stand up brave and say no to domestic violence. We have Yi Tian behind us. Voting the name of Yi Tian's fan club is hotly collected. Women online began to spontaneously organize fan clubs, and the process was exceptionally smooth. As long as they were female, they would agree to join Yi Tian's fan club. On Shaol and Slowfoot videos, people had already begun to promote Yi Tian's name to attract fans, drawing in a large number of unsuspecting followers in a short time. Scammers also saw the emerging business opportunity, starting to study Yi Tian's videos to prepare for creating face swap videos, putting Yi Tian's face on their own for video scams. Yi Tian was unaware of this. Under Chun Hao's lead, he arrived at the chairman's office. The hundreds of square meters office was luxuriously decorated, almost like a high-end suite with all necessary office and living facilities. Yi Tian looked around and saw that there were beds, a supersized bathtub, and more. Suddenly, he thought of something the former chairman might have played around with by Jingjing in here. He turned to Chun Hao and asked, have these beds and bathtubs been replaced? Chun Hao's heart sank. Oh no, they hadn't been replaced, only the sheets and blankets had been changed. These rooms had dedicated cleaners, just like in a hotel, and no one thought to replace the beds. He anxiously looked down and apologized to Mr. Yi. I'm sorry. I will arrange for someone to replace them right. Let's just tear everything down and renovate it again. I don't like this classical style. Find a renovation company to design a few simple modern styles for me to look at. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. No matter what Yi Tian said, Chun Hao agreed. This is the way of the workplace. Leaders can do as they please, and not opposing is the right thing to do. After apologizing, Chun Hao quickly made a phone call to arrange this matter. After handling the arrangements, he took out several real estate documents to show Yi Tian, all of which he had urgently compiled. Mr. Yi, here are 3 villa options, each around 600, 800, and 1,000 square meters, fully equipped and ready for immediate occupancy. The 3 villas are standalone units surrounded by mountains and water, decorated in Chinese, European, and minimalist styles, priced at 60 million, 80 million, and 120 million respectively. Yi Tian was overwhelmed by having 3 choices. He had choice syndrome. How to decide which one to pick? He directly interrupted Chun Hao and said, stop talking, let's go take a look. I'm so young and don't particularly like Chinese or European styles, so let's look at the minimalist style first. Okay, I will prepare for the reception with the responsible person right now. At this moment, Bai Jingjing's phone rang as she picked it up and learned that the Xiaomi phone Yi Tian wanted had already been purchased. Mr. Yi, your phone has been bought. I will go down and get it. Okay, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. In no time, Bai Jingjing brought up the new phone, the latest Xiaomi Mix Alpha 5G surround screen concept phone, priced at 19999 yuan. The entire phone was surrounded by a screen incredibly futuristic with a 100 million pixel camera capturing photos in such detail that even the finest hairs were clear. Holding it felt like grasping a piece of glass, afraid of dropping and shattering it. Yi Tian took the phone, switched the card, and used the one-click phone replacement feature to transfer the data to the new device. Under Chun Hao's arrangement, he got in the car with Bai Jingjing and headed towards the Jiangnan Villa area of future real estate. Today, the driver was Xiao Potion, who was driving a custom-made 7-seater Mercedes-Benz business car, which also had bulletproof capabilities, first-class airline seats, and luxurious interior decor, costing up to 12 million. There were small tables between the middle and rear rows for making tea or serving drinks, and the seats could rotate 180 degrees to transform into a face-to-face meeting mode. Bai Jingjing kindly asked President Yi, what would you like to drink? Tea, wine, or a soft drink? Yi Tian was engrossed in his new phone and casually replied, a soft drink is fine, I don't drink alcohol. Bai Jingjing took a can of cola from the car fridge, opened it, inserted a straw, and handed it to Yi Tian. Yi Tian took the straw and gulped it down, feeling refreshed. What kind of man uses a straw? Sitting in a comfortable seat, enjoying the air conditioning, playing with his phone, and sipping cola with a beautiful secretary across from him. This life was simply delightful. On the way to view the house, Lu Yan and Lin Yi were also in the car driven by Xiao Tian, Su, heading to Lu Yan's workplace to resign. Lu Yan had already called her boss that morning. Her boss was a woman in her 40s. Initially, when she was young, she worked as a receptionist and caught her boss eye, which led her to become the boss wife. Afterward, the boss overworked herself and passed away prematurely, leaving the company to her. Now childless, she struggled alone in the business world and had a fondness for Lu Yan's character, treating her almost like a daughter. Upon hearing that Lu Yan was going to help Yi Tian manage the company, she readily agreed, as long as Lu Yan completed the handover. Arriving at the company entrance, Xiao Tian Su parked the car and took out a large box filled with luxury cosmetics and handbags bought by Lu Yan, intended as gifts for her boss and colleagues. As soon as she entered the company, her colleagues cheered upon seeing Lu Yan surrounding her like stars around the moon to congratulate her. Congratulations on finding a Prince Charming. Lu Yan, when are you having your wedding banquet? Lu Yan, let me treat you to a meal, bring your boyfriend along. You flirt, are you trying to seduce her husband? Look at what you're saying, it's just a casual introduction. Lu Yan understood they were joking and asked Xiao Tian Su to put down the box and take out the gifts one by one. Chanel, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Dior, LV, Hermes, and Gucci cosmetics, perfumes, and handbags nearly made her colleagues faint with joy. Everyone received gifts worth hundreds of thousands, their faces blooming like chrysanthemums, continuously flattering Lu Yan. You all go ahead and go into seeing Jia. Sure, Jia is waiting for you in her office. Lu Yan greeted them and took the gifts for Jia to her office. Remaining in the company, Lin Yi and Xiao Tian Su were warmly invited by the colleagues to sit down and rest, each eagerly serving tea and water. After Lin Yi and Xiao Tian Su politely thanked them, they didn't say much more. Lu Yan's colleagues were unconcerned and happily discussed the luxury items they had just received. Upon entering Jia's office, Lu Yan saw her standing up enthusiastically to welcome her. Xiao Yan, congratulations, you found a suitable partner. Thank you, Jia. Here are some gifts I picked out for you, please see if you like them. Why be so polite? You just came, no need. It's only writing. Jia has always taken care of me, and I remember it all. While this is Cartier jewelry, you really shouldn't have spent so much. Cartier is the world's most renowned high-end jewelry brand, known for selecting only the highest quality gems and diamonds, elegant and exquisite, favored by European royalty. Jia knew very well how precious Cartier jewelry was. The diamond necklace Lu Yan gifted her nearly dazzled her eyes. I'm glad you like it. The two chatted about various topics in the office for a while, but considering Lin Yi had been waiting for a long time, Lu Yan paused the conversation under the pretense of needing to hand over work. Jia accompanied her to the office, and upon seeing the luxury items Lu Yan had given to her colleagues, chided her for spending recklessly. As they left, everyone in the company saw her off to the ground floor, waving goodbye only after she got in the car. The three continued towards Lin Yi's company located in the neighboring city, which primarily engaged in trade, essentially wholesaling local small goods to other regions. Lin Yi felt a bit anxious as she had been scolded by her boss during the phone call that morning when she announced her boss reprimanded her for not giving prior notice, stating that she couldn't leave until her work was handed over, and threatened that if she caused any losses to the company, she would have to compensate. Timid and conflict-averse, Lin Yi agreed to go to the company to hand over her work and resign in person after her boss yelled at her. Although she had the money Yi Tian gave her, she still lacked the courage to say, "I can compensate for any amount." If it were Lu Yan, she would have already fired back. In fact, Lin Yi couldn't stay at this company any longer, as she was the only female employee. Her boss and colleagues often made crude jokes in front of her, and sometimes pretended to touch her casually. Each time, she could only awkwardly avoid them, trying to keep her distance, planning to leave once she found a suitable. Seeing her dare not speak out, her boss became increasingly reckless. Just this weekend, he had obtained some drugs, planning to find an opportunity to slip them into Lin Yi's drink. At this moment, when Lin Yi announced her resignation, he of course was unwilling. How could a cooked duck fly away? Lin Yi was naive and had not considered such matters. She thought that as long as Xiao Tian Su was with her today, her boss wouldn't dare to hit her, no matter how fierce he was. As Lin Yi and the others sped along the road, Yi Tian also arrived at Future Real Estate. The general manager of Future Real Estate, Du Ziding, was already waiting at the door. He had learned from Chun how that Yi Tian's first choice was their property, and he was immensely excited. This was a deal worth over 100 million. If it weren't for Yi Tian's interest, it would have been quite challenging to sell. With the current economic environment being poor, many major companies had gone bankrupt, and the number of buyers for luxury houses had significantly decreased. Therefore, this deal must be finalized today, even if he had to sell it for 2 million less. Upon seeing the car stop, he strode to the car door, respectfully waiting. As soon as Yi Tian got out of the car, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit extending his hand to him warmly. "President Yi, hello. I am Du Ziding, the general manager of Future Real Estate, and I warmly welcome your arrival." "Hello." Yi Tian also extended his hand and shook hands politely with him. Du Ziding then shook hands with Chun Hao, and by Jingjing politely inquiring, "Would President Yi like to rest in the office first, or shall we go view the house?" "Let's view the property. If it meets my expectations, I'll purchase it outright." Yi Tian preferred minimal social interaction. After viewing the residence and having a meal, he planned to return directly to his hotel to rest. Certainly. Du Ziding summoned a sightseeing shuttle. Everyone boarded together, accompanied by a poised and attractive sales representative who provided commentary, making the experience feel like touring a scenic attraction. "Our property management is entrusted to the Guardian Alliance, the top 5 property security firm in the industry. All security personnel are honorably discharged veterans, their backgrounds rigorously vetted to ensure impeccable integrity. We offer round-the-clock service. Residents may contact management at any time for assistance. Security patrols operate continuously to safeguard the community." The shuttle arrived at the estate's entrance. Indeed, the property staff stood uniformly attired, alert and energetic, offering crisp salutes before granting passage. Yi Tian nodded approvingly. Personal safety was non-negotiable where he resided. And though a master martial artist, he could hardly resort to lethal force at the slightest provocation. Should overzealous fans ever track him down, incapacitating them all would be neither practical nor appropriate. That responsibility fell squarely upon property management. In observing Yi Tian's evident satisfaction, Du Zeding exhaled in quiet relief. His first impression had clearly struck home. Mr. Yi was thoroughly impressed. The shuttle glided into the estate. Emerald trees lined both sides of the road, while blossoms and foliage vied for splendor. Like stepping into a secluded mountain grove with air so pristine, it seemed drawn from untouched wilderness. Our green coverage ratio reaches 75%. Vegetation is thoughtfully arranged to ensure floral beauty and scenic charm throughout all 4 seasons. An artificial lake and winding streams grace the estate, fed by East Lake. Water circulates within the grounds before returning to its source, its purity tested daily to guarantee absolute safety for human health. The lake teems with carefully stocked fish, offering residents tranquil moments of angling leisure along it. Yi Tian chuckled softly. He was no retiree, nor did he harbor any passion for fishing. He'd far rather spend that time gaming at home. After navigating verdant hills and winding paths, the shuttle finally arrived at a secluded paradise, and there, nestled amid serene grandeur, stood a villa that drew an involuntary sigh of admiration from Yi Tian. Wow, what an imaginative design! It's shaped like a spacecraft. And this villa bore the sleek, aerodynamic form of a starship. Towering 4 or 5 stories high, though its exact height remained ambiguous due to its futuristic silhouette. Floor-to-ceiling windows spanned every level, framed against silver-gray facades, an arresting fusion of elegance and avant-garde brilliance. Seeing Yi Tian's genuine astonishment, Du Zeding swelled with quiet pride. Though this effect stemmed partly from Yi Tian's decision to visit unprepared, having skipped reviewing Chun Hao's dossier, entirely photographs of the villa had in fact been included therein. Indeed, the entire estate embraces a futuristic theme. Each villa is conceived as a spacecraft. The one you're about to tour is named Voyager. Yi Tian nodded again, satisfied. His own enterprise thrived at the forefront of high technology. Living within such a vessel felt not merely fitting, but inspiringly synergistic. Waking each day aboard a spacecraft stirred the soul. The villa features 1 subterranean level and 3 above-ground floors. The basement serves as garage and storage, capable of accommodating 20 compact vehicles. Flanking the main residence stand auxiliary structures styled like command centers, housing staff quarters and kitchens. This deliberate separation preserves the owner's privacy and dignity. The ground floor houses the living area, the second floor guest suites, the third the master suite. The rooftop boasts a climate-controlled swimming pool and a fully equipped fitness center. The entire roof is crowned with a high molecular transparent skylight, electronically adjustable, seamlessly retractable, or sealed. Integrated climate control ensures year-round comfort even in winter. Thus, residents may bask in sunlight during winter months and still enjoy the invigorating pleasure of swimming in a perfectly temperate pool. Yi Tian and his party disembarked and followed the guide through the villa, a seamless symphony of sci-fi minimalism, sleek, spacious, and profoundly atmospheric. Every amenity was meticulously curated: an expansive circular bed, an oversized soaking tub, an ultra-high-definition panoramic display, alongside a complete smart home ecosystem voice-activated for effortless command. Yi Tian found himself deeply impressed, yet a lingering question remained: was the structure truly robust? Or would it shatter at the first impact? Is this building structurally sound? Mr. Yi, every villa conforms to disaster-resilient shelter standards engineered to withstand magnitude 8 earthquakes and category 9 seismic loads. Walls resist explosive blasts, windows are certified ballistic-grade glass. Du Zeding's reply satisfied Yi Tian completely. Jiangnan City lay outside active seismic zones. Such extraordinary engineering redundancy was more than sufficient. Excellent. I'm fully satisfied. I'll take it. Du Zeding hadn't anticipated such decisive action. His prepared price concessions proved unnecessary, and inwardly he exulted. Yi Tian paused, considering whether to acquire 2 additional villas to give to trusted friends and family. For instance, perhaps to Lu Yan's and Lin Yi's parents, though he wondered whether they'd embrace such a bold aesthetic. Do you have other villas of this type available? 2 remain, slightly smaller in footprint, approximately 800 square meters, with identical specifications. Would Mr. Yi care to view them? Du Zeding asked, puzzled. Had Mr. Yi found the scale insufficient? Hearing that precisely 2 remained, Yi Tian made his decision instantly. No need for further viewing. Purchase all 3. All present stared wide-eyed. Du Zeding suppressed his elation, stammering, all 3. Yes, Yi Tian affirmed calmly. I greatly admire this architectural style. It suits my taste perfectly. I'll keep them for gifting. Du Zeding raised a thumb, sincere admiration in his voice. And Mr. Yi possesses true magnanimity. Chun Hao had long known of Yi Tian's 1 billion yuan personal reserve, and having recently learned of his proposed 2 billion yuan investment, he suspected Yi Tian's actual net worth vastly exceeded public perception. Spending several hundred million yuan on residential properties posed no financial strain whatsoever. The only astonishment lay in Mr. Ye's astonishing decisiveness. With a wry smile, Chun Hao teased Du Ziding and Mr. Du. If our Mr. Yi demonstrates such generosity, you must match it in spirit. How much flexibility can you offer on pricing? Without question, I'll reduce the price of each villa by 10 million yuan. Does that meet your approval, Mr. Yi? And Mr. Chun and Du Ziding feigned pained reluctance. Agreed. Yi Tian replied, indifferent to figures. Money to him was merely abstract, a number effortlessly generated by his system. What mattered was comfort, not currency. Absolutely. Should Mr. Yi require anything in the future, my phone is always at your service, day or night. Du Ziding beamed, bowing deferentially. Yi Tian shook his head faintly. Watching Du Ziding's obsequious demeanor, he sensed growing incompatibility. From now on, Lin Yi would oversee household affairs. Sustained interaction with Du Ziding felt increasingly inappropriate. No need. I prefer a female liaison instead. My household will be managed by my steward, and coordination with a woman feels more natural. Of course. Du Ziding gestured toward the young sales representative who had guided them earlier in. This is Miss Zhao Jia, thoroughly versed in all matters pertaining to the estate. She'll handle any inquiries you may have. Yi Tian appraised Zhao Jia. She possessed refined features, appeared roughly 23 years old, stood over 160 centimeters tall, and carried herself with striking poise, her figure both elegant and voluptuous. Very well, then we shall rely on you, Miss Zhao. Zhao Jia had been captivated by Yi Tian's charisma the moment their eyes met. She had watched his online videos repeatedly the previous evening, lamenting she hadn't encountered him sooner. Now granted this rare opportunity to interact with him, her joy bordered on euphoria. Blushing furiously, heart racing, she bowed deeply, her gesture revealing a graceful décolletage. Not at all. It is my profound honor to serve you, Mr. Yi. As your devoted fan, may I Du Ziding's smile stiffened. What was Xiao Zhao thinking? This was work hours. How could she make such an excessive request? He gave her a stern warning. Xiao Zhao, what are you saying? Mind the occasion. Zhao Jia then realized she had gotten a bit carried away. Panic-stricken, her face turned pale as tears glistened in her eyes, and she hurriedly prepared to apologize. Yi Tian waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, and spread his arms as he said to her, it's fine. Being embraced by a beauty is my honor. But don't sneak a kiss. I'm afraid you'll leave lipstick on my face. Hee, I understand. I truly just want a hug. Zhao Jia wept for joy, feeling that Yi Tian was incredibly understanding. She rushed over to him excitedly and hugged him tightly. Du Ziding saw this and frowned deeply. What was wrong with Xiao Zhao? Was she in heat or something? Usually she kept her distance from male colleagues. Even he, as her boss, couldn't get near her, and now she was being so forward with President Yi. He admitted President Yi was handsome and wealthy, but was it really that exaggerated? Zhao Jia held on for a full half-minute before reluctantly letting go, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Chun Hao cleared his throat twice and said to Du Ziding, President Du, since President Yi is satisfied, let's proceed with the paperwork. Sure. The other 2 villas are 70 million each, and this one is 110 million, totaling 250 million. We can offer interest-free installment payments over 3 periods. Du Ziding quickly quoted the price, afraid that Yi Tian might find it too expensive and back out. Overhearing this, Yi Tian directly said, Installments. They'll pay in full. In full, eh? Du Ziding was stunned. All the previous units sold by their company had been paid in installments. Seeing his doubtful expression, Chun Hao said sternly, President Du, are you questioning President Yi's financial strength? Our President Yi could buy hundreds of complexes like yours in full, without any issue. No, I was being presumptuous. Du Ziding wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had miscalculated. If President Yi was truly that wealthy, his doubt had offended him. He hoped Yi Tian would be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Yi Tian didn't dwell on it. He instructed Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing, old Chen Xiao, by take a look at the contract and see if there are any issues. If everything's final, sign. They returned to the VIP room at the sales office. Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing meticulously reviewed the contract several times, finalized all the follow-up matters, and then had Yi Tian sign it. President Yi waved his hand, swiped the card, and the 3 villas became his. With the major purchase settled, he planned to go eat and rest, moving in a couple of days. Let's head back then, President Du. Please have someone clean the interiors. They'll move in the day after tomorrow. Certainly, President Yi. I've already booked a table at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. It's almost lunchtime. Would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal? Du Ziding warmly invited Yi Tian to stay for dinner. Such a wealthy benefactor was worth currying favor with. Who knew? Future projects might depend on Yi Tian. Yi Tian checked the time. Indeed, after all this running around, it was nearly noon. He figured that since he had bought 3 villas, Du Zeding had made a good profit, so accepting a meal wasn't too much. He agreed. All right, then I'll trouble you, President Du. They drove to the hotel. Du Zeding greeted Yi Tian and went ahead to make arrangements, calling Zhao Jia into his car for instructions. Xiao Zhao, this deal isn't yours, so no commission. But I'll still give you a 1,000 yuan bonus. Make sure to toast President Yi generously and ensure he enjoys his meal. Zhao Ziya's mouth dropped open in shock. Just giving a tour earned her 1,000. Was she why was her boss being so generous? Could he be trying to take advantage of her? No way. Really? Du Zeding had no idea what Zhao Jia was thinking. He usually ran a loose ship. As long as everyone met their targets, he didn't care about the rest. That's why his employees sometimes spoke to him without much formality. Of course, President Yi is a major client. He spent 250 million without batting an eye. We might need his patronage for future projects, so we must treat him well. Zhao Jia suddenly understood. So the bonus was an advance for entertaining President Yi. That made the money easy to accept. Even without Du Zitang's request, she would have done the same. Got it, President Du. Even without your say-so, I'll take good care of President Yi. He's my idol. Du Zeding didn't know about that. He wasn't one to browse the internet or watch videos. He was just giving her a heads up. I don't care about your idols or not. If President Yi gets drunk and makes a move on you, don't embarrass him on the spot. He'll compensate you later. Those words made Zhao Jia almost look forward to it. If only President Yi would try something. Too bad, he already has 2 girlfriends. Du Zeding asked in surprise. Xiao Zhao, you usually get upset if someone even brushes against you. Why are you so open with President Yi? Zhao Jia glanced at Du Zitang's round figure and said disdainfully, how can you compare to President Yi? He's my dream man. Du Zeding felt a crushing blow. Irritated, he grumbled, hey, I'm still your boss. Can you save me some face? Do you want to keep your job? Zhao Jia wasn't afraid. What mattered more, work or her idol? Of course her idol. I'll quit if I have to. None of you can compare to President Yi. Du Zeding had no way to handle such a fanatic. Since tough talk didn't work, he switched to a softer approach, agreeing with her to keep her on his side. Fine, you win. Good luck. Hope you become his 3rd girlfriend soon. Zhao Jia beamed with joy. Patting her ample chest, she assured, for once, President Du, you've said something right. Don't worry, I'll take great care of President Yi. Du Zeding found her words oddly ambiguous. Was she praising him or insulting him? You're asking for trouble. I might just cancel that 1,000 bonus. President Du, you're the boss. You can't go back on your word. When Yi Tian and his group arrived at the hotel, Du Zeding had already made arrangements and was waiting at the entrance. He respectfully led Yi Tian and company to the VIP room where everyone took their seats. The menu was handed to Yi Tian to order. Naturally, Du Zeding couldn't order himself. What if he picked dishes Yi Tian didn't like? Yi Tian glanced at the menu but didn't see anything particularly appealing. The 5-star hotel he was staying at offered dishes no less exquisite, and he had already tried many. I hate ordering. I'm not much of a foodie. I don't know what to pick. This blue lobster looks nice. Let's have. This Kobe beef looks good. Oh, let's have some. This Buddha jumps over the wall sounds familiar. Let's have some. This was the healthiest meal Du Zedong had ever had. Oh Chun Hao, wanting to accommodate Yi Tian's habits, thus Du Zedong also opted for soft drinks, and the others, especially the 3 female leaders, had no interest in alcohol. Without alcohol and atmosphere, the conversation was rather casual, mainly between Chun Hao and Du Zedong, while Yi Tian focused on eating. To emphasize Zhao Ziya's importance, Du Zedong ordered a plate of king crab, allowing her to slowly extract the crab meat for Yi Tian. Yi Tian enjoyed the service of the beautiful woman and sighed inwardly about this messed-up society. Oh, indeed, wealth brings everything. Just a few days ago, he might not have even received a glance from anyone. He recalled a previous holiday when the boss treated everyone to a meal. He didn't drink, raising a soft drink for a toast, which made the boss face darken. Later, he heard from veteran employees that even if one couldn't drink, raising a soft drink for a toast was a huge disrespect to the boss. Today, sitting in the main seat and seeing others shrink back, he couldn't understand why they were so cautious when he himself had no pretensions. Today, sitting in the main seat and seeing others shrink back, he couldn't understand why they were so cautious when he himself had no pretensions. Zhao Jia felt delighted, thinking Yi Tian was quite considerate, a truly good man. She smiled and replied, I'm fine, Yi Tian, I'm not hungry. Yi Tian found her smile quite adorable and teased, nonsense. I just saw you drooling from hunger. Zhao Jia quickly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, puzzled, as she hadn't felt any drool. She looked at Yi Tian and asked, really? Sorry, she said, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom, thinking it was because she had been staring at Yi Tian. Yi Tian burst into laughter. No, I was just joking. Haha, your face is all red. How rude. Zhao Jia playfully scolded, causing everyone to laugh together. Du Zedong felt that this effect was excellent. Yi Tian could joke around indicating everyone was enjoying the meal, thus bringing them closer. It was indeed true that women were easier to get along with at the dining table. Inviting Zhao Jia was the right call. The meal concluded swiftly, and Yi Tian informed everyone that he was heading back to the hotel to rest. Zhao Jia, claiming an issue with her new house, added him on WeChat and phone, making her heart bloom with joy. As Yi Tian got into the car, he noticed Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing standing outside. Puzzled, he asked old Chen Xiao by getting quickly, "Are you heading back to the company or home?" "No need, Yi Tian. I'll just take a cab back to the company," Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing replied with smiles. "Me too." They had accompanied Yi Tian earlier merely to be at his service. Now that he was full and ready to head back, following him would seem disrespectful. Yi Tian, not understanding their thoughts, warmly invited, "We're all on the same team. Why be so polite? Get in which is closer, the company or the hotel where I'm staying?" "The hotel is closer." "Then that's fine. Just drop me at the hotel first, and you all can head back to the company. I plan to take a nap. I don't even know what time I'll wake up." After some polite exchanges, the three got in the car, while Du Zitong waved enthusiastically goodbye. "Yi Tian, feel free to reach out to Xiao Zhao or me if you need anything." "All right, thanks for the hospitality, Du Zitong. I'll take my leave now." With a safe journey, Yi Tian arrived at the hotel, bidding farewell to Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing, and headed upstairs alone to prepare for rest. Upon entering his room, Yi Tian immediately sent a video request to Lu Yin, which connected in just 3 seconds, indicating that Lu Yin and Lin Yi were in the car. After exchanging trivial greetings about their meals, they got to the main topic. "How are your matters progressing?" "I've completed my handover. I'm currently on my way to Lin Yi's company." "Will it take long?" "Probably not until around 2 o'clock. After she resigns, we plan to go shopping before heading back to keep you company at night." "All right, by the way, I've bought a house. It's super flashy like a spaceship. They'll send you some photos. We're moving in the day after tomorrow." Yi Tian selected about 10 of his best photos and sent them to them, which elicited gasps of amazement from the two women. Both expressed their satisfaction with the house, praising Yi Tian's good taste to the skies. After exchanging a few sweet nothings, Yi Tian reminded them to be careful on the road and ended the video. Lying on the 10-meter bed, he comfortably closed his eyes, but suddenly wanted to check the trending news. When he opened the trending news, Yi Tian was astonished to find that his fan count had skyrocketed to over 60 million in just a few hours. The post he made with only an email address had also received over 60 million likes and more than 20 million comments. "My God, these people are terrifying. How can I go through so many comments?" Ding. Information Manager app has been installed on your phone. The system, like a timely rain, promptly generated a dedicated app and installed it on his phone. Yi Tian saw a new app on his phone's home screen. Upon opening it, he found that it contained all the comments and private messages from the trending news, categorized into various sections, such as help, love, thanks, greetings, scam, nonsense, and more. Indeed, the system was reliable. This way it was much more convenient. But why were there so many scams? There were even more than help requests. Wow, why are there so many scam messages? Over 12 million. System, are there really that many scammers in our host? The actual number of scammers is not that high. A single scammer can send tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of scam messages using different accounts. I see. Are these scammers fools? All they send are messages about weak women helping grandpa sell tea, female teachers raising funds for left-behind children, or daughters needing medical fees for leukemia. It's ridiculous. I see. Are these scammers fools? All they send are messages about weak women helping grandpa sell tea, female teachers raising funds for left-behind children or daughters. Yi Tian felt that his intelligence was being insulted by the scammers and urgently needed the omnipotent system to teach them a lesson. System, freeze these scammers' bank accounts and package their personal information, criminal records, and detailed addresses to send to the nearest public security bureau. Understood, host. Information has been sent. The reliable, timely rain system lived up to expectations, swiftly sending out all the data. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to look further, tossing his phone aside, undressing, and going to sleep. With so many help requests, he couldn't finish reading them all in one go. He figured if he saw one he couldn't handle, he wouldn't be able to sleep, so he decided to not look at any and just sleep. At the same time, nationwide, the scammers who targeted Yi Tian saw a big red warning sign and a message pop up on the computers at their nearby police stations. Scammer information in this jurisdiction, please check promptly. It was now nearly 1:30 in the afternoon, a time when many officers had not yet started their shifts. Only those who hadn't gone home or were on duty noticed. Some hesitated, hurriedly calling the technical department, while others, confused, clicked on the screen and found a new spreadsheet document on their desktop. Upon opening it, they saw the neatly organized information of dozens to hundreds of individuals, complete with personal information, photos, criminal records, bank accounts, and details of the victims. Yi Tian was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that the national scam syndicates had suffered a heavy blow due to his sudden decision. Xiao Tians had already driven to the company building where Lin Yi used to work. She didn't bring a gift because her relationship with her colleagues was just average. The few male colleagues were seasoned veterans in sales, often leering at her or fantasizing about her. As for her relationship with the boss, it was even less significant. If it weren't for the high salary and her financial needs, she would have resigned long ago. The three entered the company and saw only one male colleague, Xiao Wang, playing a game on his phone. Upon seeing someone enter, Xiao Wang's eyes scanned Lin Yi and Lu Yan from head to toe like a scanner. He muttered to himself, Xiao Lin's friend has a good figure, huh? He had heard that Xiao Lin was leaving, and since he hadn't taken advantage of her for so long, it was a bit of a pity. He also noticed Xiao Tian's, but thought he was Lu Yan's boyfriend who was accompanying Lin Yi to resign, so he didn't pay much attention. Seeing that Lin Yi glanced at him without greeting, he shamelessly said, Xiao Lin is here. I heard your President Lei is furious. You're just typing why suddenly resign. Brother Wang, I just want to change the environment and learn more. Is President Lei in? Lin Yi didn't want to talk to him. He was too lewd, always staring at her chest. Oh, President Lei is in his office. If you're really resigning, do come and visit us in the future. Okay. Lin Yi laughed awkwardly, continuously leading Lu Yan and Xiao Tian's to find President Lei. President Lei was singing in his office, recalling how lively last night's girl had been, although it left his waist a bit sore. Upon hearing Lin Yi ring the doorbell, he confirmed through the intercom before allowing her in. Lu Yan was puzzled, wondering what strange quirks this boss had. Why have a doorbell intercom in the office? Can't one just knock? When she entered, the interior was even more exaggerated, decorated like a KTV, with a large screen TV on the wall that was paused, possibly playing a song earlier. Lu Yan was dumbfounded. Was this boss a pervert? Transforming his office into a KTV room. What kind of company was this? Seeing Lu Yan and Xiao Tian's enter, President Lei's face darkened as he said to Lin Yi, are they your friends? Tell them to wait outside of my office, contains commercial secrets and cannot let outsiders in. Lu Yan scoffed, saying, TCH, as if anyone is interested. Her boyfriend Yi Tian had a much larger company, and he wasn't this presumptuous. Who did he think he was? President Lei's expression grew darker as he pointed to the door and ordered, get out immediately, or I will. Lu Yan was furious at his tone and directly ordered Xiao Tian's, Xiao, teach him a lesson. Understood. Xiao Tian's obeyed the command. The future boss lady told him to hit him, and he would do it. Lin Yi quickly stopped Xiao Tian's, advising, No, Lu Yan, Xiao, don't argue with him, or it might cause trouble for Yi Tian again. Hearing that it might trouble Yi Tian, Lu Yan calmed down. It was better not to stir up trouble outside, lest Yi Tian have to clean up the mess again. All right for Yi Tian sake, otherwise I would have taught him a lesson today. Lin Yi quickly invited the two outside, telling them, you wait outside for a bit. I can afford to pay some breach of contract fees, so I'll just avoid dealing with this boss in the future. All right, then hurry up. President Lei saw Lin Yi call her friends out and signaled her to close the door. Once the door was closed, his expression immediately turned from gloomy to sunny, inviting Lin Yi to sit on the sofa to talk. Once Lin Yi sat down, President Lei also sat beside her, prompting Lin Yi to quickly shift a position away. Sit down and tell me why you want to resign. I want to change to a new environment and learn more things. I see. If you leave, who will take over your work? What about the losses this will cause the company? President Lei, actually, there's nothing much to hand over. I will document the tasks to be transferred so the new person can just look at it and understand. President Lei shook his head. That was not the result he wanted. This matter is not as simple as you say. If you leave without permission according to the contract, you will have to pay a breach of contract fee. Upon hearing about the penalty, Lin Yi, who had been anxious, felt relieved. She had the money to pay. How much do you say I need to compensate President Lei? President Lei considered. In fact, the breach of contract fee he mentioned was simply invalid. He had not provided any training or non-compete agreements, so he could not demand a penalty. However, Lin Yi clearly did not understand this and was timid, thus he easily intimidated her. 100,000, I think about it. Okay, I will pay you right now. President Lei did not expect Lin Yi to be so straightforward. 100,000 was not a small amount for a graduate of just 1 year, and Lin Yi did not seem to be wealthy. How could she take out that amount so readily? Wow, where did you get rich? I misspoke. The breach of contract fee can't be less than 500,000. 500,000. Lin Yi didn't care, as she just didn't want to leave behind a bad credit record, fearing that someone might expose it and tarnish Yi Tian's reputation. Final pay. President Lei thought to himself, was this a lottery win? So straightforward. But letting her go like this would be a pity. He had been lusting after her for a long time. Before she left, he had to take some advantage, right? Although Lin Yi's friends were outside, he wasn't afraid. This room was soundproofed, and no one outside could hear what was happening inside. After all, he wasn't going to act out a real scene, just a few kisses and touches to satisfy his craving, while also taking some photos for future threats. He believed that with her timid personality, she wouldn't dare to speak out. He shifted closer, sitting right next to Lin Yi, and casually wrapped his arm around her waist. Since you've paid the breach of contract fee, if you want to leave, that's fine too. Just let me touch a bit. and everything will be settled. Lin Yi quickly stood up, but was pulled back onto the sofa by President Lei, frightened, and shouted, "President Lei, please be respectful." Respectful? President Lei grinned wickedly and lunged at Lin Yi, pinning her down on the sofa, leaning his face towards her chest. "With such a good figure, let me have a taste." "Help!" Lin Yi struggled against President Lei's approaching face, constantly shouting for help, but to her surprise, President Lei laughed heartily. "Keep shouting. My office is soundproof. Your friends outside can't hear anything. Once I strip you bare, and then let your friends and let's see if you still have the face to meet anyone. Let me go, you beast. I will never let you succeed." Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded, as she never imagined that Lu Yin and Xiao Tians were just outside and President Lei dared to be this brazen. Now calling for help was futile. She felt utterly hopeless, and even contemplated biting her tongue to die in order to preserve her innocence. Outside, Lu Yin and Xiao Tians heard no sound at all, quietly waiting for Lin Yi to come out. Xiao Wang didn't serve them water, absorbed in his game. This made Lu Yin feel disgusted with the company, wishing she could leave immediately. Yi Tian was sleeping soundly when suddenly an alarm rang in his mind, waking him up. "What's going on? Is there a fire? Ding, Lin Yi is in danger. Please rescue her immediately." The system prompt sounded, instantly awakening Yi Tian. Before him, a scene appeared showcasing Lin Yi desperately resisting through the system's miraculous means. "What the hell? How dare they bully my people? Is Xiao Tiansu dead? Why isn't he helping?" The scene shifted to Xiao Tiansu and Lu Yin, who were quietly waiting for Lin Yi to come out. The system explained, "Due to soundproofing in the room, no sounds can be heard outside. Please notify the host." Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Tian realized he couldn't blame Xiao Tian, so he didn't have time to consider the reasons. Saving the person was the most urgent matter. He picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Tian's CES number directly. Xiao Tian's CES phone suddenly rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yi Tian. "Hello, Director Yi, what instructions do you have?" "No time for details. Lin Yi is in danger. Get her out immediately." "Understood." Without asking for reasons, Xiao Tiansu stood up and ran toward the office of President Lei. Lu Yin, confused, followed and asked Xiao, "What's wrong?" "Director Yi called to say that Steward Lin is in danger." "How does he know?" Xiao Tiansu did not answer. He twisted the doorknob, but found it wouldn't open, anxiously kicking it open. Hearing the door crash open, President Lei turned to see Xiao Tiansu charging in with a murderous look, kicking him to the ground. Lu Yin hurried over to support Lin Yi, helping her adjust her clothes and comforting her. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Lin Yi cried in Lu Yan's embrace, feeling as if she were losing strength. If Xiao Tiansu had been a few seconds later, she would have prepared to bite her tongue and end it. "Lu Yin, I want to kill him. Don't go over there, Xiao is here. Just let him handle it." Lin Yi, crying, attempted to rush at President Lei, but Lu Yin quickly held her back, realizing they couldn't cause more chaos. What if she got taken hostage? Xiao Wang rushed in upon hearing the commotion and instantly understood the situation. It turned out that his boss wanted to humiliate Lin Yi. Seeing Xiao Wang enter, President Lei shouted, "Xiao Wang, call the police. He wants to kill me." Xiao Wang still held his phone, and upon hearing President Lei, attempted to dial 110, but Xiao Tiansu threw a beer bottle from the table, knocking it out of his hand. "Dare to call the police, and he'll kill you. Is your salary worth dying for your boss? Think clearly." Xiao Wang immediately raised his hand, squatting in a corner, no longer caring. What a joke, risking his life for a few thousand in salary. Only a fool would do that. If the boss died, he could just change companies. Xiao Tiansu picked up another beer bottle and smashed it down on President Lei's head, causing blood to flow, leaving him dizzy and pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. I want to demand the penalty. Just let me go." President Lei mistakenly thought everyone could be easily persuaded like Lin Yi. Was this still about money? Yi Tian was watching the live broadcast from his bed and was about to explode with anger. He called Lu Yin again, who was comforting Lin Yi. Upon seeing the call, she realized it was from Yi Tian. Feigning ignorance, Yi Tian asked, "Is Lin Yi okay?" "She's fine now, just scared. Lin Yi's boss tried to bully her, but thankfully your call came in. Now her boss has been subdued. By the way, how did you know she was in danger?" Yi Tian casually fabricated a reason. With the system in place, whatever he said would be believed. "I just dreamed it while sleeping. Perhaps it's a sixth sense. Open the video. I want to teach Xiao how to deal with that scoundrel." "All right." Lu Yin opened the video showing Yi Tian the surroundings of the room. When it turned to Xiao Wang, Yi Tian spoke up. "What's that person in the corner doing? He's an employee at this company. Have Xiao bind him up to prevent him from backstabbing you or running to report us." "Understood." Lu Yin walked up to Xiao Tiansu and quietly conveyed Yi Tian's intentions. Xiao Tiansu nodded, prepared to deal with Xiao Wang, but seeing President Lei still begging for mercy at his feet made him uneasy. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he knocked him out with a single palm strike. Xiao Wang, terrified at Xiao Tiansu approaching, nearly wet himself, squatting on the ground and begging for mercy. "Big brother, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just a worker." Xiao Tian Su paid him no mind knocking him out, and then taking his belt to bind his hands behind his back, dragging him over to President Lei. Boss, what should we do next? Forget about the employee for now. I'll break one of the boss hands first, then enjoy ourselves slowly. Understood. President Lei, painfully awakened from unconsciousness, discovered that one of his arms was broken. He realized he had encountered a tough opponent. If this matter didn't end with significant bloodshed and compensation, he wouldn't be able to get through. He quickly knelt down, weeping and begging for mercy. Lenny, spare me. I promise I won't dare again. I'll pay you back. I'll give you $1 million. Seeing that he had lost a hand, Lin Yi was somewhat frightened. Hearing him mention compensation, she felt that this matter could escalate into something bad for everyone. She turned to Yi Tian in the video and asked, Boss, shall we just let it go? Should we call the police? At this moment, she knew she couldn't mention Yi Tian's name, otherwise if overheard it would cause trouble for him. Yi Tian became even angrier at her persuasion. How could he let such a scumbag go? If he let him off, he would definitely retaliate. Only someone as timid and weak as Lin Yi would believe such words. He angrily told Lin Yi, what good would calling the police do? The most they could sentence him to is 3 years or less. If he's willing to pay compensation, he might not even spend a year in jail. Don't worry about this. Do I care about that little money? Anyone who bullies my woman will learn what pain means. Lin Yi, already frightened by President Lei, was now terrified by Yi Tian's fury. She could only cry in Lu Yan's embrace, who patted her back comfortingly, saying, Don't cry, he only speaks like this because he loves you. Didn't you hear him say you're his woman? If I were bullied and he just let it slide, I would look down on him. Yi Tian could hear Lu Yan's words and wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Lu Yan's perspective was much like his. Now the key was to keep evidence of President Lei's wrongdoing. He needed to have hit someone to stand on the moral high ground. Shao, grab a phone and start recording. Have him confess all the bad things he has done, if he doesn't break another leg. Understood. Xiao Tiansu immediately threatened President Lei, fiercely saying, Our boss wants you to confess all the bad things you've done. If you don't, well, break another leg. You have 3 seconds to think about it. After saying that, he pulled out his phone, opened the recording, and aimed it at President Lei. I haven't done anything wrong. I was just a bit confused after drinking. I will compensate you for any amount. Mr. Lei is cunning. There's no way he'd reveal his dark history. Once he gets through this ordeal, he'll find out where these people are from and seek revenge. He knows many people in the underworld and has committed many violent acts in the past. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Xiao Tians counted to 3 and decisively kicked Mr. Lei's calf, breaking it instantly. Mr. Lei rolled on the ground in pain, unable to maintain his facade, and cried out in threat, You're intentionally causing harm. I'm going to sue you and have you all imprisoned. Still so arrogant. Yi Tian chuckled coldly and ordered, Xiao, break another of his legs. Yes. With a crack, Mr. Lei's other leg was also broken, causing him to sweat profusely and no longer dare to threaten. He miscalculated. Lin Yi's friends are too ruthless. Where did they come from? A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. He will deal with this after getting through the current crisis. The already unconscious Xiao Wang, who was tied up nearby, was awakened by the commotion, but kept his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, fearing that knowing too much would lead to his death. Xiao Tians pressed his foot hard on Mr. Lei's broken leg and coldly asked, He'll ask you again, will you speak? If not, you won't be able to save your last hand. I'll talk. Mr. Lei was frightened. A gentleman does not seek revenge too late. If first he would deceive this man before considering the rest. He hurriedly spilled out all the bad things he had done, like pouring out beans while hiding some of the more heinous acts of murder and robbery. When he mentioned planning to drug Lin Yi to take advantage of her, Lin Yi felt a chill, realizing that if she hadn't resigned, she would surely have fallen into his hands sooner or later. Lu Yan was furious and grabbed a bottle of beer, throwing it at Mr. Lei's head. She didn't hold back, almost knocking him out. Xiao Tians quickly stopped her, as he knew the right measure, ensuring to strike where it would hurt, but not kill. Boss lady, let me handle this. You might end up killing him. Killing him would be fine. He's scum. We should listen to the boss. He knows how to teach a lesson without taking responsibility. Yi Tian was very satisfied. Xiao Tians had learned well. As a righteous person, he should teach from a moral high ground, ensuring he didn't end up in jail. However, what Mr. Lei confessed were just petty scams and manipulative acts against women, problems that could be solved with money and not enough to cause him significant harm. The data on Lei Laohu has been compiled. Please review. However, none of this could escape the system's notice. It had already shown Yi Tian the information on Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei's full name is Lei Laohu. He was originally a henchman of a gang and had injured many people while still with the gang. After the gang was cracked down on, he became a lone wolf. He employed many dishonorable means to make money, maintaining close ties with several gangs. Boss, he has confessed. What should we do next? Yi Tian shook his head at Xiao Tian's report, thinking of an excuse for him to interrogate again. Look at him, he clearly enjoys deceiving people. Break his remaining hand too and make him confess again. If he's still unsatisfactory, well, break his root. Yes. Xiao Tian's acted again, turning Mr. Lei into a cripple with broken limbs writhing in pain on the ground. I've already confessed. Why are you still breaking my hands? You're not keeping your word. Mr. Lei was about to go insane. What kind of person was this? He had already confessed. Now he was really scared. Who is the real villain here? Xiao Tian's grinned and pointed to below him. The boss says you're not being honest and wants you to confess again. If my boss is still not satisfied, you won't be able to keep that thing of yours either. Mr. Lei was terrified. While he could reattach broken hands and feet, that thing might not be reattached. He certainly didn't want to become a eunuch. He'll confess. I just didn't explain clearly before. Unable to withstand any longer, he revealed everything he had been hiding. He recounted when he had killed someone, when he had severely injured someone, and when he had coerced others for protection fees all in one go. He was essentially a criminal of the worst kind, deserving of the death penalty. Yi Tian compared this with the system's data and realized he had finally come clean about the main issues. Now he had a recording in hand. Even if he crippled him, as long as he didn't wish to die, he wouldn't dare to report it. Xiao give him a kick to ensure he can't harm women again. Yes, boss. Mr. Lei heard Yi Tian's words, his eyes wide in horror, his face twisted as he shouted, No, you can't do this. I've confessed everything. It seems the boss is not satisfied. Xiao Tian's coldly smiled as he lifted his foot and kicked hard at Mr. Lei's root. Mr. Lei screamed and passed out from the pain. Nearby, Xiao Wang was so frightened that he clamped his legs together, keeping his eyes closed in pretense. Xiao Tian's noticed he was faking and asked Yi Tian, Boss, what about this kid over here? Let him call an ambulance and tell that beast that if he wishes to seek revenge, he should be prepared to die from an accident at any time. I have my ways to monitor him. Yes. Xiao Tian's kicked Xiao Wang's leg and shouted, Stop pretending. Otherwise your boss will be an example. Xiao Wang quickly opened his eyes and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. I wasn't pretending. I just woke up. Please spare me. I'm just a worker. I have nothing to do with him. You heard everything we said, right? No, I didn't hear a thing. Smart move. Later tell your boss not to think about revenge. Otherwise he could die from an accident at any time. We have ways to monitor him. Understood. I will definitely inform him. Xiao Wang was terrified, not daring to resist. Yi Tian saw that Xiao Tian's had handled everything and instructed, You all come back immediately and be careful on the way. Yes. Xiao Tian's loosened Xiao Wang's belt so he could call an ambulance before leaving with Lu Yin and Lin Yi. It wasn't until they had been gone for over 20 minutes that Xiao Wang regained his composure and called 120 for Mr. Lei's treatment. He didn't dare call the police as there was a mysterious boss behind them, and since no one was killed, there was no point in reporting. If the other side found out he was the one who reported, he feared he might one day float in a lake waiting to be fished out. He was somewhat relieved that he had never laid a hand on Lin Yi, otherwise he too might have ended up as a cripple. After ending the video call, Yi Tian lay on the bed deep in thought. It was time to arrange some bodyguards for Lu Yin and Lin Yi. Thankfully, Xiao Tian's was with them today. Otherwise he might have had to use instant teleportation or similar abilities to rescue them. However, it seemed this ability was not yet available from the system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been instructed to make a call. The system primarily focuses on martial arts, which is more relevant to real-world society. If the distance is too far, he might not be able to rescue them in time. Having bodyguards around is essential. Lost in thought for a while, he picked up his phone and called Bai Jingjing. Before Lu Yin arrived at the company, Bai Jingjing still held the position of the chairman's secretary, so there were matters he needed her to handle. Hello, little Bai. Yizong, do you have any instructions? Notify the security department to help me find 12 female bodyguards. If there aren't any in the company, go recruit outside regardless of the cost, but they must be world class. I will personally test them later. Understood. President Lei was taken to the hospital, and Xiao Wang even paid a medical fee of 10,000 yuan in advance, which left him furious but too scared to call the police. After emergency treatment, the doctor transferred President Lei to a ward and asked Xiao Wang to pay. Xiao Wang asked in confusion, Doctor, didn't I just pay 10,000? Your boss is severely injured and needs surgery. You need to pay another 200,000. Xiao Wang was unhappy. Why should I pay? He's just my boss, not my father. Why do I have to pay? Why not ask his wife? The patient is unconscious and his phone is locked, so we can't get in touch with his family. They use his fingerprint. You didn't cut off my boss' hand, did you? Not yet. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, he will have to have a limb amputated. He'll go find it. Xiao Wang took President Lei's phone from the doctor and managed to unlock it using his fingerprint. He found wife in the contacts and called. A woman answered shortly after. Hello, husband, what's the matter? Hearing her call him husband, Xiao Wang quickly asked, Hello, you must be the boss wife. Xiao Wang, President, How did my husband's phone end up in your hands? President Lei is seriously injured and is in Ward 305 on the 3rd floor of the 2nd hospital. You need to bring money quickly. The doctor said another 200,000 is required for the surgery. Okay, I will be there immediately. Mrs. Lei, without a second thought, grabbed her bag and rushed to the hospital, arriving at the ward shortly after. The doctor was temporarily absent, and only Xiao Wang sat beside the dejected President Lei. Upon seeing him lying on the hospital bed, Mrs. Lei confirmed that it was indeed her husband, but he was covered in blood with twisted limbs, a horrific sight. She was almost laughing inside, but maintained a worried expression as she asked Xiao Wang, "You must be Xiao Wang. How did my husband end up like this?" "Xiao Wang, you're the real Xiao Wang. Your whole family are Xiao Wangs." Xiao Wang hated being asked like this. Didn't they know not to say the surname openly? Where's the civility in that? He replied unhappily, "Yes, I'm Xiao Wang." President Lei was beaten up. Who beat him? What exactly? Mrs. Lei was curious. She knew her husband well and was aware he was usually the one beating others. When had she ever seen him get beaten? However, Xiao Wang didn't want to say anything. He feared that revealing too much would lead to his untimely demise. "Madam, I suggest you don't ask any more questions, and please don't call the police. President Lei has something on the other party, and if the police get involved, we're all dead. The key point is that the security will also arrest President Lei." Mrs. Lei gasped upon hearing this. "Is it that serious? What should we do?" "Wait for President Lei to wake up before you ask him. But first you need to reimburse me the 10,000 I paid in advance. I'm just an employee." After saying that, Xiao Wang showed Mrs. Lei the receipt, and she promptly handed him 10,000. After receiving the money, he prepared to leave as he didn't intend to stay at the company any longer. Given the current situation with the boss, he could forget about his salary. He was thankful to be alive and planned to go to a temple to pray. "He'll leave the rest to you, Mrs. Lei. I'm off now. When President Lei wakes up, please inform him that I won't come back to work anymore, and I won't be taking my salary either. Otherwise, I might end up dead. You have no idea how ruthless that person is. He doesn't spare anyone." Upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, Mrs. Lei grew anxious. Although she was pleased that President Lei had been beaten half to death, what if the trouble came back to her? Having already suffered half her life because of President Lei, it would be too much to die because of him. She grabbed Xiao Wang and wouldn't let him leave, taking out another 10,000 from her bag and shoving it into his hands. "Could you at least reveal a bit about what happened? I need to know something, right?" Seeing the 10,000 in his hands, Xiao Wang pondered for 3 seconds, gritted his teeth, and said, "I'll tell you, but you mustn't let it leak out." "Fine. Today my female colleague came to resign and President Lei tried to assault her, but she was beaten up by her friend. It seems my colleague is with a very powerful big boss, someone with significant connections. He didn't even stop me from calling the police and let me call an ambulance. Do you understand? That's the most terrifying part. It shows he isn't afraid of security at all." Mrs. Lei shivered at this news. Indeed, if he wasn't afraid of security, what could she do? However, on the bright side, Xiao Wang was not silenced, which indicated that the other party had some principles. As long as she didn't call the police, they should be fine. She nodded at Xiao Wang in agreement. "Understood. You should keep this to yourself. Oh, it will keep everyone safe." "Yes, take care, madam." Xiao Wang left, planning to move to another city to avoid trouble in the future. Mrs. Lei called for the doctor and inquired about the situation, learning that her husband had suffered severe brain injuries and needed brain surgery, along with multiple fractures in his limbs that might require amputation. There was also severe damage to his reproductive organs, necessitating the removal of his testicles and part of the corpus cavernosum, leaving only the function to urinate, essentially turning him into a eunuch. She stifled her laughter, nearly cramping with joy, and asked the doctor, "Doctor, what should we do?" "All we can do is try our best to save the patient's life and limbs. For everything else, please be mentally prepared. Then I'll leave it to you, doctor. Please pay the initial fee of 200,000. We estimate it will require another 10 to 20,000 afterward." "All right, I'll go pay right away." Mrs. Lei hurriedly went to pay the money, and only after that did the doctor arrange for President Lei to undergo surgery. Sitting outside the operating room, Mrs. Lei trembled with excitement. "Heaven has eyes, Lei Lahu. Today is your day. It should be my turn to torment you for the rest of your life now." It turned out that Mrs. Lei did not have a good relationship with President Lei, as she had married him out of necessity after being assaulted by him. For this reason, she had preferred to harm her own body by secretly taking birth control pills, ensuring that she would not give President Lei any children. Over the years, she had endured many beatings from President Lei, but had always appeared compliant, knowing she lacked the strength to resist. However, now that President Lei's life was in her hands, she thought, her opportunity for revenge had come. Who told him to harm women again? She envied that woman who had powerful backing protecting her. If only she had someone to protect her back, then she wouldn't have suffered for so many years. The surgery was very successful. President Lei's limbs were amputated up to the elbow and knee, and his manhood was reduced to just 1 centimeter. Naturally, he lost his testicles as well. The doctor said that due to bruising on the head it would be difficult to remove the blood, which might affect his speech function. Even if President Lay woke up, he might not be able to speak clearly. Mrs. Lay was overjoyed upon hearing this, crying tears of joy and thanking the doctor profusely. Now, even if she fed President Lay excrement every day, he wouldn't be able to tell anyone. Seeing Mrs. Lay in tears, the doctor could only express his sadness, stating he had done his best and asking the family to understand. The matter concerning President Lay was resolved in an unexpected manner, and he would no longer be able to trouble Yi-Tian. As Mrs. Lay thought, every evil person has their own nemesis. It's not that retribution doesn't exist, it's just that the time hasn't come. For the rest of his life, President Lay would only be able to survive under Mrs. Lay's torment. Yi-Tian sat on the bed scrolling through a series of help messages and private messages, having gone through dozens in a row. There were those in troubled marriages, often subjected to domestic violence by their husbands. There were individuals who had been seriously violated but dared not report to the police, yearning for the criminals to face justice. Others had fathers who drank and gambled, venting their frustrations on their children. Some were harassed by bosses and colleagues at work and could not change jobs. There were those who had been trafficked and now as adults wished to find their families. Some were seriously ill and unable to afford treatment. There were men who had been violated by other men. Upon reaching this point, Yi-Tian couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He was here to help women. Did they truly think they were women themselves? Moreover, it seemed that everyone had forgotten what he had previously stated to provide material and legal assistance to women suffering from domestic violence and abuse, provided they have reported to the police without results. After all, I do not wish to compete for work with the government. These individuals had not even mentioned reporting to the police. Did they intend to treat him as their guard? Yi-Tian did not want to be a guard. That would be too exhausting and could provoke the displeasure of relevant departments. He only wished to assist those women who were cornered and had nowhere to turn to speak out for justice. He opened his microblogging account and posted a message. Thank you all for your trust. I am currently reviewing the messages and private messages. Since the organization has not yet been established, I am very busy going through tens of millions of messages by myself, so I may not respond. Everyone must remember, when in difficulty, first seek help from the guards or help themselves. If you cannot go on, consider divorce. If someone bullies you, resist. Those who need my rescue must first save themselves. If everyone expects me to save them while doing nothing themselves, I will not concern myself with that. I am not a deity and cannot manage everything. I hope everyone understands. To those I have mentioned, provide me with your account information and I will transfer funds to you. Your issues can be solved with money, which is the simplest for me. Yi-Tian tagged 5 individuals who needed money for medical treatment and education. He had a system in place to verify them, knowing they were genuinely in urgent need of funds, alleviating concerns about being scammed. Lastly, I urge the microblogging administrators to take note. I have received tens of millions of scam messages. If you are unable to handle such matters, I will spend heavily to hire a computer expert, which may impact your servers. Finally, he added several images, all filled with various scam messages. Once this post was made, the internet was once again in an uproar. The microblogging administrators constantly monitored Yi-Tian's account and immediately saw his posted message, causing them to break into a sweat. He promptly reported to his superior, who upon hearing this news rushed to the control room in a panic. What on earth is going on? How could there be so many scam messages? All of them are scammers who registered a large number of accounts and sent them out in bulk. Immediately find those accounts and ban them. Also send a message to Mr. Yi apologizing, stating that it was due to our mismanagement and we are now taking full corrective actions. Please forgive us. Someone beside them, puzzled as to why they should be so fearful, casually asked, Chief, we are a platform. Why do we have to cater to a single customer like this? The leader retorted sharply, are you an idiot? It's because he has the power to completely destroy our platform. The employee who was scolded rubbed his head, not daring to utter a word. The comments online quickly formed a one-sided trend, all agreeing that Yi-Tian was right. The first to be blamed was the microblogging platform for its poor management. With so many scam messages, how long would Mr. Yi have to sift through before finding genuine requests for help? Fortunately, the microblogging platform issued an apology statement, quickly cutting off the crisis before it. Apology statement: we sincerely apologize to Mr. Yi and all netizens. Due to our poor management, we allowed scammers to take advantage and register a large number of accounts to send scam messages. As a result, we are urgently conducting self-inspections and corrections, employing technical means to identify scam messages, permanently banning the corresponding accounts, and strengthening account registration oversight to combat online scams. We ask Mr. Yi and all netizens for the opportunity to rectify our mistakes. Thank you all. Upon seeing this apology statement, netizens had nothing more to say. They were embarrassed enough to apologize so quickly. Yi-Tian happened to see the notification and casually replied under the statement, it's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Seeing this comment, netizens immediately quieted down, since the main party was not concerned. What more could they say? The leaders of the microblogging platform also breathed a sigh of relief. This crisis seemed to have passed. However, netizens would not miss any discussion topics and began to sympathize with Yi Tian and criticize those seeking help. Mr. Yi is so pitiful, having to read tens of millions of messages. How long will that take? I really want to help him share the burden. Hurry up and sign up to be a volunteer. I have already emailed Mr. Yi. For those wanting Mr. Yes help, can't you at least find a guard first? Mr. Yi is also a person. Do you want to exhaust him? Exactly. If you don't save yourselves, who can you rely on? Do you expect Mr. Yi to come to your house and rescue you? I am a guard, a protector of the people. I hope everyone seeks help from the guards for issues and contacts Mr. Yi only for donations. While this guard is quite straightforward, I envy those 5 netizens. Mr. Yi is going to send them money. You can try it too. I dare not. I fear being banned as a scammer. Yi Tian watched as netizens commented under his message, finding it quite amusing. After waiting for a few minutes and not receiving any replies from those he tagged, he became disinterested. He pressed the call button, preparing to ask Yang Mi to come in and help him pick out a few sets of clothes to keep for future use. Yang Mi quickly knocked and entered, her eyes slightly red, forcing a smile as she asked, "Hello, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you?" "Xiao Yang, I need your help to choose 6 sets of clothes. I might be moving to my new home the day after tomorrow, and it will be inconvenient to find you then." Yang Mi felt reluctant. If Mr. Yi moved out, she wouldn't be able to see him so closely anymore. His muscles looked so good and his skin was even better than her own. "Mr. Yi, won't you continue living here? Did I not serve you well in some way?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Yi Tian shook his head and smiled. "You have served me very well. I am quite satisfied. I bought a new house. I can't keep living in a hotel, can I?" Yang Mi thought about it too. Staying here cost a lot of money every day. There's no comparison to the comfort of living in one's own home. It's truly a pity. She reluctantly prepared to help Yi Tian pick out clothes. "Oh, alright, I'll go pick out clothes for you now." Just as she was about to turn around, Yi Tian called her back, stepping in front of her to look at her face. "Wait, why are your eyes red? Have you been crying?" No, some dust got in my eyes earlier." Yang Mi quickly shook her head, telling a lie, feeling a bit flustered. "How did Mr. Yi notice she had been crying?" Yi Tian rolled his eyes at her and asked, "Do you think I'm foolish? It's obvious you've been crying. Is there anything? As long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not an issue." Tears fell from Yang Mi's eyes at Yi Tian's words, prompting him to quickly hand her a few tissue papers. Yang Mi took the tissues and wiped her tears, suddenly hugging Yi Tian and bursting into loud sobs, her cries heartbreaking and causing anyone who heard them to feel sorrow. Yi Tian could only gently pat Yang Mi's back, comforting her. "Don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, your makeup will be ruined, and that won't look good." Yang Mi's sobbing ceased instantly, as she certainly did not want Yi Tian to see her in an ugly state. Though she stopped crying, she still couldn't bear to let go, continuing to hold on to Yi Tian, which made him feel a bit awkward. He suddenly pushed Yang Mi away. "What's wrong, Yi Zong?" Yang Mi looked at Yi Tian in confusion. Seeing her like this, Yi Tian smiled and asked, "Now tell me, why were you crying?" "Because a guest suddenly hugged me. I pushed him away and told him to show some respect. Then he threatened me with a room cancellation and even complained to the manager about me. I explained the situation to the manager, but he scolded me instead, saying that the customer is king and ordered me to apologize to the guest. I did apologize, but I felt very wronged and ended up crying." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian thought, "Damn, this is just like when I was bullied by Director Jiang and the boss at the beginning. To hell with the customer being king." He decided to help her. "So that's how it is. I will definitely help you with this. Tell me, where is that guest staying? I will ask him to apologize. Money makes people powerful. What's to fear?" He would have him apologize until he was satisfied. Yang Mi quickly shook her head, saying, no need, the guest has already left. Then I'll find someone to track him down and bring him back to apologize to you." Hearing Yi Tian's unreasonable words, Yang Mi actually smiled. "Thank you, Yi Zong, but really there's no need. Just being able to talk to you about this makes me very happy. I also don't want things to escalate, otherwise I wouldn't be able to continue working." Seeing that Yang Mi wasn't looking to seek justice herself, Yi Tian found it too much trouble to force the matter. It was better for her to choose on her own. "Do you often encounter harassment from guests in your job?" "Yes, but this is the first time I've encountered it, and my colleagues have experienced it as well." Yi Tian thought for a moment and uncertainly asked, "If you can't continue here, how about becoming a maid at my new home? You would be familiar with all this work." "Your new home, Yi Zong, is it for taking care of your daily needs?" "Yes, and maybe also cleaning and such. Currently it's just me, my girlfriend, and Butler Lin at home." "Butler Lin is the lady you met. She likely needs an assistant." Yang Mi jumped up happily and exclaimed, I'm willing to be Yi Zong's maid." Yi Tian really couldn't understand why she was so happy. It was just being a maid, not becoming his girlfriend. The reason for Yang Mi's happiness was simple. By becoming Yi Tian's maid, she would get to see him every day. I will wait for my girlfriend and butler Lynn to come back and discuss this with them. After all, having more beautiful women at home might raise some issues. I'm causing trouble for Yizong. What if they don't agree? What does it matter? If you want to start a business, I'll lend you money. Whatever you want to do, I will definitely help you. Yizong, why are you being so nice to me? This question made Yi Tian ponder, and he couldn't come up with an answer. Was it because she was pretty? It seemed not entirely so. Was it because her experiences were similar to his? That might be part of it, but Yi Tian couldn't provide a clear answer. It's a complex reason that's hard to articulate. After some gentle persuasion, he finally sent Yang Mi out the door. Bored and idle, Yi Tian discovered that someone had sent him a hand-drawn picture on his account. The drawing depicted him handsome and charming, wearing a classical training outfit adorned with a dragon motif on the back and different dragon patterns on the sleeves and pant legs, giving him an ethereal and imposing presence. Accompanying the picture was a message. Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Liang Yin, a student from Jiangnan Design Institute, and also your fan. This is the outfit I designed for you, and I hope you like it. Yi Tian found the outfit quite appealing. The Five Elements Kingdom has always revered the dragon, and paired with the training attire, it would be an interesting choice for daily wear, especially since he could now be considered a martial artist. Feeling delighted, Yi Tian replied to Liang Yin and casually shared his WeChat ID with her. Thank you. I really like it. Here's my WeChat. Oh, let's chat there. At that moment, Liang Yin was lying on her dorm bed, lost in thought, as she had no classes that afternoon. Ever since sending the picture to Yi Tian, she had been anxious and restless, unsure if he would think she was overstepping her bounds. After all, with Yi Tian's prowess, finding a renowned designer would be as easy as eating, and he would hardly consider something drawn by a student who hadn't even graduated yet. In reality, Liang Yin was being overly self-deprecating. As a prominent figure at Jiangnan Design Institute, her works had received multiple international awards, and she was merely lacking work experience compared to professional designers. Not only was she an excellent designer, but she was also pure and adorable in appearance, with a bright and cheerful personality that endeared her to both teachers and classmates. Many suitors could be seen circling the playground in pursuit of her. However, she had high standards in her eyes. There was only a difference between a gorilla and a sissy when it came to men, and she dismissed all of them, devoting her heart entirely to the grand field of design. It wasn't until she saw Yi Tian's video online that she felt she had encountered her dream man. This was the perfect man. His looks, his character, he was flawless in every regard. In the restaurant, he beat up a scumbag, saved a beauty, and displayed heroic rage for his beloved. He was the epitome of masculinity. Moreover, with incredible martial arts and medical skills, and being young and wealthy, she instantly felt she had fallen for Yi Tian. After hearing Yi Tian mention wanting to establish an organization to help women, Liang Yin felt unworthy of him. What a compassionate idol he was. He should be the common idol of all women. For a commoner like her, just being able to contribute a little was already satisfying. In simple terms, Liang Yin had become a diehard fan of Yi Tian. Even if he burped in public, she would imagine it as ethereal energy, a gesture to purify the environment. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message alert, and when she looked at it, she was momentarily stunned. Her idol had replied to her. Not only did he thank her, but he also gave her his WeChat. Ha ha ha. She sat up excitedly, leaping off her bed, dancing and laughing. Are you going crazy? Did you take your medicine? Her roommate asked. You're the one going crazy, my idol replied to me. After being scolded by her roommate, Liang Yin calmed down and quickly replied to Yi Tian. All right, thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll add you right away. When she saw her friend request being accepted almost instantly, she was so happy she felt like she could fly. Hugging her phone, she grinned so widely that her roommate rolled her eyes at her without her noticing. Seeing her like this, her roommate was incredibly curious. Liang Yin, who usually didn't even spare a glance at men, actually had an idol. What a strange phenomenon. Oh, idol, when did you start dating? Which class is he in? I'm not dating him. My idol might not even fancy me. Suddenly, Liang Yin felt a bit down. Sai, why didn't she meet Yi Tian earlier? He already had a girlfriend now, and she wasn't particularly outstanding, so how could she be worthy of him? When did you become so humble? Aren't men just lowly creatures not worth your attention? My idol is not. He is the most perfect man in the world. Seeing Liang Yin looking as if she had been brainwashed, her roommate reached over to pat her head. You're not sick, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? You should go see the infirmary. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Liang Yin swatted her hand away and happily hid in her bed to chat. Yi Tian thought to himself, since Liang Yin designed it, why not have her help make one for him to try on? Hello, Liang classmate, can you make the outfit you designed? Liang Yin was overjoyed when she saw the message. Was Mr. Yi entrusting her with both design and production? What immense trust this was, as she had to agree. Just imagining her idol wearing the outfit she made brought her immense joy. Sure, just give me 2 days, and I'll have it ready to deliver to you, Mr. Yi. I'm not in a hurry. You're a student, so take your time. A week is fine. Just let me know what measurements you need, and I'll have someone help me get them for you. It's fine, Mr. Yi, we don't have many classes and I can definitely finish it in 2 days. Just send me the measurements for the bust, shoulder width, collar sleeve length, waist, hip, and pant length. After sending these requests, Liang Yin felt a little happy as she would know her idol's measurements. Yi Tian had no idea about this. Yang Mi had just helped him measure, so he could send them directly to her. Alright, I'll send them to you shortly. Also, how much will this design and production cost? I'll transfer it to you right now. No, mister. You don't need to pay me, it won't cost much. Consider it a gift from me to you. Seeing Yi Tian offer to pay, Liang Yin quickly refused. She just wanted to design clothes for her idol and hadn't considered the money. After all, how much could it cost to make this outfit? She felt too embarrassed to ask for anything. Yi Tian disliked taking advantage of others the most, and especially since she was a student, he insisted on paying. That's not acceptable. No free lunch. I won't take it if you don't pay me. Liang Yin panicked when she saw Yi Tian say he wouldn't take it. She estimated the cost of materials. Then it'll only be 500. 500? 400 is fine too. Yi Tian wasn't complaining it was too much, but thought it was too little. He wanted to ask how much more it would be, but the amount dropped even lower. He chuckled. He had plenty of money to spend and couldn't be stingy. Are you joking? I'll give you 50,000, make me both long and short sleeves to try out. Choose better materials, and any surplus will be considered a design fee. Liang Yin was completely stunned. Mr. Yi had offered more than 100 times the amount. Was he really that generous? She didn't think her design was worth that much. After all, she was just a student. What right did she have to request a design fee from Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi, that's too much, but it's not necessary. That's settled. You'll work hard for me then. Yi Tian ignored Liang Yin's refusal and directly finalized the arrangement, transferring 50,000 to her. Liang Yin was torn, unable to decide whether to accept or decline the large sum. In the end, under Yi Tian's urging, she had no choice but to accept it. This 50,000 not only bought the outfit she designed, but also captured her heart. If Yi Tian had any special requests, Liang Yin would agree without hesitation. Yi Tian called for Yang Mi and asked her to send the measurements to Liang Yin, telling her not to worry, as learning was the priority. Liang Yin was moved to tears by Yi Tian's understanding and immediately set out to choose materials, determined to select the best for President Yi and make the finest clothes. A fan had designed clothes for him, which made Yi Tian very happy. After finishing the chat with Liang Yin, he happily watched the TV show Man of Steel. Seeing the Superman in the movie rampaging through the city, he suddenly wanted to test his own strength for a clear self-assessment. He immediately called Bai Jingjing. Bai asked the RD department to prepare some equipment to test strength and speed. I want to assess my own abilities. Standard. Make it based on 20 times the current maximum human data limits. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to measure my strength. Bai Jingjing was so shocked that her phone almost dropped. She asked frantically, 20 times. How strong are you, President Yi? I don't know how strong I am. We'll find out when I test it. Tell them to hurry up. All right. Bai Jingjing, still holding the phone after the call ended, was dazed for a while. My goodness, 20 times stronger than a human. Even the Captain America in the movies isn't this strong, right? Being President Yes Woman is truly blissful. Isn't that like being a pile driver? With her mind racing, Bai Jingjing went to find the head of the RD department. This was a major issue that needed immediate arrangement. The head of the RD department, Lu Dash, was left dumbfounded by Bai Jingjing's announcement and exclaimed, what? The testing equipment needs to meet 20 times the human data limit. 20 times the human data limit. The exoskeleton armor they are currently developing doesn't even reach that level. If President Yi is that strong, is he even human? Lu Dash fell into deep thought. By the way, President Yi is also researching the Iron Man suit. If he is as strong as Superman while wearing the iron armor, could it be that he wants to become someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with deities using mere human strength? Thinking of this, Lu Dash became so excited that he trembled. If successful, Tianjin Company would become the strongest company in the world bar none. And as a department head, he feared that even a king would have to treat him with respect. He quickly nodded his head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, assuring secretary, please rest assured. We have available armor testing equipment, and with enhancements, it should meet President Yes requirements. He'll handle it right away. Okay, do it quickly. President Yi seems eager. We will work through the night to modify it. We won't delay the matter. Yi Tian lay on his bed lost in thought as everything was arranged. Researching the Iron Man suit with the current company technology is indeed challenging. I wonder if I can figure it out when I grow old. If only there were more advanced things to reference and learn from. Ding, the host has obtained a map of alien spaceship wreckage. Studying the technology of the ship could directly advance the Iron Man suit to the nanosuit stage. Yi Tian was stunned upon hearing the system's notification and exclaimed in delight, System, you are truly amazing. Does this mean I won't have to assemble it and can transform directly? Yes. Yi Tian laughed heartily. That would be so cool. Then I won't need to take a plane anymore. I can just transform and fly wherever I want. Make a set for Lu Yin, Lin Yi, and the others to protect themselves. If they encounter bad guys, they can shout Sailor Moon transform and instantly don a suit of armor to take them down, haha. Yi Tian gleefully glanced at the route map provided by the system and found that the alien spaceship wreckage was actually located under Qiandao Lake, covering an area of 500 unnamed islands. Excavating such a large target would surely shock the world. How to excavate it reasonably is an issue. Forget it, Gil, just buy those 500 islands and say, I want to build a research base on them. This is a major project that requires careful consideration. Yi Tian felt quite busy, as ever since he got the system it felt like 2 years had passed in just a couple of days, with tasks piling up one after another. However, as the chairman, he could just call his secretary to handle things. He called Bai Jingjing again. Xiaobai, help me find someone to contact about how much the islands in Qiandao Lake are selling for. I'm planning to buy a few hundred to build a research base. I will send you the approximate location map shortly. All right, President Yi. Bai Jingjing was too exhausted to complain, buying a few hundred islands. President Yi's ideas really change every moment, and she was so busy she could barely keep her feet on the ground. She had to take over the logistics department while continuing to serve as the chairman's secretary. Both tasks were important, making her feel tired yet fulfilled. She couldn't just put down her responsibilities. That would mean President Yi trusted her. Currently, aside from General Manager Chun, how she was the most favored, and she hoped President Yi would give her more tasks. Lu Yanlin, Yi, and Xiao Tian Su finally returned, standing in front of him with their heads down, looking as if they had done something wrong. Yi Tian found their demeanor rather puzzling. What happened to you? I thought there was nothing wrong. Xiao Tian Su stepped forward and admitted, President Yi, I failed to protect Butler Lin. I request punishment. Yi Tian shook his head, saying it was my oversight. You are not a professional bodyguard after all, and it's understandable that the protected person left your line of sight. It's fine this time, just focus on driving in the future. I've already asked Secretary Bai to recruit some professional female bodyguards to be responsible for the safety of Lu Yin and Lin Yi in the future. Xiao Tian's face turned red hearing Yi Tian's words. As a former soldier king, he had accepted Yi Tian's trust, but failed to protect the person he was supposed to protect, losing face. Now he was being relegated to the role of a dedicated driver with professional bodyguards replacing him. It felt worse than being beaten or scolded. Yi Tian ignored his pride. If it weren't for the system's reminder, if Lin Yi had been insulted, things would have escalated significantly. Speaking of which, Xiao Tian Su had indeed been neglectful. However, Yi Tian always considered others' perspectives first. He felt that the main reason was that the environment had been too comfortable, leading to Xiao Tian's vigilance dropping. He used an amateur approach for a professional task, so the primary responsibility lay with himself, hence, he said nothing further. At this moment, Lin Yi was already tearfully sobbing softly. Yi Tian sighed as he looked at her. She was too pitiful. Not only did she have a strange illness, but she almost faced insult when resigning. Lin Yi thought Yi Tian was upset with her for causing trouble, and as she pondered, tears began to flow. It was all her fault for being too careless. Yi Tian, it's my fault for causing trouble for everyone. Yi Tian brought over a tissue from the side to help Lin Yi wipe her tears and comforted her. I am not afraid of trouble. What I worry about is your safety. Just be careful outside. One must always guard against others. Lin Yi hugged Yi Tian and started crying heavily. She was scared and overthinking, feeling an immense amount of pressure. Feeling Yi Tian's warm embrace, she relaxed and eventually fell asleep while crying. Yi Tian gently carried her to bed, covered her with a blanket, and quietly said to Lu Yin, before the female bodyguards arrive, try not to go out alone. If you need anything, call someone to bring it to you. If you go out, go with me. Okay. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. No matter what Yi Tian did, she supported him, because changing to someone else wouldn't necessarily yield better results. Yi Tian told Xiao Tian so he could return to the company. He wasn't planning to go out today and wanted to stay home with Lu Yin and Lin Yi. Xiao Tian Su walked away in frustration. He planned to take time to catch up on his previous studies. He was a soldier king, not a dedicated driver, and he couldn't let President Yi look down on him. One day he would prove his worth. Yi Tian saw Lin Yi fast asleep and quietly led Lu Yin into another room. After a passionate encounter, Lu Yin lay in Yi Tian's arms and shyly asked, why are you so eager today? Yi Tian confessed how he had been tempted by Yang Mi and had to suppress his urges. Lu Yin laughed and said, you don't have to hold back, just take her since she likes you anyway. Yi Tian shook his head seriously and said, that's not right. How could I cheat while my girlfriend is away? Besides, I can control myself. Oh, I can't just trick myself into thinking it was uncontrollable. Lu Yin was deeply touched and expressed that she didn't mind. Yi Tian chose to skip over the topic. Let's talk about this later, otherwise I'll be no different from a scumbag. I want to invite her to our home as a maid and see how it goes. Sounds good. It would be nice for Lin Yi to have some company. I'll help you at work, and it's too lonely for her being the only one at home. Yi Tian was moved by Lu Yan's words. This woman had always silently supported him and was now considering him and the women around him. Lu Yan, you are truly wonderful. I promise you will always be my only wife. I have my own standards for people. Even without your constraints, I won't stray. Amid their deep affection, their relationship continued to grow warmer, and they engaged in deeper conversations. While Yi Tian and Lu Yin were immersed in their moments, the RD department of Tianjin Company was bustling with light and activity, working overtime. The employees inside were clad in exoskeleton suits resembling strongmen as they lifted heavy components and worked diligently. These exoskeleton suits have already been applied to military and rescue fields, but their widespread adoption is hindered due to a lack of breakthroughs in power and responsiveness. Simply put, the batteries do not support long-duration operations. Without power, the exoskeleton suits become burdensome. Although the entire suit is made of carbon fiber and weighs only 5 kilograms, without power the inherent traction makes movement feel cumbersome, as if one were moving underwater. Another issue is its responsiveness. Currently, brainwave control is not perfected and can only serve as auxiliary control. It mainly relies on sensors on the body to gather muscle information, which is then processed through complex calculations and fed back to the exoskeleton to produce corresponding actions. This limitation prevents the exoskeleton from executing overly agile or rapid movements, making it unable to react swiftly like a martial arts master. However, within the company, there is no need to worry about power and responsiveness issues. When the power runs low, it can be charged at any time. Its main purpose is to lift heavy objects and save labor rather than requiring quick responsiveness. Everyone worked leisurely, able to chat a bit. Today, Minister Liu had gone a bit mad, calling all personnel to take turns working overtime. Initially, everyone was resistant, but when they heard it was to modify testing equipment for General Yi to assess his physical data, everyone became enthusiastic. As researchers, they were eager to dissect General Yi. After all, such an unscientific phenomenon as rising through the air could occur to him. If thoroughly studied, human flight would not be a dream. However, he was their boss, so such thoughts were merely fantasies. Now that General Yi had taken the initiative to request testing, everyone was excited to find out just how strong he really was. Moreover, the minister said that the overtime pay would be calculated at 3 times the normal rate with plenty of coffee, drinks, and late-night snacks provided, making everyone feel less tired. Working like this every day, they might as well move their homes here. Is there anything more interesting than research? A few employees were assembling the power testing equipment while chatting about Yi Tian. Do you think General Yi is really 20 times stronger than an average human? I think even if he's not, he should be close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked us to modify it to such specifications. If General Yi is truly non-human strong, I think we should invite him to be the test subject for the experimental model. Ordinary people wouldn't withstand it, and we wouldn't get accurate data. Are you out of your mind? You want to make the boss a test subject? If something goes wrong, we'd all be out of a job. I was just hypothesizing. Throughout the night, Yi Tian and Lu Yin were busy, and the RD department was also hard at work, continuing until dawn. Seeing Lu Yin with panda eyes, Yi Tian laughed heartily. Just as Lu Yin was about to get angry, he used healing magic to eliminate her dark circles. After a good sleep, Lin Yi was in high spirits. Upon hearing that Yi Tian would take Lu Yin to the company, she wanted to go and have a look. Yi Tian had no objections. The three of them got into Xiao Tianch's car and made their way to the company. Subsequently, all the department heads were called in for an impromptu meeting. Yi Tian sat at the head, observing the unfamiliar faces, and guessed they were the few department heads who had been. He pointed to Lu Yin and Lin Yi and introduced, "Let me introduce these two. This is Lu Yin, my girlfriend, who will soon be serving as the chairman's secretary. I plan to have her learn alongside Secretary Bai for a while." Applause erupted from the crowd. "And this is Lin Yi, my housekeeper and personal secretary, who is here to visit the company today." More applause followed. After introducing the two, he turned to Bai Jingjing and asked Xiao, "Bai, have all my matters been arranged?" Bai Jingjing quickly opened her notebook and reported, "General Yi, everything has been arranged." "Good. Let me know when there are results. Is there anything anyone needs to report?" Chun Hao, as the general manager, was the first to report. "General Yi, regarding the procurement department, I am appointing the former deputy minister Li Shimin to act as the minister. Do you think this is feasible?" The newly appointed minister Li quickly stood up to greet Yi Tian and introduced himself. "Hello, General Yi, I'm Xiao Li, and I will manage the procurement department well." Ding. The information for Li Shimin and the new head of the conference room has been generated. Please check it. Yi Tian glanced at Li Shimin, nodded, and reviewed his information in his mind. This person seemed diligent and worthy of trust. The other newly appointed ministers had no major issues, a little favoritism and some personal gain, but nothing too serious. It seemed the primary corruption came from the former ministers. Work hard. If there are no major issues after a month, you can be confirmed. I still believe in old Chen's judgment. Upon hearing Yi Tian's decision, Chun Hao nodded to Li Shimin, indicating that General Yi's words were final. Li Shimin was overjoyed. Originally, Chun had told him that he would be confirmed after 3 months, but now with General Yi's words, he had reduced it by 2 months. What a surprise. This is truly a surprise. Long live General Yi. Chunhao then pointed at the new faces and reported to Yi Tian, General Yi, those are the former deputy ministers replacing the heads. Do you think this is acceptable? Yi Tian nodded and said, you can arrange this, no need to report to me. I trust you. Chunhao felt Yi Tian's trust and smiled. This was exactly what he needed. Thank you, General Yi. I assure you there won't be any problems this time. The deputy ministers stood up one after another to greet Yi Tian and introduce themselves. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. He turned to Bai Jingjing and asked, Xiao Bai, are there any difficulties in taking over the logistics department? Bai Jingjing with a troubled expression replied, Yizong, there are some difficulties, but I will overcome them. Yi Tian could tell that there were issues she might not be able to handle, especially since only a day had passed. He smiled and comforted her, don't hold back, just speak up, and I will help you solve it. Bai Jingjing took a deep breath and stated her difficulties. She was genuinely afraid that Yi Tian would think she was incompetent and directly revoke her position as the head of the logistics department. Mainly, I found that the heads of various positions in the logistics department are involved in corruption and fraud, severely cutting corners. I have dismissed them all, but now we are short-staffed, which has affected the employees' food and accommodation. It will be resolved once I recruit new personnel in a few days. Yi Tian stroked his chin, pondering for 3 seconds before asking, it seems this is really rotten. By the way, have those 2 ministers returned the money? Chunhao quickly replied, they have returned it. They are now in the lounge waiting for you to summon them, Yizong. Yi Tian coldly commanded, bring them in. If I said I would break one of their hands, then it must be done. One must keep their word. All the ministers present felt a tightening in their stomachs, surprised at how sharp Yizong's memory was. Chunhao hurriedly went out to summon the 2 ministers who had embezzled the most. The 2 ministers, supporting each other, walked in gingerly, their legs trembling. They were terrified of coming in to lose a hand, and with no anesthesia, who wouldn't be scared? When Yi Tian saw them enter, he expressionlessly commanded, you 2 come here. Extend the hand you don't want. I'll give you a clean break. The 2 were so frightened that they fell to their knees. Yizong, I've returned the money. Please show mercy this time. Yi Tian shook his head impatiently, saying, that's not acceptable. I have always kept my word. If you continue to dawdle, it won't just be a hand we're discussing. The 2 exchanged glances, realizing that begging was futile and resistance was impossible. Yizong could crush them with a single finger. They could only move forward like lambs to the slaughter and extend their left hands. Yi Tian was not one to hesitate. Grabbing their hands, he shook them, directly shattering their arms. Their hands hung limply at their sides, resembling noodles. Intense pain surged into their minds, and the 2 let out screams resembling those of slaughtered pigs, collapsing onto the floor. The other heads present felt their legs weaken. Had they not been sitting, they would have fallen to the ground in fright. Yizong was too ruthless. Was their life at risk working under him? Should they resign? Yi Tian, annoyed by their cries on the ground, shouted, get lost. Thank you, Yizong, thank you, Yizong. The 2, stifling their pain, stopped their wails and bowed to Yi Tian before daring to leave. Once outside the company, they immediately called a cab to the hospital, preparing to have their hands reattached. The doctor examined their x-rays and regrettably informed them, gentlemen, your hands have sustained comminuted fractures. With current technology, no hospital can reattach them. To prevent your arms from dying, amputation is the only option. Oh my God. The 2 sat on the ground, weeping bitterly, regretting why they had embezzled in the first place. Yi Tian, having dealt with the 2's hands, continued to speak to Bai Jingjing as if nothing had happened. Employee matters are critical. If there are problems with food and accommodation, find a way to resolve them without waiting for all personnel to be recruited. Find hotels that meet the original food and accommodation standards, ensuring they are of higher quality, and don't worry about the costs. He then glanced at everyone present and said, you must now establish a concept. I took over this company not to make money, but to realize a dream. I have plenty of money. If you run out, I will inject more into the company. Once we develop something, the money will naturally come. By the way, who is in charge of the finance department? Transfer 200 billion from my account to the company account later, otherwise I might forget. Yes, Yizong, I will handle it right away. The finance minister quickly stood up, bowing and scraping. Did everyone understand? Understood, Yizong. Everything prioritizes the employees. Yi Tian, satisfied with their responses, nodded and continued, all right, each department should swiftly clear out the lazy and incompetent employees. I plan to enhance the welfare benefits for all employees in the company. At that time, apart from wives, everything else is available. Cars, houses, cash. Applause erupted. The ministers suddenly found themselves reluctant to resign. Would they choose money or their lives? Naturally, they would pick money. With the best benefits nationwide, why would they still want to embezzle? They just needed to work well under Yizong. Chunhao took the lead in standing up and declared, Yizong, don't worry, we will complete the cleaning work this week. That's good. After the cleanup, notify all employees, and I will hold a meeting to discuss their years of service, income, performance, and other details. I want to deliver benefits to them. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement, having nothing else to say. Yi Tian looked around and gave them a work hard and do not commit fraud. I will personally investigate with the employees, and as for the consequences, you can imagine. I wouldn't dare. Everyone shivered at the thought of the consequences. Would they end up with broken hands or feet? They certainly didn't want that. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. I want to check the progress in the RD department. Yi Tian waved his hand, ending the meeting. The head of the RD department, Lu Dash, quickly stood up and, all right, Yi Zong, follow me. Everyone dispersed to attend to their own matters. Yi Tian, accompanied by Lu Yin and Lin Yi, followed Lu Dash to the RD department. Lu Dash introduced that due to working overtime, they had completed 1/3 of the renovation progress. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and asked, overtime. In the future, don't call people to work overtime casually. Even if I am in a hurry, I won't miss a single night. Lu Dash felt a chill run down his back, breaking out in cold sweat. Didn't Secretary Bai say you were in a hurry? How could it be done without overtime? Now he felt truly doomed, or would his own hand also be lost? His mind raced as he thought of reasons to explain the situation. Yi Zong, everyone heard that you were in a hurry, so they voluntarily worked overtime. I also offered 3 times the overtime pay with plenty of drinks and late-night snacks. I haven't slighted the employees at all. So that's how it is. Voluntary overtime with extra pay? Then it's all right. Yi Tian calmed down after hearing the explanation. I see, that's acceptable. You did well, but in the future avoid overtime if possible. If an employee collapses from overwork, we'll suffer greater losses. Yes, I will remember. Lu Dash wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering why he always felt that Yi Zong was so intimidating. The RD department was vast, located more than 10 meters underground, and could only be accessed via a dedicated elevator. After passing through strict security checks outside, they finally arrived at the RD department. Let's give it a try then. Yi Tian stripped off his clothes, and Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to take them. Immediately, 2 employees began powering up the instruments and adjusting them. Look, President Yi is going to test his strength. The other employees, seeing Yi Tian take off his clothes, guessed that he might be about to start testing his strength. They paused their tasks and gathered around Yi Tian, ready to watch the show. Lu Dashi, seeing this commotion, broke out in a cold sweat. With President Yi here, how dare they leave their posts? Weren't they afraid of being fired? He immediately scolded loudly. Everyone get back to your positions. The employees dared not say a word. They sighed reluctantly and began to head back to their posts. Such a thrilling moment, and they had to miss it. That wretched Luban number 7. Lu Dashi was short in stature and particularly fond of patrolling to see who wasn't working hard, often popping up out of nowhere to deliver a scolding. So everyone secretly called him Luban number 7. Yi Tian didn't mind at all and said to Lu Dashi and the employees, Minister Lu, it's fine. Since you're all here, go ahead and watch. Have you all paused your tasks? Yes. President Yi is generous. President Yi, this won't affect our work at all. The employees burst into applause, leaving Lu Dashi's face green as he once again played the villain. The 2 employees adjusting the machines busied themselves for a while before reporting to Yi Tian, President Yi, the machine is calibrated and ready for use. Then they stood by with the equipment ready to record Yi Tian's strength data. All right, it'll begin now. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Yi Tian stood before the testing device, facing the target. He raised his right hand, kept his body still, and threw a straight punch. With a clang, the instrument directly displayed a number 500 kilograms. Thunderous applause erupted around him. Clap, 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 clap. Wow. President Yi is incredible. A casual punch, and it's already 500 kilos. That's comparable to a professional boxer's heavy punch. True, but a boxing champion has to use a stance and leverage their whole body. If they punched like President Yi, they'd only manage 100 kilos at most. I can't wait to see President Yi throw a serious punch. That should be several thousand kilos, right? Maybe even more. If a serious punch involves inner energy, I wonder if this device will break. The device probably won't break. When it was designed, the force was meant to be absorbed as a whole, unless there's a force of 20 to 30,000 kilos that knocks it off the ground. Yi Tian was also surprised to see the 500 kilo reading. So this was his strength, and it was just a casual. Lu Dashi, with a fawning smile on his face, flattered, President Yi, you're amazing. That's at least 10 times the strength of an ordinary person. Oh, I just threw a casual punch to test. Now let me try a heavy punch. Yi Tian humbly said, then began to assume a stance. He spread his feet into a bow stance, pushed off the ground, channeled the power from his waist and legs into his fist, and delivered a powerful punch. With a clang, the display showed a number 2,000 kilograms. Hiss. There was no applause, only the sound of sharp intakes of breath. It was terrifying. My God, is President Yi even human? I've never heard of anyone throwing a 2,000 kilo punch. Can martial arts really reach this level? Is this the Vajra fist or the dragon elephant divine art? This must be the legendary strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. How enviable. Even the world boxing champion can't do that. He can only manage 800 kilos. If President Yi went into boxing, the gold medals would all be ours, no competition. Are you crazy? Why would a tycoon like President Yi go into boxing? Hasn't it occurred to you? President Yi hasn't even used his inner energy yet. Everyone fell into deep thought. If President Yi used his inner energy, how much force would that punch have? Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction at the reading. Not bad. This punch was equivalent to a small truck. The key was that he felt no strain from throwing such a punch. He felt he could keep going indefinitely. He felt like a pile driver, haha. Now he'd try using inner energy to see how much force he could produce, hoping it wouldn't break the device. He asked Lu Dashi worriedly, what's the upper limit of this instrument in kilograms? President Yi, the upper limit of this device is 1600 kilograms. 1600 kilograms. He had no concept of that. Probably a lot, right? Alright, he'll try using inner energy. It shouldn't break, should it? He jumped in place a few times to loosen up and said to those around him, stay far away from me to avoid accidental injury. Sure. The crowd stepped back a few paces. Yi Tian looked at the distance and reminded them again, move farther away. The crowd stepped back again, now at least 10 meters away. Feeling the distance was safe enough, Yi Tian let out a loud shout, channeled his inner energy into his hand, as before, and threw a heavy punch. With a clang, time seemed to freeze. The force-testing device visibly disintegrated into a cloud of dust. A wave of force traveled from Yi Tian's fist into the device, and then into the ground. The ground instantly turned to dust. Yi Tian's feet found no support, and he fell through. Everyone screamed as they saw a large crater suddenly appear in the ground, spreading toward them. They stumbled backward, falling to the ground. What the hell? Everyone heard Yi Tian mutter to himself. With a single leap, he jumped out of the crater and landed on the intact ground beside it. There was now a crater about 10 meters deep and 10 meters in radius, and all the testing equipment had vanished. Yi Tian asked in confusion in his mind, system, what happened? Host strength is too great. It traveled through the instrument into the ground, shattering everything. Damn, just how strong am I? You must know, right? I do, but this meaningless number doesn't need to be known by the host. With this system, the host's strength is effectively limitless. So you're saying I don't need to test this at all? The host can test it for fun, adding some enjoyment to life. Yi Tian felt as if dark lines were forming on his forehead. How awkward. So what he was doing was just play in the system's eyes. Alright system, you're really something. Thank you for the compliment, host. The bystanders were still shaken. Lu Yin and Lin Yi had run over, touching Yi Tian's body and asking worriedly, Yi Tian, are you hurt? No. What happened? It seems my strength was too great. The force traveled through the device into the surroundings, turning everything into dust. Hiss. Another wave of sharp intakes of breath echoed around, as if all the cold air in the room was being sucked away. President Yi's strength was completely beyond their imagination. The device could only be broken if the force exceeded 1600 kilograms. How much more would it take to turn it to dust? And not just the device. The entire area within a 10-meter radius of the center had turned to dust. How could they calculate that force? Everyone's mind began conjuring various formulas, but none yielded a result. Lu Dashi asked cautiously, President Yi, should we build a larger testing device? Forget it, I feel like it's meaningless now. Who can withstand a punch that weighs over 1600 kilograms? I'm not going to hit a plane. After hearing the system's words, Yi Tian completely lost interest in continuing the tests. With the system on his side, he had whatever strength he needed. What was the point of testing? That's true, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Tian was like a human giant beast. What could withstand a serious punch from him? Yi Tian took the clothes from Lin Yi and said to Lu Dash, remember, don't always call people in for overtime. Those who worked overtime last night can rest now and come back in the afternoon. Their wages will still be counted. The employees nearby jumped up in joy upon hearing Yi Tian's words, shouting, long live Yi Tian. It's truly a blessing for everyone to have such a good-tempered boss. They had no idea how much pressure it was to be a leader where one could end up with broken limbs at any moment. Indeed, ignorance is bliss. Lu Dash wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, I've noted that down, Yi Tian. Should we continue to modify the other testing equipment? Yi Tian thought for a moment. Since they had already modified half of it, they might as well finish the work. Continue the modifications and let me know when they're done. I may not know my actual limits, but at least having a baseline is good. Okay, Lu Dash, and the employees nodded, no one doubting that Yi Tian was exaggerating. Yi Tian called over Lu Yin and Lin Yi and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and asked, by the way, have the recruitment ads for research personnel been sent out? Have there been any applicants? Yes. Many experts and professors from research institutions have sent their resumes to our inbox. We are currently screening them and preparing to notify them for interviews. That's good. We need to recruit all kinds of talents. You guys should watch more sci-fi films. In the future, I hope our headquarters will be the kind that flies in the sky. Everyone should think along those lines. The surrounding employees suddenly became agitated. A headquarters that flies in the sky. Wow, what would that be like? Yetion, is that true? Yetion, are you planning to build a space mothership or a fortress? Yetion, do you need a name for the headquarters? How about calling it Heaven's Court? Yetion glanced at the employee who suggested the name, who wore black-rimmed glasses and looked a bit foolish. Heaven's Court. I might as well be the Jade Emperor. Anything is fine. Oh, I just propose ideas. The hard work to realize them depends on everyone. I'm heading to finance now to transfer funds to the company. You all can study whatever you want without worrying about the budget. Wow, that's great. Long live Yetion. Yetion left the RD department amidst the cheers of all the employees. Suddenly Lu Dash slapped his forehead and shouted to the employees, quick, collect all the dust. This is important research material. What a joke. Although he didn't know how strong Yetion was, they could study how much force it takes to destroy an object. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Also, everyone must keep Yetion's test results confidential. They must never be disclosed. If others were to discover the actual power of someone like Yetion, an extraordinary being, who knows what trouble it would cause. Everyone was currently working under Yetion with excellent treatment, and they were all in the same boat, naturally reluctant to speak out. They vowed not to even mention it to their loved ones. With so much to research, Lu Dash felt that the hundreds of people under him were not enough. Yetion would come up with an idea every moment, and someone had to implement it. Without thousands of researchers, how could his ideas be realized? It seemed they needed to hurry to recruit more people, and they also needed to post more recruitment ads abroad, while reaching out to contacts in different regions. Yetion was unaware of Lu Dash's worries. He was the chairman now with money and power, and he could arrange for anyone to realize his ideas. He didn't have to be like the protagonists of other novels who gained systems, mastering every skill and turning into omnipotent geniuses. Why endure such exhaustion? As long as he had wealth and strength, he could crush others wherever he went. Why compete with professionals? On the way to the finance department, he happened to run into Bai Jingjing, and Lu Yin followed her to learn how to be a good secretary. Lin Yi accompanied Yetion to the finance department, where they met the worried Minister Ning. Minister Ning was known as the god of wealth in the company. Overseeing the financial authority of his life was supposed to be blissful. He never expected that the company would suddenly change its chairman, and the former chairman had almost emptied the company's funds. This left him a bit flustered. How could he still be called the god of wealth with no money in the treasury? Fortunately, the new chairman reassured him that he would inject 200 billion. If that money arrived, he would regain his confidence as the god of wealth. However, Yetion seemed a bit forgetful. As he spoke, he walked away, making Minister Ning's heart tense again. He hoped he wasn't just bluffing. After all, 200 billion is no small sum. But others didn't care whether the money had arrived or not. All departments had Chun Zhang's signature and were preparing to collect money. Yetion suddenly assigned so many tasks, each one would be costly. On everyone's withdrawal forms there were amounts in the tens of millions just for 1 month's quota. He counted on his fingers. If the 200 billion didn't arrive, the remaining 10 billion wouldn't last long. When he saw Yetion walk into the finance department, he was almost in tears, rushing forward in 3 steps and 2 strides to greet him. Yetion, you've finally come. Yetion asked in confusion, why are you so excited? You wouldn't be a comrade, would you? Minister Ning awkwardly laughed a few times and explained, no, Yetion, you misunderstood. I was just worried about the loans requested by all departments. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough money. Oh, how much does the company urgently need now? I have 30 billion here signed by Chen Zhang, and that's just for 1 month's quota. The company's 10 billion in funds won't last for long. Yetion nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Oh, that's good. Spending money is a good thing. It shows that everyone is ready to work. Enough talk. Hurry and transfer the funds. Yes. After some operations, 200 billion was transferred to the company's account, and Minister Ning's heart finally settled. The company was now rich with 200 billion in cash. This would rank among the top 10 companies in the world for cash reserves. If Yetion's ideas were realized, Tianjin Company would likely become the richest company in the world. Then he, as the finance minister, would manage more money than some small countries' finance ministers. Haha, just thinking about it made him unable to help but laugh out loud. Hey, stop grinning like an idiot. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Minister Ning, still daydreaming, was jolted awake by Yetion's pat, and the sudden awkwardness made his old face blush. Ah, Yetion is leaving. Aren't you going to stay a bit longer? Yetion smiled and said, I won't disturb your daydreams any longer. Just 200 billion and you're already dreaming big. Imagine if I offered you 2 trillion, wouldn't you ascend to heaven on the spot? Minister Ning, with a fawning smile, nodded and replied, Yes, you're right, Mr. Yi. My vision is too narrow. I need to learn more from you in the future. All right, enough flattery. I'm leaving now. If you need money, just come to me. Make sure to manage the finances well, and don't let money blind your eyes. Minister Ning immediately swore to the heavens, saying seriously, I vow that there will be no problems. If I don't do well, you can chop off my hands, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian chuckled, patted Minister Ning on the shoulder a few times, and then left with Lin Yi. The two arrived at Bai Jingjing's office, found a sofa to sit down, and Lin Yi went to get a fruit platter, letting Yi Tian lie on her lap while she fed him pieces of fruit. Bai Jingjing, accompanied by Lu Yin, came in and out, and upon seeing them simply smiled, not finding it strange. The entire company belonged to Yi Tian, and even Lu Yin, the official girlfriend, didn't mind, so there was really nothing to say. After a while, Bai Jingjing came in again, holding a book of interior design renderings. Mr. Yi, this is the design renderings for your office from the decoration company. President Chen asked me to bring it to you quickly, as he is too busy to come himself. Oh, let's take a look together. Which one do you think is better? Yi Tian sat up and began flipping through the renderings while asking the two beauties. Having been in the workplace for many years, Bai Jingjing naturally knew not to make decisions for her boss, so she merely expressed her opinion from another angle. I think this one has a more pleasant lighting effect. She didn't specify which one was better, just mentioned which one looked comfortable. Whether it was suitable or not was up to the boss. It was better to say something than to say nothing. Lin Yi, what do you think? I think they all look quite good. Lin Yi didn't have as many reservations as Bai Jingjing, but she couldn't see clearly either. In the end, Yi Tian chose the one that looked the most impressive. All right, then let's choose this one. Does Mr. Yi have any modifications? No modifications. I don't understand this. Just arrange for it to be done. The requirements are comfort and health, and all materials must be green, non-toxic, and there are no restrictions on costs. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. As soon as modifications were mentioned, Yi Tian recalled how he had been tortured by clients when he was a designer who kept asking for revisions. There was no way he would put other designers through the same ordeal. After all, we are born from the same root. Why rush to harm each other? If the renovations are unsatisfactory, they can be redone. It's just money. Having completed another task, Yi Tian felt great and started playing on his phone. Entering the information manager, Yi Tian noticed that all 5 aid seekers from yesterday had sent in their documents. He transferred the amounts they needed to the accounts listed. Why didn't he let the system handle this? Mainly because Yi Tian felt that such a high-end system should not be used for tasks he could easily complete himself. It would be overkill. The system expressed its satisfaction, noting that this host was quite conscientious. Yi Tian then found 10 aid seekers from the unread messages and sent the messages. He also posted a new update on his account. The information for the previous 5 aid seekers has been received and the funds have been transferred. I wish you all health and happiness in the future. The 10 people tagged below, please send me your document accounts quickly so I can transfer the money to you. He refreshed the page and found several hundred replies below, as if the netizens were waiting for him to post. However, besides praising him, the replies today included a link, as if everyone had collectively been poisoned. Mr. Yi is so generous. I have to report, this giant blog is provoking you. Link, go check it out quickly. Yi Tian glanced at it and saw that he wasn't the only one receiving such messages. Many people were discussing this matter. He was curious and wanted to click the link, but restrained himself and consulted the system first. System, is this link safe? If I click it, will my phone shut down and my money be transferred away? Host, you are being too cautious. It's fine, just click it. All right then. Yi Tian clicked the link and the page immediately redirected him to Giant Blog. A newly released official announcement read regarding the unfounded smearing of Giant Blog by the chairman of Tianjin Company. Chairman Yi Tian of Tianjin Company has unfoundedly smeared our product Giant Blog in public, causing extremely adverse effects. Our company is legitimate and actively responds to calls every year to clean up harmful information, but some fish inevitably slip through the net. Chairman Yi Tian has generalized from a few instances and made a mountain out of a molehill, and his rash statements have caused significant losses to our company. We hope Chairman Yi Tian of Tianjin Company will issue an apology statement in all major media and compensate our company for losses amounting to 100 million yuan. Otherwise, we will resort to legal means to defend our rights. Yi Tian was stunned, thinking that Giant Blog was truly shameless. Now they were biting back. He immediately posted a new update on his news account. Giant Blog, you are truly shameless, crying thief. I've decided to take you down first. Soon there will be no more Giant Blog. Just wait for bankruptcy. After posting the message, Yi Tian refreshed the page again, and instantly several hundred replies poured in, filled with public outrage and celebration. Mr. Yi is mighty. Mr. Yi, we support you. Destroy that little punk. Mr. Yi is a hero for the people, leading the charge against obscenity. Yi Tian felt a bit smug seeing the responses. I am the one the people want. You trash. Just watch me take your website down first. Yi Tian thought that if the system just gave him hacking abilities, he could take down their website in no time. After waiting for 3 seconds, he was surprised that there was no notification sound. Something fell off. It was the system offline. System, why aren't you giving me hacking abilities? I want to hack their website first. Host, someone is already helping you with that. You don't need to do it personally. Huh, really? Who is it? It's the world's third-ranked hacker Black Phoenix. She is your loyal fan and is currently attacking the servers of Giant Blog, expected to succeed in 30 seconds. Yetion was delighted. This fan was as thoughtful as the system. Wow, this feels like a dream. Indeed, those who have fans conquer the world. I just need to focus on being a handsome and wealthy man, and later I must thank her properly. At that moment, the network security department of Giant Blog was nearly going crazy. The alarms were ringing one after another like a frenzy, and they couldn't stop. What are you all doing? So many of you can't stop one hacker. I might as well raise a bunch of pigs instead of you. If we can't prevent this today, everyone get out. What are you looking at? From now on, you, the head of the network security department, are fired. Go clean the toilets. A fat man was scolding 5 system security engineers while the head of the network security department didn't dare to. This fat man was Zhu Dachong, the general manager of Giant Blog. He was furious upon seeing the news online. Such a big issue, and not a single employee reported it to him. This fat man was Zhu Dachong, the general manager of Giant Blog. He was furious upon seeing the news online. Such a big issue. In fact, this was his own fault. Previously, the customer service department had been reporting to him that users complained about too much harmful information on the website affecting customer experience, and he had scolded the head of customer service several times. Why are you so talkative? Just pretend you didn't see it. Those are our big clients. If we block them, who will pay for our ads? Gradually, no one dared to touch the issue again. They all ignored any news about harmful information on their. An engineer was so angry that he clenched his fists. He considered himself a high-level talent, and being scolded by this incompetent fat pig was too damaging to his self-esteem. The colleague next to him, seeing his state, thought he was about to confront Zhu Dachong and quickly kicked him with his foot. The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, and their hands slowed down in unison. What was supposed to be a defensive battle lasting a few more minutes was breached in mere seconds. All 5 engineers were suddenly stripped of their admin privileges, leaving only a comical smiley face on the screen. The ousted head of the cybersecurity department, gritting his teeth, reported, "Zhu, the hackers have breached our server, and we cannot defend against them. I suggest we physically disconnect from the internet quickly, otherwise the data loss will be even greater." What do you mean by physically disconnecting? It means unplugging the network cable. Then hurry up and do it. We need to go to the server room to unplug it. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, you bunch of fools. Zhu Dachong picked up a stick and, like herding pigs, chased the 5 engineers and the head of the security department out while he sat down on a chair, catching his breath. The 6 of them ran out of the room like stray dogs sprinting for over 10 meters. Slow down. The ousted head of cybersecurity stretched out his hand to stop everyone, saying, "Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while." The 5 engineers understood instantly, and thus the 6 of them relaxed, leisurely walking and chatting toward the server room. Hee, it looks like the Giant Blog is finished now. Where are you guys planning to go next? I want to try at Tianjin Company. They're hiring everywhere, and there might be a position suitable for me. I was thinking the same thing. How about this? They'll go ahead and scout the way for you. Joining as a team will give us an advantage over applying individually, and the benefits will be better too. All right, then I'll trouble you, Minister. In a spaceship villa located in the future city where Yi Tian lived, the Black Phoenix Lu Yao was comfortably operating her computer. The Black Phoenix, a renowned figure in the online world, was actually a strikingly beautiful young woman. At just 22, she had already achieved 3rd place in the World Hacker Championship. The reason she wasn't first was that she was on her period that day, experiencing some discomfort, which slowed her down. While the engineers were still strolling and chatting, she quickly changed the homepage of the Giant Blog to one titled "Sexy Dealers Online Dealing," filled with inappropriate content. There was also a scrolling announcement bar featuring illegal client transaction records extracted from the Giant. The largest video window displayed the untold story of Zhu Dachong, the general manager of Giant Blog, and his female secretary. Wow, that fat pig is really disgusting. Lu Yao glanced at the wriggling fat and dropped some eye drops to refresh her eyes. Then she switched the screen to her desktop and planted a kiss on it, the wallpaper depicting Yi Tian's muscular form after his clothes burst. My male god is still the most handsome. Being a male god has its perks. Just a glance brings refreshing energy, and a kiss revitalizes one's spirit. The Giant Blog had turned into an illicit site, causing a sensation across the internet, with all media outlets rushing to capture screenshots and record footage, to write news articles and share them. At this moment, the engineers had just arrived at the server room to disconnect the network, and the internet users who entered afterward could no longer see Zhu Dachong's heroic figure. The hottest topic today across all media platforms was the news of the Giant Blog accusing Yi Tian and the subsequent backlash that led to the Giant Blog being hacked into an illicit site. Thief crying thief. Giant Blog accuses the male god Yi Tian, and the website gets hacked. Battle of the Fat Guy versus Male god, the male god wins hands down. Can humanity triumph over heaven? Just a joke. The giant fell to Tianjung and was instantly defeated. Concrete evidence, rampant illicit information revealing the behind-the-scenes transactions. Giant blog summoned for discussion, resuming operations seems a distant hope. The parent company of Giant Blog sees its stock price plummet, suffering losses exceeding 10 billion. At that moment, the benefits of Yi Tian giving red envelopes to reporters became evident as everyone sided with him. However, there was still a lingering question: was it really Yi Tian who hired the hacker? After all, it was just moments after Yi Tian posted a message that Giant Blog was hacked. Zhu Dachong was scolded by the chairman again, directly stripped of his position, and then called in by the police. He was so furious he nearly exploded, claiming it was Yi Tian who had someone hack them and that he would sue him. The guards immediately contacted Yi Tian, asking him to assist in the investigation. Yi Tian, however, ignored them. Who was he? The chairman of Tianjin Company with numerous lawyers in the legal department. He made a call for lawyer Xie to lead the team in handling the matter, countersuing Giant Blog for defamation. Anyway, he didn't hack the site himself, so even if the guards had extraordinary skills, they couldn't trace it back to him. In a good mood, he promptly posted an update online. Regarding this giant incident, I have sent a legal team to negotiate. I never lie in my dealings, and I assure you this is not my doing. I had intended to do it, but someone beat me to it. Of course, the outcome is still delightful. I plan to celebrate by eating an extra bowl of rice tonight. Thanks to this hacker, as a token of appreciation, you can make one reasonable request. Money is best, do I have plenty of it? Lu Yao was in a great mood at this moment, feeling accomplished for being able to help her male god. She was indulging herself in chips, having a naturally good physique that allowed her to eat without gaining weight. Suddenly, a notification sound pinged on her computer, and she hurriedly leaned in to check Yi Tian's latest update. This was a reminder program she had written to see Yi Tian's posts as soon as they were made synchronized with her phone app. Upon reading Yi Tian's words, she tossed the chips aside and jumped up, her curvaceous figure creating waves. Haha, my male god wants to thank me and can grant me a request. That's great. I wonder if I can get a kiss from him. So embarrassing, but I can't show my face, otherwise he'll definitely. Such a dilemma, what to do. Forget it, let's ask first. If the male god agrees, then he'll think of a way. Lu Yao quickly created a blank account on the news site using her hacking skills and replied to Yi Tian's message, ensuring it was pinned to the top. Male god, my name is Black Phoenix, and I'm your fan. I was the one who hacked the Giant Blog. At this moment, the internet police monitoring Yi Tian's account sprang into action. Quick, find out who this Black Phoenix is. Soon news came back. Boss, this Black Phoenix is the world's third best hacker. We can't catch her. Damn, then hurry and report the information up, requesting support to have specialists dispatched. Understood. Yi Tian saw this message too, clicking on the Black Phoenix's avatar to check, but the information was completely blank. He replied, thank you. What condition do you need me to agree to? Lu Yao replied instantly, I don't want money, male god, can I get a kiss from you? After sending that message, Lu Yao felt her face flush. She thought she was being too shameless. Yi Tian was taken aback. Oh, was this really a request? How much did this fan admire him? If it were a beautiful girl, it wouldn't matter, but what if it were an older woman? System, is Black Phoenix a girl? Yes, the information has been collected, please check it, host. Yi Tian reviewed Black Phoenix's profile, in his mind amazed. Wow, so beautiful, and with such a great figure. The key is her computer skills are so good, she must be a natural protagonist template. Host, you are the protagonist, she is just a supporting character. Oh, I was just making a casual comparison. Huh, she lives in the villa right next to my new home. Then why bother meeting somewhere else? Just drop by her place. No, as a hacker she definitely can't let anyone discover her lair. Meeting casually could expose her to prying eyes, but it's better to arrange a meeting at a designated location. Feeling that this was a good deal, Yi Tian quickly replied to Lu Yao. I agree to her request, not just one kiss, but 2 would be fine. He'll even give you a hug. Message me privately to set a time and place, and he'll be there on time. Lu Yao was in a dilemma. Her idol had really agreed to her request, but how was she supposed to meet him? She gloomily replied to Yi Tian, idol, I can't say anything in private messages, or I'll be tracked. Yi Tian chuckled, thinking it was no big deal that could be solved without the system's help. It's no big deal. Just send me a program to install an app on my phone that only we can chat on. But idol, aren't you afraid I might send a Trojan virus? I trust you won't harm me. Even if you did send a Trojan virus, I can handle it. Lu Yao was so moved by Yi Tian's words that tears welled up in her eyes. She had actually gained her idol. Indeed, her beloved idol was always so considerate. She wondered if he would mind switching girlfriends, or even having another girlfriend. She wouldn't mind being the third or fourth wheel. It was known that hackers were perceived as beings that could be admired from a distance, but never touched. Having a hacker install software on one's computer or phone would mean that basic privacy was no longer guaranteed. However, Lu Yao didn't know that Yi Tian had a system. Even if it was a real Trojan virus, the system would eliminate it in a heartbeat if it deemed it harmful. The two of them were discussing how to meet in public, leaving the internet police and netizens bewildered. Shouldn't this be discussed in secret? How could they just chat openly in their replies? Did they think the internet police didn't exist? While they were chatting, network security experts and hackers around the world had already begun tracking Lu Yao's location and were about to succeed. Lu Yao glanced at her firewall's virtual diagram. Those trying to track her were attacking her last line of defense. If they continued chatting, her location would be exposed, so she hurriedly bid farewell to Yi Tian. "Idle, I can't chat any longer, or I'll be tracked. I'll send you the program, you install it, and then we can chat again." She was risking her life to chat with her idol. "Okay, be careful." Yi Tian, unaware of the danger Lu Yao might be in, called for help from the system. "Please help her. I don't want her to be found." Understood, host. Just as network security experts and hackers around the world were about to breach the last line of defense, a sudden surge of inexplicable data rushed in, destroying all their computers and devices. The foreign hackers stared dumbfounded at their destroyed computers and devices. Who was the hacker providing cover? Such a fierce attack actually burned out the hardware. This attack has no identifiable characteristics. It's not from any hacker on the leaderboard. Could it be that relevant authorities are protecting her? Domestic security experts were also bewildered. Could it be that other hackers were providing cover for the Black Phoenix? Lu Yao also felt baffled as all the network attacks on her firewall's virtual diagram suddenly vanished, as if those people had been eradicated. She typed away at her computer for a while, packaging the code into an installation program. Then, using hacker methods, she created a blank account on a news site and sent As a top hacker, she couldn't rely on mysterious helpers for security. Only she could be trusted. Of course, she could trust her idol Yi Tian, but unfortunately, he didn't know hacking techniques. She typed away at her computer for a while, packaging the code into an installation program. Then, using hacker methods, she created a blank account on a news site and sent the installation program to Yi Tian. "Idle, here's the installation program. Once you install it, we can chat." "Okay." Ding, this installation program is harmless to the host. Please install it with confidence. The system's prompt rang out just in time, and Yi Tian installed it with ease, discovering it was just a simple The chat program had a small probing function. Lu Yao habitually checked Yi Tian's phone environment and found it to be completely unprotected. The timely rain system turned a blind eye to her little action. After all, as a supporting character, knowing a bit more wouldn't harm Yi Tian. Lu Yao, feeling as if she were using her own phone, entered Yi Tian's photo album and saw the pictures inside. There were selfies of Yi Tian, photos with Lu Yin and Lin Yi, and pictures of his new house. "My gosh, my idol actually lives in the same neighborhood as me." When Lu Yao saw the pictures of the new house, she was completely stunned, her heart suddenly filled with unexpected. "Haha, great. I'll pretend to be a neighbor and visit my idol. He definitely doesn't know I'm the Black Phoenix. This will be so fun. If I get close to his girlfriend, maybe I can even visit his house in the future. Truly, heaven is helping me." Yi Tian was thinking the same thing. He would pretend to be a neighbor and visit Lu Yao, and she would definitely pretend not to know him. Just thinking about it was amusing. As for the meeting place, Lu Yao had already thought of it. She would choose an unnamed island on Qiandao Lake. She would go there first and notify Yi Tian once she arrived. Surrounded by water on all sides, and with her good swimming skills and diving equipment, when it was time to leave, she could just dive into the water and no one would find her. As for Yi Tian, he didn't need to worry at all. He could call a boat or a helicopter, as he definitely wasn't sure. After all, the chat program she provided to Yi Tian allowed only the two of them to chat. No one else could intrude, ensuring high security. They could say anything without worry. "Hello, idol, I'm the Black Phoenix." "Hello, just call me Yi Tian. I won't ask for your name. Hackers must keep their identities secret." "Alright, thank you for understanding, Mr. Yi. Have you decided on a location?" "Yes, let's meet on an unnamed island on Qiandao Lake. I'll go there first and then send you a message." Yi Tian was stunned. Why did Lu Yao choose Qiandao Lake? He originally planned to wait for Bai Jingjing to buy the island before going, but now it seemed he needed to go there first. Oh, what a coincidence. I was also planning to visit Qiandao Lake in a few days. We are truly on the same wavelength. Really? That's great. I need to prepare, but it might be the day after tomorrow, Mr. Yi. Are you free? I am just having set the time and placed the two, didn't say much more before closing the program. After all, as hackers, it was safer to keep chats brief. Lu Yao was so happy that she felt like she could fly. Her thoughts coincided with her idol's. When he said they were on the same wavelength, did it imply something? What should she wear to meet her idol? Oh, right, wearing a swimsuit should be fine, right? When her idol sees her perfect figure, maybe he will. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Burp. Yi Tian burped. Just now he had been lying on Lin Yi's lap, playing on his phone, and she had been feeding him bites of fruit. Seeing that he liked fruit, Lin Yi kept feeding him, managing to get several pounds of bananas, apples, and grapes into him from the entire fruit platter. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, "Lin Yi, no more feeding. If you keep this up, I'll burst." Lin Yi looked at the empty fruit platter and said apologetically, "Okay, I'll get you a glass of water." "No need, no need. If I drink any more water, I'll turn into a bottle of mixed fruit juice." Yi Tian hurriedly sat up. Lin naturally placed her hand on his thigh and rubbed it. Yi Tian had been lying too long, and her leg had gone numb though she didn't say anything. Yi Tian could tell what was going on at a glance. He quickly placed his hand on Lin Yi's thigh and used a healing technique to improve her circulation. Lin Yi felt a warm current surge in, and the numbness in her leg vanished instantly. She gratefully thanked Yi Tian. "Thank you, Yi Tian. No need to be polite. I wasn't paying attention. Next time your leg goes numb, just tell me. We're close, there's no need for formality." Yi Tian suddenly remembered the class reunion and casually asked Lin Yi, "By the way, has the time and place for the reunion been decided?" Lin Yi and Lu Yin had been in contact with the classmates about this matter. Hearing Yi Tian's question, she nodded and said, "After discussion among everyone, we have two options. One is here, the other is at the school, and the time is up to you." Yi Tian thought for a while. It was certain that they would go to the school. However, if they were to hold it at his place, some classmates might not have enough time to make it. A reunion should be relaxed and not rushed, otherwise everyone would feel exhausted and the meaning of the gathering. Moreover, the city where the school is located, Xiangmen City, has more convenient transportation with an airport nearby, and being a coastal city, the sea is just close to the school, allowing everyone to enjoy some time by the beach. In that case, let's hold it at the school. It will be nice to visit again. Let's meet at Xiangmen Grand Hotel this Saturday at noon. You can find a few classmates who are free to help arrange the hotel accommodations and transport. Okay. Yi Tian suddenly recalled a recent news report about a classmate who insisted on drinking at their reunion despite others advising him against it, and ended up accidentally drinking himself to death. As a result, his family demanded that all the classmates at the reunion compensate, claiming they also bore responsibility. Such reasoning is ridiculous. I only drink juice and do not toast or persuade anyone to drink. How can I be held accountable just because I sat in a corner eating snacks? Therefore, he emphasized to Lin Yi once again. Give the classmates who are helping some extra compensation and remind everyone that this reunion is alcohol-free. With one person dead from drinking at a reunion, the rest would have to take responsibility, which is too much to bear. He got it. Lin Yi found his words amusing, and Yi Tian, for some reason, felt particularly cautious. He also needed to mention the donation to the school, so he arranged the school should have the homeroom teacher inquire if there's anything that needs sponsorship. I can provide 100 million for sponsorship. Okay. As for the benefits for our class teachers and students, I will make other arrangements during the dinner. We can discuss. Every time Yi Tian spoke, Lin Yi would respond resembling a housekeeper. It wasn't until Yi Tian finished planning everything in detail that Lin Yi began relaying his words in the group chat, making it lively. I will ask my boss for leave shortly. Oh, I will definitely be there on Saturday. I don't have to work, Lin Yi. If you need help, just say the word. It'll be available anytime. They'll quit my job soon and come help you. Lin Yi, I will ask the principal if there's any need for sponsorship. The 50,000 travel expenses had already been transferred to the accounts of the teachers and classmates in the group, so they had no worries. As a result, some classmates who were struggling with work had already started resigning since they had living expenses covered, and finding another job wouldn't be a burden. Moreover, they wouldn't have to rush back to work later, allowing them to spend more time with Yi Tian and wander around. The hotel could be booked directly on the phone, but the best rooms at Xiangmen Grand Hotel had already been reserved. Considering some classmates had to work on Monday, only 3 days were booked, and the hotel manager was astonished by such a large order. The taxi company that provided dedicated transport services would be contacted by the classmates working in Xiangmen City, and Lin Yi would handle the online payment, with all top luxury cars arranged for pickup. Yi Tian suddenly remembered he still needed to treat Li Yu to a meal. He found some free time at noon and thought he could try to invite her. He searched through WeChat and saw the particularly brash name, sensual, but not a fox, not a demon, and smiled. Oh, Li Yu truly lived up to that name. Hello, do you have time at noon? I promised to treat you to a meal last time. The message was sent, and within 3 seconds he received a reply. I'm free. Hello Yizong, where are we eating? Let's go to Jiangnan Grand Hotel. I will book a private room and send you the info shortly. Alright, anywhere is fine. Hee, although I'm treating you to a meal, I also need to bring my girlfriend and housekeeper. I hope you don't mind. Li Yu felt a bit disappointed upon reading this message, realizing it wouldn't be an unknown meeting with Yi Tian. However, she didn't dare to express her concern, fearing that he might cancel the invitation. So she could only pretend to be generous and replied, Oh, I don't mind at all. Then it's settled. I will book the private room now and notify you later. Okay, goodbye Yizong. Yi Tian turned and assigned the task to Lin Yi, feeling grateful to have a housekeeper. Lin Yi, please book the best private room at Jiangnan Grand Hotel for noon. You and Lu Yin can go together. Alright. Within 5 minutes, Li Yu received a message from Yi Tian. 12 noon, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, Imperial Pavilion private room. Li Yu checked the time. There was only 1 hour left before the agreed time, and it felt a bit tight. I should take a shower again. A smelling good to meet Yi Zong is essential. I will wear the new outfit I bought yesterday, understated yet luxurious with inner depth. Liu murmured to herself as she began to undress. Suddenly her phone rang as she picked it up and saw it was that annoying playboy. Xiaoyu, where are you free at noon? Let's eat Japanese food at Fusong Tower together. Liu felt irritated at the sound of that obnoxious voice and immediately declined. Please call me Liu. Don't keep calling me Xiaoyu. We aren't that familiar yet. I'm busy at noon. I have an appointment. Is it a guy or a girl? What does it matter to you if it's a guy or a girl? I'm hanging up now. Beep, 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 beep. Liu hung up feeling disgusted. There were even moaning sounds on the phone. It was clear that the playboy was up to no good. To think he called while doing such things, he must be brainless. If it weren't for his mother being a super member of her company, she wouldn't have even bothered to answer. Not wanting to dwell on such trash, Liu tossed her phone aside and hummed a tune as she entered the bathroom, feeling quite cheerful. Although Yi Tian would be bringing 2 girlfriends along, that was fine, as she could establish a good relationship with the main girlfriend. Who knows, she might get lucky and be accepted as a mistress. Just thinking about it made her happy. The playboy Liu detested was named Chong Wei. Upon hearing Liu hang up, he kicked away the female celebrity who was kneeling in front of him, trying hard to sing and perform. The female celebrity was bewildered by the kick, but dared not say a word, cowering in the corner, trembling. She was brought by the director to serve Chong Wei, as he would invest in films. If treated well, she might become the leading actress. However, she didn't expect Chong Wei to be both violent and perverse. Within a short time, she was already covered in injuries. Chong Wei randomly grabbed a glass ashtray nearby and threw it out, cursing, "Damn it, little slut, repeatedly rejecting me. Since you refused my invitation, don't blame me for being rough." After saying this, he forcefully grabbed the female celebrity's hair and pulled her towards him, demanding that she continue her work. Principal Zhang of Xiamen University was troubled in his office as the school's funding invested in several research projects showed no results, while the demands for funding were growing increasingly larger. This meant that funds originally intended for other purposes were diverted, and now everyone was pressing him for money, yet some of the funds were still pending approval. The faculty dormitories needed renovation, the student dormitories required expansion, and his office building didn't even have proper air conditioning, which generated significant complaints from the teachers. If the teachers were dissatisfied, they would leave, and without good teachers, the students would struggle academically, causing the school's ranking to drop, leading to reduced funding, thus creating a vicious cycle. He was so worried that he could barely eat, having only consumed 3 buns for breakfast. Principal. Just as he was lost in thought, the door suddenly opened, and in rushed Teacher Luo, Yi Tian's homeroom, teacher panting heavily. "Teacher Luo, what's the matter? You look like you've been running." Teacher Luo was a big man, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He gasped, "It's a big deal." Principal Zhang pointed to a chair and poured him a cup of tea. "Come sit down, take your time, and have some water." Teacher Luo took a sip of the tea and remarked, "This is fine tea, Guanyin." "Good tea, thank you, Principal." "Have you heard of Yi Tian, who has been making headlines lately?" Principal Zhang nodded and said, "Yi Tian. How could I not have heard? My daughter keeps talking about him, saying he is her idol and that she must marry him. It's driving me crazy." "What happened?" Principal Zhang's daughter was only 18 and currently attending high school in the city. At this age, young girls tend to idolize stars. After seeing Yi Tian rise to fame online, she became infatuated and kept insisting on meeting him. This made Principal Zhang anxious, fearing that one day his daughter might run away from home. Teacher Luo smiled and said, "He was one of my students from a few years ago. This Saturday, he is organizing a class reunion in our city. He wants to check the school out and asked me to inquire about what needs sponsorship. He is prepared to donate 100 million. Principal Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he stood up, asking incredulously, "What? Your student? Donating 100 million? Teacher Luo nodded earnestly, saying yes. "It can't be a joke, right?" Teacher Luo shook his head firmly, stating, "Absolutely not. I know Yi Tian's character. He never lies. He donates tens of millions online every day to help those in urgent need. 100 million should be no problem." Seeing Teacher Luo's serious demeanor, Principal Zhang quickly poured him another cup of tea, eagerly attending. "Teacher Luo, another cup. If he actually donates 100 million, it would be tremendously helpful. We could completely rebuild the old teachers' offices, faculty dormitories, and student dormitories." Teacher Luo agreed, noting that having multiple air conditioners in the offices and dormitories during summer would be much better than fans. "If that's the case, I'll reply to him. Which leader should the principal send to coordinate?" Principal Zhang patted his chest and said, "Why even ask? Of course I will handle it myself. I need to notify the publicity department to prepare for his visit. By the way, send my special car to pick him up at the station." "Principal, there's no need for the car. Yi Tian has already given 5,000 for transportation to each of our teachers and students, instructing everyone to fly here, and he has arranged all hotel accommodations and transportation." Principal Zhang gasped in astonishment, 5,000 for each person. How extravagant. Wow, what a generous move. Does that mean I won't have much to show for myself? Hee. Teacher Luo wasn't very adept at conversing with leaders, so after sharing the news, he prepared to leave. He casually mentioned needing to take a leave to accompany the students on their outings. Principal Zhang waved his hand, saying it was no problem. If they are out for a few days, you can accompany them without any pay deductions. I'll arrange for other teachers to cover your classes. Principal Zhang thought to himself, with his daughter so enamored with him, he should get an autograph photo for her. She would surely be thrilled. He planned to surprise her when he returned home at noon. After much effort, Giant Blog was finally restored to normal. The engineer's condition was that the company agreed to their no-fault resignations before they would restore it. Now that it was back up, they naturally planned to quit, and a few of them began packing their belongings to leave. Lu Yao's computer detected that Giant Blog was back to normal, and she immediately sneaked into the server to change the page back to online dealers dealing sexy. This time the main video was replaced with the story that the chairman of Giant Blog and his secretary had to tell. The chairman of Giant Blog was abroad and had just received a call saying the website was back up. He logged in to check and found everything restored, which would allow him to report back to the board. Then he refreshed the page, which reverted back to online dealers dealing sexy. The main video still featured him and his secretary in their must-tell story, causing his blood pressure to spike, and he fainted. Around 11:30, Yi Tian gathered Lu Yin and Lin Yi ready to set off. Since they were hosting, they naturally wanted to arrive early. He wouldn't deliberately show up last just because he had money now. Li Yu also set off early, thinking that although she was a guest, she shouldn't keep Yi Tian waiting. She wanted to arrive early to leave a good impression. Chang Wei drove his limited edition Lamborghini Veneno roaring down the road after leaving the hotel. As a standard rich second generation, he naturally couldn't do without a Lamborghini Veneno. Although there were only 9 convertible Lamborghinis in the world, it didn't stop him from owning a custom version. This custom version was even more expensive than the original, with an average price exceeding 100 million. In the country, there were only about 100 or 200 units, most of which were in the hands of mysterious delivery and courier workers. Having been slightly weakened by being attended to by a female celebrity earlier, he drank a little alcohol and began to feel a bit lightheaded. He weaved through traffic running red lights, but no one dared to challenge him. They preferred to slam on their brakes and risk being rear-ended because it was obvious that this car was expensive, and if it got scratched, it could cost hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar red Ferrari ahead. Oh, wasn't that Li Yu's license plate? He followed Li Yu's car to the outdoor parking lot of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and after she parked, he drove over and directly blocked her path. Seeing Chang Wei, Li Yu was surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chang Wei smiled smugly and replied, "This is fate. Since we're here, let's go in together for a meal. Whatever you want, it's on me." "Thanks, but I have an appointment with someone, so I don't need it." Li Yu didn't appreciate his gesture and turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Tian's car also arrived in the parking lot, parking in a space. Yi Tian and his friends got out and spotted Li Yu from a distance, calling out to greet her. Li Yu naturally saw Yi Tian and, not wanting to waste time talking to Chang Wei, hurried over to him. "Hello, Yi Tian." "Hello, Miss Lu." "Hello, Miss Lin." "I'm Li Yu." Yi Tian looked at the man with the sports car and curiously asked, "Miss Li, is that your boyfriend?" Li Yu quickly shook her head, thinking, "Damn it, if President Yi misunderstands that I have a relationship with another man, won't I lose my chance? That damn Chang Wei, could he be stalking me? No, he's just a troublesome rich second generation. I don't date him, and yet he follows me here. It's so—" Yi Tian saw her attractive outfit today and chuckled, "Hee, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman. Let's go inside." "Wait a moment." Chang Wei had already gotten out of the car and called out to them, his face full of envy and jealousy, as he asked Li Yue, "Xiao Yue, who is he? What does it matter to you who he is? Don't bother me." Seeing that Li Yu ignored him, he shifted his hatred onto Yi Tian, threatening him fiercely, "Kid, Xiao Yu is the girl I want to pursue. Keep your distance from her." Yi Tian knew he was mistaken, but didn't mind. He smiled and pointed to Lu Yin beside him, saying, "Sir, I think you've misunderstood. I already have a girlfriend. Miss Li is just my guest today." A normal person would know to walk away in this situation, but Chang Wei, who was used to being overbearing, thought it would be too shameful to just leave like that. Moreover, he spent his days indulging in pleasures, drinking and gambling, and hadn't even seen the news online recently, so he didn't recognize Yi Tian. He rudely said, "Since that's the case, let's eat together. I'll pay the bill later." Yi Tian was a bit displeased. "I invited Li Yue, and it's obvious she doesn't want you bothering her. How shameless can you be to insist on joining us? I have money, why do I need you to pay? Do you look down on me?" Yi Tian didn't give him any face and directly refused. "Sir, I have money and don't want to treat you. Please leave." Chang Wei felt deeply disdained. He was always the one to drive others away. When did it become his turn to be driven away? Even the vice mayor would call him Wei Xiao when seeing him. What is this man in front of him? Does he not care about his own kid? "Do you know who I am? You dare to speak to me like this?" Yi Tian didn't want to say much to him. What was there to discuss with a man who appeared out of nowhere? He impatiently replied, "If you don't introduce yourself, how would I know who you are?" Chong Wei was filled with question marks. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy on his knees? Why does he have to introduce himself? It feels a bit shameful, doesn't it? I am Chong Wei. My father is Chong Yuchen, the chairman of Chong Group. Yi Tian shook his head puzzled and asked, I don't know you. Just introduce yourself. Oh, why bring up your dad? Could it be that you are the legendary rich second generation? Speaking of which, I'm even older than you. I am the rich first generation, and my son is the rich second generation. Chong Wei was filled with more question marks. Where did this bumpkin come from? Not only does he not know me, but he also doesn't know my dad. Why does he sound so strange? A few people beside them struggled to hold back their laughter. Yi Tian's words were too sharp. Was he gearing up to be the guy's father? Aye. What was I going to say? Chong Wei felt that his brain wasn't functioning properly. The alcohol he drank earlier was kicking in, and he decided to harden his resolve. I'm going to eat with you today, but what can you do about it? Li Yu was anxious upon hearing this. Her perfectly fine dining experience was being disrupted. Hey Chong Wei, what's wrong with you? President Yi isn't making a fuss with you, and you're still causing trouble. The more Chong Wei listened, the angrier he became. What does it mean that he isn't making a fuss with me? What does it mean to cause trouble? You, this cheap woman, are speaking up for another man. When I get you in my hands, just wait and see how I torment you. He isn't making a fuss with me. What a joke. How dare you provoke me, Chong Wei. I'll make sure he can't stay in Jiangnan. Yi Tian's face darkened. Oh, why so much trouble while eating? I tried to explain politely, but the other party wouldn't listen. Did I encounter a brainless person? He spoke coldly. I originally wanted everyone to have a good time today, and I don't want to resort to violence. But if you keep pestering me, I can't guarantee you'll leave here in one piece. Chong Wei laughed heartily after hearing this, pointing his finger at Yi Tian, threatening, what? You want to hit me? If you touch a single finger of mine, I will kill your entire family. Yi Tian fell silent. Is he really that arrogant? Should I fight or not? If I hit him, I will attract the guards. Although I can settle it in the end, I will ruin the dinner I invited everyone to. If I don't fight, he's already pushing it too far. If I endure any longer, won't I become a turtle? Forget it. Let Xiao Tian take the blame. If he gets taken in, I'll just send him some compensation later. Xiao break one of his fingers. Teach him how to behave. Yes. He. Xiao Tian approached Chong Wei with a sinister smile, grabbing the finger Chong Wei had extended, and with a crack he broke it back against his hand. My hand. The pain from the broken finger was so intense that Chong Wei nearly fainted, beads of sweat suddenly pouring from his forehead. Yi Tian looked at him with a sneer. My whole family is here. Oh, weren't you going to kill my family? Come on. Chong Wei in pain let tears and snot flow, but he didn't forget to threaten Yi Tian. You wait, I'll call my dad to deal with you. Tisk trash who only knows to call daddy after getting beaten. Chong Wei pulled out his phone and immediately called his dad, Chong Yuchen. Dad, someone broke my finger. Help me kill him. Who the hell is so blind to bully my son? Where are you? I'll call someone right away. Yi Tian snatched Chong Wei's phone and spoke into the receiver. I am Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Company. Your son wants to kill my entire family. I don't care whether you've heard of me. Before you seek revenge, you better investigate clearly, or everything you have now will disappear. Yi Tian. Hearing this while handling business in the office, Chong Yuchen's legs went weak. Unlike his foolish son, he knew everything. Anyone who sits in his position should be aware of current affairs. The news about Yi Tian had been circulating widely these past few days. Just the fact that he had the powerful backing to buy Tianjin Company meant he was not someone to be trifled with. Not to mention, he possessed extraordinary martial arts skills. Ordinary people couldn't match him, and he had countless riches sending money online every day. A listed company as large as the giant blog lost hundreds of billions because of a single statement from him and was on the verge of bankruptcy. The annual revenue of his own group didn't even reach half of Tianjin Company's. How could he compete with him? He knew who could be provoked and who couldn't, having risen from a construction worker to his current position. Was his son still wanting to kill Yi Tian's whole family? His hand holding the phone began to tremble, and he hurriedly apologized. President Yi, I'm sorry, my son is foolish. Please spare him. The phone returned to Chong Wei's hand, and he was confused as he called out a few times. Hearing his son's voice, Chong Yuchen immediately yelled at Chong Wei with all his might, you ungrateful child. President Yi is not someone we can mess with. Apologize to him and come back right away. Chong Wei stood there in shock. His father, who had never slapped him, wanted him to apologize to Yi Tian. Dad, I got my hand broken by someone, and you want me to apologize? Are you even my real dad? Stop talking nonsense, otherwise I'll break your legs, and go personally apologize to President Yi. Go to hell. Chong Wei glared fiercely at Yi Tian and ran towards the Lamborghini. Having never been slapped by his father before, he couldn't believe his dad wanted to break his legs just because he wouldn't apologize. This completely shattered his mindset. This matter would not end until someone died. Everyone could tell that this guy had backed down, as even his father wouldn't dare to provoke Yi Tian. A rich second generation after losing his father becomes nothing. Yi Tian did not hold a grudge about his lack of apology and smiled at Li Yu, saying, look, it's fine now. We've been delayed by him for so long, let's go have a meal. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with hearts. This was what a true man who conquers without battle looked like. Yizong, you are truly amazing. This little girl seeks your protection. Haha, sure, if anyone bullies you in the future, just mention my name. The group laughed and walked towards the hotel entrance while Chong Wei had already scrambled into his car, enduring the pain as he started the engine. Everyone heard the roar of the engine, turned to look, and saw the car starting to turn around, but didn't pay much attention, simply walking towards the roadside. Yi Tian curiously asked Xiao Tiansu, "Why is the noise from the sports car so loud? Who would like it? It's no different from driving a tractor, right?" Yizong, perhaps it's because sports cars are fast. But there are speed limits in the city, right? What's the use of going fast? It can't fly. Xiao Tiansu was at a loss for words. Chong Wei was on the verge of exploding with alcohol coursing through his mind. He only had one thought: he wanted to run them over. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Since childhood, he had always wanted the moon, and his parents never dared to give him the stars. His useless father actually refused to help him. If he killed someone, he would see if his father would still help. In the end, what's more important, the sun or outsiders? He twisted the steering wheel, turning the car towards Yi Tian and his group. Dare to hit me? Go die. The Lamborghini Veneno could accelerate to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds. Oh, and Yi Tian and the others were still less than 100 meters away from Chong Wei. It would take less than 4 seconds for the car to crash into them, and they were still chatting with their backs turned. In Chong Wei's eyes, even if they noticed that he was about to crash into them, they wouldn't have time to react. They would be either dead or seriously injured. But what he didn't know was that Yi Tian not only possessed superhuman speed and strength, but also had a caretaker-like system that protected him at all times. Just as Chong Wei charged towards Yi Tian, a notification from the system suddenly rang in Yi Tian's mind. Ding, Chong Wei harbors murderous intent towards the host. Immediate counterattack is advised to eliminate future threats. Counterattack. Eliminate future threats. Are you saying if I don't get rid of him this time, he will continue to seek opportunities to kill me? Yes. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and made his first ruthless decision. I hate trouble the most, so they'll listen to the system this time. Since Chong Wei wants him dead, then he should just die first. Waiting to be killed is not my style. With the system by his side, one could say he was invincible. However, he had no desire to rule or dominate, only wanting to live a comfortable life as a wealthy man. But this did not mean he would let his enemies live. Since he had started, not only should Chong Wei die, but his father should not be spared either. Internally, Yi Tian was at two extremes. On one hand, he loved helping others and was kind to friends. On the other hand, he was merciless towards enemies, filled with hatred. Since Chong Wei chose to be his enemy, he should bear the corresponding consequences. Communication with the system essentially did not take up real time, so by the time he made his decision, Chong Wei had just begun charging towards him. Before the others could react, Yi Tian swiftly dashed through the crowd, running straight towards Chong Wei's car. The Lamborghini Veneno had already accelerated to nearly 100 kilometers per hour, and Yi Tian's speed was even faster than the car. By the time he reached the front of the car, it had only traveled a little over 20 meters. Yi Tian possessed immense strength. One kick from him was more powerful than a punch delivered with full force. Without using internal energy, his kick alone could reach 2,500 kilograms. In contrast, the weight of Chong Wei's custom Lamborghini Veneno, along with the passengers, was only 1,650 kilograms, making it easy for Yi Tian to kick it away. Chong Wei was stunned to see Yi Tian charging at him. Is this idiot coming to find death himself? Why is he? Before Chong Wei could even process what was happening, Yi Tian had already kicked him and the car into the air. The powerful rear drive force caused the entire car to change direction, instantly rolling upwards and performing a backflip of 1,260 degrees before crashing down, landing on its roof and unable to move. Chong Wei's head was trapped within the high-quality airbag against the driver's seat, not making a sound as his body was crushed into a pile of boneless chicken strips with a faint scent of blood wafting from the car. Ding, Chong Wei is completely dead. The system promptly provided the result, making Yi Tian feel a bit. After all, this was his first time killing someone. Although he hadn't seen Chong Wei's tragic state, his keen sense of smell had already detected the scent of blood. At this moment, everyone finally reacted, rushing to his side and asking in panic, Yi Tian, what just happened? Are you hurt? Yizong, he actually tried to crash into us. Quick, call the police and have the guards arrest him. Yizong, someone nearby saw this. Shall we contact a lawyer first? Otherwise, it would be very passive. Some people who were parked or passing by in the distance heard the loud noise and looked over just in time to see Yi Tian kick the car that was about to crash into him like a superhero. My God, is he a superhero? He actually kicked the sports car into the sky. That person in the car must be dead, right? It seems he's not a superhero. That's Yizong. Yizong. If it's Yizong, then that makes sense. Come on, let's go check it out. They all murmured among themselves, some already taking out their phones to record videos, while some fearless ones had begun walking towards Yi Tian. Hearing Xiao Tian's CES suggestion, Yi Tian nodded in agreement. We indeed need to find a lawyer to handle this. Yi Tian took out his phone and called Lawyer Xie, asking him to bring people to the hotel to get the surveillance footage from the parking lot and negotiate with the guards. Having money and power is great. Even in such a matter of life and death, he could send subordinates to resolve it. Xiao Tiansu glanced at the wrecked Lamborghini Veneno, his lips twitching. Yizong's strength was just too immense, he was practically superhuman. But he couldn't help but wonder about the condition of the person inside. If he wasn't dead, he should go and finish him off, otherwise it would be a future problem. Yizong, should I check if Chong Wei is dead or not? No need, I sense he is already dead. Upon hearing Yi Tian say Chong Wei was dead, Liu panicked, bursting into tears as she exclaimed, I really didn't expect things would escalate to this point. Dead? It's over, it's over. Wu Yizong, I'm so sorry, it's all because of me that this trouble has arisen. When the guards arrive, they'll say it was my accidental killing, and I absolutely won't implicate you. In her view, this matter had nothing to do with Yi Tian. Chong Wei had followed her here, and now that he had lost his life, someone had to take responsibility. Yi Tian patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying, Don't be silly, there are cameras everywhere, and there are people who saw it. What you say has to be believed, right? He tried to run us down, this is self-defense, nothing serious. But if I hadn't come, he wouldn't have followed, and wouldn't have clashed with you. It's all my fault, I've harmed Yizong. You're overthinking it, but it's fine. Let's go eat. Yi Tian reassured Liu as they continued walking towards the hotel entrance, while some men and women in the distance were already approaching them. A very beautiful woman eagerly asked, Mr. Yi, hello, I am your fan. The person just now was trying to hit you, right? I saw everything. If the security needs a witness, I can testify for you. Yi Tian smiled at her and said, Thank you. I've already informed my lawyer to handle this matter. It should not be a big problem. Hearing Yi Tian thank her, the bowtie's eyes crinkled into a narrow line, thrilled that her idol had spoken to her. Seeing Yi Tian and his companions heading toward the hotel, she asked, Mr. Yi, are you going to the hotel for dinner? Yi Tian nodded and smiled. Yes, I am treating an esteemed guest to dinner. Then I won't disturb you, Mr. Yi. You are busy. The beauty, seeing Yi Tian smile at her, almost forgot her own surname, and for the moment, everyone in the car was being ignored, whether they were dead or alive. In front of Yi Tian, the woman had no sense of normal logic. Everything revolved around helping Yi Tian. Those who attacked him were the bad guys. As long as Yi Tian was fine, who cared about the others? Yi Tian waved goodbye to the enthusiastic witnesses and entered the private room of the hotel. After placing his order, he began chatting with Liu Yao on his phone, while Liu was temporarily attended to by Liu Yin and Lin Yi. Chong Wei was already dead, and his father could not be left alive, otherwise who knows what kind of bad tricks he might employ in the future. If he went to kill him directly now, the security would immediately trace it back to him. Although he was confident that nothing would happen with the system backing him, it would still be troublesome. Fortunately, he had a good fan, He Phoenix, who could investigate Chong Yechen's past. If he turned out to be a bad person, he could send him to prison. Hey Phoenix, are you there? Can I trouble you with something? I'm here, Mr. Yi, go ahead. Liu Yao was organizing diving equipment which she would need for an upcoming trip to Qingdao Lake. Upon receiving the notification, she immediately put down her current task to respond. The world is vast, but the matters concerning her idol are the most important. Can you help me collect some blackmail material on Chong Yechen, the chairman of the Chong Group? Today his son tried to kill me, and I retaliated. To prevent him from seeking revenge, I want to get him locked up first. What? Someone wants to kill my idol. This is intolerable. Liu Yao replied indignantly, Of course I can help. Since they want to kill my idol, they are my enemy, who I will investigate immediately. That would be hard work for you. I will agree to a request from you later. Really? I need to think carefully about what I want then. Haha, sure, when I come to see you, you can make your request then. Yeah, that's great. I will help you investigate right away, 88. Liu Yao jumped up in excitement, feeling important that her idol thought of her for help. What request should she make? She wondered if her idol would agree to let her be his behind-the-scenes assistant. After all, even Iron Man and Batman have loyal aides. Yi Tian put down his phone, feeling good. Having a hacker to help was indeed nice. If He Phoenix was willing to be his assistant, it would benefit him greatly in many areas. In fact, if he let the system handle this matter, it would be resolved in no time, but Yi Tian felt that he shouldn't rely on the system all the time. It was best to do what he could do himself. If he could avoid troubling the system, he would allowing it to rest peacefully. The system sensed his thoughts and felt a sense of comfort akin to a parent who is touched as their child grows up and begins to care for them. The meal was not very enjoyable. Liu was anxious and distracted. Although everyone kept telling her not to worry and assured her there was nothing wrong, she still felt uneasy. After all, someone had died, and he was a rich second generation. What if the father acted out of desperation and caused chaos? She was unclear about Yi Tian's full strength and did not have the blind faith of Lu Yin and Lin Yi, so she could only feel troubled. Before the meal was over, Liu Yao had already sent over Chang Yuchen's dark history. This person was simply a villain. No fewer than 10 people had died at his hands. He engaged in extortion, monopolized the market, and had a complex relationship with both the underworld and legitimate businesses. Moreover, he was the puppet of the vice mayor of Jiangnan City responsible for money laundering, so the two had a good relationship. Otherwise, Chang Wei would not have had the audacity to claim that even the vice mayor had to call him Young Wei when they met. Chang Yuchen was a bit psychopathic. He filmed himself torturing others, keeping the footage on a network hard drive, downloading and watching it whenever he felt like it. Furthermore, all the transactions with the vice mayor were recorded on the network hard drive to maintain their relation. This conveniently helped Liu Yao as she followed the clues, downloaded all the materials, packaged them in a blank cloud space, and organized the written information, sending it all to Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled upon seeing the materials. So wicked. At the very least, he should be sentenced to death. Now he didn't have to worry about revenge. He immediately sent the information to lawyer Xie, instructing him to sue Chang Yuchen based on the materials and to provide a copy to the Integrity Commission to take down the umbrella supporting Chang Yuchen. Chang Yuchen returned home for dinner and noticed that his son had not come back. He felt a bit anxious. He couldn't understand how his son had gotten into trouble with Yi Tian, as logically they shouldn't have any intersection. If there was a connection, it might be that his son was competing for women with Yi Tian. After all, no one knows their child better than a parent, and he was most aware of his son's flaws. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. From what he could gather online, Yi Tian seemed to have some psychological issues, always helping women. As a man, and a wealthy one at that, why would he spend money to play with women and help them? Wasn't that a bit sick? He frantically called his son's phone, but no one answered. After several attempts, someone finally picked up, but it was, "Hello, who are you? Why is my son's phone with you?" "What? My son is dead." "Impossible, he just spoke at the funeral home. I will be there immediately." Chang Yuchen hung up the phone, his face pale with rage, and called his wife. The two hurried to the funeral home. On the way, upon hearing that their son was dead, his wife completely broke down, crying loudly in the car to the point that he felt like killing someone. When they entered the funeral home, 2 security guards were waiting for them, leading them to see their son. Chang Wei's pale face was peaceful, with less of his previous aggression and more of a naive charm. As they lifted the white cloth, they saw a body that was soft and lifeless with bruises all over. Chang Yuchen and his wife wept uncontrollably. Who says bad people have no feelings? Their precious son had died, and they felt as if their hearts were shattered. "Son, you died so tragically. Son, how can you die and leave your mother behind?" After weeping for a while, his wife, who had already knelt on the ground, stood up and seized the collar of a nearby security guard. "Quickly tell me, how did my son die?" The guard, with an unhappy expression, pulled her hand away and pushed her aside, saying, "Madam, please calm down. Your son deliberately hit someone with his car, and he was crushed by his own vehicle after it overturned." Lawyer Xie had timely obtained the surveillance footage and communicated with the guard. It was clear to everyone that Chang Wei had crashed into Yi Tian, and Yi Tian had only defended himself. Yi Tian was very measured. At the critical moment, he merely kicked the car as a standard act of self-defense, while Chang Wei was crushed by his own vehicle, taking full responsibility. Given the speed of the car at the time, if it had been an ordinary person, there would have been several fatalities, so they did not sympathize with Chang Wei. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuchen's mind conjured up a name: Yi Tian. His son had previously clashed with Yi Tian. Could it be that he ultimately disobeyed him and went to confront Yi Tian? His wife was unaware of this and continued to shout, "Impossible! Who did my son hit? That person deserved it. I want him to pay for my son's life." The guard was even less pleased, saying, "We are here, and you still want someone to pay for a life? Do you not regard the guards at all? Madam, please watch your words. Your son deliberately hit someone. The other party was acting in self-defense. Now they want to sue you for emotional distress and other damages." Yi Tian told his lawyer that his Italian shoemaker had made his crocodile leather shoes, which had gotten scuffed when he kicked the car, and he wanted Chang Yuchen to compensate for that loss. "Impossible. My son is so well-behaved. How could he deliberately harm someone? Who is the other party?" "The other party is Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Corporation." Who is Yi Tian?" "Husband, you must stand up for our son." Chang Yuchen's wife spent her days playing mahjong with a few wealthy women and was oblivious to the outside world, unaware of who Yi Tian was. But Chang Yuchen was different. He knew that confronting Yi Tian would be futile, even if he had connections in the underworld. Tianjin Corporation had connections to the military, and any thug who crossed paths with soldiers would inevitably meet a grim fate. He grabbed his wife and complained, "Damn it, this is all your fault for pampering that good-for-nothing son of ours. Stop causing a scene. We cannot provoke that person." He then begrudgingly proceeded with the cremation arrangements for his son and was questioned by the guard for a while before finally returning home. What he didn't know was that the Guard Bureau had already begun preparations based on the information they received, and the anti-corruption office had started inviting the deputy mayor for tea. Just as he arrived home, the guards promptly set off to apprehend him. Chang Yuchen sat helplessly on the sofa listening to his wife's incessant shouting, his eyes devoid of hope. He felt as if he had aged decades, with his temples visibly turning gray. Chang Yuchen carried his own burdens. During an incident of bullying a woman, that woman had resisted fiercely to the point of injuring him severely. After treatment, the doctor informed him that he would never regain his fertility. Enraged, Chang Yuchen had captured that woman and tormented her for 7 days and nights before sending her to the slaughterhouse, where she was ground into a pile of flesh. Thus, he doted excessively on his only son. No matter what wrongdoing his son committed, he turned a blind eye, as he was his only flesh and blood. However, he truly could not provoke Yi Tian. What he said was true. He intended to break his son's leg to apologize to Yi Tian, but it was really to save his son's life. A leg can be mended, but a life once lost is gone for good. He never expected his son to suddenly act recklessly and try to kill Yi Tian. With Yi Tian's extraordinary martial skills, how could he be killed by a son who only knew how to indulge in vices? Now it was too late. His son was gone, and with such a vast estate, there was no one to inherit it. What meaning did life hold anymore? Son, your father will avenge you. He silently vowed in his heart, and suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he dashed into the study, pulled open a drawer, and began rummaging through it. After a long search, he finally found a note with a website written on it. With trembling hands, he typed the URL into the computer and hit enter. The screen displayed a 404 page, appearing as if the URL had been entered incorrectly. Chang Yuchen dragged the web page to 2/3 of the way down, aimlessly moving the mouse over a blank space. Suddenly, the mouse turned into a small hand, revealing a clickable link. He hurriedly clicked on it, and the page transformed into a dark-themed website. On the black background, 2 oddly shaped guns crossed to form an X above, which was a skull, and the words "Killing Gods" below. This website was called Godslayer Network, a site for hiring assassins. Chang Yuchen had obtained it by chance, but had never used it. It contained world-class assassins, and their fees were exorbitant. When he received this URL, he thought it was after all, at his level, he could handle matters with some low-level thugs without needing an assassin. But today he wanted to give it a try because he knew he was no match for Yi Tian, but a professional assassin surely could be. No matter how skilled Yi Tian was, a single bullet could take him down. As long as the assassin was 2 kilometers away and aimed at Yi Tian with a shot, he doubted Yi Tian could survive. The website continuously scrolled through its achievements. In a certain year and month, an expert named Li Dalong was killed and disguised as an accidental death. In a certain year and month, a president of a certain country was killed disguised as a myocardial infarction. In a certain year and month, a high-ranking official was killed disguised as a suicide by jumping off a building. The individuals mentioned were all notorious figures, and their deaths were real, yet no one ever attributed them to assassins. But doesn't that precisely indicate the assassin's prowess? No one could trace any anomalies. No matter how high Yi Tian's martial skills were, could he defend against a bullet, against poison? He followed the prompts and registered an account on the site, posting a bounty. Kill Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Corporation in Jiangnan City of the Wuxing Nation, and a bounty of 100 million yuan. After submitting the bounty, it showed as under review, and Chang Yuchen sat there blankly, refreshing occasionally to see if it had been approved. When he refreshed for the 10th time, he found the bounty had been returned with a note stating, "Mr. Chang Yuchen, the target is classified as an your level extremely dangerous individual, and the bounty is too low. It is recommended to set the bounty at 600 billion yuan. Chang Yuchen felt a chill run down his spine. When he registered his account, he hadn't provided any personal information or made any payments, yet the website immediately knew who he was. Deeply unsettling. But then he suddenly felt exhilarated. This indicated the immense capability of the website. Perhaps it really could kill Yi Tian. 600 billion yuan, he happened to have that amount, and was willing to pay. Without hesitation, he clicked to modify the bounty, changing it to 600 billion yuan, and resubmitted it. Soon he received a notification that his submission had been approved, and to transfer the funds as soon as possible. Chang Yuchen excitedly transferred 600 billion yuan across several accounts as required, and indeed saw his bounty rise to the top of the list, highlighted in rainbow colors. The website also returned a guarantee. Godslayer will take action, it's do or die. One-time service, lifetime aftercare. Chang Yuchen trembled with excitement. Yi Tian, no matter how exceptional your skills are, I have already hired an assassin to kill you. Even if you can evade once, can you escape 100 times? The assassins are relentless. Let your life be the offering for my son, ha ha. Just then, footsteps and his wife's screams echoed outside, prompting him to quickly shut down the computer and go to the door. The study door was burst open, and a team of fully armed guards rushed in, guns pointed at him. Mr. Chang, you are suspected of multiple criminal activities. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Here is the arrest warrant. Chang Yechen looked at the situation before him without any panic. So it's Captain Xing. Have you made a mistake? I am a legitimate businessman. If you arrest me, you might have to write a self-criticism again. He knew that the guards were investigating him. Over the years, they had asked him to cooperate with the investigation several times, but no one had ever been able to touch him. This Captain Xing kept a close watch on him, but each time he was unable to do anything, and Chang had mocked him many times. Now in this really low-flaw society, unless there was evidence, bad guys could not be casually arrested. Whether or not you are guilty will be determined when we get back. Men, take him back. Captain Xing wasted no time with words. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards rushed forward, handcuffing Chang Yechen from behind and putting a black hood over his head before escorting him away. You must be mistaken. I am a good person. I am a good person. I want to see my lawyer. Chang Yechen was now in a panic. The guards seemed a bit different today. In the past, they had always been polite, but today they had arrogantly cuffed him and put a black hood over his head. Could it be that Yi Tian was turning the tables on him? He was not foolish. From the moment his son died and the guards came to arrest him, he could only think of Yi Tian. Hiss! Chang Yechen gasped, thinking to himself, this person has the demeanor of a tyrant. To be so ruthless, killing the young and then wanting to capture the old. Could it be that he wants to root out the problem completely? Moreover, he could even mobilize the guards to forcibly capture him. What a significant amount of power. After all, he was someone who could buy Tianjin Company. It seemed wise not to confront Yi Tian directly, but he should not have expected that Jiang still had some tricks up his sleeve. He had already placed a bounty on the assassin network. Once Yi Tian was dead, it would be time for his woman to face retribution. As Chang Yechen was lost in thought, he was brought into the guard bureau. Captain Xing sat across from him, his face stern as he questioned, Chang Yechen, we have gathered sufficient evidence. You are suspected of intentional homicide, money laundering, bribery, and other criminal activities. Come clean. Chang Yechen smiled, thinking that these fools were so naive. If they really had evidence, why would they need him to confess? They might as well just execute him. They wanted to extract a confession from him. They had not learned their lesson. I don't know what you're talking about. I want to see my lawyer. The lawyer will be arranged for you. Since you won't speak, let's see what these are first. Oomph. Chang Yechen felt that Captain Xing was trying to fool him. What could they show him? It was nothing more than some letters of accusation. However, when Captain Xing placed a piece of paper in front of him, his pupils shrank several times. How could the guards have these things? It clearly printed his various criminal records. Chang Yechen suddenly felt a chill, cold sweat poured down his body like water, soaking his clothes. He felt his whole body trembling, stammering as he asked, No, this is impossible. How could you know all of? Captain Xing grinned, revealing the cunning of an old fox. Not only do we have this, but we also have those twisted videos of yours. You might as well confess honestly. Upon hearing the words twisted videos, Chang Yechen completely broke down, panicking and shouting, Impossible! Impossible! Only I know about those. I have no idea what you are talking about. Captain Xing saw that Chang Yechen was still stubbornly denying it, and with a wave of his hand he said, Shall we bring the computer over for him to see? When Chang Yechen saw the video playing on the computer, he felt like he had lost all his bones, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over, it was really over. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Yi Tian noticed that Li Yu was restless and didn't trust her to drive back alone. He asked her not to drive and suggested they take his car to the company together. Li Yu gladly agreed, happy for a chance to spend more time with Yi Tian. This good news somewhat alleviated her worries. When they arrived at the company, they drank tea and chatted in the office, stabilizing Li Yu's emotions. Li Yu was several years older and understood social interactions, making everyone feel comfortable chatting with her. Before long, even Yi Tian started calling her sister Yue, which pleasantly surprised her. At that moment, Yi Tian's phone suddenly rang. When he answered, it was Lawyer Xia calling. Hello, Lawyer Xia. Mr. Yi Chang Yechen and his wife have been captured by the guards. With the evidence we have, he should not be able to escape the death penalty. His wife also participated in his money laundering activities and other crimes. She might get at least 10 years. Very good. We must ensure he is sentenced to death, or I won't feel at ease. Understood. Yi Tian hung up and shared this good news with everyone. Sister Yue, you don't need to worry anymore. Both Chang Yechen and his wife have been arrested. Chang Yechen will likely face the death penalty, and his wife will at least get 10 years. There's no need to worry about retaliation from him. Li Yu's eyes widened in shock as she asked, Really? How did you do that? He has great power and influence. Yi Tian gently blew on his teacup, casually saying, Of course it's true. I have a hacker friend who helped me find Chang Yechen's criminal evidence and handed it over to the guards. It's that simple. Wow, is she the Black Phoenix from the internet? Yes, you know her too. I've been following you. Li Yue, relieved that she would no longer face retaliation, felt her mood lighten and began to feel a bit more drawn to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, can I still come to see you in the future? Of course. We are friends now. Li Yu looked at Lu Yin and Lin Yi, finding them smiling at her without any displeasure. Liu Yin generously invited, Sister Yue, when we move into our new house you can come over to play. Thank you, thank you. I will definitely come. Liu was overjoyed to hear this good news. It was indeed right to build a good relationship with the main wife who opportunities would come in the future. In the guard team, the members who had collected evidence from Chang Yechen's home returned. A team member hurried into the office to find Captain Xing having discovered important intelligence. Captain Xing, while searching Chang Yechen's computer, I found that he posted a huge bounty on a killer website called Godslayer to find a hitman for Yi Tian's life. Captain Xing put down the case materials in surprise and asked, "Is that true? How much is the bounty?" 600 billion. Hiss. Let's go find Chang Yechen and ask him to clarify. Captain Xing gasped, such a high bounty would definitely cause a big incident. Soon assassins from all over the world would come to the Wuxing kingdom, causing panic. At this time Chang Yechen had already been imprisoned. He was deep in thought trying to figure out who had handed over his evidence to the guards. Captain Xing rushed in with his team sternly asking, Chang Yechen, did you hire a hitman to assassinate Yi Tian? A hitman? Yi Tian? Chang Yechen was a bit confused. How did they find out about this? Did he not have any privacy left? Right, it must be Yi Tian who handed over my evidence to the guards. He has a hacker fan who can easily find things online. Why didn't I think of that? Thinking of this, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, what can you do about it? I am doomed and so is Yi. Captain Xing's face darkened, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. I command you to cancel the bounty immediately. Chang Yechen spat at him defiantly, cursing, Pa, who do you think you are? I am going to die anyway, why should I fear you? Fine, you are tough. They'll take you down first. I don't believe any assassin will come if the employer is dead. Captain Xing dodged the spit and quickly drew his gun, aiming it at Chang Yechen, ready to pull the trigger. A nearby team member hurriedly stepped forward to grab Captain Xing's arm, pushing the gun down and advising, Captain, don't shoot. He is already doomed, there's no need to get yourself involved. Seeing Captain Xing's frustrated expression only made Chang Yechen happier, and he laughed recklessly. Haha, I have already transferred the money to the platform. Even if I die, they will relentlessly assassinate Yi Tian. Captain Xing stormed off, intending to find the information department to investigate the Godslayer website, hoping to locate the address and take out the killer's lair. The author has something to say. I'm wondering if faced with assassins from around the world, should I arrange for a beautiful female officer to provide 24-hour personal protection for Yi Tian. In the information section of the Jiangnan City Guard Bureau, smoke filled the air as the captain of the criminal team continuously smoked, watching the network expert analyze the situation. Captain, we have found something. Speak. This website and domain are both foreign with no real name registration, and all operational records have been erased from the backend. It appears to be the work of hackers. Through cooperation with the bank, we found that Chang Yechen's money was transferred to several accounts, but these accounts are all dummy accounts, clearly not the real accounts of the mastermind. Can the bank return the money? No, we traced them and found that these accounts were used for money laundering through various recharge websites, part-time job sites, and personal accounts involving hundreds or even thousands of different accounts. It is now impossible to trace where the money ended up. Damn, these money launderers are the worst. If I catch them, I'll make sure they all face the consequences. The captain felt that the situation had escalated. The involvement of professional hackers and sophisticated money laundering methods indicated that this website was likely a real hitman network. This situation was beyond his capacity to handle. It had to be reported to the higher-ups for a decision. I'll go find the director. You all continue the investigation and report any significant leads in a timely manner. Understood. In the office of the director of the Jiangnan City Guard Bureau, the director furrowed his brow upon hearing the captain's report. This was a serious issue. Xiao Xing, if this matter isn't handled well, we'll all have to go back to the countryside to farm. A 60 billion bounty. Such a malicious incident has never happened in Jiangnan City since the founding of the country. If assassins really come and cause public panic, I will have to resign in shame. Tianjin Corporation is our military supplier. If their chairman is assassinated, not just you and me, but even the mayor won't escape unscathed. Seeing the director's troubled expression, the captain felt that this matter was increasingly challenging. After a moment of thought, he suggested, Director, how about we assign someone to protect Yi Tian around the clock? That could work. Arrange it and ensure his safety. Additionally, prepare a dossier on this case for me. I need to discuss with the mayor and the provincial bureau how to proceed. Understood, I'll handle it right away. While everyone was engaged in deep conversation, Li Yu found an excuse to leave. Yi Tian and the others repeatedly invited her to stay for dinner, but she insisted on leaving. Li Yu knew that it was just right to leave after meeting for the first time like this. If there was no topic left to discuss, it would be difficult to find an excuse to visit next time. However, Yi Tian and the others were not as calculative, still enthusiastically inviting her to their new home in a few days. They warmly escorted her downstairs, watching as the driver took her to the hotel in her own car. Only after the car had driven far away did the three return to the office. Before they could settle in, the office phone rang. It was the front desk, saying someone from the guard bureau was looking for Yi Tian. Yi Tian found this a bit puzzling. Hadn't he already asked lawyer Xie to handle his matters? Why was the guard looking for him? Yi Tian had them come to the secretary's office, and soon 2 men and 1 woman arrived. The lead man, a tough-looking figure with a dark face, was Captain Xing. The other man and woman were both handsome and beautiful, fitting the description of police elites. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Xing Tian, the captain of the special guard team. Hello, Captain Xing. What brings you here? Xing Tian cleared his throat and stated his purpose. Here's the situation. Chang Yuchen has placed a bounty of 60 billion on your head. From now on, our police team will assign personnel to protect you 247 until we find a way to cancel this bounty. What? Lu Yin and Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the news. This was terrifying. They anxiously pulled Yi Tian on either side, asking, Yi Tian, what should we do? The scene made the 2 police elites feel envious. The male admired Yi Tian for having 2 beautiful women beside him, while the female envied Lu Yin and Lin Yi for being able to be so close to Yi Tian. It's okay. Yi Tian comforted Lu Yin and Lin Yi, then curiously asked Xing Tian, isn't this a bit exaggerated? Wasn't he already caught? How could he still hire assassins? Just before we caught him, he issued the bounty. Xing Tian felt a bit guilty. If they had caught Chang Yuchen earlier, this wouldn't have happened. It was all because they acted too slowly. Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds and felt that Chang Yuchen was indeed cunning. His son had just died, and he immediately sought an assassin. Speaking of which, he acted quite fast himself without waiting overnight, but still wasn't as fast as Chang Yuchen. Sure enough, the higher the skill, the tougher the opponent. Damn, indeed, experience is key. The speed was astonishing. But it's fine, I know martial arts. I'm not afraid of any assassins, no need for protection. Captain Yi, as the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. No matter how good one is in martial arts, a gun can take them down. If the assassin has a gun, how will you defend yourself? Indeed, if the assassin had a gun, what would he do? Yi Tian began to question himself. Ding, the host has obtained the martial arts skill Golden Bell Shield. Yi Tian smiled. The system was like a timely rain, providing benefits again. He immediately checked the description of the Golden Bell Shield. It turned out that the Golden Bell Shield was a method of utilizing internal strength, creating a protective barrier of qi around his body with strong defensive capabilities that could automatically defend. It could be said that physical attacks with knives, guns, sticks, or even cannonballs couldn't break through his defense. With his skill in hand, Yi Tian felt confident and asked Xing Tian with a smile, Captain Xing, have you ever heard of the martial art Golden Bell Shield? Xing Tian was uncertain why Yi Tian suddenly asked this. Did Yi Tian know this skill? After all, he was a martial arts master, so it was normal for him to know a common skill like the Golden Bell Shield. Hadn't he seen that the street vendors selling medicated plaster all claimed to know the Golden Bell Shield and iron cloth shirt? Of course I've heard of it, but even if you, Captain, you know the Golden Bell Shield, it can at most only withstand a dull knife right. When will it be able to stop bullets? Yi Tian laughed heartily. Haha, the way I practice it is different. If you shoot it, no, we can't aim our guns at innocent civilians. Xing Tian quickly shook his head, pressing down on his gun at his waist. What a joke to shoot at the person he was meant to protect. That was out of the question. Yi Tian smiled at Xing Tian's little actions. In an instant, he moved with extraordinary speed and snatched the gun from Xing Tian's waist. Everyone was still caught off guard, only feeling that Yi Tian moved, and suddenly he had a gun in his hand. Xing Tian pressed his waist, realizing, damn it, when did my gun end up in Yi Tian's hands? His eyes widened as he nervously shouted, Mr. Yi, danger. Quickly put down the gun. Yi Tian carefully examined the gun, having never played with one before. He pulled the trigger only to find that no bullets came out. Not understanding, he humbly asked the nervous Xing Tian, who was sweating, Captain Xing, could you tell me how to operate this thing? I'll shoot once and give it back to you. Xing Tian shook his head vehemently, refusing firmly. No, quickly give me back the gun. Do you know this is illegal? If you won't teach me, I'll figure it out myself. Everyone stay away from me. Seeing that Xing Tian wouldn't teach him, Yi Tian simply explored on his own, reminding everyone to keep their distance in case he accidentally shot someone. Lu Yin and Lin Yi were the most obedient, quickly running to hide behind a distant table, peeking out from behind it. Xing Tian and the other 2 associates stepped back a few paces, watching Yi Tian warily. Yi Tian fumbled to release the safety catch, making Xing Tian's heart race. Damn it, he even managed to disable the safety catch. Yi Tian aimed the handgun at the palm of his left hand and pulled the trigger, making a loud bang. He himself was startled by the gunshot, and soon after screams erupted from outside the office, as everyone wondered why a gunshot was heard from inside. As Yi Tian felt the bullet hit him, he only experienced a slight vibration. He clenched his hand, catching the bullet that was about to fall, and looked closely. The bullet was flattened. Seeing that he was unharmed, everyone slowly approached him as Yi Tian held out the bullet for them to see. Look, I really am not afraid of bullets. Everyone looked at the flattened bullet, then at Yi Tian's palm, and saw that there wasn't even a drop of blood. This completely shattered their worldview. At that moment, Xing Tian and the others felt as if a group of damn rushed past them. Could the Golden Bell shield really stop bullets? Xing Tian was dumbfounded, his face filled with shock as he took the bullet from Yi Tian's hand, squeezing it, and realizing it wasn't a rice ball. How is this possible? Yi, how did you do it? Yi Tian smiled lightly and began to half-jokingly mislead him. Do you know I have inner strength? Yes, I read about it in your profile, Xing Tian nodded. I project my inner strength outward to form a shield which in martial arts is called gongqi, capable of resisting harm. Is it really that simple? Why is it that no one can master the Golden Bell shield technique nowadays? It's been lost, you see. The tradition has always been for masters to keep some secrets. Nowadays no one practices inner strength, and even if they have the techniques, they are useless. This answer left Xing Tian unable to retort. It seemed to be the truth. The decline of martial arts in the Wuxing Kingdom was largely due to this reason. Since there was a master of inner strength right in front of him, he thought it best to ask if he could teach him. If it could be promoted within the police force, they wouldn't even need bulletproof vests anymore, and no one would get hurt. He gathered his emotions and hopefully asked, Yi, I have an unreasonable request, and I don't know if it's convenient to say. Yi Tian could tell from his demeanor that he had trouble to ask about, and he directly shook his head. Since it's an unreasonable request, let's not mention it. It will surely put me in a difficult position, so I refuse it first. Xing Tian was almost choked by Yi Tian's words. Oh, was he this straightforward? Wasn't he just being polite? Why did he refuse? Please, Yi, let me explain. I want to ask you to be our martial arts instructor to teach us the Golden Bell shield technique, so that our police force can reduce casualties in the future. Yi Tian felt that Xingtian's intentions were good. He seemed to be a good security guard. However, no matter how good he was, Yi Tian had no intention of teaching. He could only patiently explain, that's a good thought, but I have the intention but not the ability. I rely on inner strength to achieve these effects, and it was directly passed on to me by a mysterious master. I don't even know how to cultivate it, so I can't teach you. Can that master be found? Xing Tian felt his face blush saying this, as if he was asking someone how they got rich wanting to do the same. It felt so shameless. But in order to reduce the casualties of his colleagues, he had to muster the courage to ask. Yi Tian looked at him for 3 seconds, making him feel so ashamed that he lowered his head. Seeing Xingtian's awkward expression, Yi Tian shrugged, hands spread in helplessness. I can't find him. When he said he would hand over the burden of maintaining world peace to me, he turned into light and disappeared. Turned into light. Xing Tian and his group asked in unison, could it be? No way. Xing Tian dared not speculate further and directly skipped the topic. Yi, this is just a handgun, but a sniper rifle is much more powerful. Can you defend against that? I haven't tried it, but I believe my Golden Bell shield defense is invincible. Even if you throw a missile at me, I can with. What Yi Tian actually thought was, I believe the system is invincible. The system felt gratified by Yi Tian's blind confidence, thinking he was a teachable child. Xing Tian showed a look of skepticism. He felt that Yi Tian was a bit too overconfident, which would lead to a mate. Well, Yi, I believe you have the right to be confident, but a missile is a bit far-fetched. Not to mention humans, even robots, might not withstand it. Yi Tian had nothing to explain regarding this, nor did he wish to, so he directly began to see them off. Believe it or not, you all can leave now. I don't need protection. If a killer comes to kill me, I'll take care of him, and just notify you to collect the corpse afterward. Seeing Yi Tian beginning to send them off after only a few words, the policewoman who followed felt anxious. She had been standing there for half a day, without even a chance to say her name. Isn't this even worse than an extra? How embarrassing was it that she had hurried to apply light makeup just to leave a good impression on Yi Tian? She quickly stepped forward and asked, Yi, hello, my name is Yen Ryu. If you aren't afraid of bullets, what about the people around you? I can stay to protect them. Yi Tian looked at this policewoman a bit longer. She was pretty and charming, even more attractive than Lu Yin and Lin Yi, with an excellent figure, the police uniform accentuating her curves, matching her name perfectly. Moreover, her eyes were filled with eagerness, hope, and admiration, clearly a fan of his. If she stayed, she might even end up as a bodyguard for his brother. However, he remained unmoved and gently declined. Thank you for your kindness, Officer Yen. I'm already recruiting female bodyguards. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Yi Tian immediately took out his phone and called Bai Jingjing. Xiaobai, how's the recruitment for my female bodyguard going? Yi, 2 security consulting companies are already on their way by plane and will meet with you at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, that's good. Just have them come to your office, then it will be here anyway. All right. After hanging up, Yi Tian thanked Yen Ryu. Thank you for your kindness. A bodyguard will be here shortly, so I don't need police protection for now. Yen Ryu retreated, feeling dejected as the opportunity to be close to her idol was lost. The police officer beside her felt a flicker of joy, as since Yen Ryu didn't get to be Yi Tian's bodyguard, he still had a chance. He was one of Yen Ryu's admirers. Although she was infatuated with Yi Tian, He couldn't harbor any hatred towards him, the gap was too wide, and he could only admire him. If Yen Ryu agreed to be his girlfriend, he wouldn't mind putting up pictures of Yi Tian all over his house to make. He could even make a statue of Yi Tian. At worst, he could just add 3 sticks of incense and worship Yi Tian as a god. Surely that wouldn't count as wearing a green hat, right? Yi Tian finally managed to persuade Xingtian and the others to leave, and then comfortably lounged on the sofa slacking off. The reason Yi Tian didn't keep Yen Ryu was quite simple. He felt that anyone could be close to him except those who were overly law-abiding. If someone were to kill, would you still reason with them? Not killing someone, but leaving them alive to let the law judge them is just foolish. You might end up being killed yourself. Having such a person nearby poses too great a risk, and they might even endanger those around them. Those outside the office were still frightened after hearing gunshots. Yi Tian asked Lu Yin to go out and explain that the guard was testing a gun for him and that there wasn't any major issue, which reassured everyone. After leaving the Tianjin company, Xingtian immediately called the chief to report the situation. Chief, I visited Yi Tian. He doesn't need protection. Does he just get to say he doesn't need it? We need to arrange protection for him anyway. No, chief, listen to me. Yi Tian can perform the Golden Bell shield. He's not afraid of bullets. He plans to counterattack when the assassins come to kill him. I'm quite busy right now. Can you stop joking around? I'm not joking. Really, he even shot himself and flattened the bullet. He didn't even break a skin. Is that true? Then we have less pressure now. Yes, he's currently only worried about the safety of his woman. That's not within our protection scope. I'll let him figure it out himself. Okay. Yi Tian lay on the sofa pretending to rest his eyes. No one disturbed him. He was silently asking the system in his mind, System, do you think that assassin organization is powerful? Will they plant explosives under my car? I'm not afraid of dying, but my girlfriend could die. The host need not worry. The assassin network that Chang Yuchen has a bounty on is a scam website. He was just scammed for 600 billion, so no assassin will take the task. The director of the City Guard Bureau, Zhao Dezuzu, has already arrived at the provincial level together with the mayor. The governor and the director of the Provincial Guard Bureau are also present, and they quickly convened an emergency meeting. The governor presided over the meeting, and as the leader, naturally listened to the opinions of those below before making a decision. Everyone has seen the materials, right? Let's hear everyone's opinions. Zhao Dezuzu noticed that everyone was looking at him. Since he was the youngest here, he spoke first, and fortunately he had prepared in advance. Before I came here, I had already arranged for people to protect Yi Tian 24 hours a day. The next step is to launch a month-long crackdown on the underworld to intimidate the local gang forces. At the same time, we will strengthen inspections at all major intersections in the city to prevent firearms from entering Jiangnan City. Yi Tian possesses martial arts skills, so without firearms, ordinary attacks will not easily harm him. The mayor nodded in agreement. Zhao's suggestion is reasonable, I support it. The director of the Provincial Bureau, Nyo Defa, also nodded and offered some supplementary advice. Zhao's approach is thorough, but I feel that this passive defense is not enough. We should give the other side some deterrent. The governor followed up by asking, Nyo, do you have any good suggestions to share? I think we should immediately sentence Chang Yuchen to death and execute him immediately, then announce it online regarding the bounty for killing him in the name of our province, warning the God-slaying organization not to act rashly. The governor nodded after hearing Nyo Defa's words and said, This is indeed feasible. We absolutely cannot bow to the forces of evil. The governor summarized the opinions of everyone. What everyone said is very reasonable, so let's proceed according to Zhao's plan. The priority is to ensure Yi Tian's safety. As for the announcement, I will report to the higher-ups and strive to conduct the deterrence in the name of the state, which would be better. Yi Tian was unaware that his matter had escalated to a national level as he was still sleeping on the sofa in the office. At this moment, Zhao Dezuzu's phone began to vibrate. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Xingtian. I'm sorry, the people I sent to protect Yi Tian are calling me. There might be an urgent matter. I need to take this call. The others expressed their understanding, and Zhao Dezuzu remained seated to answer the call. After Xingtian informed Zhao Dezuzu about Yi Tian's bulletproof capabilities, Zhao Dezuzu clearly hung up the phone and happily reported to the others seated. Good news. My people just said that Yi Tian's martial arts have reached a level where he is no longer afraid of bullets, so we need not worry about his safety anymore. Hiss. The others gasped in shock. Martial arts can be trained to a level where one is not afraid of bullets. This is superhuman. Such a miraculous person must be taken seriously. He is even rarer than a national treasure. The governor said sternly, the news that he is not afraid of bullets must be classified as top secret. We will proceed with the matters discussed earlier. Yi Tian is too extraordinary, and everyone must treat him well like a national treasure. His future achievements are limitless. Everyone expressed their agreement. After the meeting concluded, they began to act individually, and the news was directly sent by the governor to the 5 elders of the Elder Council. Yi Tian took a short nap until Bai Jingjing came in to wake him up. He had no idea that matters were escalating more and more, and he did not plan to tell the police that the killer organization was a scam. It would be meaningless. President Yi, the people from the bodyguard company have arrived. Yi Tian stretched lazily and said, please let them in. Soon Bai Jingjing brought in two beautiful women. One wore an elegant qipao exuding an icy purity and classical beauty, while the other wore sports underwear, with high shorts, sporting blonde hair, and blue eyes radiating a sexy and sunny demeanor. Both women were equally beautiful top-tier beauties who instantly overshadowed Bai Jingjing and Lin. Yi Tian couldn't help but glance at them a couple more times before asking, please have a seat, I am Yi Tian. Why don't you both introduce yourselves first? After the two beauties took their seats and exchanged glances, the qipao beauty extended her hand in a gesture inviting the blonde beauty to speak. The blonde beauty nodded in thanks and confidently began to introduce herself to Yi Tian. Her fluent Mandarin left Yi Tian astounded. How could a foreigner speak more standard Mandarin than him? Let me start, President Yi. I am Alice, the head of the Umbrella Security Consulting Company. Our company specializes in providing security services for women, and our current task success rate is 100 with no failures. Oh, that's impressive. Do you have bodyguards with you? Yi Tian clapped in support, impressed by the beauty of the head. He wondered what the bodyguards looked like. Alice pointed to the door and said, yes, they are waiting outside. Shall I please have them come in to meet us? Okay. Not long after, Bai Jingjing brought in 12 young foreign beauties, all dressed in sports vests and shorts with colorful hair and showing off clear muscle lines on their sun-kissed skin. Yi Tian glanced at their chests before shifting his gaze to their faces. While their chests left much to be desired, their faces were still acceptable. The 12 beauties admired Yi Tian, a miraculous man with extraordinary martial arts, an enchanting appearance, and boundless wealth. He was simply the dream man of every woman, and each of them hoped to work by Yi Tian's side. They neatly lined up and saluted Yi Tian. Hello, President Yi. Yi Tian smiled back and waved at them. Hello, beauties. Alice proudly introduced her team, saying, President Yi, these are our most outstanding female warriors, each capable of taking on 10 opponents, proficient in firearms and tactics. Yi Tian listened to Alice's lengthy introduction, nodding in satisfaction, and said to the beautiful warriors, that is indeed impressive. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea while you rest. Bai Jingjing immediately went to serve the 12 beauties upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian looked at the classical beauty. Even in silence, she resembled a beautiful painting pleasing to the eye. This beautiful lady should introduce herself as well. The classical beauty nodded and said in a cool voice, Hello, President Yi. I am Hua Yaoyue, the head of the Yihua Palace Security Consulting Company. We are a security consulting company transformed from a martial arts sect with a history of 500 years. 500 years. Impressive. Please continue. We specialize in martial arts, concealed weapons, poisoning, and torture. Of course, I cannot compare my skills to yours, President Yi, and while we are not proficient with firearms, we can use common types. Yi Tian found her quite genuine, as she didn't boast, and had a unique, cool demeanor. Please have your people come in as well for us to see. All right. Bai Jingjing went out and brought in another 12 beauties in qipaos. The long legs exposed from the splits of the qipaos almost blinded Yi Tian. They stood in a row like models on a catwalk, bending in unison to salute Yi Tian, saying, Hello. In an instant, Yi Tian felt as if he were selecting models in a club. His eyes widened at the stunning beauty. Curiously, he asked Hua Yaoyue, are these the 12 beauties of Jinling? Hua Yaoyue looked at Yi Tian in surprise and praised, President, Yi has great insight. The name of this team is indeed the 12 beauties of Jinling. Did you name them so casually? Yi Tian felt a black line forming on his forehead. Such beautiful women also had naming issues. The 12 beauties of Jinling is not a compliment. It refers to 12 tragedies. With both sides introduced, it was now Yi Tian's turn to choose. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he spoke. Looking at both teams, Alice's seems more professional, while Hua Yaoyue's people appear more beautiful. However, I am looking for bodyguards, not models, so I believe Alice's team may be better. Alice felt a sense of relief and generously praised, President Yi truly has an eye for talent. We will surely complete the task perfectly and ensure your family's safety. However, Hua Yaoyue appeared unfazed and calmly told Yi Tian, President Yi, we are not here to discuss bodyguard services today. Yi Tian asked in confusion, then why are you here? Hua Yaoyue calmly replied, I came today to offer you the entire Yihua Palace, allowing you to become our master, and we shall follow your orders at any time. What? This time it was Yi Tian who was shocked. Had his domineering aura become that strong? Just for hiring bodyguards, they were willing to give him the entire company. Is there really such a good deal in the world? There must be some hidden truth. One should not make decisions lightly. Alice felt immense pressure. Was business competition really this fierce now? She had only heard of price wars, but had never seen a situation where they didn't even discuss the price and directly offered the company. What could their purpose be? She thought again, no, that's not right. This competitor must have significant motives. Could they be treating the company as a dowry, planning to invest more and prepare to win over Yi Tian? If they succeeded, it would be a huge profit. Yi Tian was extremely wealthy. She had seen the news of him sending money online every day. Even if they broke up, the compensation would surely be worth more than a security consulting company, right? Speaking of which, she also wanted Yi Tian, a man of such unparalleled charm. Even a one-night stand wouldn't be a loss should she also send her company along with herself to Yi Tian. She began to feel conflicted. Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds and asked, "You're not in massive debt, preparing to let me take over to pay it off, are you?" Hua Yu shook her head and said, "President Yi, you worry too much. We don't have debts. On the contrary, once you accept my company, all our funds will be at your disposal." This was even more ridiculous. Could there be such fools in the world? It couldn't be true. They must have other. Yi Tian chuckled and said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch. There's always a catch behind kindness. Now tell me your purpose." Seeing Yi Tian's expression, Hua Yu knew that if she didn't clarify things today, he might not accept her request, so she honestly explained the reasons. "It's like this. Our sect was originally established to rescue women and punish scoundrels. 400 years ago, our most outstanding leader left a prophecy stating that a peerless martial artist would lead our sect to greatness. We always thought it was a recording error, as our sect has always been composed of women. How could a man take over? Until we learned about you, President Yi, and realized the prophecy was correct. That beautiful man is you." Yi Tian felt as if he were hearing a tale from a fantasy story. Was this really the reason? Just because of a prophecy, they were handing over a sect that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Was there anything more ludicrous? Isn't this a bit childish? What if there's someone with better martial arts than me? Or someone more handsome? What then? Hua Yu shook her head, replying confidently, "That's impossible. So far, no one in the world has better martial arts than you, President Yi. The key point is you are recognized as the most handsome man by all 890 members of our sect. I don't believe there's another man capable of winning unanimous approval from women aged 3 to 80. Yi Tian gently rubbed his forehead and sighed. "You make a compelling point. I truly have no retort. This was all thanks to the system. Every woman would find him handsome regardless of age or aesthetic standards." Alice chimed in from the side to make her presence felt. "Indeed, President Yi is the most handsome man I have ever seen. Even from my foreign perspective, he is the most attractive." Yi Tian waved his hand, promptly stopping their flattery. All right, if you keep praising me, I might just ascend to the heavens. You said your sect has 890 people. Such a large sect, yet I have never heard of it." Hua Yu explained, "To provide living security for women rescued from scoundrels, we established several companies to provide them employment, allowing them to become self-reliant. All of these count as members of our sect. In reality, our combat personnel are only over 100, while the rest are elderly, weak, and disabled." Yi Tian's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Despite Hua Yu's cold demeanor, this initiative was quite commendable. Teaching a person to fish is better than giving them a fish. Such companies could be accepted, and their philosophy resonated with his own idea of establishing a women's protection organization. Anyway, he wasn't short on money. Having his own bodyguard company would facilitate everything. He waved his hand and agreed. "All right, this is what it means to do something practical. Given your approach, I agree. Thank you, President Yi." Hua Yu's cold expression finally revealed a hint of a smile, like a ray of sunshine breaking through the gloomy winter sky. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. She was so beautiful. Hua Yu let out a sigh of relief. She had finally fulfilled the prophecy passed down through generations. In the future, Yihua Palace would flourish under her witness. However, handing over Yihua Palace also meant giving herself and over 100 combat personnel to Yi Tian. Suddenly having over 100 concubines, would Yi Tian agree? She planned to wait until Alice left to privately discuss this matter with Yi Tian. Little did Yi Tian know that taking over Yihua Palace meant these classical beauties before him could suddenly be at his disposal. Alice could no longer sit still, as she had yet to decide on whether to give her company to Yi Tian. Now that Yi Tian had acquired a company, it would seem she had no role in this business. It appeared this deal would not happen. She stood up to take her leave. "President Yi, since you have accepted Yihua Palace and have their protection, we shall take our leave." Yi Tian quickly called out, signaling her to sit down. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry to leave? How about this? I'll also acquire your company. What do you think?" "What?" Alice was stunned. Her employees were delighted and loudly urged, "That's great, boss. Just agree to President Yi. We want to be President Yes women." "Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Alice shot a glare at her unruly employees, feigning anger as she scolded them. Yi Tian chuckled and explained, "I can't let you run around for nothing, right? I was thinking of acquiring you as well, which would perfectly complement Yihua Palace, and you would all serve me together. How does that sound?" Alice hesitated, saying, "But I still don't want to sell my company. If President Yi has needs, we can still collaborate." "No, I believe it's best to have your own." Let me give you 3 benefits and you can decide whether to sell your company to me. Yi Tian's intention was firm. He was determined to acquire a protective umbrella. As a wealthy man, when he saw something suitable, he would buy everything he could. Making it his own would be best. Please go ahead, President Yi. Yi Tian counted on his fingers, explaining each point to Alice. First, I can provide unlimited funds for you to purchase the world's most advanced weaponry, equipping you to the teeth and increasing your personnel's survival rates. Second, the high-tech products developed by my company in the future will be prioritized for equipping your personnel and those of Yihua Palace, making flying and escaping from the ground a non-issue. Third, and this is the most important point, I possess miraculous healing abilities. Even if someone is gravely injured and barely hanging on, I can save them. This is a benefit that money alone cannot buy for outsiders. Alice, upon hearing Yi Tian's last statement, agreed without a hint of hesitation. I agree. In Alice's view, the first 2 benefits could still be obtained through her efforts to earn money, but the last benefit was something that money could not buy. With Yi Tian's miraculous healing skills, it was equivalent to having several more lives, and she no longer had to worry about her employees sacrificing themselves. Her company was also a purely female organization, with employees being orphans adopted from various places. Although she was the boss, she felt more like a parent, and each employee was her family. Every time she lost an employee due to a mission, she would suffer for a long time. It was precisely because the employees were unafraid to sacrifice themselves to shield their employer from bullets that the Umbrella Corporation maintained a 100 mission success rate. Now, with the 3 benefits offered by Yi Tian, she had no reason to refuse. It was simply that she had gained a boss, while her family could remain safe. What was there to be conflicted about? The 12 foreign beauties beside her, upon hearing Alice's agreement, began to clap and cheer joyfully. Great! We are now Yizong's women. Being able to see Yizong every day is the happiest thing. Yi Tian sensed something was amiss. He had just acquired a company. How had he become their man? Alice, your employees' Mandarin isn't quite right. I've acquired your company. You are just my employees, not my women. Alice got up and sat beside Yi Tian, linking her arm with his and smiling. Yizong, don't mind the details. We are all willing to be your women. It doesn't matter. Hua Yaiyue had originally planned to wait until there was no one around to privately express her desire to be Yi Tian's woman, but seeing someone jump the gun, she couldn't hold back any longer. She suddenly sat down beside Yi Tian, lightly linking her arm with his, and coldly said, Yizong, we from the Yihua Palace are also willing to be your women. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Yi Tian was stunned, almost dropping his jaw. Alice was a foreigner, and her openness could be understood. But how could someone like Hua Yaiyue, who appeared cold and proud, make such a gesture? It was truly baffling. No way, Miss Hua, how could someone as graceful as you act this way? Hua Yaiyue remained cold and replied, If Yizong doesn't like me being this cold, my sister has a lively and lovely personality. I believe Yizong would like her. Yi Tian felt increasingly uneasy. Today's script seemed off. Choosing bodyguards felt like a beauty pageant, and now acquiring a company felt like a matchmaking event. He secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, did you secretly boost my charm? No, host, you're overthinking it. It's all voluntary on their part. If you find it troublesome, I can turn you into a... Thanks, but no need. Goodbye. Yi Tian quickly bid farewell to this nonsensical system, fearing he might become a pig's head the next second. He curiously asked Hua Yaiyue, Wait, did I mean that? I know my charm might make my women feel fond of me, but that doesn't represent your employees and sister, right? The 12 women in Cheongsams quickly surrounded him, chattering. Yizong, we are willing. Yeah, Yizong, we all agree. That's right, Yizong, why not prepare name tags for everyone? Whoever's tag is drawn will be the one to serve you. The 12 foreign beauties squeezed in and exclaimed, Yizong, why draw cards? How about we hold a party tonight and have fun? Yes, Yizong, let's play hide and seek. Whoever you catch will be yours. Lin Yi, who was watching the scene, had no unusual reaction, but Bai Jingjing was shocked, her eyes nearly popping out. Yizong's charm was incredible. He felt as if he had instantly traveled back to ancient times, becoming an emperor faced with the competition for favor among 3 palaces and 62 concubines. He quickly raised his hand to signal for quiet, perplexedly asking, Wait, it's a bit chaotic. Let me sort this out. I'm here to receive and acquire your company, so that you can ensure the safety of my women, right? The beauties replied in unison, yes. I already have a girlfriend who will become my wife in the future. That won't change. I also have a housekeeper, and our relationship is special. Oh, she's actually my girlfriend too. Do you know? The beauties nodded in agreement. We know. Then why do you still say you want to be my women? There's no place left. People around Hua Yaiyue said, It's okay, we will never marry and won't compete for Yizong's wives and concubines, but if you need us, we won't refuse. People around Alice said, Yizong, we can't promise to never marry, but we wouldn't mind being closer to you. Yi Tian was even more confused and asked Hua Yaiyue, I can understand that Alice and the others are more open-minded, but what do you guys want? Hua Yaiyue calmly looked at Yi Tian and explained flatly, We don't believe in or look up to any man except for Yi Zong, so you are our only choice. Yi Tian was speechless. My goodness, you saying this is making me tempted. With an icy heart, I won't be surprised if the sky falls. Yi Tian swallowed hard and quickly performed the ice heart technique to suppress his inner turmoil. Mainly this was too tempting, any man would struggle to resist. After the ice heart technique circulated once, Yi Tian regained his composure. Let's not talk about that for now. Although each of you is beautiful and I desire it, I can't let desire control me. Let's temporarily set this aside. Desire is a knife above the head. Yi Tian felt he couldn't discern whether they were sincere or false. If anyone had ulterior motives and harmed those around him while he was lost in beauty, it would be a tragedy. Ding, the host has been equipped with a favorability display function, which can be freely turned on or off by favorability display function. A round ball appears above each person. Green indicates good feelings towards the host, yellow indicates neutral, red indicates malice, and pink heart indicates affection. The ball displays a number from 0 to 100. The higher the number, the greater the degree. A pink heart at 100 means willing to sacrifice their life for the host, while yellow does not display a number. Thank you, system. Yi Tian instantly understood how to use this function. He looked around at the crowd and found that all the women had pink hearts above their heads. Lin Yi and the Yihua Palace members all had 100 points, Bai Jingjing had 90 points, and the Umbrella members ranged between 80 to 90 points. Yi Tian sighed inwardly. This function is too convenient. It seems the people from Yihua Palace can become confidants while those from the Umbrella need more time to get to know, but for now as employees, it's not a problem. Since we are all family, now we'll outline the work arrangements. Regarding the company changes, you'll have someone connect with Secretary Bai. I won't interfere with your operations. It's still up to both of you to decide. Even if I need your assistance to rescue others in my new organization in the future, it will still be charged by the task, just at a discounted rate, since it's all my own money. Alice wholeheartedly endorsed Yi Tian's arrangement. Although there was now an additional boss, she still held the reins of power. It was as if she had gained a generous benefactor out of thin air. Yi Tian thought of the 2 extra spaceship villas he had purchased, which could perfectly accommodate the staff of his 2 companies. One villa was situated to the east, suitable for housing the Eastern Palace. No, the Eastern Bureau. That didn't sound right either. The other villa was located to the west, allowing for a swift response in case of any incidents. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his dedicated real estate agent Zhao Jia. Hello, has the cleaning of my house been completed? I plan to move in tomorrow. Within 3 seconds, the screen indicated she was typing. President Yi, it's all been cleaned, including the other 2 villas. You can move in any time. Excellent work. I happen to need those 2 villas for my bodyguards. For bodyguards? Zhao Jia felt a pang of envy. Using such exquisite villas for bodyguards, truly the world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. Upon receiving confirmation that the properties were ready for occupancy, Yi Tian said to the 2 leaders, I happen to have purchased 3 villas that are adjacent. I plan to move in tomorrow. They'll take the middle one, and you 2 can reside in the ones on either side to protect my home. I have some free time now, so let me take you to see the properties first. That way you'll have a clear idea of what security arrangements to make. All right. Yi Tian stood up and, instructed by Jingjing, shall Bai arrange for a car to wait downstairs. Yes, President Yi. Yi Tian then called Lu Yan, asking her to drop everything and come immediately. Lu Yan was just touring various departments when she received the call and promptly rushed back to Yi Tian's side. Once Lu Yan arrived at the office, Yi Tian gestured toward her and Lin Yi, addressing the 2 leaders. Your primary protectees are my girlfriend Lu Yan and my housekeeper Lin Yi. As for the specifics of their protection, I'll leave that to the 2 of you to discuss. I won't interfere in matters I don't understand. All right. Noticing that Yi Tian hadn't mentioned protecting himself, Alice reminded him, Boss, I think you need our protection too. I know you possess extraordinary martial arts skills, but what if you encounter someone with a gun? Yi Tian smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about that. Let me give you a hint. I have the Golden Bell shield protecting me. Blades and bullets are ineffective against me, as the guards just confirmed. Gasps filled the air. Good heavens, can martial arts really be cultivated to such a level? Isn't that like being a Superman? The boss is truly an extraordinary being. In modern times, no martial artist has been able to withstand a bullet. Boss, could we test it now? A foreign beauty had already drawn a compact pistol. Since they all possessed gun permits, carrying firearms was... Seeing this, Alice's face turned pale as she shouted, Leona, have you lost your mind? You want to shoot the... Leona blushed and said apologetically, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, boss. Yi Tian chuckled. The more formidable his abilities appeared, the less likely others would betray him. So without any concern, he said to Leona, disengage the safety and hand me the gun. He then instructed Bai Jingjing, shall Bai go inform those outside the office that'll be testing the firearm. Tell them not to panic when they hear the shots. Understood. Once everything was ready under the curious gaze of everyone, Yi Tian took the gun and fired 3 shots at himself. Bang, bang, bang. 1 shot to the forehead, 1 to the eye, and 1 to the throat. Each shot aimed at a lethal spot. Everyone was astonished to see a seemingly invisible protective barrier around Yi Tian's body. Even with his eyes wide open, the bullets couldn't penetrate such a vulnerable spot as the eyeball. They simply flattened upon impact. The female bodyguards, as if discovering a treasure, picked up the 3 flattened bullet casings from the floor and passed them around. Wow, President Yi, are you a Superman? Is this a body of steel? Well, you can consider me a Superman. Alice sternly warned her employees. Everyone must keep this matter of President Yi being immune to bullets absolutely confidential. Do not spread it. Yi Tian was unconcerned. In this world, no secret could remain hidden forever. It would eventually be discovered. With his system, he feared nothing and no one. Hua Yaiwe also issued a similar warning to her own employees. Everyone was thrilled to have a boss who seemed like a Superman. Many of the women secretly pondered if even President Yi's eyeballs were so hard, was a certain other part of him even more formidable. With the important matters settled, they prepared to view the properties together. Yi Tian, Lu Yin, and Lin Yi led the way, followed by 26 beautiful women, leaving envious employees in their wake. Truly worthy of President Yi. This entourage outshines even an emperor. Look at those figures, those long legs. My God, I feel like I'm in love. Are you tired of living? How dare you fantasize about the women around President Yi? Careful, I might report you. No, big brother, I'll stop. How about I treat you to a pack of Huazi cigarettes? 2 packs. Fine. A driver was already waiting outside the company. Everyone boarded the vehicles, and a long motorcade headed toward Future City, drawing countless stares along the way. The residents of Jiangnan City suddenly noticed an increased police presence, especially at intersections leading to neighboring counties and cities. Every passing vehicle was subject to inspection. At the airports in nearby cities, the entrances and exits were heavily guarded, leaving passengers bewildered. Communities received notifications from higher authorities about another crackdown. Banners and propaganda slogans had to be prepared, keeping everyone busy. News of Yi Tian reached the Council of Elders of the 5 Elements Kingdom through multiple layers. The 5 elders, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, gathered to discuss the matter concerning Yi Tian. Elder Metal said, truly the child of those 2, he has finally begun to awaken. Why not sell him the entire 1,000-island lake and let him figure out how to repair that spaceship? Elder Wood agreed. Elder Water agreed. Elder Fire agreed. Elder Earth agreed. Elder Metal continued. If news of the spaceship leaks, other nations will surely send agents to seize it. Since he has an invulnerable body, we might as well grant him the authority over life and death to facilitate his actions. Elder Wood agreed. Elder Water agreed. Elder Fire agreed. Elder Earth agreed. Elder Metal complained. Why am I the only one speaking? Can't you offer some suggestions? Elder Wood, the capable do more. Elder Water, the capable do more. Elder Fire, the capable do more. Elder Earth, the capable do more. Elder Metal concluded, let it be so. Notify all departments to fully assist Yi Tian in his affairs without obstruction. Classify his files as top secret, accessible only at the national level. Any negative information about him online must be severely dealt with. In short, let everything go according to his wishes. Elder Wood agreed. Elder Water agreed. Elder Fire agreed. Elder Earth agreed. When the directive reached the provincial governor, he was dumbfounded. Could Yi Tian be the biological son of the 5 elders? How else could he possess such authority? The power over life and death. Did this mean he could bypass the law and decide who lived or died? And all departments must fully assist him without obstruction. No negative information about him was allowed online. Only praise. My God, why not just declare him the 6th elder of the 5 Elements Kingdom outright? Despite the shock, the orders had to be carried out. The directive continued to circulate, leaving the provincial governor, the mayor, and the police chief utterly astonished. They thought to themselves, with such a divine figure here, Jiangnan City is bound to rise right. Not to mention anything else with a powerhouse like Yi Tian, the living environment and security of the city must be good right. There must be various supporting facilities right. The country must allocate resources to support it right. Moreover, to ensure Yi Tian's safety, the police force must keep upright. The mayor waved his hand and said, Director Zhao, go recruit security personnel immediately, the more the better. We must surround Jiangnan City like an iron barrel to ensure the safety of those around Yi Tian. Yi Tian's convoy arrived at his villa, and the property management and security personnel who came to assist were stunned when they saw dozens of beautiful women getting out of the car, their eyes wide, and they began to complain inwardly. Wow, is President Yi planning a grand feast at the villa? So many beautiful women, including some from abroad. If I could spend a night with them, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. President Yi is truly a real man. Zhao Jia had been waiting outside the villa, and seeing Yi Tian get out of the car rushed over with excitement to ask if he needed any help. With 26 beautiful female bodyguards, she was dazzled. These women's looks were on par with her own, and her only advantage was that her chest was slightly larger than that of the foreign beauties. She glanced at Yi Tian's waist and thought to herself how good must President Ye's health be to call so many beautiful women to his home. Should she buy some health supplements to gift him? Would he compliment her? Yi Tian was unaware that Zhao Jia was concerned about his health. He introduced the situation to her. Xiao Zhao, these 26 beautiful women are my newly recruited bodyguards. They're here to check out my house first, and then you can take us to see the other 2 houses as I'm preparing accommodations for them. Okay, President Yi, please come in. Zhao Jia initially thought the bodyguards Yi Tian mentioned would be burly men, but to her surprise, they were all beautiful women. However, she had some doubts about whether these model-like beauties could really provide protection. The beautiful bodyguards were astonished by the villa that looked like a spaceship. President Yi, is this your home? It's so cool. Can this house take off? Is our place like this too? Yi Tian nodded and said, yes, I haven't been to where you live, but I heard it's similar. Zhao Jia quickly added, Miss, the other 2 houses are basically styled the same as President Yes, just with a smaller area. Alice was thrilled with this style and exclaimed, wow, this is so awesome. I've suddenly fallen in love with this place. I want to move the headquarters here. An employee nearby quickly reminded her, Alice, this area is a no-go zone not suitable for headquarters. Alice thought about it and agreed. Transporting her weapons and equipment in the 5 Elements Nation was indeed difficult as the checks were too strict and having permits was also troublesome. All right, then I will stay here for now and return to headquarters if needed. The people from the Yihua Palace were very fond of the environment here. Palace Master, this place is fantastic. It's great to live here. Hua Yao, you corrected them coldly. Now President Yi is our Palace Master. You can't call me that anymore. Just call me Deputy Palace Master. Yi Tian laughed and said, no, please don't call me Palace Master. It sounds like I'm the Emperor's daughter. Yao Yue, you can continue to be the master of Yihua Palace. They'll be fine behind the scenes. Just call me President Yi. Okay, President Yi. Hua Yao, you didn't argue. Whatever Yi Tian said was what it was, since she would follow his lead. The beautiful bodyguards were extremely satisfied after touring Yi Tian's house. If the other 2 villas were like this, they would have struck gold. Such a great villa could definitely serve as a temporary base. In the end, the 3 villas would form an iron triangle, making it impossible for anyone to intrude. Everyone cheerfully chattered as they followed Zhao Jia to visit the other 2 villas. At this moment, the Black Phoenix Lu Yao was preparing to go outside for some fresh air. She had changed into her sports gear and started jogging along the paths in the community. After jogging for a while, she saw a large group of women ahead, like a tourist group heading towards an empty villa. She thought to herself that villa has been unsold for a long time. These women might be here to view it for purchase. As she thought this, she continued to run closer. When she was about 30 to 40 meters away from the group, she noticed that there was a man among the women. And that man happened to see her as well and smiled at her. My God, that's my idol Yi Tian. Why is he smiling at me? Did he recognize me? Lu Yao's mind became fuzzy, questions popping up one after another, and as her foot stumbled, she let out a scream and fell towards the ground. Yi Tian didn't expect to see Lu Yao in such a situation. With his eyesight, he could clearly see her surprised face from 30 to 40 meters away. He smiled slightly at Lu Yao, but had no intention of approaching her just yet. However, as fate would have it, he didn't expect Lu Yao to suddenly fall while running. Yi Tian quickly calculated in his mind, if Lu Yao fell at this angle, if her teeth weren't strong enough, she could lose 2 front teeth. In that case, the Black Phoenix would become a Black Phoenix with a speech impediment. The women heard Lu Yao scream and turned to look at her. When they saw she was about to fall, everyone shouted. Then they realized that President Yi, who should have been at the center of their circle, appeared beside the falling woman like a gust of wind, extending his hands to catch her gently and help her up. Everyone silently marveled. President Yi is so fast. For Yi Tian, now a distance of 30 to 40 meters, didn't even take a second without using any internal power. Lu Yao watched as the ground got closer and closer, about to have an intimate encounter with the floor tiles. Suddenly, she felt a strong arm tighten around her, lifting her up and adjusting her position. Before her brain could catch up, she saw her idol smiling at her and saying, "Be careful." President Yi. Lu Yao saw Yi Tian's face so close her heart was racing to the point of almost jumping out of her mouth. Yi Tian found her reaction amusing and pretended not to recognize her, asking, "Do you know me?" Lu Yao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, hurriedly responding, I know. President Yi, I'm your fan. Thank you for saving me. I can't repay this life-saving grace. Please allow me to dedicate myself to you." Yi Tian laughed. Seeing beautiful women offer themselves to attractive, wealthy men was common. If it were a poor, short, and unattractive guy, it would just be a matter of working like a donkey in the next life. Haha, I already have a girlfriend. That's fine, I can. Lu Yao was not discouraged by the rejection and was about to say she could be a mistress when Yi Tian's phone rang. Yi Tian took out his phone and apologized to Lu Yao saying, "Sorry, I need to take this call." "Sure, President Yi, you take your time." Lu Yao obediently stepped aside but did not leave. Yi Tian glanced at the caller ID. It was by Jingjing. He wondered what urgent matter it was. "Hello Xiaobai, what's the matter?" "President Yi, we have received approval to purchase the 1,000-island lake." "That's good. Go ahead and buy it then." "But the other party said we can't just buy 500 islands. If we buy, we have to buy the whole thing. We need to buy the entire 1,000-island lake. Then buy it all. Find someone to do the construction and build a 10-meter-high wall around the entire lake. I don't want others to see us conducting research inside." "All right, but President Yi, the entire 1,000-island lake is 580 square kilometers. Do we need to enclose it all?" "Is 580 square kilometers a lot?" "Enclose it all." "Understood." Hua Yaoyu and Alice approached while Yi Tian was on the phone, standing in a defensive stance, slightly wary, blocking the space between Lu Yao and Yi Tian. They had rich experience with such scenarios of falling while running to entice men to help, clearly intending to get closer to men. Seeing Yi Tian hang up, Hua Yaoyu was the first to walk up to him, leaning in to quietly remind him, "President Yi, this woman is suspicious. I suggest we wait until we investigate before making contact." Yi Tian chuckled upon hearing this. His beautiful bodyguard was quite dedicated, immediately recognizing that Lu Yao was not an ordinary person. However, he already knew Lu Yao's background, so there was no need to overthink it. It could backfire if he was not careful. "No need to investigate. I can sense she means no harm." "Okay." Since it was President Yes' instruction, Hua Yaoyu naturally just needed to obey. Yi Tian walked up to Lu Yao to bid farewell. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." With so many people around and Lu Yao's identity being secretive, it was not a good time to say much. He decided to wait until they reached Qiandao Lake to have a detailed conversation, aiming to recruit her as his assistant. "All right, President Yi, you get busy." Lu Yao only remembered when Yi Tian returned to the group of women that she hadn't mentioned her intention to visit his home, regretting such a good opportunity for an encounter. Lu Yan saw Yi Tian saving Lu Yao and did not ask too many questions. That was perfectly normal. It would have been strange if Yi Tian had just stood by and done nothing. Their interaction was nothing suspicious, merely a chance encounter and a normal conversation. After touring the other two villas, Hua Yaoyu and Alice both expressed great satisfaction. Yi Tian had Zhao Jia take them to complete the community access procedures, and they began planning how to renovate. Yi Tian did not concern himself with these matters. He relaxed at home, enjoying tea and chatting with Lu Yan, Lin, Hua Yaoyu and Alice. Seeing Lin and making tea, Yi Tian suddenly thought of Yang Mi, as he had promised to invite her to work as a maid at his home. Now that she was available, it was perfect timing to call her over. He said to Lu Yan, "By the way, I want to invite the waitress Yang Mi from the hotel. She agreed to work as a maid at our home, and she can help Lin share the workload. You can arrange it as you see fit." Lu Yan nodded without objections. Yi Tian then said to Lin, "Please go bring Yang Mi back, and also cancel her hotel stay, giving them some compensation." "All right." As Lin was about to leave, 3 beautiful bodyguards immediately followed her. One was the driver, and the other 2 were for personal protection. Hua Yaoyu, Alice, settle your funds directly with Lu Yan. There's no need to go through Tian Zheng's account. "Okay, President Yi." Yi Tian felt that this was the life of the wealthy. Everything was taken care of by others, allowing him to avoid direct involvement. Once the female protection organization was established and had administrative staff, he would not even need to deal with transferring messages or funds. He could truly become a hands-off manager, sleeping peacefully at home with beautiful women. Yang Mi was at work, and she hadn't seen President Yi return to the hotel for lunch. She missed him and wondered if it was true that he wanted her to come work as a maid. She also wondered if President Yes' girlfriend would agree, especially since she had embarrassed herself in front of them, being the kind of woman who could easily develop a relationship with him. If President Yes' girlfriend wanted to keep an eye on him, she probably wouldn't agree to let her work as a maid, right? While lost in thought, the manager's voice suddenly came through her earpiece, calling her to the office, saying that President Yes' butler was looking for her. Yang Mi quickly wrapped up her work with her colleagues and skipped over to the manager's office, where she saw Lin and 2 beautiful women inside, with the manager warmly welcoming them. Upon seeing her enter, the manager greeted her with a beaming smile. "Xiao Yang, this is President Yes' butler, whom you've met before. Butler Lin has noted that your service has been excellent these past few days and wishes to invite you to work for them, so you don't need to work here anymore. You can go with Butler Lin now." Yang Mi was stunned, covering her mouth in excitement and asking, "Really? Can I?" The manager nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll have the finance department settle your pay, and it will be transferred to you by tomorrow." "Thank you, manager." Yang Mi quickly bowed and thanked Lin as well. "Thank you, Butler Lin." Butler Lin smiled and said, "No need to thank me. President Yi values you highly. From now on, you will be my assistant. I hope you work hard and do not disappoint him." "I will definitely work hard." Yang Mi said, her face flushed with excitement, almost raising her hand to swear to the heavens. Her dream had finally come true. She would be able to serve President Yi every day. Then let's go. We just moved into our new house, and we need you to help manage it. Okay. The manager escorted them to the hotel entrance, watching them get into the car before humming a tune back to the office. Today is a good day. Everything I wished for is coming true. The troublesome employee was asked to leave by the boss, and he received a personal compensation of 100,000, which was simply the best outcome possible. Later, he could easily fabricate a reason and say that Yang Mi had resigned on her own accord, with the hotel still paying her salary. He had not spent a dime and had played the good guy. Lu Yao returned home preparing the tools she needed, and through their chat application sent a message to Yi Tian. President Yi, see you at Qiandao Lake tomorrow morning. I will send you the exact island location then. Yi Tian, seeing the message from Lu Yao on his phone, said to Lu Yin and others, I won't be going to the company tomorrow morning. The hacker who helped me earlier has arranged to meet. Alice asked, President Yi, do you need us to protect you discreetly? Yi Tian shook his head. No need, as she cannot reveal her identity, so I plan to go alone and secretly meet her. Hua Yaoyu expressed her concern. But President Yi, your face is very recognizable. It's hard not to be noticed. This dilemma triggered the system, and a prompt echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Ding, the host has acquired the art of disguise. Just as Yi Tian intended to say, yes, that is indeed a problem, the system delivered the art of disguise to him. Disguise art allows one to alter their physical appearance, voice, and other characteristics through body organization adjustments. Yi Tian instantly understood how to use it. In the astonished gazes of the others, he transformed himself into a chubby boy with delicate features. Sister hug. The chubby boy let out a childish voice as he pounced into Lu Yan's embrace. Lu Yan curiously pinched Yi Tian's face and touched his body, discovering that he felt just like a real child. God, Yi Tian, how did you do that? Yi Tian grinned innocently and said, this is the art of disguise. It allows me to change my appearance so others won't recognize me. Alice, with a look of disbelief, excitedly asked, that's incredible, President Yi, can I learn it? You can't. This skill can only be used by me. No one else can learn it. Hua Yaoyu looked at the chubby boy and also reached out to touch his face, curiously asking, President Yi, you truly are extraordinary. You can perform such legendary skills. Can you transform into a woman? I don't know. Let me give it a try. Yi Tian glanced at Hua Yaoyu and began to slowly change his shape, growing taller and slimmer. Heavens! Amid the astonished exclamations, Yi Tian gradually transformed into Hua Yaoyu's appearance, his entire head except for his hair, looking exactly like a twin with no discernible differences. Lu Yin circled around Yi Tian and concluded, Yi Tian, your figure is still that of a man. Yi Tian looked at his perfect physique and said this. Let me think about how to change it. Yaoyu, let me take a look at yours. It's hard to change without a reference. Why did he choose to look at Hua Yaoyu? Because her admiration value was a perfect score of 100. Asking her would ensure he wouldn't be rejected. Why not ask Lu Yin? As the female host, she needed to be mindful of her image. It wouldn't be good for her subordinates to see her like this. Hua Yaoyu's cold expression instantly turned to one of shock. Her face flushed red. This request from Yi Tian was really too much, especially with Lu Yin and Alice present. If she were alone with Yi Tian, she wouldn't mind, but with so many people, she felt shy. However, despite her shyness, her perfect admiration value made her agree. All right then. Under the gaze of Yi Tian, Lu Yin and Alice, her entire being turned shy, her body even turning pink. Lu Yin no longer minded Yi Tian having several women. She had only stepped away for a moment, and he had already acquired over 100 female bodyguards. The key point was that these bodyguards were hired for her and Lin, so she had no one to blame. If it were just one or two more women, she might have felt a bit emotional, but over 100 women completely suppressed any feelings she had. Too many lice don't itch. After all, Yi Tian only had her as his wife. Yi Tian, not one to be overly sentimental, approach to measure with his hands, and the sensation was simply wonderful. Hua Yaoyu felt her face burning. The scene was truly too embarrassing. Yet her embarrassment was quickly overshadowed by shock, as in the eyes of the three women, Yi Tian was becoming more and more like a woman. His physique began to change, and he truly became identical to Hua Yaoyu. Yi Tian touched himself and found the sensation still lacking. His body felt more like it was made of muscle rather than fat. Yi Tian, let me touch too. Alice curiously grabbed and pinched, finding it quite elastic though not very soft. Lu Yin and Hua Yaoyu also came forward to touch, feeling it was still a bit less soft than their own. Especially Hua Yaoyu, looking at a face identical to her own performing such actions, felt surreal, as if in a dream. Yi Tian's hips began to grow larger, quickly matching Hua Yaoyu's size. Then he noticed all three women staring at the same spot. Yi Tian said gloomily, Hey, no one usually checks that, right? Whether I change or not isn't a big deal, is it? Alice asked seriously. Yi-Tian, what if you turn into a woman and go swimming at the beach? Wouldn't that be immediately noticed? You make a good point. I have no words to retort. Let me give it a try then. Yi-Tian glanced at Hua Yaoyu again as she had already put on her clothes, and just being looked at by Yi-Tian made her blush again. Yi-Tian, do you need to look at me to change? Forget it, I won't look. Seeing you blush, I'm afraid you might have a brain hemorrhage later. Hua Yaoyu was so embarrassed by this comment that she couldn't speak. If Yi-Tian truly wanted to look, she would risk a brain hemorrhage to comply. Now that Yi-Tian wasn't forcing her, she felt grateful, thinking how considerate he was. Yi-Tian pondered and began to change, and surprisingly, he succeeded, becoming unrecognizable. He nodded in satisfaction. He looked quite good now. Lu Yin and the others were completely shocked. Yi-Tian had truly transformed into a woman. Wow, Yi-Tian, Yizong, are you now a man or a woman? Yi-Tian controlled his vocal cords and spoke in Hua Yaoyu's voice. On the outside, I'm a woman, but on the inside, I'm still a man. Lu Yin and the others were stunned, exclaiming, awesome, impressive, magical. Alice wanted Yi-Tian to transform into her appearance as well, but Yi-Tian refused, thinking she was really acting like Lu Xiaohui. When Yi-Tian changed back to his original form and had just put on his clothes, Lin Yi happened to return with Yangmi. As soon as Yangmi saw Yi-Tian, she hurriedly stepped forward to express her gratitude, saying, Yizong, thank you. I will work hard in the future. Yi-Tian nodded. Yangmi was quite interesting and he liked her, so he naturally wanted to treat her better. It's great that you can come. As for your treatment, let's double your salary compared to the hotel and you'll eat and live with us. What do you think? Hearing Yi-Tian's words, Yangmi was instantly dumbfounded. She had only switched jobs and her salary doubled. She quickly shook her head in refusal, saying, Yizong, that's too much. The same as the hotel is fine. Yi-Tian generously said, let's settle on this for now. What I need is people, not money. If you work hard, you'll have an endless supply of money in the future. Yangmi was so excited her face turned red, repeatedly nodding. Thank you, Yizong. I will work hard. Then you can choose a room on the second floor. If you can cook, make something tomorrow. If not, well, have the hotel send it. Thank you, Yizong. Ooh, I can cook. Good, then tomorrow I will taste your cooking. Lin Yi, transfer 1 million to her as daily expenses and for groceries, and let her decide what to buy. Okay, 1 million. My goodness, Yangmi had never seen so much money in her life. Did Yizong just give her this casually? What if she ran away? She felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest and cautiously asked, Yizong, isn't that too much money? Aren't you afraid I might run away? Ha, not at all. I trust you. Yi-Tian glanced at Yangmi's admiration value, a perfect pink heart at 100 points. What was there to worry about? She was a good girl willing to give her life for him. Yangmi was so moved by Yi-Tian's words that she cried, realizing her idol trusted her so much as she hadn't loved the wrong person. Yizong, I am yours in life and in death, willing to serve you for a lifetime. Yi-Tian quickly handed her a tissue to wipe her tears and comforted her, saying, don't say such silly things. Although you are here to be a servant, it's just a job, not slavery. We should get along as friends, or we're all family. Lu Yin and Lin Yi also comforted Yangmi from the side. They quite liked this girl, and since they were all of similar age and would live together, it really felt like family. After all, both Lu Yin and Lin Yi felt that Yangmi would eventually be devoured by Yi-Tian, but Yi-Tian saw that it was getting late. With so many people, it was too late to prepare food. He waved his hand and said, we haven't prepared anything at home today. You can cook tomorrow. Yaoyu and Alice, call your people. Let's go eat at the hotel together. Lin Yi booked the best and biggest private rooms at Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Okay. That night, Yi-Tian's family of 4 along with 26 beautiful female bodyguards arrived at Jiangnan Grand Hotel in grand style. This lineup, reminiscent of a Miss World pageant, attracted the attention of everyone present, and a large group of men began whispering to each other. My goodness, so many beauties. Which emperor is disguised as a commoner? And half of them are foreign beauties. Is there a pageant competition recently? It seems not, but with that man in front, it's not surprising to have so many beauties around. Who? Don't you know? It's Yi-Tian, the national husband, who brings dozens of girlfriends everywhere he goes. It's completely normal for him. I can't talk anymore. I need to go pull my wife away. Otherwise, she will be looking at Yi-Tian's photos and calling his name tonight while with me. Oh no, it seems my wife is also in the hotel. I can't say more. The hotel manager learned that Yi-Tian had booked the 3 largest and best private rooms and had been waiting in the lobby for quite some time. As soon as he saw Yi-Tian and his large entourage entering, he hurriedly ran to greet them. Mr. Yi, your presence is an honor. Please forgive my inadequate welcome. Yi-Tian replied politely. There's no need for formality. Are the private rooms ready? They are ready. The 3 largest and best private rooms in our hotel. Please follow me. Thank you for your trouble. Amidst the attention of others, the large group followed the hotel manager towards the private rooms. Upon entering the private room, Yi-Tian realized that Lin Yi had booked an enormous room that could seat 28 people. Besides the dining table, there were also sofas, tea tables, and a television allowing for both dining and relaxation. Lin E, lacking experience, assumed that the rooms were the kind that could seat 12 people and didn't inquire about the capacity when booking. Since the booking was already made, Yi Tian saw no need to change it. The minor mistake wasn't significant, otherwise it would reflect poorly on Lin Yi's organizational skills, which would leave her feeling upset. In any case, it was easy to arrange the attendees. The 4 from his family along with Hua Yao Yu and Alice would share one room, while the members from the Flower Moving Palace would take another, and the Umbrella Organization would have a separate room. Once everyone settled into their seats, Lin Yi took the menu from a nearby server and handed it to Yi Tian. "Mr. Yi, please order the dishes." Yi Tian took a look at the large menu and felt overwhelmed, passing it back to Lin Yi. "There's no need to order specific dishes, just bring out the house specialties first. As for the rest, everyone can order whatever they like, but the only request is not to drink alcohol." Hua Yao Yu and Alice both nodded in agreement. "Okay, we don't drink when we're out." The manager, filled with excitement, went to arrange everything. He knew Yi Tian was wealthy, constantly sending money online, so he didn't have to worry about the bill. He could just keep bringing out the good stuff. He promptly set to work preparing the dishes to the standards of a national banquet, bringing out the most expensive items until Yi Tian and his party signaled to stop. Dishes flowed into the private room like a stream, with servers diligently attending to Yi Tian and the other. Thinking about how the revenue from tonight's 3 tables could cover a week's worth of business for the hotel, the manager felt delighted. If his brother-in-law knew, he would surely be very pleased. The brother-in-law the manager mentioned was the owner of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, known for favoritism. His articulate brother-in-law was brought in as the manager, giving him considerable authority. The manager smiled as he patrolled the lobby, exuding an air reminiscent of a king surveying his territory. Suddenly, another group entered the hotel. The manager quickly approached the front, realizing it was Zhou Tai, the youngest son of the chairman of the Zhou Group. Zhou Buotong, the chairman of the Zhou Group, had 2 sons, and Zhou Tai, the younger son, was a spoiled rich kid who grew up with a silver spoon, similar in character. Zhou Buotong, the chairman of the Zhou Group, had 2 sons, and Zhou Tai, the younger son, was a spoiled rich kid who grew up with a silver spoon, similar in character to the now-deceased Chong Wei. However, due to his father and brother overseeing him, he wasn't as stubborn and occasionally showed some common sense. "Young Master Zhou, your visit is a rare honor. Please forgive my inadequate welcome." Zhou Tai didn't speak to the manager directly. An assistant beside him immediately instructed the manager. "Young Master, Zhou has many guests today. We need the best private room." "Certainly, please follow me." The manager quickly glanced at the number of guests, 12 in total, and led them to the larger room that could accommodate 20. Upon entering, Zhou Tai's expression shifted as he scolded the manager. "Are you looking down on me? Where is your Imperial Pavilion?" "I wouldn't dare, young Master Zhou, please calm down. It's just that the Imperial Pavilion already has guests inside." The manager quickly apologized. He understood Zhou Tai's temperament somewhat. It was normal for him to be angry, but with Yi Tian having booked the 3 largest and best private rooms, he felt helpless. Seeing the manager like this made Zhou Tai even angrier. As a top-tier young master in Jiangnan City, he couldn't accept being assigned a room that wasn't the best. How could he maintain his reputation? "Damn it, get them out immediately. I'll cover their bill. Ooh, I want the Imperial Pavilion." The manager couldn't refuse or agree outright. He couldn't afford to offend Zhou Tai, yet he also didn't want to provoke Yi Tian, who was known for being reckless with money. Only someone with a screw loose would dare to offend him. "Well, young Master Zhou, that might not be appropriate. Guests are guests. Screw that. Am I unable to pay? I wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that young Master Zhou is generous? It's just that I can't afford to offend that." Realizing he couldn't reason with Zhou Tai, the manager reluctantly began to explain his difficult position, hoping Zhou Tai would be more understanding. Zhou Tai saw that the manager didn't seem to be lying and cautiously asked, "Wait, is it someone from the government?" "Not at all." "Then what's there to be afraid of? Is there anyone the Zhou Group can't handle?" Upon hearing it wasn't anyone from the government, Zhou Tai's temper flared. Who in the business world wouldn't give him face? They still had to respect his father Zhou Batong. Who would he be afraid of? But the next words from the manager left him stunned. "The person in the Imperial Pavilion is Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Company." Yi Tian. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Tai recalled the warning his father had given him before he left. "There's a big shot in the city, now the chairman of Tianjin Company, Yi Tian. Don't cross him at all." "Why? Is there anyone in the city we should be afraid of? Being so arrogant will only lead to disaster." The Chang Group faced severe consequences for crossing him. Chairman Chang Yuchen and his wife have been arrested, and their son was killed by Yi Tian on the spot. Yi Tian wasn't affected at all. Do you think you can afford to provoke him? He's that powerful. What do you think? I received internal news that Yi Tian has the backing of the 5 elders. The 5 elders? No way, he can't be a bastard child of the 5 elders, right? Don't talk nonsense. There are ears everywhere. Just remember, keep your distance from Yi Tian. I don't want to wake up one day to find you dead in prison. Understood, understood. I know who I can and cannot provoke. Zhou Tai regained his composure and realized he was cold, having broken out in a cold sweat. He then spoke to the manager as if he had transformed into a different person. What was I saying? This private room is quite good. Let's eat here. Moi. The manager noticed Zhou Tai's attitude changed immediately after he mentioned Yi Tian's name. It seemed like he was a bit afraid of Yi Tian. He had originally thought Zhou Tai would simply laugh it off as if they were friends. He didn't expect Zhou Tai to completely skip over the matter. How could the Zhou group, which dominated Jiangnan City, be so afraid of Yi Tian? It indicated just how powerful Yi Tian must be. Zhou Tai's assistant had never seen him so timid before, not even with friends from out of town. One curious friend asked, "Young Master Zhou, who is this Yi Tian you just mentioned?" "Everyone go out. If I didn't call you, don't come in." Zhou Tai shooed the servers outside and quietly told his friends, "Sure, that person is someone who holds immense power. We can't afford to offend him. I'm warning you, if you see him, keep your distance, or you won't even know how you died." His friends were skeptical. They knew the Zhou group's strength, which was comparable to their own family's influence. Not to mention ruling in the city, they had a place in the province as well. "Is he really more powerful than your Zhou group?" Zhou Tai cautiously raised a finger pointing upward. "There's no comparison at all. Only 5 people in the country are stronger than him. Guess who they are, but don't speak their names out loud." Hiss. A collective gasp of disbelief erupted, and the air conditioning in the room felt like it had lost half its chill. No one dared to discuss the matter further. Everyone was smart enough to know who those 5 individuals were. Yi Tian was completely unaware that he had gained a notorious reputation. The more power and influence one had, the more they feared him, leading to many troubles resolving themselves before they even began. The meal was a delightful feast, with everyone leaving the hotel supporting each other, their bellies full like expectant. Zhou Tai remained inside the private room, calling the waiter to step outside first to check if Yi Tian and the other. The next morning, Yang Mi woke up early to prepare breakfast. Before leaving the hotel last night, she had requested from the manager some high-quality ingredients that weren't available in the supermarket. Without hesitation, the manager agreed, asking Yang Mi to choose what she wanted, promising to have them delivered directly to the door. This gesture won him Yi Tian's favor, leading to future gatherings being generally scheduled here. After Yi Tian left, the manager hurriedly called his brother-in-law to share the good news, receiving generous praise in return, which made him feel quite pleased. When Yi Tian and the others got up, they found a substantial breakfast laid out on the table: buns, fried dough stick sandwiches, soy milk juice, and congee with side dishes, all prepared by Yang Mi alone. Lu Yin and Yi Tian clapped their hands in praise, exclaiming, "Wow, Xiaoyang, you're amazing. You managed to make so much food. We only know how to make instant noodles and order takeout." Yang Mi, feeling shy, lowered her head and humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Please try it, Mr. Yi, and see if it suits your taste." The 3 of them tasted everything and found it quite delicious. Yi Tian, delighted, gave a thumbs up and praised it's very tasty. "Xiaoyang, your cooking skills are truly impressive. It seems I've struck gold here." Seeing that Yi Tian enjoyed her cooking, Yang Mi beamed with a sunny smile. "I'm glad you like it, Mr. Yi." Noticing Yang Mi still standing awkwardly to the side, Yi Tian beckoned, Come sit down and eat with us." "No need, Mr. Yi, you all go ahead and eat." Yang Mi remembered she was there as a servant, and servants don't usually eat at the same table as their masters. Yi Tian didn't follow that rule. After all, he had only been wealthy for a few days and had none of the airs of a young master. It felt strange to him having Yang Mi standing off to the side. "We're all family. There's no need for such formalities. Sit down and eat together, or I'll be unhappy." "All right, thank you, Mr. Yi." Seeing Yi Tian feigning anger, Yang Mi obediently sat down to eat with everyone. Lu Yin and Lin each chatted with Yang Mi, easing her tension and filling her with a warm sense of family. Yang Mi thought to herself that coming here was indeed the right choice. Suddenly, Yi Tian remembered that today was the 3rd day and Lin Yi would soon have her episode, so he needed to hurry back to treat her. He spoke to Lin, "You'll have your episode today at noon. Don't wander around. If you feel cold, go inside and rest. I will return before noon to treat you." Lin Yi turned red upon hearing this and softly replied, "Okay." Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she mischievously asked, "What time does it start?" "I want to come back and see how you treat her." Yi Tian shot her a glance. "What's so interesting about that? It would be embarrassing for you to just watch." Lu Yan chuckled, "All right, I won't be a spectator then." Lin Yi blushed at her laughter, too shy to speak. Yang Mi listened in confusion, not understanding the meaning. Early in the morning, Lu Yao set out with various equipment, driving through winding roads for several circles until she reached the vicinity of Qiandao Lake. She rented a speedboat and headed towards a nameless island deep in the lake. After ensuring there were no people in the surrounding hundreds of meters, she parked the speedboat in a concealed spot, donned her diving gear, and jumped into the lake with her backpack, swimming further away like a mermaid. After breakfast, Yi Tian waited for news from Lu Yao, receiving a message from her just before 9 a.m. "Mr. Yi, I've arrived. Please follow this map to find me, but don't let anyone see you. I've fixed the location on your phone to your company to prevent it from being tracked. An electronic map popped up in the chat application showing 2 red dots, one on Qiandao Lake, representing Lu Yao, and one at Yi Tian's home, representing him. Okay, I'm heading out now. Please wait a moment. Yi Tian quickly replied and began preparing to leave. He changed into sandals, packed a set of clothes into a bag, and put his phone in a waterproof bag. Lu Yan had been waiting to go out with him to provide cover. Yi Tian got into the car with Lu Yan carrying the clothes he would change into after disguising himself, accompanied by 3 bodyguards, one of whom was the driver. When they reached an area without surveillance halfway under the curious eyes of the bodyguards, Yi Tian got out of the car and dove into the nearby woods. The bodyguards adhered to their rules, ignoring the scene as if they hadn't seen anything. Once inside the woods, Yi Tian immediately used his disguise technique to transform into an extremely ordinary-looking person, someone others would forget after a glance. He changed his clothes and used his inner strength to pulverize the old ones, letting them drift away with the wind. Then, with incredible speed, he leaped and darted through the trees like a parkour expert, running swiftly across the rooftops of a secluded residential area. He was only focused on avoiding being seen, not considering that there were surveillance cameras, satellites, and radars that could detect him. Fortunately, the system secretly helped him block those detections. Lu Yao on the nameless island stared at the map on her phone in disbelief. What was going on with Mr. Yi? Had he circled the entire city? How could he be moving so fast? Was my network lagging? How did he suddenly cross a mountain? Is Mr. Yi the Flash? Lu Yao didn't realize she was constantly monitoring his location, and Yi Tian's super speed had already astonished her. He ran to a secluded spot near Qiandao Lake where there were no people or houses, and naturally there were no speedboats for rent. Looking at the vast lake, Yi Tian thought, if only I could. The system immediately chimed in his mind. Ding. Host has acquired water walking. Water walking allows free movement on the water surface. Yi Tian's mouth twitched, and he thanked the system. Thank you, system. You even answer before I finish talking. No need to be polite, it's my duty. Yi Tian took a step forward, charging towards the lake's surface, and indeed it felt like walking on solid ground. At this time no one was nearby, and Yi Tian sprinted swiftly towards Lu Yao, leaving a trail of water behind. Lu Yao sat on the nameless island staring at her phone, watching the marker representing Yi Tian swiftly moving towards her location. Is Mr. Yi using a speedboat? How is he going so fast? But why don't I hear any sound? She found it a bit puzzling. She wore a mask that only exposed her nostrils and mouth, preparing to kiss Mr. Yi soon. She certainly couldn't use a fully enclosed mask that would give her away as soon as she took it off. As the marker drew closer, she saw a figure running directly towards her on the water's surface, reaching her side in an instant. It was the Yi Tian she had longed for. Yi Tian deactivated his disguise a few seconds early, returning to his original appearance. Lu Yao, astonished, asked, Mr. Yi, you can actually run on water? Yi Tian replied in a normal tone, what's so strange about that? It's water walking, isn't it normal? From seeing Yi Tian looking at her as if she were a child, Lu Yao felt quite foolish. All right, Mr. Yi is a martial arts master, he can run in the sky, so running on water must be a piece of cake for him. I was really overreacting. Yi Tian noticed that Lu Yao was only wearing a swimsuit, her good figure fully revealed, but her face was covered with a mask. You have a great figure, are you wearing the mask to avoid being recognized? But he already knew who she was. He stepped closer to Lu Yao, and she instinctively took a step back. Yi Tian reached out, pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear, come on, I'll fulfill your request. Ooh, I've hugged you now, let's kiss plenty. Really? Lu Yao felt her entire body flush with heat, feeling shy. How could Mr. Yi be so direct? She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Seeing her shy demeanor, Yi Tian chuckled and urged, of course. There's no one around. Hurry up, oh, otherwise if someone passes by and sees, it'll be troublesome. Okay. Lu Yao felt her heart racing, her face flushed and hot. She kept saying okay, but her body felt stiff and unmovable. Yi Tian waited a few seconds, noticing Lu Yao didn't move, so he simply leaned in and kissed her lips a couple of times. All right, I fulfilled my promise. Have you thought of your other request? Is that it? I wasn't prepared at all. Lu Yao felt like she had missed a rare opportunity, completely stunned. She felt like Zhu Beiji tasting a ginseng fruit, not even savoring the flavor, and found herself crying over her own foolishness. Lu Yao suddenly remembered that she still had a request to make, and this time she must earnestly and attentively. She shyly and eagerly asked, Yi, Mr. Yi, can I kiss you? Yi Tian smiled at her bashful expression and replied, is this your request? Lu Yao was too shy to speak, merely nodding gently. Shall I do it, or will you? Hearing Yi Tian's question, Lu Yao flustered replied, I don't know how you do it, Mr. Yi. Lu Yao lived in her own online world all day without a boyfriend. Although she had seen these things online, when it came to reality, she was just a novice. Then I will be rude. Yi Tian slowly lowered his head and Lu Yao shyly closed her eyes, tilting her head and pouting her lips. She felt her heartbeat growing louder and louder, as if her ears were about to burst. When their lips finally touched, Lu Yao felt her mind explode. Yi Tian gently kissed Lu Yao, realizing that she truly knew nothing. Fortunately, Yi Tian was experienced and patiently taught her, continuing for a minute or two before separating. Lu Yao felt like she couldn't breathe. One kiss nearly suffocated her. Seeing Lu Yao gasping for fresh air, Yi Tian was surprised to find that her admiration value had increased from 95 to 96. Can this also increase admiration value? Lu Yao had just dizzily opened her eyes when she found Yi Tian kissing her again. Her mind was in a haze as she stared wide-eyed at Yi Tian with only one thought in her head: "Oh my mister, Yi kissed me again." Yi Tian continued to repeat it, directly raising Lu Yao's admiration value to 100. Lu Yao felt as if she was melting in Yi Tian's embrace, unable to stand. Listening to her heart pounding like a drum, she hurriedly squeezed out of Yi Tian's embrace. "Yi mister, Yi I need to go back." Lu Yao felt she had lost all faith to stay here. Pushing Yi Tian away, she prepared to jump into the water, but after just 2 steps her legs went weak, nearly falling. Yi Tian hurriedly stepped forward to catch her. "Hey, in this state you'll drown if you jump in. Why don't you sit down and rest? I just happen to have something to ask you." Lu Yao also felt she wasn't in good condition, as she had forgotten to wear her diving suit earlier, and jumping in might require Mr. Yi to save her. It was really too embarrassing. She suddenly thought that Yi Tian was still under the thumb of his girlfriend, and she wondered if dating him like this would cause him to kneel on durians when he got back. "Mr. Yi, will this get you scolded by your girlfriend?" Yi Tian laughed heartily, saying, "No, I'm just fulfilling my promise. A kiss and a hug won't bother her. Besides, I haven't even touched you more than that." Lu Yao boldly said with a flushed face, "Oh, if Mr. Yi wants to, that's fine with me. I promise not to." Yi Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, I can't deceive myself. We have plenty of time to get to know each other in the future." "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Plenty of time to get to know each other? What does that mean?" Lu Yao was a bit confused. Could it be that Mr. Yi was planning to date her? That would be wonderful. She suddenly became excited only to hear Yi Tian say, "What I mean is I want to invite you to be my assistant." "What? I said I want to invite you to be my assistant. Your hacking skills are so high, you can be my eyes and ears helping me gather information. After all, every superhero has an assistant behind them. I'm willing, I'm willing." Lu Yao was so happy, she almost flew up from the ground. Although it wasn't a relationship as long as she became Mr. Yes assistant, they could see each other often. Moreover, being a superhero's assistant meant having a relationship closer than family. After all, there were many secrets that even family wouldn't be told, known only by the assistant. Originally, she had just felt regret for wasting her chance to ask to be Yi Tian's assistant, only asking for a kiss. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian had proposed it himself. It was truly a case of lost and found, and she couldn't be happier. Yi Tian also guessed that she would agree. After all, a 100-point admiration value is not to be taken lightly. It could even be given up for life. "What about the remuneration, you say?" Hearing Yi Tian mention money, Lu Yao panicked, feeling insulted. How could an assistant ask for money? "Mr. Yi, I don't want money. I have my own. I just want to help you. To make the horse run, you must let the horse eat more grass. Using emotions to manipulate others is the act of scum, and Yi Tian wouldn't do that. That won't do. Brothers must be clear about accounts. How can I let you work without paying you? They'll give you 10 billion first, and if you run out, you can come to me for more." Hearing the mention of brothers, Lu Yao smiled again. Mr. Yi was treating her like family. That didn't count as an insult. After some back and forth, Lu Yao finally agreed to accept the 10 billion, and Yi Tian directly transferred it to her account. Yi Tian's trust made Lu Yao so touched that she wished she could give her heart to Yi Tian. They chatted for a few more minutes, and Lu Yao had to leave. She couldn't stay with Yi Tian too long, or they would be discovered. "All right, I'll take you back now. Don't swim anymore, it'll carry you across the water." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Just take me to my speedboat." Yi Tian picked up Lu Yao and, following her directions, swiftly ran across the lake's surface. He wasn't ready to let Lu Yao know about the spaceship yet, planning to investigate it himself first, and then let Lu Yao operate the spaceship once it was repaired. After changing her clothes on the speedboat, Lu Yao noticed Yi Tian standing by the side, not getting on the boat. She curiously asked, "Mr. Yi, aren't you coming back with me?" "No, I just bought the entire Qiandao Lake and plan to explore it myself. You go back first." Buying the whole Qiandao Lake? "Oh my Mr. Yi is truly big spender." Lu Yao couldn't comprehend the world of the wealthy. "All right, Mr. Yi, be careful." Although it was a pity that Mr. Yi didn't return with her, thinking that they could meet often in the future made Lu Yao happy again. Yi Tian only started to run across the lake after ensuring Lu Yao's speedboat had gone far, as the location of the spaceship marked on the map was not here. Upon reaching the entrance position, Yi Tian took a deep breath and dove into the lake, starting to swim. He had learned to swim and was quite skilled. With his powerful physique, holding his breath for 20 minutes was not a problem. Yi Tian dove in a somewhat secluded area, and with his eyesight, he could see an ancient underwater city. He had seen related materials. There were 2 underwater ancient cities beneath Qiandao Lake, and the spaceship was located beneath the 2 ancient cities. The entrance to the spaceship was a very conspicuous ancient well in the ancient city. Following the directional marker displayed before him, Yi Tian entered a dilapidated temple that worshipped unknown deities. The dim underwater environment did not affect Yi Tian at all. His powerful eyesight allowed him to move. In the temple, there were only 2 nameless deities, one male and one female whose features were not clearly sculpted. They appeared to be mid-aged, and the satin draped over them had already faded underwater. In such an environment, rather than feeling scared upon seeing the 2 deities, Yi Tian felt a bit of sadness. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to visit the cemetery to pay respects to his parents. Now that he had money and a girlfriend, it should be the most desirable thing for his parents to see. Yet he hadn't told his parents right away, which was truly unfilial. He thought he would take Lu Yin with him to pay respects together. Just one would suffice. Taking more would risk his parents scolding him for being fickle in love. Entering the back courtyard of the small temple, there was indeed an ancient well approximately 3 meters in diameter. He had never seen such a large well. However, being wide had its advantages. He swam in without feeling much pressure, but this well was simply too deep. He felt like he had been swimming for several minutes without seeing the bottom. Ding host has acquired the turtle breath technique. The system answered preemptively again, as if it knew Yi Tian better than he knew himself. Turtle breath technique, take a deep breath to sustain respiratory needs for 24 hours. The system is truly reliable. This is exactly what I need. Thank you for the compliment. After learning the details of the turtle breath technique, Yi Tian began to take a deep breath. His nostrils seemed to activate an exhaust fan, drawing endless streams of air into his lungs for storage. His entire lung functioned like an air compressor, directly compressing the air into a liquid state. If he went to the hospital for an X-ray at this moment, the doctor would surely diagnose him with pulmonary edema. Yi Tian cared little about the underlying principles. What mattered was that he no longer needed to inhale. The liquefied air stored in his lungs would automatically convert into gaseous form to sustain his bodous metabolism. Yi Tian continued descending with practiced ease, this time without much urgency. After all, 24 hours was ample time to explore the spacecraft. He did not intend to explore everything in one go. A general understanding would suffice, after which he could summon the company's professionals. Specialized tasks were best left to experts. It was difficult to estimate distance underwater, but Yi Tian felt the well he was diving into was at least 100 meters deep. The deeper he went, the darker it became, until he had to pull out his phone encased in a waterproof bag and activate the flashlight function. When he finally reached the bottom, he saw a massive metal gate, shaped like a taiji diagram, at the base of the well. He pressed the black and white spots, then the 2 yin-yang fish, but nothing happened. System, how do I open this? Smash it. Yi Tian was speechless. His system certainly had characters so violent. But why? The system provided a reasonable explanation. The spacecraft and its surrounding facilities have depleted all energy. Since no equipment is functional, smashing it open is the only option. All right. With one punch, Yi Tian sent the entire metal gate flying. The water in the well gushed downward, draining through the grid floor below, and Yi Tian splashed down onto the grid. He scrambled to his feet and looked around, noticing a passage in another corner that led further. Entering the passage, he twisted and turned for a long time before finding an exit which opened into a cavern-like space. The space was terrifyingly vast. In the center lay the wreckage of a massive spacecraft with a familiar design, surrounded by a chaotic array of houses and equipment. Some were made of wood, others of metal. Yi Tian even spotted buildings and flags bearing the emblem of the Five Elements Nation. Has the country already discovered this? Have all the good stuff already been taken? Yi Tian suddenly recalled that Qiandao Lake was not originally a lake, but 2 ancient cities surrounded by mountains. Later, for reasons unknown, the country decided to build a reservoir. Once the dam was constructed, the cities were submerged, and the mountain peaks that remained above water became islands. Could it be that they deemed the spacecraft worthless, and to prevent other nations from discovering it, simply chose to drown it in water? Lost in thought, Yi Tian approached the spacecraft and saw that it had split into 2 separate yin-yang fish. He crawled into the black part through a crack, finding it empty and hollow. He then crawled into the white part, which was also completely vacant. System, where are the devices you mentioned? Why is there nothing here? Host, all equipment is hidden within the hull. It must be repaired and activated with energy before it can materialize. Damn, how am I supposed to repair this? Should I hire some Taoist priests? And does this even look like an alien spacecraft? Isn't the Taiji a symbol of our own country? The system ignored him, apparently unwilling to answer such questions, but it provided a new notification. Ding, the materials required to repair the spacecraft will descend from the heavens to Qiandao Lake in 30 days. Please be ready to receive them, host. Yi Tian was stunned. Descend from the heavens. Will Superwings jet deliver them? No. To maintain the plausibility of the host's world, the materials will arrive in the form of a meteorite. Oh my god. I'm supposed to catch a meteorite. Can I even withstand that? Yi Tian was utterly bewildered. He didn't understand what world plausibility meant, but the system was treating him like a superhero, asking him to catch a meteorite. The system remained unflappable, offering reassurance. Host, stay calm and let nature take its course. All right. I was indeed a bit impatient. You can't get fat by taking one bite. He'll take it slow. Yi Tian calmed himself down. He broke off 2 pieces of metal from the spacecraft and put them in his pocket, planning to take them back for the research department to study. He then looked around the scattered houses, hoping to find something valuable. However, the equipment appeared to be decades old, nothing but antiques with no real worth. He returned to the entrance only to find it difficult to swim upward. The water was cascading down with tremendous suction force, forcing him to climb by gripping the passage walls. With his strength, climbing was possible, but it seemed rather foolish. Perhaps the system shared this sentiment as it issued a prompt. Ding, an exit has been indicated for the host. Yi Tian's mouth twitched as an arrow appeared before his eyes. Sure enough, the other ancient city was the exit. The entrance and exit formed a perfect Taiji diagram, a flawless cycle. He ran an unknown distance until he finally spotted the passage. The water flow was reversed, gushing from one side and flowing out through the passage. He dived into the passage and was shot out like a cannonball by the current. When he emerged from a similarly sized, he found himself in the other ancient city. Yi Tian leisurely left the underwater ancient city and began swimming toward the lake's surface. Interesting. It seems the country didn't take all the good stuff. They simply couldn't repair it or retrieve anything. Now I'll just wait for my meteorite delivery to arrive before starting repairs. First I'll head back to the company and assign tasks. Now I'll just wait for my meteorite delivery to arrive before starting repairs. First I'll head back to the company and assign tasks. Having been busy all morning, he didn't feel like wandering around. He found a bench on the lakeside path, sat down, and admired the beautiful scenery before him. Before he could even settle in, his phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Bai Jingjing calling. Hey Xiaobai, what's up? President Yi, our company's direct regulatory authority, just sent a classified document requiring immediate notification to you. What's so urgent that it's classified? It says there's an alien spacecraft at the bottom of Qiandao Lake, and you, President Yi, are to lead Tianjin Company in full responsibility for its research. The results do not need to be reported. Really? Doesn't that mean it's basically given to me? Really? He'll be right back. Yi Tian hung up, utterly perplexed. Why was the country being so generous this time? Giving away an alien spacecraft like this? Could it be that the spacecraft had some connection to him? Or did they know he had a system that could repair it? System, what do you think? Xiaobai immediately notified General Manager Chun and Minister Liu to come to the meeting and let them drop everything they are doing right now. Yi Tian returned to the company and asked Bai Jingjing to urgently gather Chun, Hao, and Lu Dashu for a brief meeting. Bai Jingjing thought to herself that this urgent matter must be related to the alien spaceship and immediately made the call. General Manager Chun was in his office reviewing documents, and upon receiving the call, he hurried to Yi Tian's office. Lu Dashu was watching a test beside a researcher. After receiving the call, he arranged his subsequent tasks and hurriedly jumped his way to see Yi Tian. He had never received such an urgent notice before and was anxious about what major event had occurred. Lu Yin was also in the office. She leaned over to Yi Tian and whispered, "Have you seen it?" Yi Tian nodded and smiled. "Yes, I will tell you more about it at home." Lu Yin understood the need for confidentiality regarding the hacker issue and did not ask further, instead sitting beside Yi Tian to observe the black and white metals on the table. The metal was peculiar, although it had been broken off. The edges were smooth and not sharp at all, appearing as round and polished as jade. Each piece of metal was about the size of half a palm. Lu Yin picked one up, curiously playing with it and asking, "What kind of jade is this?" "There's even a pure black one," Yi Tian replied uncertainly. "This should be metal. They'll have Minister Liu take a look at it for further study later." During their conversation, Chun Hao had already arrived, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked, "Yi General, what can I do for you?" Yi Tian pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Old Chun, sit down and take a break while we wait for Minister Liu to arrive so we can discuss together." "All right." In less than 2 minutes, Lu Dashu also arrived, surprisingly quick despite his short legs. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Yi Tian gesturing for him to sit down first. Bai Jingjing, understanding the situation, locked the door to prevent anyone from barging in, which pleased Yi Tian. Having such a considerate secretary meant less wasted breath. Yi Tian glanced at the favorability ratings of Chun Hao and Lu Dashu. Both had green indicators indicating a friendliness level of 95, making them very trustworthy. The reason for calling you two here urgently is that I have several tasks to assign. These tasks are very urgent. You both need to stop what you're doing and prioritize this first. Chun Hao nodded in unconditional obedience. Understood, Yi General. Oh, please go ahead with the arrangements. Lu Dashu asked after some consideration. Yi General, does this mean the research on the Iron Man suit will also be postponed? Their research work couldn't just be paused. Sometimes an experimental cycle was lengthy, requiring continuous observation. Halting would result in wasted efforts. Yes, completing this will make it easier to research the suit later. Yi Tian didn't understand these things. He just wanted to resolve the alien spaceship issue first. With the functionality of transforming objects via the spaceship, the Iron Man suit could potentially directly enter the nanosuit phase. Even if a complete Iron Man suit couldn't be produced, if the metal could transform into equipment, creating a set of armor would be fine. He happened to know a police officer named Xing Tian and could give him a set to become the hero of Xing Tian. Lu Dashu understood Yi Tian's implication. With the new tasks completed, researching the Iron Man suit would indeed become easier. He nodded in agreement. All right, Yi General, I know what to do. Seeing that both men agreed, Yi Tian began assigning tasks. He handed Chun Hao an aerial view map of Qiantang Lake, which had 2 circles drawn on it. This is Qiantang Lake. I've already had secretary by purchase it. Old Chin, your task is to establish a small city on the islands within the inner and outer circles I've drawn, complete with facilities for living, entertainment, education, and research. Chun Hao was stunned upon seeing the map. Establish a city. This is quite a bold move. Yi General, are we entering the real estate business? Yi Tian laughed heartily. No, this will serve as our secret research base in the future. Once people enter, they won't be able to leave easily, so we need ample facilities to ensure their normal living and working conditions. What about the hotels that are already there? Purchase them. For those unwilling to sell, we will forcibly evict them. I want to ensure that there isn't a single person in Qiantang Lake who isn't from our company. But if this causes disputes, it could harm the company's image. Chun Hao was a bit worried that using coercive measures might lead to negative news for the company. Don't worry about that. At worst, we will pay a penalty. As long as it's a problem that money can solve, it's not a problem. Yi Tian was not concerned since the country had allowed him to research the spaceship for confidentiality. They naturally had to ensure that the original inhabitants of the island left. He was willing to pay for others to leave. Oh, what more could be said? Since Yi Tian said it could be resolved with money, Chun Hao felt there was no issue. After all, 99 of the world's problems could be solved with money. The only difference was whether there was enough money. And Chun Hao didn't have to worry about this issue. The company currently had over 200 billion in liquid assets, enough to solve 99 of problems. He nodded. All right, I will find someone to draft a plan as soon as possible. Yi Tian thought for a moment and added, when we promote this externally, let's say I'm building a home for myself. You all help me think of a name, something appealing and powerful. Chun Hao and Lu Dashu quickly declined. Yi General, I really can't come up with names. Neither can I. Oh, I can handle research, but naming is not my forte. Yi Tian understood that the 2 men wouldn't be able to come up with good names, so he placed his hopes on the 2 women. All right, I won't make it difficult for you 2 big men. Xiao Bai Lu Yan, why don't you think about it? Bai Jingjing thought for a moment and said, Yi General, since it's a city on Qiantang Lake, how about calling it City of 1,000 Islands? City of 1,000 Islands sounds good, but it's a bit too straightforward. Lu Yan, do you have any ideas? Lu Yan came up with an idea. Yi Tian, how about City of 1,000 Stars? City of 1,000, this is great, just a slight change, and it goes from blue star to the universe. Very good. Old Chen, for external promotion, just say, I'm building a city of 1,000 stars for myself. As Yi Tian repeated the name, the more he felt it sounded nice. He decided then and there that it would be called City of 1,000 Stars. Chun Hao twitched his lips, hurriedly agreed, thinking that having money truly allows one to do whatever they want. Having settled the city building matter, Yi Tian turned to Lu Dashu and pushed the 2 pieces of metal toward him. Minister Lu, your task is to immediately study what these 2 pieces of metal are and how they can be used. Lu Dashu looked at the 2 pieces of metal cautiously, but did not reach out to take them. Instead, he carefully inquired, Yi General, I need to wear a complete protective suit before I dare to handle these. Yi Tian laughed heartily. You coward. I've had them in my pocket for several hours with no issues at all. Lu Dashu shook his head and said seriously, Yi General, while your martial skills are formidable, I must say your knowledge in scientific matters is lacking. I still need to follow proper safety protocols to conduct my research. I also suggest you undergo a health check to ensure everything is fine. Yi Tian found himself at a loss against the professionals. He would not be angered by Lu Dash's unrefined speech. Upon reflection, Lu Dash's words were quite reasonable. While he had a system ordinary people did not. He was unsure if Lu Yan's earlier actions would cause any problems, so he decided to have her undergo a checkup as well. Fine, you can take these 2 pieces of metal to study in your own way. They were extracted from an alien spaceship. If you can understand them fully, then my battle suit won't be an issue. Lu Yin, Chun Hao, and Lu Dash all asked in unison. An alien spaceship. Bai Jingjing kept her mouth tightly closed. Since it was confidential information, she didn't even tell Lu Yin. In these times, even a wife could get divorced. One couldn't trust anyone absolutely. Unless Yi Tian mentioned it himself, she would not bring it up with anyone else. Yi Tian nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, the country sent me an alien spaceship located under Qiandao Lake. On the surface, I'm establishing a research base there, but in reality, I intend to study the alien spaceship at the lake's bottom." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Chun Hao gained a deeper understanding of Yi Tian's status. He realized he had underestimated the situation. If the country could send Yi Tian an alien spaceship, what kind of identity did Yi Tian possess? He must at least be a descendant of a core family, right? No wonder he could easily purchase Tianjin Company. That acquisition might have been a cover-up. Lu Dash asked in shock, "Mr. Yi, is it really an alien spaceship? Are there really aliens?" "I haven't seen any aliens, but I did see the spaceship. These two pieces of metal were pried off from its hull." Hiss! Everyone gasped in astonishment. Mr. Yi was impressive. He could pry metal directly from an alien spaceship. Lu Dash's heart raced as he suddenly considered a startling possibility. Perhaps Mr. Yi himself was an alien, and that spaceship belonged to him. All those martial skills and inner power were merely a facade. How else could one explain that only he possessed such abilities? The country wanted him to take over Tianjin Company and also gifted him an alien spaceship. Unaware that Lu Dash had imagined him as an alien, Yi Tian continued seeing their astonished expressions. To prevent outsiders from discovering anything, let's surround the entire lake. First, build a 10-meter-high wall adhering to top-tier defense standards. Install an electric fence and jammers on top to prevent animals and drones from flying in. Oh, and no airplanes either. If any planes fly overhead, reroute them. All entrances to the lake's bottom should be made into concealed underground passages. Surveillance and security must be uninterrupted 24 hours a day. Not even a fly should be allowed in. As for the design and who to hire for safety, that's up to you, old Chun. Chun Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up solemnly, assuring Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will ensure the construction is completed safely and confidentially. Lu Dash was so excited his heart felt like it might leap out. After a lifetime in research, being told he could study an alien spaceship was akin to giving a wolf a beautiful woman. He also stood up to assure Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will select reliable researchers and will absolutely not leak any research data. However, Yi Tian shook his head at this, causing Lu Dash to feel anxious. Did he say too much? And now Mr. Yi was unhappy. You should first bring the people you choose to me for approval. Only if I find them suitable will it be okay. Remember, when selecting people, do not mention the alien spaceship, or just say it's for researching new materials. Understood. Understood, understood. Bai Jingjing realized she had a task as soon as Yi Tian looked at her. Xiaobai, you must keep up with the logistics for these two. Don't worry about the expenses. If it saves time, spend as much as... Bai Jingjing quickly nodded, saying, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I will ensure the task is completed." With the task arrangements wrapping up, only Lu Yin was left without anything to do. She was so anxious, she almost begged Yi Tian to give her something to do, otherwise she would feel embarrassed to be the secretary. Seeing her anxious expression, Yi Tian smiled, saying, "Lu Yin, you'll have to work harder recently. Take over some of Secretary Bei's tasks so she can focus on logistics." Okay. Lu Yin nodded, eagerly happy that she could help Yi Tian. All right, everyone has their tasks now. Now let's discuss the compensation issue. Yi Tian looked at Chun Hao, Bai Jingjing, and Lu Dash, saying, "You three are my most trusted people, so I plan to increase your compensation. Let's double your current annual salary. Don't refuse, why dislike pleasantries?" As for Lu Yin, she was excluded since she could directly ask Yi Tian for money. Her salary was merely a bonus. Yi Tian's words cut off what they wanted to say, and their sense of belonging increased significantly. A doubled salary was unparalleled in any company. In light of Mr. Yi's generosity, they felt they would be devoted to Tianjin in life and death. Oh no, for Mr. Yi, they would devote themselves entirely. Lu Dash felt that any words of gratitude were insufficient. He requested, "Mr. Yi, I might as well live at the company to conduct research from now on. At my age, my children have grown up, and I have no needs in that regard with my wife." Yi Tian quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "What a joke. I dislike overtime. What if one day Lu Dash works himself to death during overtime? Where would I find such a responsible person again? You don't need to do that. I trust you completely. Just don't let slip anything while drunk. When our company becomes a top global high-tech firm, you will be the greatest contributor. Mr. Yi, thank you for your trust. I'm not good with words, but from now on my life belongs to Mr. Yi. I will serve you faithfully until the end." Lu Dash was moved to tears by Yi Tian's words, and Yi Tian saw his trust level rise from 95 to 100. Looking at Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing, their trust levels had already reached 100. Yi Tian's generous gesture had boosted the friendship levels of Chunhao Lu Dash and Bai Jingjing to a perfect score. Now all three of them were people who would be willing to serve him. Indeed, money was a wonderful thing. Yi Tian smiled, saying, "What do I need your life for? You just need to work hard and live well." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. We will definitely work hard for you." "All right, go do what you need to do." Chunhao hurried off to arrange the construction of Qixing City, while Bai Jingjing continued to juggle her roles in logistics and as the chairman's secretary. Yi Tian noticed that Lu Dash had not left and curiously asked, "Minister Lu, aren't you going to get your protective suit? Why are you still here?" "Mr. Yi, you should come with me to check your health. I'm worried there might be some radiation in the metal." "I'm fine. Look, Lu Yan touched it just now, and she's fine." Lu Dash was even more worried. "Secretary Lu touched it too. Then we really need to check. Some radiation can affect fertility. If we find out late, it would be troublesome." Fertility issues. Hearing this, Lu Yan also grew anxious. What if she couldn't have children later when she wanted them? Wouldn't the Yi family be extinct? "Yi Tian, how about we go get checked? You're making me worried." Fine. Yi Tian casually put the black and white metal into his pocket and accompanied Lu Dash to the research department. After some procedures, everyone was found to have no excessive radiation, finally easing Lu Dash's mind. Yi Tian placed the metal in the research room and prepared to leave. He needed to hurry home to treat Lin Yi. Lu Dash called out from behind, "By the way, Mr. Yi, the testing equipment has been modified. If you have time in the afternoon, you can come test it out." "Okay, I'll find you when I come in the afternoon." Yi Tian left without looking back. The world was vast, but eating was the most important thing. Everything else could wait. When Yi Tian arrived home, he discovered that the entrance had turned into a construction site. Isolation lines were stretched everywhere with ladders, scaffolding, wires, and surveillance equipment scattered about, while a large group of beautiful women busily worked inside the barriers. Thanks to the villa's originally sturdy construction, the main additions were the internal safe room and various concealed surveillance facilities. Seeing Yi Tian, everyone greeted him warmly. "Hello, boss. Boss, please come this way, but it's too dangerous inside the lines." Immediately, someone came over to guide him. Yi Tian nodded and said, "Okay, you all be careful too." "Thank you for your concern, boss. Oh, we will be careful." Yi Tian then shouted to the busy bodyguards, "Is there anything you need help with?" No, yes. Although everyone from Hua Yaoyu's group said they needed no assistance, what a joke. The big boss was just being polite, and if they really asked for help, wouldn't that make them foolish? Unexpectedly, amongst the large crowd, someone actually said they needed help. Yi Tian looked over to find it was a blonde beauty hanging several meters off the ground outside the house. She was one of Alice's people, straightforward in character, and since the boss said he could help, she said she needed assistance right away. Yi Tian walked over and looked up, asking, "What do you need help with?" The blonde beauty pointed to the ground and said, "Could you please pass me the wire cutters?" They just fell to. Yi Tian looked down and indeed saw a pair of wire cutters not far away on the ground. He picked them up without looking for a ladder and simply used his lightness skill to step on the air to ascend, grabbing hold of the framework on the outer wall to secure himself. This extraordinary display of lightness skills drew gasps of surprise. "Wow, the boss is flying again. What amazing skill. I really want to learn this." Yi Tian handed the wire cutters to the blonde beauty and joked, "Little girl, you've narrowed your path. How could you ask the boss to do the work for you?" The blonde beauty looked at Yi Tian with a naive expression and asked, "Didn't you say, boss, that you would help?" "Wow, boss, you're amazing. You can really fly." Seeing that she genuinely didn't understand Mandarin, Yi Tian didn't mind. "This isn't flying, but it's just lightness skill." The blonde beauty smiled confidently and said, "It's the same. I believe you will definitely be able to fly in the future, boss." Haha, hearing that made Yi Tian laugh. Where did her confidence come from? She actually believes I can fly. "I'll be careful while working. I have something to attend to." "Thank you, boss. Take care." Yi Tian let go of his grip and dropped down, and just before reaching the ground, he stepped on the air to lessen the impact, landing lightly, which drew another round of exclamations. As Yi Tian entered the house, he saw Lin Yi come out to greet him. "How do you feel now?" "I feel a bit cold. Let's go to the bedroom." "Okay." Lin Yi blushed as she followed Yi Tian into the bedroom, thinking about what they were going to do later, causing her to blush even more. As soon as they reached the bedroom, possibly due to the timing, Lin Yi clearly felt herself getting colder. "Yi Tian, I feel so cold." "It's okay, come here, I'll hold you." Yi Tian gently lifted Lin Yi and sat her on the bed. The two sat back to back, and Yi Tian began to circulate his internal energy, warming Lin Yi and quickly dispersing the cold from her body. After a moment, once the energy circulation was complete, they both got dressed. Lin Yi, blushing, said to Yi Tian, "Thank you, Yi Tian." Lu Yan returned home and curiously asked about the treatment, jokingly questioning why Yi Tian didn't take the opportunity to do something, leaving Yang Mi beside her in a daze. After the four of them had a sumptuous lunch, leaving Yangmi to clean up, Tian quietly conversed with Lu Yin and Lin. Today I met the Black Phoenix. You absolutely won't believe who she is. Is she some famous person? Lu Yin asked curiously. Tian laughed and said, haha, she is the beautiful woman who fell while jogging yesterday when we were looking at the house she lives in building 6. No way, she's actually our neighbor. Lin exclaimed in shock. Lu Yin wondered if the Black Phoenix had moved in specifically to encounter Tian. No way, she's actually our neighbor. Lin exclaimed. Tian understood her implication and shook his head saying, yes, but she has been a long-time resident here, speaking of which we moved in later, so it's truly a coincidence. Hearing Tian's explanation, Lu Yin realized she might have been overly suspicious. So did she agree to help? Tian nodded and said, yes, she agreed to be my assistant. I want her to be our team's eyes and ears. With her hacking skills, our cooperation will be much more in sync in the future. The two women nodded in agreement, saying, you decide what's best. Just to let you know, I plan to invite her to meet. After greeting the two women closest to him, Tian sent a message to Lu Yao asking her to come over to discuss work arrangements. He also called Hua Yao Yu and Alice to come over, then waited at the door for Lu Yao. For such a talented person, proper etiquette must be observed. Not visiting 3 times would already be very rude. At this moment, Lu Yao was still in her underwear, munching on chips while surfing the internet. Upon receiving Tian's message, she tossed the chips aside and hurried to wash her face and brush her teeth. Realizing she had no time to pick out clothes, she grabbed a sports outfit and rushed to Tian's house. Running at a sprinting speed, she reached Tian's doorstep and saw him waiting there. She apologetically said, Yizong, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Haha, it's okay. Seeing everyone had arrived, Tian led them to the study to sit down for discussions, casually locking the door behind him. Upon seeing this, everyone knew this conversation was highly confidential and became very serious. Tian first introduced everyone to one another. Everyone present here are people I can absolutely trust. Let me introduce, this is Hua Yao Yue, and this is Alice, the 2 heads of my bodyguard team. And this is Black Phoenix, one of the top 3 hackers in the world, now my assistant. Hua Yao Yu showed little reaction, but Alice was quite surprised. They often interacted with clients during missions, thus they understood the weight of Black Phoenix's reputation. Black Phoenix, oh my boss, you actually called Black Phoenix to help, you're truly amazing. Lu Yao humbly said, I'm also a fan of Yizong, helping him is the least I can do. Seeing that everyone was acquainted, Tian began to present his main plan. The reason for gathering everyone today is primarily one thing. Now that everyone is working for me, we cannot operate individually. I hope to establish a communication network that spans the entire globe. Just so happens that Black Phoenix has this ability. In the future, everyone's locations, tasks, requests for help, communications, and other information can all be completed in one or several communication channels. Black Phoenix will act as our all-seeing eye, connecting everyone together. What do you think? Agreed. Sounds good. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Tian nodded and continued. That's good. From now on, Black Phoenix will be my eyes and ears, while Yao Yu and Alice will be my arms and legs. If you coordinate well, the risk factor will drop to 0 and tasks will become much easier. As for Black Phoenix, the control center will be set to the highest security level. You two arrange a protection plan. Hua Yao Yu and Alice said in unison, understood. Black Phoenix discussed the specific cooperation plan with them. I'm not familiar with the technical aspects, so you can Lu Yao's face flushed with excitement. Having Yizong entrust such an important task to her was tantamount to giving her control over his power. What does that signify? It meant that she was Yizong's most important assistant. Moreover, since Yizong trusted her so much, allowing her to make all the decisions, she had to do this job well and absolutely could not make a single mistake. She declared resolutely, as if taking an oath, all right, Yizong, we will definitely do our best. Tian took Lu Yin and Lin back to the master bedroom to rest, leaving the study for Lu Yao and the others to discuss. Tian took off his clothes and lay on the bed, asking the 2 beauties, do you want to sleep together? Lu Yin chuckled, which kind of sleep are you referring to? Tian was momentarily startled, wondering if there were several kinds of sleep, but then he quickly understood Lu Yan's meaning. Oh, come on. You're even more lewd than I am. It's just a simple sleep, otherwise they'd still be working outside. Aren't you afraid of being overheard? I don't mind. Lu Yan heard someone outside and stopped talking. Her voice was too loud, and it would be embarrassing if someone overheard. Forget it, then you sleep. I'm going online to buy something. Oh fine, go ahead. Tian just wanted to take a nap and didn't have any other thoughts. He yawned and prepared to close his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Lin calling him. Tian, wait a moment before sleeping. Take a look at this and tell me which one you like. Tian curiously asked, what is it? Lin got on the bed, leaned beside him, and showed him her phone. Wow, a maid outfit. What's this for? Seeing it was a maid outfit, Tian thought it was something that anyone who liked uniforms would appreciate. Why is Lin showing this to herself? Lin Yi quickly explained, I thought that Yang Mi and I should wear something more professional, so I wanted to buy a few sets of these maid outfits. I don't know which one you prefer. Yi Tian got excited and said of course the sexier the better. He took the phone and began flipping through pictures, commenting on the ones he liked. This low-cut one is good. This super short skirt is great, the shorter the better. This backless one is also nice. This sheer outfit is sexy, very nice. Just these few you can pick from them. Lin Yi also thought the ones Yi Tian picked were particularly sexy and beautiful. She nodded as she took the phone back and said got it. Yi Tian suddenly reminded her, by the way, if you like it you can wear it. Don't force Yang Mi to wear it, otherwise it wouldn't be good for her if I can't help but touch her. She can just wear normal clothes while working, of course if she doesn't mind then forget what I said. After all, Lin Yi was his woman, so it was fine to touch her. As for Yang Mi, it would depend on her willingness. He wasn't a lewd boss. Understood. Yi Tian saw Lin Yi go find Yang Mi to discuss it, and he was left alone in the bedroom. He directly closed his eyes and went to sleep. Not sleeping at noon would lead to collapse in the afternoon. How could he not take a nap? Lin Yi found Lu Yin and showed her the few outfits Yi Tian picked. Lu Yin expressed that she liked them too and asked Lin Yi to buy a few sets for her as well. I originally thought of having Xiao Yang wear this too, but Yi Tian said not to force her. He was afraid that he might not be able to control himself and touch her, which wouldn't be good for Xiao Yang. Lin Yi explained Yi Tian's thoughts to Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't mind. It was already very gentlemanly of Yi Tian to consider this, not even eating the meat presented right in front of him. Then you should ask Xiao Yang first. As long as she doesn't mind, Yi Tian can do whatever he wants. At this time, Yang Mi had already cleaned the restaurant thoroughly and was thinking of what else she could do. Lin Yi went downstairs to call her to sit down and look at the clothes. Xiao Yang, I want to talk to you about the maid outfit. I just showed Yi Tian. He picked these few sets. Take a look and see which one you like. Yang Mi took a look and saw that all the clothes were so sexy and pretty. If she wore them, perhaps CEO Yi would drool over them. Steward Lin, I think they all look pretty good. CEO Yi said that if you feel uncomfortable wearing them, you don't have to. It's absolutely not mandatory. After all, some are too sexy, and he is afraid he won't be able to control himself and might touch you. No way, no way. If CEO Yi likes it, I can wear anything. Yang Mi thought Yi Tian was too gentlemanly, but she didn't mind at all. In fact, she hoped Yi Tian would touch her. Alright, then he'll buy them all back, and well wear them together for him to see. When Yi Tian woke up from his nap, Lu Yin and Lin Yi were both gone. He walked downstairs and only saw Yang Mi pacing back and forth talking to herself. Yi Tian curiously asked, Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Yang Mi awkwardly replied, So Yi, you're awake. I was just looking for something to do. Otherwise it feels too idle, and I feel guilty about that salary. Haha, if there's nothing to do, just relax, watch shows online, and treat it like home. Don't be so restrained. Okay, CEO Yi. Where's Lin Yi? Steward Lin is outside watching the bodyguards work. Oh, that's fine. Just have fun, I'll treat it like home, and no one will say anything. Thank you, CEO Yi. Yang Mi felt delighted after hearing Yi Tian's words. He treated her like family, and she truly hoped to become his real family. Yi Tian stepped outside and Lin Yi saw him and immediately walked over to ask Yi Tian, you're awake. What are you looking at? I was just bored looking around. Yi Tian felt that Lin Yi's life was indeed a bit dull. Staying at home every day made no sense. It was like a bird in a cage. He advised, if you're bored, just go out and play. After all, you have bodyguards. There's no need to stay at home all day. If you need to eat, I can order food. Lin Yi gratefully said, got it, thank you, Yi Tian. He we're all family, why talk about thanks? After chatting with Lin Yi for a bit, Yi Tian took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Yao. I want to visit you. Is it convenient now? Within 3 seconds the message was replied. It's convenient, please give me 5 minutes to tidy up. Fine, I'll walk over slowly, that should be enough time. Lu Yao was still her usual carefree self online, but upon receiving Yi Tian's message, her expression, the entire room was cluttered with underwear, snacks, and trash, and no one would expect that a person who looked as beautiful as a goddess could have a home that looked like a garbage dump. She began to run around talking to herself like a madwoman. CEO Yi is coming. If he sees my room like this, my favorability might drop to 0. I need to clean up quickly. Clothes, stuff them into the wardrobe. Damn, why can't I fit them in? When did I buy so many clothes? Right, I can also stuff them into the washing machine. Damn, the washing machine is full. Have I not done any laundry for days? I can also shove them under the bed. They definitely won't be seen. Damn, whose clothes and shoes are all under the bed? It can't be mine, right? I'm going to die. Right, I need to carry them to another room and lock them up. I'm so clever. It's over, there's no time to take a shower. Lu Yao mumbled to herself as she hurriedly got up, seeing Yi Tian's face on the intercom screen. She pressed the button to open the door and said, Mister, you please come in. As Yi Tian walked into the room, he saw Lu Yao coming down the stairs in a sports tank top and shorts, bouncing down with a quick pace. Slow down, don't fall. Just as Yi Tian reminded her, he saw Lu Yao slip and nearly fall flat on her face. Yi Tian quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms, curiously asking, You seem to have a talent for falling. Every time I see you, it looks like you're about to fall. Lu Yao's face turned red with embarrassment, wondering why she always ended up in such situations in front of Mr. Yi. I slipped because I was sweating. Yi Tian also felt that Lu Yao was all sweaty, her body slippery like an eel, and he was afraid she might slip away if he didn't hold on tightly. Did you just finish exercising? Why are you soaked? With Yi Tian holding her, Lu Yao felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she casually made up an excuse. Yes, I was exercising just now to maintain my figure. Saying this line made her blush, thinking to herself that it was just a little white lie, mister. You shouldn't mind, right? Yi Tian set her down gently and said with concern, you should go take a shower, don't catch a cold. I'm not in a hurry. Thank you for your concern, mister. Yi, please sit for a moment, it'll be done soon. As Lu Yao separated from Yi Tian, she felt a bit disappointed, thinking how nice it would be if Mr. Yi continued to hold her. It must be because she was all sweaty and dirty, otherwise she could have stayed in his arms a bit longer. So as soon as she heard Yi Tian tell her to take a shower, she hurriedly rolled into her bedroom to wash up. To avoid suspicion, Yi Tian didn't follow her, instead sitting downstairs watching videos on his phone. As he scrolled, he came across a rather interesting video that was actually about him. 60-year-old and infatuated with fake Yi Tian insists on divorcing despite family's advice. The video began with the aunt's husband seeking help from a reporter. Old man, did your wife really say she wants to divorce you to marry Mr. Yi from Tianjin Company? Yes, I don't know what's gotten into her. After watching a few of Mr. Yi's videos, she claims he wants to marry her, and now she wants to divorce me. What videos was she watching? Do you know? It's the one where Mr. Yi promotes the protection of women and children, and he says very reasonable things every day. Somehow my wife ended up adding him on WeChat and started chatting with him. Do you have that video? Yes, I'll show you. I secretly followed the account that my wife was watching. It's called Guardian of Women and Children Yi Tian. The reporter looked at the video and indeed saw Yi Tian talking about the hardships of women, which resonated with her. It really is Mr. Yi. Exactly. So no matter how I persuade her, she won't listen. But I don't understand, Mr. Yi is a young guy, why would he be interested in my wife? My son is even older than him. The reporter observed carefully and noticed that Yi Tian's expressions in the video seemed a bit unnatural, leading her to suspect, this must be fake. Didn't you try to talk some sense into your wife? I also think it's fake, but the person is real. No matter how my son and I try to persuade her, she insists that Mr. Yi wants to marry her, and once she divorces me, she'll go find Mr. Yi. Not only that, she even transferred over 100,000 to Mr. Yi, claiming it was a donation to his foundation for the protection of women and children, asserting that only those who donate a lot are eligible to marry him. Transfer money. Anyone asking for transfers these days is a scammer, the reporter asked curiously. Did you report this? Yes, we reported it. The guard said it was a scam and told us not to believe it. What did your wife say? She won't listen at all, as she refuses to hear anything we say. After interviewing the old man for a while, the reporter realized he was genuinely troubled and confused. He also thought Yi Tian was a scammer, but couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. Seeing that she had enough material on the old man, the reporter asked, is it possible for us to interview the aunt? She's not home. Oh, she went to the beauty salon saying she wanted to look younger and couldn't let other women outshine her. She even paid 800 to get a membership at the salon. After a lot of effort, the reporter finally met the aunt, who had just finished a facial treatment and looked like she'd been doused in a moisturizer, shiny and glistening. Seeing this, Yi Tian nearly lost his lunch. What kind of person is this? They can't tarnish my image. And I'm a reporter from the TV station, and I heard from the old man. The aunt became impatient, knowing they were about to tell her she was scammed. At her age, could she not tell if she had been scammed? Who else could that be in the video if not Mr. Yi? Stop talking. I am going to marry Mr. Yi, so let him wait for the divorce. The reporter kindly reminded her, but that clearly looks fake, right? The aunt glared and shouted, what's fake about it? A real person is speaking, are you blind? The reporter stifled the urge to tell her she was the one being blind and asked, but everyone knows Mr. Yi has a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the aunt explained in a serene manner, I know Mr. Yi said that while he can't give me a title, he can give me happiness. In the future, it'll be his right-hand person in his career. At my age, who needs a title? Just being able to help Mr. Yi a little is enough to make me happy. After saying this, she even showed a happy smile, which was somewhat distressing. The reporter shook his head, feeling that this aunt was beyond saving. Her self-deception was most fatal, but he still reminded her about the money. I admire your outlook, but the old man said you gave money to the other party, which is akin to being scammed. Scammed? Mr. Yi didn't force me, I gave it willingly. Mr. Yi has money, but as his family I can help a little. If I have money, why not give more? The reporter at this point had nothing left to ask, leaving only a statement, we will contact Tianjin Company to understand the facts and welcome continued attention to this incident. Yi Tian, upon watching this, was both amused and angry. This society indeed has all kinds of people. That kind of video clearly used AI face-swapping technology, probably using his face from a press conference. His charm was indeed great. Even a 60-year-old aunt was interested in him. If this situation wasn't handled well, it could severely impact his image. The internet is full of fools, especially those who are convinced they are right and refuse to listen to anyone's advice. If they get led astray later, he'll be the one to take the blame, while the scammers could use his name to swindle money everywhere. But they are blinded by money and don't fear his hacking skills. That's not his fault. He planned to have Lu Yao help him find these people. It was just in time to give the flower transplanting palace and the umbrella some work to do. Yi Tian looked upstairs and sighed. This woman is taking her time in the shower. I've been scrolling through this video for over 10 minutes. How is she still not done? Should I go check on her? Lu Yao had just gone upstairs, and as soon as she opened the door to her bedroom, she sneezed several times. It seems like the air freshener has been sprayed too much, or I should keep the door open to ventilate. Muttering to herself, she grabbed her clothes and entered the bathroom, not even locking the door. What was there to guard against with Yi Tian? Worried that Yi Tian would be waiting too long, she decided not to enjoy sitting in the bathtub and simply turned on the shower, preparing to rinse off casually. I love taking showers, so many bubbles, oh, oh, oh. In a cheerful mood, she hummed a tune while washing her hair, getting her head and face covered in foam. As she rinsed off the foam with her eyes closed and walked over to grab a towel, her feet slipped and she fell to the floor, hitting the back of her head hard and passing out. The shower head continued to pour water over her, while downstairs Yi Tian was still watching videos, completely unaware that Lu Yao had fainted. Yi Tian continued watching videos for a while, but noticing that Lu Yao still hadn't finished, he grew impatient and started heading upstairs. Lu Yao, are you done with your shower? No one answered. Yi Tian walked all the way to the third floor and saw that the bedroom door was open, catching a whiff of a pleasant fragrance wafting from inside. Does this woman's room smell this good? How much air freshener did she spray? Yi Tian shouted from outside the door, Lu Yao, are you in there? Still no one responded, only faintly hearing the sound of running water. Yi Tian called out several times with no reply, and puzzled, he stepped into the bedroom. To his surprise, the inside wasn't a regular bedroom, but had been transformed into a control room. A massive control console was positioned against the wall with dozens of screens combined together, most displaying incomprehensible data. The control console was littered with keyboards and mouse controllers resembling some sort of command center. Yi Tian didn't examine it closely and instead walked toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water was still audible. He knocked on the bathroom door and shouted, Lu Yao, are you in there? Why haven't you finished yet? Still there was no response. Could something have happened? Should I go in and check? What if nothing happened and she thinks I'm a pervert? He knocked a few more times and called out again, but still received no reply, confirming that something was wrong. Turning the knob, he found that it wasn't locked. Upon opening the door, he saw Lu Yao lying unconscious on the floor with water still pouring over her. Damn, this woman must have fainted after slipping while showering. Yi Tian's guess turned out to be correct. At this moment, he didn't have time to admire Lu Yao's graceful figure. He hurriedly turned off the shower, grabbed a towel from the side, wrapped Lu Yao up, and carried her out of the bathroom, placing her on the bed. Covering her with a silk air conditioning blanket from her bed, he began to use a healing spell on her. The spell allowed him to clearly sense that she had a large bump on the back of her head along with some intracranial bleeding. After a few seconds, Yi Tian easily healed her head injury and also treated her other minor injuries. After all, being a hacker and sitting for long periods had made her neck and back not quite normal. Lu Yao felt a warm flow moving through her body, and as she groggily opened her eyes, she saw Yi Tian sitting on her bed, holding her hand. Realizing she was lying in bed covered with a blanket, she scratched her head in confusion and asked, Yi Tian, wasn't I taking a shower? How did I end up in bed? Yi Tian shot her a glance and said, you fainted after slipping in the shower and hitting your head. I waited for a long time without you finishing, so I came up to find you and help treat your injuries. Thank you, Yi Tian. Just as Lu Yao finished expressing her gratitude, she suddenly realized she was completely naked with only a blanket covering her. Her mind instantly felt like it had exploded with a jumble of thoughts flooding in. Why am I not wearing any clothes? Did Yi Tian? No way, Yi Tian seems like such a gentleman, he wouldn't take advantage of me, right? But I don't feel any pain. If Yi Tian and I did, does that make me his girlfriend or a mistress? Yi Tian has such a good relationship with his girlfriend, am I considered the third party ruining their relationship? Oh no, what should I do? Should I just be Yi Tian's mistress? Yi Tian noticed Lu Yao zoning out, completely unaware that she was already crafting a romance novel in her mind. Yi Tian patted Lu Yao's hand, pulling her thoughts back. Before she could ask, he explained, don't worry, I didn't do anything. Just think of it as a doctor examining you, I hope you don't mind. Off. Lu Yao didn't expect Yi Tian to say it so directly, and she blushed all over. She didn't mind being seen by Yi Tian, but it was all too sudden, and she wasn't prepared for it mentally. Moreover, judging by Yi Tian's words, he didn't seem to intend to take responsibility, which was quite disappointing. It was unfortunate that she was just seen without any actual loss, and she couldn't really ask for anything. However, Yi Tian was too much of a gentleman, why didn't he take advantage of the situation? Could it be that he had his own reasons? Thank you, Yi Tian. Oh, I know you are a gentleman. I don't blame you. Yi Tian looked at Lu Yao, who was so carefree, and helplessly said, do you really think I am Lu Xiahui, who remains indifferent in the presence of beauty? Of course not. Mister, Yi, did you come to find me for something? Originally, it was nothing. I just wanted to see your operation room, but now there is something. What is it? I just saw online that scammers are using my appearance to deceive people. Now there are even 60-year-old women wanting to divorce their husbands to become my women. These scammers are too despicable, and I hope you can help me find them. Ha ha, 60-year-old woman. Mister, Yi, your charm is truly high. Yi Tian expressed his troubles, and Lu Yao was so amused by it that she lay on the bed laughing, completely disregarding Yi Tian's wounded spirit, until Yi Tian beckoned her with his finger in warning, stop laughing, or ill. All right, I won't laugh. Bad mister. Yi'll help you find them right now. Lu Yao recalled the fear she felt when Yi Tian had been in charge earlier, and quickly stopped laughing, sitting at the command desk preparing to locate the scammers. Mister, Yi, do you have any leads? Yes. Yi Tian showed her the video. Lu Yao, being one of the top 3 hackers, swiftly locked onto the scammer's location with her nimble fingers. Mister, Yi, this account's real location is in the Triangular Country. The Triangular Country. That's perfect. Alice's team can go there since they have contacts abroad. It seems that for this overseas matter we can only rely on ourselves. Fortunately, I just happened to gather a bodyguard team, so I can send them out to make an appearance. He took out his phone and was about to call Alice when he noticed that Lu Yan had called first. Lu Yao saw Lu Yan's name and asked foolishly, Mister, Yi, is this madam checking up on you? Yi Tian rolled his eyes at her and joked, checking on you. What is there to check? He answered the call and asked, hello Lu Yan, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, Lu Yan's voice carried a hint of laughter. Yi Tian, a reporter has come to the company for an interview saying that you scammed a 60-year-old woman online for money. The woman is even preparing to divorce her husband to marry you. They want to know your thoughts on this. Yi Tian chuckled. The reporters were indeed quick. Haha, I've seen that too. Don't worry, I am here with Lu Yao, asking her to help me track down the scammers. Upon hearing Yi Tian say he was with Lu Yao, Lu Yan had no particular thoughts. After all, wasn't it normal to arrange work with people under her command? Have you found anything? Yes, but don't disclose it, yet we don't want to alert the snakes in the grass. Just tell them that I wouldn't destroy someone else's family and won't accept donations from the public. That person online is a scammer, and everyone should be cautious and report to the police if they've been scammed. Okay. In the Tianjin company conference room, staying true to Yi Tian's style, no one in the company stopped the sudden arrival of reporters. Instead, they welcomed them into the conference room with good food and drinks. The reporters also appreciated Tiansheng's hospitality. Whenever they went to other companies for interviews, the staff were always evasive. Not to mention scandals involving the chairman, they might even get beaten by security. Unlike Tianjin, which welcomed them openly as guests. Soon they saw Mr. Yes, legitimate girlfriend Lu Yan come out to receive them, and the reporters instantly perked up. The fact that Mr. Yes, romantic rumors were being addressed by his legitimate girlfriend was indeed a highlight. Lu Yan, following Yi Tian's style, designated a few reporters for interviews. The selected reporters were as happy as if they had won the lottery. Excuse me, Secretary Lu, what are your thoughts on the recent online news stating that Mr. Yi is involved in fraud? Is impossible. It's just that scammers are using Yi Tian's image. To put it bluntly, Yi Tian has so much money that he could give it to those in need every day. He doesn't need to commit fraud. Excuse me, Secretary Lu, what do you think about the 60-year-old woman falling in love with Mr. Yi? After this question was asked, all the reporters perked up their ears, eager to hear how the legitimate girlfriend would respond. Would she believe in her boyfriend, feel jealous, or belittle the woman? Lu Yan smiled. Such matters were not even worth asking. Yi Tian had crowds of beauties around him. How could he possibly be interested in a 60-year-old woman? She replied gracefully, neither belittling nor exaggerating. First, I want to thank the lady for her affection towards my boyfriend, but your love might only come to fruition when my boyfriend turns 60. Upon hearing Lu Yan's response, there was a wave of enthusiastic applause. It was truly impressive. This answer was so high-level, no wonder she was worthy of Mr. Yi. Excuse me, Secretary Lu, could you contact Mr. Yi and see what he thinks? Sure, I'll make a call and let you know shortly. Thank you, Secretary Lu. After Lu Yan called Yi Tian and received a response, she returned to the conference room. I just spoke to Yi Tian, and his response is that he will not destroy someone else's family and will not accept donations from the public. That person online is a scammer, and everyone should be cautious and report to the police if they've been scammed. Thank you, Miss Lu. The reporters, having received the information they were after, politely bid farewell to Lu Yin and returned to write their news articles. Yi Tian's family was their favorite interview subject. Everyone was honest and straightforward, answering questions without hesitation. Thus, online opinions of Yi Tian were overwhelmingly positive. Anyone who spoke ill of him would immediately be confronted by a swarm of fans. By the way, Yi Tian's fans had now settled on a universally accepted name: angels. They referred to Yi Tian as Heavenly God. Some angels had already begun to establish fan organizations wanting to call it Heaven or Paradise, but some fans felt it could also be called Heavenly Hall or Heavenly Court. Currently, representatives from several factions were fiercely debating online, with no one able to persuade the others. Perhaps only Yi Tian had the authority to make a final decision. After finishing his conversation with Lu Yin, Yi Tian called Alice. Alice, I have a task for you now. Okay, Mr. Yi. The location is in the Triangular Country, primarily to capture scammers using my image for deception online. Specific information will be sent to you by Black Phoenix. You can arrange the operation. Okay. After assigning the task, Yi Tian prepared to go home. Lu Yao, you and Alice can coordinate him heading. All right, Mr. You, won't you stay a bit longer? No, you shouldn't always sit in front of the computer. Make time to visit others more often. Yi Tian pulled Lin Yi into the room and recounted the events that took place at Lu Yao's house. Lin Yi laughed and said, Yi Tian, I can see that she has an interest in you as well. Oh, why not just accept her? I don't think Lu Yin would mind either. Yi Tian shook his head and replied, I want to wait a bit longer. I'm afraid that if I start this, it won't stop afterwards. What does that matter? You are so outstanding. Let's not talk about this anymore. The next part is going to be tough for you. Lu Yin returned home from work in the evening and saw Yang Mi busily preparing dishes. Where's Yi Tian? Yang Mi replied obediently, Madam President, Yi is currently sleeping. He asked me to call him down when it's time for dinner. I'll go and get him now. Still sleeping? How long has it been? You should hurry and call him down for dinner. Okay. Yang Mi walked to the bedroom door, knocked, and shouted, President Yi, it's time to eat. Madam is back too. A voice came from inside the room. Got it, I'll be right down. After everyone finished dinner, Yang Mi went to clean up the dishes while Yi Tian and the other two sat on the sofa chatting casually. Lu Yin asked, by the way, how's the arrangement for the 60-year-old aunt going? I've already arranged for Alice to handle it, as she happens to have some contacts abroad, which makes things easier. Those scammers are too vile. They should be taught a harsh lesson. Yi Tian agreed, believing that such scammers should not be allowed to remain, as they have no bottom line, even deceiving an old lady. When we find them, let's make them confess and then get rid of them. Lin Yi asked worriedly, get rid of them? Isn't that a bit extreme? They're abroad anyway. Scammers are not rehabilitated. Even if they serve a few years, they will still go back to scamming. Getting rid of them is the most straightforward solution. Yi Tian expressed indifference, reasoning that since it's far from the emperor, no one abroad would care about it. If they don't get rid of them, they might scam again next time. All right then. Lu Yin had been busy all day as she kicked off her shoes and rested her head on Yi Tian's lap, closing her eyes to relax. Yi Tian used both hands to massage her temples while also applying a bit of healing technique to help her invigorate her blood circulation. Are you too tired from work? Are you managing to adapt? Lu Yin hummed comfortably. No problem. I handled most of the secretarial tasks myself today, and Secretary Bai even praised me for it. Yi Tian sensed that her body was healthy and without issues, which eased his mind. That's good. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a meeting for all local company employees, and everyone must attend except for essential positions. Please help me arrange it in the morning. All right, is there something important happening? You could say it's significant, or I want them to meet their chairman, and I want to meet them as well, while also providing some benefits to reassure them in their work. After Yang Mi tidied up the tables and dishes, she came over to ask if there was anything else. Yi Tian thought for a moment and said, you and Lin Yi go upstairs and tidy up the bedroom. Lin Yi's cheeks flushed as she pulled Yang Mi upstairs. The two of them worked together to clean the room. In an old neighborhood of the Triangle Country, a group of more than 10 people were busily working in front of their computers. Someone was using an emulator to play edited videos of Yi Tian speaking across different platforms, while others were chatting on QQ and WeChat following a fixed script. Some were collecting accounts in part-time groups, and others were contacting people for money laundering. Everyone had a clear division of labor and worked in an orderly manner. Boss Chang took a tour around, observing that his employees were diligently working. He nodded in satisfaction while puffing on a cigar, knowing he was about to make a hefty profit again. The team leader saw him coming and hurriedly ran over to report quietly. Boss, reporters are already at Tianjin Company for interviews. They're starting to say this is a scam, and the number of victims has decreased now. Chang threw his cigar to the ground, stomped on it a few times, and cursed, damn it, ruining my good plans. From now on, do not upload any more videos of Yi Tian or add people. Discard all current accounts by a batch of new ones, and start using different celebrities. Understood, boss. Chong's ability to navigate the underworld without falling is largely due to his caution. He immediately cuts ties and seeks survival at the first sign of trouble. His classic saying is scamming is like stock trading. When everyone knows about it, it's time to exit, otherwise you'll end up trapped. Just as he said, the police have already started pretending to be scammed victims preparing to add QQ and WeChat to extract their addresses, but suddenly found they couldn't add anyone. Cyber experts, after tracking, could only find that these videos were uploaded from the Triangle country, but the exact location remained elusive. The police saw this as a cross-border organization, which posed a significant challenge. Moreover, with reporters exposing the scam, there were fewer victims. The case eventually fizzled out. What no one knew was that at the border of the Triangle country, a 12-person team from the Umbrella organization was fully armed, riding in an armored vehicle heading towards the scammer's lair. 3 armored vehicles advanced smoothly along the route provided by Liu Yao. In the command vehicle, the squad leader Vivian held a tablet, which displayed the scene of the scammer's office and its surroundings. The heavy weapons specialist Angela excitedly said, "Vivian, with a top hacker like Black Phoenix on our side, this mission will be a breeze. The target is practically defenseless." Vivian smiled and replied, "Yes, this is my first time doing a task like this. The target has no idea he is under our surveillance." It turned out that Liu Yao had hacked into the scammer's computer phone and surveillance systems, secretly observing everything the scammer did as if it were transparent to her. Moreover, by utilizing satellites and road surveillance, she pointed out the safest route for the squad, allowing for an unobstructed journey. For everyone involved, the risk was nearly zero, as Alice had given the team a significant amount of money, allowing them to purchase any equipment they deemed necessary. To be on the safe side, it was strongly insisted that they wear the best body armor and helmets, ensuring vital areas were protected from serious injury, so that if anything went wrong, they could get Yetion treated in time. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed difficult for anyone to get hurt. The opposition was merely a group of unarmed weaklings, at most armed with a few small handguns. Standing there for them to shoot at would not even result in injury. It was simply lacking in challenge. The armored vehicles quickly approached the scammer's lair. According to Liu Yao's information, there was a lookout at the turn 3,000 meters ahead. If they did not take him out, Brother Chong would escape the moment he received the alert. Vivian began issuing commands. "Everyone get ready. There is a guard ahead. Cupid will take action, and we must eliminate him in one shot to avoid alerting the target." Receive. Cupid was the sniper in the team. Her attacks, as unexpected as love. The armored vehicle remained in position, and Cupid jumped out swiftly, moving to a concealed spot to observe the situation in the distance. Indeed, in a very ordinary little earthen house in the distance, someone was peering through a small hole in the wall, watching the outside. If the armored vehicle advanced another 1,000 meters, he would have spotted them. Using the location information sent by Liu Yao, it was confirmed that there was only one person inside the house. As the lookout leaned out to glance through the hole, Cupid took her shot, ending him with one bullet. The house was silent with no movements. Cupid observed for a while before stating to the team, "The target has been neutralized. Oh, Lynx, go check the situation while I provide cover." Receive. The team member nicknamed Lynx swiftly ran towards the little earthen house, dodging and maneuvering, quickly approaching. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, she cautiously entered the house, finding only a dead observer lying on the floor. She carefully checked the interior and found no surveillance equipment. The only device capable of connecting to the internet was a phone, which had already been hacked by Liu Yao. "Safe, we can proceed." Lynx sent the message, quietly waiting for the armored vehicle. Thus they advanced as if on a cheat mode, systematically eliminating the scammer's surveillance. Through the surveillance video on her tablet, Vivian saw that the scammer leader, Brother Chong, remained completely unaware, engrossed in playing a pay-to-win mobile game. Soon the squad entered the dilapidated neighborhood where the scammer was located. The team members disembarked one by one, swiftly securing all the entrances, leaving only 3 drivers and Vivian in the vehicle. Angela, give them a taste of intimidation first. "All right, just watch me." Receiving the order, Angela aimed her modified Gatling gun at the scammer's office door and unleashed a barrage, completely shattering the door before stopping. In the entire dilapidated neighborhood, only Brother Chong's gang resided, so no unrelated individuals were frightened. Brother Chong dropped his phone in terror, picking it up and huddling under the table, while all his employees crouched on the ground, terrified. Everyone thought it was terrorists coming to rob them. They dared not flee or fight back, as no guards from any country would be this brutally lethal, opening fire without a word. Vivian looked at the quivering scam artists in the room, who were shaking like quails, and ordered, "Go in and neutralize their combat capability." Receive. Immediately 5 team members rushed into the room, 3 pointing guns at the scammers, while 2 used special handcuffs to restrain them. Brother Chong was internally devastated upon seeing the 5 black-masked figures before him. He had only come abroad to escape scrutiny, never expecting to encounter real terrorists. He cried out for mercy. Heroes'll pay you whatever you want to. I just ask for my life to be spared. Immediately, a team member took out a POS machine, using a voice modulator to speak in a hoarse tone. Swipe your card. Brother Chong was completely bewildered. Oh, was it really necessary to be this professional? Did they even carry a POS machine with them? If I said I had no money, would they suggest I take out an online loan? Hero, with my hands cuffed like this, I can't access my card. A team member replied flatly. Where is it? I will get it if you don't say you die. After saying this, he shot at a nearby scammer's leg, causing the other to roll on the ground in pain. Brother Chong nearly wet himself in fear. Were they really this ruthless? They opened fire at the slightest disagreement. Thankfully, it was only aimed at his employee's leg. If it had been aimed at him, it would have been game over. Brother Chong hurriedly handed over all 3 of his bank cards, not waiting for the umbrella personnel to ask, and immediately revealed the passwords. After swiping the card and entering the password, it was correct. All the money from the 13 cards under Brother Chong's name was drained by Lu Yao. At this moment, Brother Chong was still feeling smug, thinking he had intentionally left 3 cards here to avoid this kind of situation. They would surely never expect that he still had 10 cards. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of running out of firewood. However, he was unaware that behind these masked individuals was a top hacker, nor did he know that he had set all his passwords to be the same, saving Lu Yao a lot of trouble. Hero, I've given you my money. Oh, please spare my life. That depends on your performance. I will definitely. At this point, Brother Chong was humbled to the extreme, begging for his life. You all must make a video explaining how to use Yi Tian's image to scam, and also provide me with the details of the victims. Those who can't do it will die now. You are Yi Tian's people. Brother Chong was shocked. How long had it been? How could Yi Tian's people come to the Triangle Country and armed to the teeth at that? It didn't make sense. We are Yi Tian's fans. You slander our deity, so you must be punished. The umbrella personnel did not reveal their identity as Yi Tian's people, but instead used the guise of fans to avoid bringing trouble to Yi Tian. Hearing this, Brother Chong sighed in relief. They were just fans, not Yi Tian's people. He also knew there were many fans of Yi Tian online, but he never expected that even terrorists would be fans. Indeed, in this day and age, looks were paramount. Being handsome truly allowed one to get away with anything. Immediately, several employees shouted that they could make videos and knew the data. The rest, who couldn't, were panicking. They only relied on chatting to deceive or followed Brother Chong as muscle. Brother Chong himself panicked. As a boss, how would he know these things? Wasn't that a death sentence? The umbrella personnel uncuffed the few who could work, pointing guns at them. They produced results at an astonishing pace, quickly creating the video and organizing the data of the victims. Just as the materials were saved on the computer, Lu Yao stealthily retrieved them. Now these people were useless. The umbrella personnel ruthlessly eliminated each of the scammers. Until his death, Brother Chong was still thinking about the 10 cards he had left unspent, wondering why he hadn't learned to make videos, otherwise he could have survived. Those who created the video and data never imagined that these people would go back on their word, actually killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. As the umbrella personnel left the scene, they detonated the entire neighborhood, mocking the burning ruins. We are women. Oh, what's wrong with not keeping our word? The task was completed, and Wei Weian led all the team members quietly away from the Triangle Nation. After reporting the entire task process to Alice, Wei Weian brought everyone good news. This task was completed exceptionally well. I've already reported to Alice, and she said that if everyone completes 2 more tasks, we can go to the 5 Elements Nation and swap places with them. The team channel instantly became lively, with everyone chattering excitedly. Wow, that's great. I heard that shopping is unrestricted there, and President Yi will reimburse us for it. Yes, and the 5 Elements Nation is very safe. They prohibit firearms, so with our skills we are practically invincible there. The key is that we can get close to President Yi. I heard that President Yi's girlfriend doesn't mind everyone trying to flirt with him. How open-minded is that? That's because President Yi has special skills and cannot be seduced. Don't even think about it. Captain, ask Alice for a few more tasks. Got it. I want to go to the 5 Elements Nation too. Staying in these war-torn countries every day makes me forget I'm a woman. Due to the time difference, it was daytime in the Triangle Nation and nighttime in the 5 Elements Nation. Yi Tian had no idea that his subordinates had resolved the scam issue overnight. When he woke up in the morning, he received a call from Alice and saw a message from Lu Yao, which informed him of the situation. The subsequent arrangements were quite simple. Yi Tian instructed Lu Yao to transfer the money from the scammers' accounts back to the victims' accounts based on the list of deceived individuals. He asked her to send him the video explanation made by the scammers so he could post about it. He also instructed Lu Yin to gather some reporters for a meeting to inform them of the news. After the arrangements were made, Yi Tian didn't go to the company, he just acted as a hands-off manager at home. Yi Tian received the video sent by Lu Yao, watched it once, and was very satisfied. The video clearly explained how to create face-swapping videos, how to scam people, how the scammers evaded supervision, and how they laundered money. Yetion quickly uploaded the video online along with a brief post. Recently, someone has been using my face to scam others. Thanks to the joint efforts of my fans, we finally caught the scammer. The victims will gradually receive compensation returned from the scammer, and I hope everyone watches the video and avoid falling for similar scams. With Alice's reminder, he naturally mentioned that this matter was handled by the fans, thus distancing himself from it. Otherwise, indiscriminate killing, even if scammers, would affect his image. The news quickly spread online. By the morning, reporters also received Liu Yan's official notification solidifying the matter as confirmed. National Idol accused fans help restore his innocence. Good fans, Yetion's creation, the Angel Legion, is invincible. Lost money restored. A 60-year-old lady suddenly awakened, declaring to be Yetion's lifelong fan. One article after another praising Yetion and his fans emerged rapidly, spreading across the internet. Yetion's fans were all proud. After all, everyone was a fan of Yetion, and the achievements of other fans were also their honor. A man online couldn't stand the atmosphere and replied, "Is it really impossible that Yetion scammed himself and is now looking for someone to take the blame?" As soon as his reply was posted, it was like poking a hornet's nest, and the number of responses rapidly surged from dozens to hundreds to thousands, all cursing him. The insults varied, but they generally fell into two categories: cursing him personally as a troll, a keyboard warrior, and blind. Cursing his family and ancestors for generations. This man was quite relentless, replying to each comment with glee. Soon Liu Yao noticed this message, casually checked, and posted the man's information online. It turned out he really was a troll keyboard warrior, a former employee of Giant Blog. After Yetion brought down Giant Blog, he had been harboring resentment. Seeing the scam involving Yetion's image, he felt a twinge of bitterness and posted that reply. When he saw others cursing him, he felt an unspeakable satisfaction. He enjoyed seeing others angry while being unable to find him. When Liu Yao posted his information online, he was still immersed in the fun of arguing with netizens, completely unaware that a crisis was about to befall him. Relevant departments strictly adhered to the orders passed down from above, ensuring that no negative comments about Yetion appeared online. So upon seeing someone with thousands of comments amid all the arguments, they immediately targeted him. The leader of the relevant department waved his hand and commanded his subordinates, "I want all the information on this troll within 10 minutes. A minute later, a subordinate delivered the information to the leader, who was quite pleased. "Not bad, today's efficiency is high. It'll add some bonuses to your salary when it's payday." "Thank you, Chief." Actually, this was first found by the Black Phoenix and posted online. "Oh, I just copied and pasted it." "Oh, very good. Honesty is also a virtue. It'll give you double bonuses when it's payday." "Thank you." The subordinate happily went out to work, not expecting that copying and pasting would earn him double bonuses. He should really thank Black Phoenix. The leader reviewed the information and immediately called the law enforcement department in the trolls area. "Immediately arrest this person. I don't want to see him continue to slander Yetion online." The law enforcement department quickly organized a team and began advancing towards the troll's residence. The troll was deeply engrossed in conversation when he heard someone shouting outside, "Is anyone there?" Checking the water meter. The troll was momentarily stunned. Checking the water meter. The water meter is outside. Oh, why would they be looking for someone? This must be a new recruit, right? He casually replied, "The water meter is outside." After a while, someone called his name. Yang Wei delivered. Hearing this, Yang Wei thought carefully and realized he hadn't bought anything. Where could the delivery be from? He casually replied, "I haven't bought anything. You must have the wrong address." The law enforcement officers outside were frowning. Oh, was it really that difficult to get someone to answer the door? "Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table." Explosive team, prepare. Yang Wei scratched his foot and sniffed, then started humming a song, excited that a fan of Yetion could only curse and had nothing else to say. Boom. The door to his home flew open and a team of fully armed personnel rushed in, their dark guns pointed at him as they asked, "Are you Yang Wei?" Yang Wei almost wet himself. He had never had so many guns pointed at him before. What was happening? Yes, did you get the wrong person? I haven't left home for days. There's no way I committed a crime." The law enforcement officer sneered, "Oh, you've committed a serious offense. Did you insult Yetion online?" "No way, I was just asking a question. Is that a crime?" "Were you arguing with his fans?" "They insulted me first. Is it wrong to retaliate?" "Then there's no problem. Take him away." "What crime have I committed? If you dare to arrest me, I'll sue you." Yang Wei, as a seasoned keyboard warrior, naturally knew that anything could be litigated and public opinion was powerful. Unexpectedly, the law enforcement officers were completely unfazed by his tactics. "I formally notify you that you are guilty of provoking trouble." Remove his computer and we'll calculate the number of insults he made and multiply them accordingly. What the hell? Before Yang Wei could finish his sentence, an officer found a cloth and stuffed it in his mouth, tying him up tightly, so he couldn't spit it out. They directly took him away. Based on the number of insults he made, he wouldn't be getting out for several hundred years. Yi Tian's fans suddenly noticed that the troll who had been so vocal online had stopped responding to everyone, and his previous comment had been deleted. Does this mean he has admitted defeat? Indeed, our angel is the strongest, having taken down a troll. Fans continuously left comments under his other messages celebrating their great victory. Then something even more delightful happened. The troll's account posted a new message sharing a blue background white text announcement from the relevant local authorities. Suspect Yang, male 24, a former employee of Giant Blog suspected of online provocation, has been captured by our department and is currently under review. This message was posted by relevant department personnel, using his account, meant to warn others not to casually insult Yi Tian. Fans quickly clicked the link to the official account to check, discovering that the troll had indeed been arrested with a capture video left on the page. However, due to personal privacy reasons, the suspect's face was obscured with a mosaic effect. Netizens commented, "The mosaic is well done, covering a very small area while maintaining high recognizability. So he was an employee of Giant Blog. No wonder he hated Yi so much. So he was my neighbor. I was wondering why I heard a banging sound earlier. Turns out they came to arrest him. That scared me to death. Haha, daring to insult Yi, and they came straight to your home to take you away." Others who initially wanted to ride the wave of Yi Tian's popularity saw this news, and their hair stood on end. They hurriedly deleted their prepared posts. Some men who had posted a few doubtful comments immediately wiped everything clean, shutting down their computers and trembling in fear, worried they might be next. In this era where online trolls are numerous, where does their confidence come from? It lies in the fact that others cannot find them, allowing them to speak freely. Once they realize they can be tracked down, they dare not utter a word. While such major developments occurred online, the person involved, Yi Tian, was completely unaware, as he was intensely reviewing planning proposals from a women's and children's charity organization in his email. So far, he had received only 3 complete proposals, while the others were merely suggestions lacking coherence. Yi Tian downloaded these 3 proposals, carefully reviewing them page by page. The first proposal was written in a very commercial manner, with initial funding provided by Yi Tian to establish a well-staffed charity organization, followed by social crowdfunding to manage the funds as financial products. The profits generated from the operations would be allocated as a charity fund, requiring all those in need to fill out detailed application forms, undergoing a rigorous 60-year review before receiving aid. If the pilot succeeds and it expands nationwide in the future, it would operate through insurance purchases for mutual assistance, effectively using societal funds to serve society. The charity organization could also recover the initial startup funds through financial management. After reading this, Yi Tian deleted it. A worthless proposal. Did he lack money? Do you expect me to help you make money? Commercializing charity operations would only lead to a distorted outcome where those who truly need help cannot apply, and the funds would be consumed at various levels. The second proposal simplified things. Similarly, Yi Tian would fund the establishment of a charity organization, accepting applications from those in need and dispatching personnel to verify on-site before distributing aid. This proposal had no profit-making model and relied purely on Yi Tian's long-term funding to sustain it. He set this proposal aside and continued to review the third one. The third proposal was a bit more complex. It also involved Yi Tian's funding, but it required not only the establishment of a charity organization, but also the creation of a volunteer organization as an auxiliary body. There would be channels for applicants to submit requests, as well as channels for volunteers to assist in submissions, thereby preventing some victims and families from being unaware or unable to seek help. Assistance would be divided into economic aid, legal aid, capability support, and scholarship assistance, providing not only funds, but also establishing corresponding factories and companies to accommodate some applicants. This would enable them to be self-sufficient, earning a living through their own labor and living with dignity. Children could obtain scholarships through diligent study, enhancing their motivation to learn. Upon reviewing this proposal, Yi Tian confirmed that this was exactly what he was looking for at this stage. If there were any shortcomings he hadn't considered, they could be gradually improved later. At least the framework was solid. He immediately called the sender. After the call connected, a soft female voice came through. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" "Hello, are you Han Mimi?" "Yes, who are you?" "I am Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Company. I have reviewed the proposal you sent and would like to invite you for a discussion about the specific arrangements." Han Mimi was so shocked that her phone nearly slipped from her hand. Although she had meticulously written and sent the proposal, she felt uncertain about whether Yi Tian would be interested given the proposal's broad scope and lack of economic benefits. She never expected that Yi Tian would indeed be interested in her proposal, leaving her so excited she could barely articulate her words. "Yi, hello. When would it be convenient for me to come over?" "Let me check. Would 11 o'clock at my company work for you?" Yi Tian glanced at the time. It was just past 10, and he could reach the company in less than half an hour. Scheduling for 11 seemed quite suitable. Han Mimi nodded repeatedly, saying, That works, that works. Then it's settled. When you arrive at the company, have someone take you to my office. Okay. Yi Tian hung up the phone and immediately stood up to prepare to go to the company. If this matter was settled, he could truly become a hands-off manager and enjoy traveling across the beautiful landscapes of the country. Lin Yi saw him exit the study and handed him a cup of freshly squeezed juice. Yi Tian, you're out. This is a mixed juice I just squeezed, give it a try. Yi Tian took it, tasted it, and found it quite good, gulping down the entire cup. It's pretty tasty. I need to head to the company to handle some matters. Be careful on the way. Currently, there are 3 cars parked at Yi Tian's home assigned for him, Lu Yin and Lin Yi, driven by the beautiful bodyguards. Since this area is all women, Xiao Tianza cannot stay here and has to work as a driver at the company instead. Today's driver was a blonde beauty named Laura, dressed quite provocatively. Upon seeing Yi Tian get in the car, she kept throwing him flirtatious glances. Yi Tian simply closed his eyes, sitting back and resting, leaving Laura feeling frustrated and sighing repeatedly. The drive was uneventful until they approached an intersection, and suddenly an old man with a bicycle darted out from the side. You hit me. My leg might be broken. The old man passed by Yi Tian's car and suddenly fell to the ground, starting to yell and shout. Laura was certain that she hadn't even touched him. He had clearly fallen on his own. However, in this situation, she couldn't just drive away, otherwise if sued it could be considered a tantrum. Yi Tian noticed the car had stopped, opened his eyes, and asked Laura, "What happened?" Laura excitedly explained, "Boss, there's an old man outside who suddenly fell by our car, claiming that I hit him." "Oh, did you hit him?" "Absolutely not. I would stake my head on it." "All right, let's get out and take a look." Yi Tian suspected they might have encountered a scammer. "Laura, start recording with your phone. Try to capture that old man." "Boss, what do you mean? He might be trying to scam us." "He'll handle it." "All right, boss." The two got out of the car and saw the old man leaning against the front door, groaning in pain. "My leg might be broken. Take me to the hospital immediately." Laura discreetly recorded with her phone. Yi Tian stepped forward, reached out to help the old man up, and used his healing technique to scan the old man's body, finding no issues with his lower back, legs, or joints. The old man pretended he couldn't get up. As soon as Yi Tian loosened his grip, the old man slid back to the ground. "I can't get up. My leg hurts terribly." Yi Tian looked at him coldly and said, "Fine, we'll take you to the hospital then." Though he had already concluded the old man was a scammer since he had gotten out of the car, he couldn't just leave. Some people needed to be taught a lesson, lest they continue to trouble others. Hearing this, the old man thought, "Hey, this guy isn't playing by the script. If I go to the hospital, won't my act be exposed?" He rolled his eyes and said, "No, I need to call the police. You hit me. I want the authorities to handle this." "Oh, go ahead and call the police. They'll take responsibility." Yi Tian stood by calmly, watching his performance. Laura, however, was anxious. "Boss, why don't I stay? You have urgent matters. I can call another car to take you to the company." The old man thought, this is a rich fish. He's in a hurry and can't waste time with me. Time to start negotiating. The old man wasn't a woman and didn't follow celebrities. His days were spent scamming money to drink and gamble, so he had no idea who Yi Tian was. If he had known how ruthless Yi Tian could be, he would have scrammed long ago. Pretending to be reasonable, he negotiated with Yi Tian. "Sir, if the police come, this could take ages. Since you're busy, I won't make things difficult. Just give me 20,000 and I'll get checked up myself." 20,000. The old man had some nerve. Lying on the ground without a scratch, asking for 20,000. Quite a quick way to make money. Yi Tian shook his head, refusing the old man's kind offer. "I'm not in a hurry. Call the police. We'll check the traffic cameras and he'll pay whatever compensation is due." The old man thought, check the cameras. I calculated this spot perfectly. The intersection cameras can't capture where I'm lying. Sir, since you're not afraid, I'll call the police then." Yi Tian urged. "Hurry up, stop wasting time. Fine, you force my hand. Even if I don't get a cent today, I'll drag this out with you." The old man actually pulled out his phone and called the police. Yi Tian also called his company, instructing them that if a woman named Han Mimi came looking for him and he wasn't there yet, to have her wait in his office. Yi Tian was prepared to waste the entire day with this old man. Soon nearby authorities arrived on the scene. The authorities took one look at the clear accident scene. This old man is a repeat offender. Today he's run into President Yi. With special instructions from above, he's definitely at fault. The old man was furious. In the past, the authorities would split the blame and ID always get some compensation. Why aren't they playing by the script today? "Officer, are you covering for him? A big car hits a small bike. How am I fully at fault? Shouldn't he at least offer some humanitarian compensation?" The authority was displeased. "You're a professional scammer and you think you're in the right. Old man, I recognize you. You've been loitering around these intersections, haven't you? Want me to check your criminal record?" The old man panicked. What's with this authority officer today, not sweeping things under the rug? Looks like I won't make any money. He picked up his bike to leave, but before going, he arrogantly said, "You got lucky today. They'll let it slide." Yi Tian wasn't about to let him go. He grabbed the back of the bike. The old man strained with all his might, but couldn't budge it. Yi Tian sneered. You can't leave. Since it's your fault you hit my car, you need to pay compensation. The authority chimed in. That's right. You called the police, admitted it's your fault, and now you want to leave. Fine, name your price. They'll accept my loss. The old man was resigned. Seeing he couldn't escape, he was ready to pay to avoid trouble. He still had other spots to hit, and couldn't afford the time. Yi Tian looked at the 2 scratches on the car door. My car is worth about 10 million. Your bike left 2 scratches. Repairs will cost around 300,000. Since you're old, it'll charge you 200,000. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. He shouted, Holy crap, 200,000. Why don't you just rob me? Yi Tian said coldly. What do you think I'm doing? The old man pushed his bike against Yi Tian's car and bluffed. A 200,000. You might as well kill me. I don't have the money. What can you do about it? Seeing the situation escalate again, the authority quickly mediated. President Yi, calm down. This old scoundrel isn't worth your anger. If he lies down, it'll be a real headache. You're right. They'll be magnanimous and let him off. As he spoke, Yi Tian deliberately patted the old man's shoulder, subtly injecting a surge of internal energy into his brain, lying in wait. After some time, the internal energy would erupt, causing the old man to suffer a stroke and become paralyzed. This way he could no longer harm others, and it wouldn't be traced back to Yi Tian. The authority was secretly pleased that Yi Tian had given him face, and he looked at the old man with even. He quickly ordered the old man to leave, warning him that if he saw him scamming again, he'd be arrested. The old man didn't dare say a word. He got on his bike and rode off surprisingly fast, showing no signs of injury. Yi Tian got back in the car, bid farewell to the friendly authority, and Laura drove on to the company. Curiously, she asked Yi Tian, President Yi, why did you let that old man go? You should have beaten him up. Yi Tian laughed. These days you can't touch old folks. No matter how good your reputation, they'll drag it. Feeling Yi Tian had been wronged, Laura said indignantly. This is infuriating. How about I get Black Phoenix to find his address, and we beat him up tonight? That way it won't involve you, boss. Yi Tian smiled and advised. No need. That old man won't be causing trouble for long. He'll be paralyzed soon. Boss, how do you know? Have you forgotten I have internal energy? Just a little trick with a delayed effect. Laura praised. While the boss is truly the wheeliest of them all. Yi Tian almost burst out laughing at her words. Your Chinese idioms need more work. What nonsense are you saying? It's the older the wiser. I'm young and handsome, it doesn't fit me at all. Laura winked at Yi Tian in the rearview mirror and said, Then how about you tutor me, boss? I can pay you with myself as tuition. Dream on. You'd be the one taking advantage. Yi Tian was completely unmoved. Tempting him with such tactics was far too difficult for Laura. She couldn't compare to Lu Yao or Yang Mi. When Yi Tian arrived at the company, the receptionist told him that Han Mimi had already arrived and was waiting in his office. The moment Yi Tian saw Han Mimi, he felt she was perfect to lead his women and children's charity organization. Han Mimi had a delicate face, short hair at ear length, and was dressed in a neat business skirt suit. She appeared to be around 30 with a well-proportioned figure and lingering charm, presenting an excellent image. Lu Yin saw that Yi Tian had arrived, greeted him, and then hurriedly went back to her tasks. After Yi Tian and Han Mimi greeted each other with friendly handshakes and took their seats, Yi Tian straightforwardly said, Miss Han, I find your proposal to be quite comprehensive and non-commercialized, which aligns perfectly with my ideal plan. Therefore, I called you here to inquire if you have any requirements regarding compensation. Han Mimi was taken aback, her mouth agape in surprise. She had expected to explain her proposal further, thinking it would undergo various revisions before any agreement could be reached. To her astonishment, Yi Tian directly confirmed it and began asking about her compensation. She had never encountered someone like Yi Tian who handled matters so decisively. In her pursuit of establishing such an organization, she had approached various companies, but they all deemed her proposal too pure and lacking commercial value. Other companies ultimately sought profits, believing that projects which invested without expecting returns could not. Just when she was about to give up due to the setbacks, she saw Yi Tian's call for proposals. With a sense of trying her luck, she sent him her ideal plan. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian wanted precisely this non-commercial proposal, reigniting her hope. As long as she could realize her dream, what was there to discuss about money? Mr. Yi, I can forego any compensation. Establishing this organization is my lifelong dream, and I will use all the investment you provide for its development. Yi Tian shook his head and replied, No, that's not acceptable. If your life isn't stable, how can you fully dedicate yourself to charity? You must set a compensation that meets your living needs. I assure you, Mr. Yi, I currently run a small shop and earn over 100,000 a year, which is enough to meet my living expenses. Hearing Han Mimi's words, Yi Tian chuckled and proposed a figure, then transfer your shop to someone else. I will offer you an annual salary of 10 million. I want you to focus solely on this endeavor. 10 million. Han Mimi was stunned upon hearing this figure, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. My goodness, 10 million. Even as a business owner, one wouldn't earn that much, right? Mr. Yi offered it without batting an eye. How much money must he have? Yi Tian nodded and explained, yes, it's a fixed salary. Since this is not a commercial organization, there won't be performance bonuses. If you think this is acceptable, then we can proceed. If it's still insufficient, just let me know the amount. Han Mimi understood Yi Tian's implication that there was room for negotiation, and she was nearly terrified by the sheer amount. She quickly shook her head and said, Mr. Yi, you misunderstand. I think it's too much. I never considered making money from this endeavor. Yi Tian saw that Han Mimi had no objections and waved his hand to finalize the deal. Then it settled. An annual salary of 10 million and 1 billion in startup funds. You will be the only one to recruit staff and bring the organization outlined in your proposal to fruition. Han Mimi was at a loss for words. An annual salary in the millions and an investment of billions. Was Mr. Yes money printed by himself? She couldn't fathom how much money that was feeling overwhelmed. This seemed far more complicated than she had anticipated. Ew, what if she messed it up? Mr. Yeah, I'm a bit scared. I've never dealt with such large sums of money. Yi Tian chuckled at her timid demeanor and said, hee, what are you afraid of? Just keep the accounts in order for me to review later. Your salary is to keep you well compensated and prevent you from making hasty decisions out of financial necessity. Han Mimi quickly stood up, her expression serious, and declared, I will not let you down, Mr. Yi. Seeing Han Mimi's commitment, Yi Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. There were too many requests for help, or he had found it exhausting to keep up. Once Han Mimi established the organization, he could hand it over to her. That's good. I will transfer your salary and funds shortly, and you will need to start working. I have many requests for help in my account that will need to be passed on to you. Wait, you're giving me money before I even start working? Is that really how it works? Han Mimi asked curiously. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Yi Tian confidently replied, whether I give it now or later, it's still the same. By giving it now, you won't have any worries and can focus on your work. Besides, unless you fly to space, there's really no place for you to escape on this planet. What a joke. In the information age, where could you possibly run to? Even if Liu Yao couldn't find you, I still have. Han Mimi, unaware of Yi Tian's true capabilities, thought it was merely his trust in her. She excitedly vowed, thank you for your trust, Mr. Yi. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Seeing that he finally had a suitable person to handle the work, Yi Tian was quite pleased and also introduced the Yihua Palace and the umbrella to Han Mimi. By the way, I will give you the contact numbers for the bosses of 2 security companies, both of which I have acquired. You will need to take a bodyguard with you when you go out. This work can be very dangerous, and you never know who might seek revenge. Okay, boss, but will having bodyguards be too inconvenient considering I'm a woman? Don't worry, all my bodyguards are female, both domestic and international. Also, any actions requiring force will be entrusted to them, and you will simply pay them as normal. Han Mimi had not expected Yi Tian to consider matters so carefully, including her safety and future actions. She was deeply impressed by his foresight. So, Mr. Yi, did you think of the bodyguard issue beforehand? Sort of. To be honest, my plan is missing this crucial piece. You will take my place in the future. I won't interfere with your decisions unless I feel you are straying from your original intentions. Han Mimi genuinely felt Yi Tian's sincerity. He was completely handing over authority to her. If she couldn't manage this well, it would be better for her to give up. She excitedly vowed, rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will uphold my original intentions, and if I make a mistake, I will pay for it with my life. Yi Tian was quite satisfied with Han Mimi's attitude. He extended his hand to her and said, give me your hand. Although unsure of what it meant, Han Mimi still extended her hand to Yi Tian. Did Mr. Yi have feelings for her and want to make a move? But it was still broad daylight. How embarrassing. Yi Tian was unaware of her thoughts. He took her hand, activated a healing technique, and adjusted her health. Han Mimi felt a warm current emanate from Yi Tian's hand flowing through her body. She suddenly felt very energetic, and it seemed that some of her physical discomfort had vanished. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? She asked in surprise. Yi Tian smiled and replied, you need a healthy body to work seriously. I used my internal energy to help you adjust. I noticed there was some blockage in your uterus, so I cleared that up as well. Although I'm not sure what it's useful for, it should be beneficial for your health. Woo-woo. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Han Mimi suddenly burst into tears. Yi Tian was bewildered, simply watching her quietly. After crying for a while, Han Mimi wiped her tears, stood up, and bowed to Yi Tian in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I divorced because of my blocked fallopian tubes, which prevented me from having children. Because of this condition, my mother-in-law scolded me daily, and my husband would hit and berate me if things didn't go his way. There were times I nearly lost my life because of him. It was precisely because of this that I completely lost hope and threw myself into the fight against domestic violence to protect women's rights. Yi Tian sighed and said, alas, it seems you are also a person of suffering. Try to look on the bright side, good days are ahead. You should be able to find a husband in the future and have children. Han Mimi shook her head resolutely and said, no, I will never marry again. Just the thought of a man touching me disgusts me. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. Yeah, I didn't mean you. You are the only good man in the world, and I won't feel disgusted if you touch me. Yi Tian chuckled. He flatter me a bit more. Han Mimi paused for a moment, surprised that Mr. Yi enjoyed hearing compliments. She quickly added a few more praises as Yi Tian truly deserved them. A Mr. Yi is the most handsome man in the world, the most loving man, the most amazing man. If you need me for anything, just say the word. Yi Tian laughed heartily. All right, I was just teasing you. Now have you thought of a name for this organization? I might not be good at names, she replied. A Mr. Yi, I have thought of a name, Angel's Wing Foundation. What do you... Yi Tian clapped the table and praised. Oh, this name is quite good. Is there any story behind it? Han Mimi explained meticulously. As long as President Yi likes it, that's great. The meaning is quite simple. The wings of an angel symbolize protection, and angels are synonymous with kindness. Moreover, they are also the self-designation of your fans, President Yi. The connection between Angel and Tianzheng feels quite inherent. Hearing such a fitting meaning, Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Wonderful. Let's go with that. I could never come up with such a good name. Hurry up and register it before someone else does. If anyone snatches it away, no matter how much it costs, you must buy it back for me. Sure, President, you'll get to work right now. Han Mimi, seeing Yi Tian's agreement, stood up to prepare for various tasks. She had too much to handle alone. Yi Tian quickly called her back. Wait, it's too difficult for you to start alone. They'll call the general manager and the secretary of Tianzheng Company to meet you. If you encounter any difficulties in the early stages, you can ask them for help. They'll also have someone from the bank come to meet you. Thank you, President Yi. Han Mimi was truly touched by Yi Tian's thoughtfulness. He had considered everything for her, and she felt fortunate to have encountered such a boss. Yi Tian made a few phone calls, and Chun Hao and Bai Jingjing rushed over. The bank president was also on his way with a client manager and equipment. As Yi Tian was already their supreme member, and with a notification from above, everything Yi Tian did required their full cooperation. So upon receiving Yi Tian's call, President Liu immediately put down his work and rushed over. When President Liu arrived at Yi Tian's office, Chun Hao, Bai Jingjing, and Liu Yin had already met Han Mimi and exchanged contact information before they went back to their tasks. Under Yi Tian's introduction, they all had a good impression of Han Mimi. Upon seeing Yi Tian, President Liu smiled apologetically and said, President Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yi Tian politely replied, I should be the one saying sorry for making you come here. This exchange of pleasantries made President Liu feel quite comfortable. President Yi was truly down-to-earth and always polite. Not at all. It's my duty. May I ask what business you wish to handle today, President Yi? I would like you to help this President Han get a card and transfer 100 billion from my account to her as the starting capital for my charitable organization. Sure. Congratulations, President Yi, on your growing business. President Liu had already become immune to Yi Tian's extravagant spending. 100 billion was just like 100 yuan to him. He hurriedly urged the client manager to process the request. With the professionals handling it, the card was quickly issued, and Han Mimi now possessed a colorful Supreme card. Seeing that the starting capital was ready, Yi Tian said to President Liu, President Liu, could you please transfer 10 million to her private card as well? All right. As President Liu was about to proceed, Han Mimi hurriedly interjected, Wait, President Yi, this 10 million shouldn't be transferred from your card to me. It should come from that 100 billion, or it needs to be accounted for. Yi Tian stared at her blankly. He didn't understand these matters. Since Han Mimi said it, he decided to follow her lead. Oh, I don't understand, then you can transfer it to yourself now. Han Mimi, feeling quite embarrassed, transferred 10 million to herself, her face flushing with shame. It felt quite uncomfortable to receive such a hefty salary without doing anything. Seeing her like this, Yi Tian smiled inwardly. She was indeed an honest person. He noticed that Han Mimi's favorability rating had changed from a green friendliness score of 80 to a pink heart-shaped score of 100. Another subordinate who would risk her life for him was now at his side. Money truly could buy life. With everything settled, President Liu left, and Han Mimi also went out to handle her tasks. As another professional manager under Yi Tian, on par with Chun Hao, after communicating well, Han Mimi could naturally access some resources of Tianjin Company. She would be driven by Tiansheng's driver until she established her own team. Yi Tian, having accomplished another major task, comfortably reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. At Yi Tian's alma mater, Xiamen University, after a fierce selection, 36 individuals were finally chosen from the school beauty department, beauty and class beauty, to participate in the welcome ceremony. Everyone was dressed in cool and sexy cheerleading outfits, bouncing and rehearsing on stage. Below were Principal Zhang, Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, Teacher Luo, and other leaders watching. Seeing the beautiful girls on stage, Principal Zhang tilted his head and asked Teacher Luo, do you think Yi Tian will like this welcome ceremony? Absolutely, Principal. He is known as the national husband, highly favored by women. Having these female students welcome him is just right. Principal Zhang looked at the short skirts of the female students, which were so short that they revealed their leggings, and expressed some concern. Are you sure? Won't this be a bit too revealing? The dance teacher beside him quickly explained, Principal, this is quite normal. Cheerleaders at internationally renowned events dress this way. We are just aligning with international standards. Principal Zhang still felt her eyes sting a bit. These students were about the same age as her daughter. Seeing them dressed like this made her think of her own child. When the time comes, she would also come to school to meet Yi Tian. Oh, surely, she wouldn't dress like this too. That would be too much. All right, let them take a break. They are working quite hard dancing. Not wanting to watch any longer, Principal Zhang instructed the dance teacher and left. Okay. The beautiful girls on stage were wearing leggings and didn't mind being watched by the teachers below. Some of them thought when senior Yi Tian arrives they wouldn't wear leggings, and then Yi Tian would surely be attracted. The new generation of campus beauties thought, senior Yi Tian's girlfriend is older than us, and at most she was just a class flower back then. I am ranked among the top 5 campus beauties, is senior Yi Tian will definitely notice me. The girls from the department thought the same, while only the class flower felt immense pressure. I'm just a class flower. Aside from being younger, I have no advantage in appearance. How can I catch senior Yi Tian's attention? The teachers were unaware of their students' hidden thoughts. They were more adept at formal welcome ceremonies. Principal Zhang returned to her office and called the logistics minister. Old Wang, has the cafeteria been notified? Principal, it has been notified. Your uncle said that they must dress neatly, ensure enough food, cleanliness, and plenty of meat to eat. Hearing this, Principal Zhang nodded in satisfaction. I heard that some students have become successful and returned to school to taste the flavors of their memories at the cafeteria. It's easy to cause disputes with the chefs, so we must eliminate all possible sources of conflict in advance. Minister Wang hurriedly flattered. Principal, your foresight is excellent. All staff in the school have been notified. Since Yi Tian will be at our school for a few days, let them humble themselves for a few days, ensuring no one dares to retaliate or argue back. Very good. If this matter is accomplished, I will assign you a set of rooms. Haha, thank you, Principal, for your consent. What a bore. Yi Tian reclined on the sofa for a while only to find the office empty. Lu Yan, now exceptionally diligent as a secretary, had vanished somewhere again. He suddenly felt like a lonely old man left behind. It seemed he'd better stay home, when idle, at least with Lin Yi and other beauties for company. Right, last time Research Department Director Radashi said I could come for testing. I've got time now, might as well have some fun. Yi Tian headed to the research department alone, pleased to see everyone engrossed in their work. He casually called someone to fetch Radashi. The person quickly notified Radashi via the internal channel, and within a minute Radashi emerged from a room. President Yi, sorry to keep you waiting. I was researching the black and white metal. Any findings? Not yet, just running routine tests. We need baseline data to determine a research direction. I'll handle it as you see fit. Yi Tian glanced at Radashi, whose hair seemed thinner, dark circles under his eyes, and a blister at the corner of his mouth. Don't push yourself too hard. With that look, anyone might think I'm mistreating you. Yi Tian touched Radashi, using a healing art to regulate his qi and blood, instantly erasing the dark circles and blister. Thanks, President Yi. Is that your miraculous healing art? Radashi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yi Tian. He wanted to study it, but he wasn't a biologist. That was beyond his scope. Yes. Where's the testing device you mentioned? I've got time, so we'll give it a try. Follow me, President Yi. To prevent accidents like last time, we've built a dedicated testing chamber. Yi Tian followed Radashi. A researcher nearby asked, President Yi, may we watch? Yi Tian generously agreed. Sure, as long as you've arranged your tasks. Great. Thank you, President Yi. The researcher exclaimed excitedly, and soon most available researchers followed Yi Tian. They arrived at a spacious room with no windows, walls made of special metal, and a soft white ceiling housing lights and ventilation ducts. In the center stood a treadmill. 20 meters away, there were transparent blast-proof barriers as tall as a person. A large screen in front of the treadmill displayed 0 kmh. Yi Tian found the sci-fi-like scene novel. Director Ru, is this the treadmill? Radashi said proudly. President Yi, this treadmill is no ordinary one. We call it the planet treadmill, modeled after the Flash's cosmic treadmill. Yi Tian perked up at that. He quite liked the Flash, though the name was a misnomer. The fastest speedster always had someone faster. Oh, is it for testing speed? Yes. Its feature is converting high speed on the treadmill into low speed, allowing us to measure even faster velocities. Radashi then launched into a lengthy explanation of the principles, leaving Yi Tian dizzy. Yi Tian quickly signaled him to stop. Stop. I can't understand you anyway. What are we waiting for? Let's try it now. All right, you two get it set up immediately. Radashi was in full flow, but had to stop reluctantly. He called over 2 researchers to calibrate the machine. Once it was ready, Yi Tian stepped onto the treadmill and started running. 2 recorders logged his speed, while the other researchers formed an excited audience. After just a few seconds, the researchers began their enthusiastic commentary. Wow, President Yi is nearly at the world record speed. Wow, President Yi has broken the world record. So fast. Oh my God, President Yi has reached 100 km/h, as fast as a motorcycle. President Yi isn't stopping yet. How fast do you think he'll go? I dare not guess. I'm afraid he'll break through time and space. As Yi Tian sped up, Radashi felt a powerful suction, like a truck roaring past. He quickly warned, everyone step back. President Yi's speed is creating an airflow that could pull us in. The others, feeling the wind, retreated 10 meters away to continue watching. Yi Tian, still able to notice their retreat, picked up even more speed. Soon he reached 10 times human velocity. Incredible! President Yi has hit 200 km/h, as fast as a high-speed train. Some researchers began to worry. I hope our treadmill can hold up. It should. After last time when President Yi broke the force tester, we doubled the standards. This treadmill's limit is 800 km/h. Soon the recorder noticed Yi Tian's speed had stalled at 200 km/h for several seconds. President Yi's speed isn't increasing. Is 200 km/h his limit? Yi Tian had indeed reached his physical limit. He pondered and decided to channel his inner energy. With its aid, his speed began to climb again. The acceleration sparked another round of astonishment. President Yi is speeding up again. My God, 400 km/h. Is his speed limitless? I get it now. The 200 km/h was his physical power. Now he's using his inner energy. Inner energy is beyond our calculations, completely unknown. Once President Yi taps into it, he transcends humanity. Yi Tian's speed soared, nearing the treadmill's limit. Radashi shouted, danger. Everyone take cover behind the barriers. President Yi is approaching 800 km/h. The treadmill might explode. All scattered, hiding behind the shields. They seem to see a cone-shaped cloud form around Yi Tian. With two thunderous booms, the treadmill shattered. Cracks appeared in the transparent barriers. Researchers rolled on the ground, clutching their ears. Their eardrums were ruptured, blood streaming out. Realizing the treadmill couldn't withstand his speed, Yi Tian redirected the force into the air ahead, creating a massive dispersing shockwave that whipped up a typhoon-like gale indoors. Defying physics, he halted midair before landing softly on the ground. Surveying the scattered parts, he muttered, damn, another test wrecked. With inner energy, my speed seems boundless. If the environment allowed, I might even travel through time. The system promptly doused his enthusiasm. Host, stop fantasizing. This system forbids time-space travel in this world. You won't be breaking through. Oh, fine. Almost forgot. You're the boss system. Thanks for the compliment, host. Your employees are injured by the sonic boom and need immediate treatment. Got it, thanks for the reminder. Yi Tian looked at the employees rolling on the ground in pain, shouting like fools, shook his head helplessly, and went over to treat each of them. Everyone felt quite embarrassed coming to watch the commotion and then needing the boss to treat them. Sorry for causing trouble for you, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian waved his hand, dismissively indicating it was no big deal. He simply reminded them, it's all right, it seems your awareness of safety is still lacking. In the future, all battle suits must be equipped with soundwave protection functions. Everyone nodded in unison, saying, okay, Mr. You will make a note of it. One researcher curiously asked, Mr. You, what happened in the end? How did it suddenly explode? Yi Tian replied helplessly, it seems the speed was too fast, the treadmill couldn't handle it, and exploded. The researchers whispered among themselves, no wonder I heard a few explosions. Lu Dashu explained beside them. Actually, what you heard was not just the explosions, but also a sonic boom. Mr. Yes, speed exceeded the speed of sound, causing a sonic boom, which is why our eardrums got ruptured. Supersonic. But if it was supersonic, why was Mr. Yes clothing still intact? A researcher raised a question. Logically, at such a high speed, Yi Tian's clothes should have caught fire, yet they were. Yi Tian looked at his clothes and smiled. That's because I can now use my inner strength to protect my clothing, and my clothes are essentially an extension of myself. Oh, when it came to inner strength, the researchers were left puzzled and couldn't continue the discussion. We are talking about science, and you are discussing metaphysics. Isn't that like talking to a brick wall? Another researcher asked, Mr. Yi, is supersonic your fastest speed? Yi Tian shook his head, saying, no, I feel I can go faster, but this machine can't measure it anymore. The researchers confidently said, Mr. Yi, we can still modify it, well, definitely be able to measure it. Yi Tian replied, forget it, what's the use of running faster? I am not the Flash, what I want is an Iron Man suit that ordinary people can use. Yi Tian chuckled and directly declined, saying that it would be better for them to focus on researching the battle suit. Mr. Yi, we will definitely help you develop it. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Yi Tian continued to motivate them. Work hard. If you really develop it, not only will you have endless money, but you will also leave a legacy. Your descendants will be proud of you. The researchers were fired up by Yi Tian's motivational speech, eager to run a few laps while carrying high-speed trains. Yi Tian saw there was nothing more to do here and began to ask Lu Dashu, Department Head Lu, are there any other testing projects? Lu Dashu, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Mr. Yeah, I want to enhance the defense a bit more before letting you test it. I'm afraid something might go wrong again. Seeing that Lu Dashu had taken safety to heart, Yi Tian felt gratified and praised him. Oh, very good, then let's discuss it later. You all continue with your work. I will take my leave now. All right, mister. You'll see you out. As Yi Tian was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, stopping to tell everyone. Those who can make it to the afternoon meeting must attend. It's related to improving your salary and benefits, so don't miss it. Thank you, mister. We will definitely be there. Yi Tian returned to the office board and started giving money to people seeking help online, waiting for Lu Yin to finish work and go home. As a good man, of course, waiting for his girlfriend to finish work was a basic expectation. Lu Yin got into the car and said to Yi Tian, Yi Tian, I have scheduled the meeting for 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. Don't forget it. Yi Tian nodded and said, I know, I won't forget, such a minor matter. After lunch, Yi Tian went for a nap. Actually, with his physique, he didn't really need a nap, but it was a habit. If he didn't nap at noon, he would crash in the afternoon. Just lying down for a bit was good enough. After Yang Mi tidied up Lin, he mysteriously pulled her and Lu Yin into a room to try on clothes. Several different styles of maid outfits had already been made, all done at great expense by Lin, using high-quality materials that felt as soft as air and very comfortable. Since everyone had similar body shapes, they each tried on the outfits and selected ones that suited their styles. The three of them agreed to wear them for Yi Tian to see when he returned in the evening. In the afternoon, Lu Yin woke Yi Tian up to go to the company, and Lin smiled at Yi Tian, saying she had a surprise for him when he got back. What surprise? It's a secret. You'll find out when you return. Okay. Yi Tian couldn't be bothered to guess and just took it as a little fun in life. When it was time for the meeting, the large auditorium was already filled with people by the time Yi Tian took the stage. As he appeared, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yi Tian raised his hands to quiet the crowd, and instantly the entire place fell silent. Today I have called everyone to a meeting, mainly to meet everyone who I have been at the company for several days now, and aside from the executives and research personnel, I haven't met anyone else. Now I realize I didn't consider this thoroughly. You all are densely packed below, and I don't even know who is who. Meeting like this seems rather pointless. So, I won't say much more. Let's discuss something of interest to everyone, which is that I am preparing to improve your benefits, allowing you to work more comfortably at Tianjin. Clap, clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause resounded, and everyone's spirits were lifted by Yi Tian's words. Who doesn't love money these days? A boss willing to give money to employees is the best kind of boss. Once the applause subsided, Yi Tian continued, I learned that our company has been around for 15 years. Over this long period, who has been with the company through its growth? Please stand up if you have been here for more than 10 years. With a rustling sound, several hundred people stood up at once. Yi Tian glanced over and discovered that there were a total of 267 employees with over 10 years of service, all enjoying decent benefits, mostly consisting of leadership and senior engineers. Seeing this, Yi Tian realized that small favors wouldn't win their hearts. He needed to present something substantial. Money. No. Life is more important. For these veteran employees, giving them houses or cars would merely elicit a polite smile, making them think the boss was decent. But what if he offered them a life? Yi Tian cleared his throat and said, I've looked into it, and there are over 200 employees with more than 10 years of service. Everyone is doing well, lacking for nothing in terms of housing, cars, or money. Every veteran employee is a treasure for the company, yet no one can escape the cycle of life and death. If an accident occurs, it would be a tremendous loss for the company. The employees below were puzzled, wondering why President Yi suddenly brought this up. The tone seemed somewhat familiar. They whispered among themselves, what does President Yi mean by this? Could it be that he wants us to buy insurance? Is our company venturing into the insurance industry? That seems quite out of left field. Quiet down, or we'll find out if we just keep listening. Hearing the commotion from the employees, Yi Tian raised his hand to signal for silence. I'm not saying this to sell you insurance, so don't get the wrong idea. Laughter erupted below as they found President Yi to be quite humorous. What I mean is quite simple. For veteran employees, life should be manageable, so I'm preparing to offer something special. Upon hearing this, the employees were even more confused. A life? How do you give a life? Are you going to assign us bodyguards? Could it be that we will each receive an Iron Man suit once it's developed? They began to debate, unsure of what Yi Tian was implying. Yi Tian continued, I believe everyone knows that I possess extraordinary inner strength that can heal ailments. The employees nodded in agreement, having seen some videos of President Yi online confirming his remarkable healing abilities. When I say I'm giving you a life, I mean that in the future, if you encounter life-threatening situations, whether it be severe illness or serious injury, I can offer you free treatment once. I can confidently say that in 99 of cases, as long as you aren't completely dead, I can restore you to normal. A thunderous discussion erupted in the hall. The senior employees were so delighted they felt they might soar. President Yes treatment is indeed a good thing. Yes, I heard President Yi can even cure leukemia. What can't he heal? That's amazing. I've heard that people have to stab themselves before President Yi will agree to help. That was during the initial promotional phase. I've heard later on they had to inflict several wounds before President Yi would even glance at them. I think this reward from President Yi is better than cash. I wonder if this opportunity can be used for family members. Yes, I'm at this age and want to leave it for my children and grandchildren. Seeing that everyone was indeed more excited than by money, Yi Tian patiently waited for their discussion to die down before continuing. It seems everyone finds this reward acceptable. If given the choice between money and life, which would everyone choose? Life, they responded in unison. After all, Tianjin Company's benefits are exceptional. Whether for executives or newly hired employees, everyone feels satisfied with their compensation. Naturally, life is more important. Some illnesses can't be cured with money. Seeing that everyone was satisfied, Yi Tian declared, then it's settled. For employees with over 10 years of service, I will grant you a free treatment opportunity. If you choose not to use it, you may give it to a family member. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted below as everyone strongly agreed with President Yes' humane suggestion. All veteran employees may take a seat. I hope you will continue to contribute to Tianjin and help it become the best technology company on this planet. As the applause resonated, the veteran employees felt they would gladly work under such a boss for the rest of their lives. What a joy! Yi Tian observed the satisfaction in the crowd and added, "Next, please have those with over 5 years, but less than 10 years of service stand up." In an instant, about 70 to 80% stood up. As Tianjin's benefits are so good that few employees leave, it is quite common for one to work for 5 years. The reasons for hiring new employees include those who have made enough money to start their own ventures or those who were let go for poor performance, or very few leave due to dissatisfaction with compensation. Yi Tian looked at the crowd and thought, wow, so many people. I definitely can't offer lives to all of them. I wouldn't have any time to rest. This group of employees was all waiting for Yi Tian to speak, hoping he would offer them a life. With his excellent vision, Yi Tian could see the light of hope in their eyes, and then he gently blew extinguished. Don't get your hopes up. With so many of you, I won't be able to offer everyone a life. Otherwise, I might as well quit my job and become your family doctor. A collective sigh arose from the employees upon hearing that Yi Tian wouldn't be offering lives. While some were disappointed, others felt their sense of superiority grow. In the future, when dining out with friends, simply mentioning that President Yi could save his life would make him the center of attention. You all have money, but if you get cancer, you still die, right? I'm different. If I get cancer, I'll seek treatment from President Yi, and in no time, I'll be a healthy person again. This is a privilege that money can't buy. Hearing their sighs, Yi Tian smiled and said, don't sigh. I'm the kind of person who brings hope to others. Although I won't reward everyone with a life, I can offer you a chance. The eyes of employees with over 5 years, but less than 10 years of service brightened again. Could there be another way? What does President Yi mean? Could it be that we can trade money for a life? It's definitely impossible to trade for a life with money. Oh, President Yi doesn't lack money, but trading with skill is another matter. Seeing everyone's interest piqued, Yi Tian chuckled to himself. I offer you lives, and you will work hard for me. The conditions are simple. Once a quarter, I will tally up the top 10 employees who make significant contributions. Each will receive a treatment opportunity. The criteria for significant contributions will be discussed by each department later, and I will review them. I will allocate 200 treatment opportunities to those with over 5 years, but less than 10 years of service, 50 to those with less than 5 years, and another 50 to those with over 10 years. Everyone who wants it should strive for it. A warm round of applause erupted, filling everyone with hope as some began to ponder whether there were any loopholes in Yi Tian's words. It seemed that Yi had not limited the number of rewards one person could receive. Oh, as long as one made contributions, could they not also extend a few additional lives to their family? But this was merely a thought, for Yi had mentioned altering things if there were oversights, and what if it turned out that such actions would be deemed invalid? Seeing that everyone was quite satisfied with this mechanism, Yi Tian instructed employees with over 5 years tenure to sit down, while those with less stood up. There were not many, only 200 to 300 people. Yi noticed their small number and smiled, saying, I've already mentioned the quota. 50 spots for you to compete for. Any objections? None. The employees responded in unison. Who would oppose their own survival? In the high-tech industry, it was mentally taxing, and one could easily meet an untimely end. With Yi Tian there to ensure their safety, they could live a few more years. Yi then asked them to sit down and addressed all employees. Now that your lives have a certain guarantee, let's talk about money. The employees looked at Yi Tian with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. Was he not only giving life, but also preparing to give money? Such benefits were too good to be true. I'm not sure how much each of you earns, so let's keep it general. If your basic annual salary is below 500, it will increase by 100. Clap. Clap. A majority of the employees applauded, all of whom were within this range. Whether it was the cleaning lady earning 100 a month, the intern making 1500, or the ordinary staff member earning 300, they were all immensely happy. With their basic salaries suddenly doubled, they were one step closer to buying homes and cars. Seeing their joy, Etienne was also pleased. For those with a basic annual salary between 500 and 100, it will increase by 50. This level mostly consisted of engineers or leaders. Their salaries were high, and a 50 increase far exceeded that of the lower-level employees, making them very satisfied. They all applauded vigorously, expressing gratitude in their hearts to Etienne for such a great boss. Etienne continued, as for those with a basic annual salary above 100, let's increase it by 25. If there are any objections, feel free to let me know. No objections. This level mostly comprised senior executives, and there was no way they would have complaints against Etienne. Their other benefits were already exceptional, and a 25 increase represented a significant amount. Moreover, when a boss invites you to voice your opinions, if you actually do so, be prepared to get fired. The boss was merely being polite. If one lacked this emotional intelligence, they would not have reached an executive position. If everyone is satisfied with the increased benefits today, just go back and work hard. If you're not satisfied, you can let me know, and we'll discuss it again. The room was filled with applause, and no one voiced dissatisfaction. Yet Etienne noticed a few individuals whose approval ratings were unexpectedly red or yellow. This was intriguing, as he was offering both money and life. Anyone would naturally develop a favorable impression. Why were they not appreciative? Could they be spies? Enemies? He did not want the system's assistance, as he already managed the entire company. There was no need for the system's help. He waved for Chunhao to come over. Chunhao, puzzled, stepped beside Etienne and asked, "Do you have any instructions? Have the security close the venue's main door, then come with me to apprehend someone." Chunhao was shocked, asking in disbelief, "Did you discover that some bad people have mixed in?" Etienne shook his head and explained, "I'm not sure. My eyesight is exceptionally good. I just saw a few employees who looked down on me with hostile expressions." Upon hearing this from Yi, Chunhao understood where the issue lay. How is this possible? Yi has improved their benefits and guaranteed their safety. How anyone should be grateful. Etienne also wondered exactly, so I find it strange. They might be spies after all. Let's capture them first and investigate thoroughly. I don't want any inexplicable individuals in the company. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Chunhao hurriedly left to coordinate with the head of security. Etienne stood on stage counting the 12 individuals with low approval ratings who were dispersed throughout the venue. An ordinary person would not have noticed them, but unfortunately they had encountered him. Soon a large number of security personnel stood up, and one peculiar person disguised as security followed the head's orders to begin closing the doors, and then joined in. Chunhao and the head of security gathered a few security personnel and ran to Etienne's side, waiting for instructions. The employees below looked on, curiously unsure of what this meant. What's going on? I don't know. The doors are closed and Chun and the head of security are on stage. Could someone have committed an offense? Stop guessing. Just watch and you'll find out. Etienne walked down from the stage, heading to a bespectacled man with a red tag pointing at him and saying, "Arrest him." Security rushed forward and swiftly apprehended the bespectacled man. He was taken aback, completely unaware of what was happening. Had he been exposed? Impossible. He hadn't done anything lately. He had only been there for a few days and could not possibly recognize him. Yi, is there some misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. I just find you displeasing to the eye. The bespectacled man was on the verge of a breakdown. At least provide a reason for arresting someone. Just because you find me unpleasing is hardly a valid cause. Are you just randomly picking people? With Etienne pointing out the suspects, all 12 were apprehended, especially the security personnel, who were particularly distressed. They had been helping to catch individuals only to end up captured themselves, completely baffled. The entire venue was in an uproar, and everyone was on edge, unsure of what had transpired. Etienne called for the head of security to take them out for questioning and stepped onto the stage to explain and reassure everyone. Everyone, don't panic. The reason for apprehending these individuals is that I just saw them laughing at me. Do you? The employees below displayed expressions of disbelief, whispering and debating among themselves. How is that possible? Unless they are insane. Why would they mock Yi, who is giving both money and life? Indeed, but Yi wouldn't lie. True, although Yi hasn't been with the company for long, he has always kept his word in the news and videos we've seen. So does this mean there is something wrong with them? It should be. We'll know once the security department investigates. Etienne could hear their discussions and felt that his reputation was still intact. He was practically the embodiment of integrity walking among them. I also find it strange. I'm not asking for gratitude for giving money and life, but shouldn't there at least be some good? What does their sneering or disdainful attitude mean? That's why I arrested them. We'll announce the results in a few days. For now, let's adjourn the meeting. All employees departed in an orderly fashion, but this meeting provided them with a wealth of conversation material. They could easily drink 2 bottles without needing snacks. 2 employees with over 10 years of service, one with diabetes and the other with heart disease, directly approached Yi Tian to use their treatment opportunities, instantaneously regaining their health. The news quickly spread throughout the company, becoming a testament to Yi Tian's reliability. Yi Tian played with his phone in the bedroom for a few minutes, and then Lu Yin, Lin Yi, and Yang Mi came in. Yi Tian looked up and thought, what a surprise. What a big and fierce surprise. Do you like it, eh? Lu Yin asked him while standing in front of him, twirling around. Yi Tian stared in amazement. If it weren't for his strong self-control, the scene would have been unimaginable. It's beautiful, so beautiful. If you keep this up, I won't even want to eat anymore. Lu Yin burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Tian's words and called Lin Yi to spin around in front of him as well. The alluring sight flashed by just right. Yi Tian felt his head getting hot. Then he glanced at Yang Mi, wondering if she was the same. Yang Mi excitedly spun around 3 times in place, her outfit being a bit more conservative, not swirling enough to float. Yi Tian looked over and indeed found her just like Lu Yin and Lin Yi. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky won't collapse. Yi Tian activated the ice heart technique and fell into contemplation. What does this mean? Lu Yin is so generous to let them dress like this. Could it be a test for me? The 3 women saw Yi Tian suddenly calm down, realizing he must have started cultivating to suppress himself. Lu Yin stepped forward and hugged him gently, saying, Yi Tian, don't cultivate, there's no fun in that. Yi Tian pointed at Lin Yi and Yang Mi and asked Lu Yin, aren't you afraid something might happen with them dressed like this? Lu Yin replied generously, not afraid. If you want to do something, just go ahead. Yi Tian suddenly looked serious, as if possessed, saying, forget it, nowadays you can't write with more than 1 wife, otherwise the book will be banned. I used to write everything down and got banned, otherwise why would this sentence appear? Because I was revising the content. Lu Yin and the others stared wide-eyed, confused by Yi Tian's words. This matter was directly skipped over. Lu Yin felt that having such a devoted and responsible man was more than. Hearing Yi Tian say this made her emotional, tears welling up. Yi Tian was so principled, she felt her years of effort were truly worth it, receiving far more than she had given. Lin Yi watched from the side, feeling warm-hearted. She had no thoughts of jealousy, taking her time. She had no reason to blame anyone. If she had insisted on competing back then, the outcome could have been different, for Yi Tian valued feelings over wealth. Unfortunately, life has no what-ifs. Sometimes she even felt grateful to fate for giving her this strange illness, as it provided a reason to be with Yi Tian. Otherwise she feared she would regret it for a lifetime. When Yi Tian woke up in the morning, Yang Mi had already gone to prepare breakfast. After everyone finished washing up, they sat down with Yang Mi to enjoy breakfast. Yi Tian suddenly said, tomorrow is Saturday, we need to prepare for the class reunion. Lu Yin nodded, saying, Lin Yi and I have already arranged the hotel and transportation. If they arrive tomorrow, we can call a special car to pick them up at the hotel. Yi Tian was very satisfied with Lu Yin's arrangements. After considering for a moment, he added, well, that's good. We need to arrive early. Even if we have money, we shouldn't act superior. We'll just welcome them at the hotel. Lu Yin and Lin Yi had already compared various routes to Shangmen City and told Yi Tian, from Jiangnan to Shangmen, including our time to the airport, it will take about 2.5 hours. So we should leave in the evening. It would be better to arrive at the hotel and rest. All right, let's go with your plan. Find a few people in the company to help. When the teachers and classmates arrive, we won't have time to arrange other matters, so we'll let others take care of it, and we'll give them double the travel allowance. All right, let's go with your plan. Find a few people in the company to help. When the teachers and classmates arrive, we won't have time to arrange other matters, so we'll let others. Yi Tian pondered for 3 seconds before replying, let's skip this time. We are all classmates, and it wouldn't be appropriate for Yang Mi to join us. Yang Mi felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but there was nothing she could do. She was the only one in her family who wasn't Yi Tian's classmate, so it really would be strange. Seeing Yang Mi a bit disappointed, Yi Tian comforted her, saying, I'm sorry, there's no other meaning. I will take you to play around in the future when the opportunity arises. Thank you, Yi Tian. Yang Mi nodded to express her understanding. Yi Tian thought for a moment and reminded her, by the way, when we leave, make sure to let the bodyguard follow you. Safety is the priority, don't forget. Understood, Yi Tian. I will definitely take good care of myself. Seeing Yang Mi being so obedient, Lu Yin laughed from the side, saying, silly girl, just call him Yi Tian. There's no need for Yi President all the time. Yang Mi stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed, and said, I'm just used to it now. As Yi Tian arrived at the company, the head of the security department, Su Lai, hurriedly came over. Out of the 12 employees captured yesterday, after his professional interrogation, only 1 remained alive. The others had committed suicide by biting down on the poison concealed in their teeth. Yi Tian chuckled at his report, saying, not bad, Minister Su. It's good that one is left, otherwise I would have started to suspect you were killing to silence them. Su Lai immediately knelt in fright. President Yi, this was my oversight, but I did not give the orders for it. Yi Tian glanced at the friendliness gauge above his head, which was at 90 points in green, and thought it was acceptable. Get up, I was just joking with you. Look at how nervous you are. Su Lai stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, President Yi, your joke almost scared me to death. I am wholeheartedly loyal to the company, and even plan to have my son and grandson help guard the entrance. Yi Tian poured him a cup of water to calm him down, and continued to ask, it's good to have that mindset. Now tell me the results of the interrogation. Su Lai took the water, thanked Yi Tian, and continued, President Yi, the only one left is an external intelligence agent from the Galen Group. What does the Galen Group do? Why would they send an intelligence agent to our company? The Galen Group is similar to us. They are also a military supplier. The intelligence agent stated that he did not have a clear objective, merely collecting our company's information at regular intervals to send back to Galen. So it's a commercial spy sent by another company. There's nothing to worry about then, as it's not about killing anyone. Yi Tian nonchalantly remarked. Oh, so it's just a surveillance function. Have we embedded spies in other? Su Lai shook his head. Although he was the security minister, this matter clearly exceeded his responsibilities. To my knowledge, we have not, but you should ask General Chen. Some secrets are beyond my scope of knowledge. All right, what do you think is the purpose of the Galen Group doing this? Generally speaking, it is to gather intelligence on competitors and engage in malicious competition, such as snatching our orders. If this time goes undetected, once the Iron Man suit research yields results, they might steal it right away. Hearing Su Lai say this, Yi Tian became a bit unhappy. If his company's suit was just developed, and then someone else copied it, what was the point of it all? Such a company cannot be allowed to exist. He said coldly to Su Lai, Oh, it seems this company cannot be left alone. He'll think of a way to bankrupt them. Su Lai, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up and praised, that's great. Only you, President Yi, have such capabilities to eliminate one after another. Yi Tian glanced at him and smiled. You're not professional in interrogation, but flattering is fine. Keep it coming, let me hear more. Su Lai was stunned. Was President Yi really someone who enjoyed hearing compliments this much? He thought had better flatter him more. President Yi, with unparalleled martial skills and unmatched in the world, rising with the sun in the east, you shall be the Iron Man of reality, a superhero, maintaining world peace. Yi Tian quickly called for a stop. Such sugary flattery was too overwhelming. He feared he might get diabetes from hearing too much of it. All right, you can leave now. Strengthen the security measures in the future. I don't understand this too well. Just handle it yourself. Don't let any spies appear again. Understood, I will arrange it right away. As Su Lai stood to leave, Yi Tian asked again, By the way, how did you deal with the dead ones? I've already reported it to the police. The security personnel came over and said they would handle it, and took the one who was alive, saying it had nothing to do with our company. Oh, all right then. It's nothing, you can go back to your work. Yi Tian thought that the company seemed to have the backing of the state. Over a dozen people had died, yet no ripples were stirred at all. It seems that he could act freely now with both the system and the state supporting him. He felt invincible, ha ha ha. Regarding the matter of the spies, after Su Lai left, Yi Tian called Chen how to inquire further. Old Qin Minister Su said that those captured were spies sent by another company. Did you know about this? Chen Hao nodded, saying, President Yi, I just heard Minister Su mention it, and rushed over. Yi Tian curiously asked, Oh, I want to know, did our company send spies to other companies? Could we also be caught? Chen Hao shook his head. He had not sent any out. Tianjin company did not need to send spies. To my knowledge, our company has not sent any out. Some research materials are provided directly by the higher-ups, just like this time with the alien spacecraft. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. The backing of Tianjin was indeed the state, so he could act with confidence. Got it. I'm planning to bring down that Galen Group and then swallow it whole to make it ours. Chen Hao immediately praised. That's fantastic. Under the wise and powerful leadership of President Yi, our company will become stronger and stronger. Stop. Did Minister Su just tell you something? Yi Tian quickly called for a stop, wondering why this tone sounded so familiar. Hadn't he just heard something similar? Chen Hao asked in surprise, How did you know President Yi? What did he say? He said that President Yi likes to hear people flatter him, and considering our years of friendship, secretly told me this secret. Oh, I see why this tone sounds so similar, but don't flatter me anymore. You can go back to your work now. Chen Hao also left, and Yi Tian opened the chat software with Lu Yao. Dear, are you there? Lu Yao had stayed up too late online last night, and was still sleeping. The special ringtone set for Yi Tian did not wake her up. The ringtone rang for 3 minutes before Lu Yao woke up, groggily pressing the button to silence it, and preparing to continue sleeping. Then not even 3 seconds later, she jumped up like a startled cat. Oh no, it's President Yi looking for me. She quickly picked up her phone and discovered that Yi Tian had sent her the message, Dear, are you there? This directly made her suspect her life. Oh, could it be that President Yes' account was hacked? It couldn't be. How could the software she designed be hacked? Could it be that President Yes' girlfriend was looking for her? Otherwise, why use such a tone? It sounded just like an online store's customer service. She cautiously sent a message back asking, President Yi, is that you? Yi Tian waited a few minutes before seeing Lu Yao's reply. He thought she seemed a bit busy today, as she would usually reply in 3 seconds. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he decided to let her finish her tasks first. It's me. Are you busy right now? My matter isn't urgent. You can finish your work first before we talk. Lu Yao quickly replied. No, I was just sleeping. I stayed up too late last night. President Yi, if you have anything, just let me know. Yi Tian expressed concern saying, girls should not stay up late. That makes one age faster. In the future, remind me every week, and I'll help you with it. This made Lu Yao so moved that she almost cried. President Yi was so good. He truly deserved to be the person she loved most. Thank you, President Yi. I'm used to it. It's nothing. Your internal energy is so precious. There's no need to waste it on me for this. You're one of us. It's not a waste. Hearing Yi Tian say she was one of them made Lu Yao so happy that she rolled around on the bed several times before remembering to ask Yi Tian what he needed. President Yi, did you need something from me? I might want you to help me look into the Galen Group's information. I'm planning to bring them down and then swallow them up. All right, President Yi, I'll help you look into it right away. Lu Yao eagerly sat down at her computer to search for information on the Galen Group after Yi Tian hung up the phone. A certain cult leader's mother once said, do not believe what women say. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Thus it was reasonable for Lu Yao to deceive Yi Tian by saying she was going to sleep, when in fact, she was working at the computer. As the woman behind Yi Tian, she took pride in helping him solve problems, quickly considering indulgence as a shame. Far away in Xiaoshan City, the Galen Group was unaware that Yi Tian was plotting against them, and they were bit. In the underground laboratory of the Galen Group, the young heir Gu Longsheng was surrounded by subordinates observing the latest experiments. Inside a special reinforced glass chamber, a prisoner with the character Death tattooed on his face was strapped to a metal chair. These prisoners were bought through clandestine deals from various prisons. They willingly sat inside for experiments because the Galen Group had signed an agreement with them promising that if they survived one experiment, they would be spared from the death penalty. If the experiment succeeded, they would immediately gain superhuman abilities and lead a life of unimaginable. However, what they did not know was that the current mortality rate for this experiment was 99. Those who did survive were left disabled, becoming various materials for experimentation. A mechanical arm operated by the staff injected a green serum into his arm. The prisoner writhed in pain with veins bulging all over his body, and the metal cuffs binding him creaked ominously. The serum rapidly took effect within him, enveloping his body in a layer of green. His skin began to rot and clumps of hair fell out. Yet he grew larger and larger, his eyes becoming increasingly dazed until only a ferocious gleam remained, resembling a beast ready to prey. As he continued to expand, the metal cuffs binding him could no longer contain him, snapping under the strain of his powerful muscles. He resembled a giant skinned green frog beginning to leap towards the onlookers outside the glass chamber. Bang! A small crack appeared on the glass as the frogman seemed to go wild, his tongue extending unnaturally long, pounding on the glass with massive fists. Gu Longsheng calmly observed from outside, instructing his subordinates, try to control his movements. Yes. The staff began speaking through the chip implanted in his brain. Cease the attack. The frogman showed no response, continuing to smash the glass, drooling, as if the people before him were his prey. The staff issued several commands in succession, unable to control the frogman. Seeing the cracks on the glass multiplying and enlarging, Gu Longsheng directly told his subordinates, another failure, destroy him. Yes. As the staff pressed the destruction button, a mechanical arm inside the glass chamber shot a laser at the frogman, incinerating his brain. The frogman, now brainless, did not die immediately, but lay on the ground convulsing. Gu Longsheng left the experimental room expressionless and walked into the next room, where another prisoner was undergoing experimentation. After observing 5 experiments in a row, all failures, none capable of following orders, Gu Longsheng was somewhat angered and reprimanded Dr. Guo, the head of the research department, saying, you've been researching this gene agent for 3 years with not a single viable subject produced. I'll give you 3 more months. If you can't produce results, you'll become the test subject. Dr. Guo was drenched in sweat from fear, quickly explaining, Mr. Gu, this isn't my fault. It's mainly because the prisoner's physical condition can't withstand the drug's effects, causing them to lose control. If we had a subject capable of handling the drug, it would definitely succeed. Gu Longsheng sneered. How do you think I need to hear that from you? Why don't you find someone who can endure it? If he had such a person, why do experiments at all? Wouldn't that directly complete the super soldier program? Dr. Guo nervously exclaimed, there is really? Gu Longsheng asked with curiosity, who? Yi Tian, the chairman of Tianjin Company. Our spy in Tianjin reported back some basic information yesterday morning stating that Yi Tian's physique has surpassed that of ordinary humans and he would definitely be able to withstand the serum. Upon hearing this, Gu Longsheng's expression darkened, commanding, "Bring him down and lock him up immediately. He will be our next test subject." Immediately, 2 large security personnel approached and seized Dr. Gu. Terrified, he burst into tears and begged loudly, Mr. Gu, spare me. I am loyal to you." Gu Longsheng sneered, "How loyalty? You want me dead, don't you? Tianjin Company, like ours, is a national military supplier. Even if we could capture him, if the higher-ups found out, I would be doomed." Dr. Gu quickly shook his head and explained, No, Mr. Gu, I'm not suggesting we capture him. We just need to collect some of his cells, and then we can clone a test subject without him ever finding out." Clone? Gu Longsheng nodded at the explanation. If it was just borrowing some cells and kept secret, it should be fine. When the clones were made, they could disfigure their faces so no one would know whose clone it was. Let him go. The security personnel immediately released the head of the research department, who collapsed on the ground, his legs giving way from the shock. Then you arrange it, and remember, absolutely do not confront him directly, otherwise no one will be able to protect you. Hearing Gu Longsheng's warning, Dr. Gu quickly nodded, Understood. Gu Longsheng cast a cold glance at Dr. Gu before leaving the laboratory. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian had just begun to take an interest in his company, truly a case of heroes having similar insights. Dr. Gu, seeing Gu Longsheng leave, immediately called his subordinates to discuss a plan on how to obtain Yi Tian's cells, recording the plan on the computer, naming it the Heavenly Theft Plan. Liu Yao was still collecting information on the Guluan company, preparing to gather more data before starting to infiltrate the company's internal network. She hoped to copy their data, which might be useful to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, completely unaware that someone was plotting against him, was in his office chatting with classmates in his group. "I plan to go to Shangmen City this afternoon and will welcome you at the hotel." Upon seeing this message, his classmates were dumbfounded. Oh, wasn't that against the rules? Isn't it customary for the wealthiest and most powerful to arrive last? Why was Yi Tian going to welcome them first? Yi Tian, why are you in such a hurry? Just wait for us to arrive and then go together. Yes, Yi Tian, it won't be too late for you to fly in tomorrow morning. Exactly, you don't even need to pick us up. Oh, Lu Yin and Lin, you have already arranged everything. The car will pick us up at the hotel. Right, you just need to make a grand entrance as the big boss. Yi Tian chuckled in response. We're all classmates of what big boss? Of course I should act as a proper host. Isn't it only natural for the host to greet guests at the hotel entrance? The teacher and classmates were touched by Yi Tian's words. Despite his wealth, he remained humble and did not act high and mighty. Some classmates immediately changed their tickets to arrive earlier, wanting to help Yi Tian. When there's work to be done, they should all pitch in. That's what good classmates do. Upon returning home for lunch, Lin, he had already organized all the luggage. After everyone had eaten, the women asked Yi Tian to take his usual afternoon nap, promising to wake him when it was time. The beautiful bodyguards were also organizing their luggage, as this time only 4 were arranged to protect Liu Yin and Lin Yi. As long as Liu Yin and Lin Yi stayed close to Yi Tian, they would be absolutely safe. The bodyguards were merely there to lend a hand. In the morning, Liu Yin had already selected 10 employees from the company to take a plane to Shangmen City, first to prepare everything in advance. Liu Yin and her team booked a flight at 4 in the afternoon. To avoid being disturbed by outsiders, she purchased all 8 first-class seats. Yi Tian was woken up at 2 o'clock and, having tidied up casually, was surrounded by a group of women as he took a car to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, they found they were quite early. A few of them waited in the VIP lounge while the luggage was naturally taken care of by the bodyguards. Yi Tian felt that his current life was too decadent, as he hardly had to lift a finger. Everything was done for him by the women around. This made him feel like a useless person who waited for food to be served and clothing to be brought to him. He attempted to regain a bit of self-sufficiency to prove he was a useful man. Liu Yin, Lin Yi, is there anything I can help with? Liu Yin and Lin Yi smiled gently at him. No, we just need to wait for the flight. You can relax and let us take care of you. All right then. Yi Tian expressed that he actually had some self-sufficiency and began to play a competitive game. As a wealthy, handsome man, while his gaming skills might not be top-notch, his character certainly had to look good. Thus, he bought all the heroes and skins in the store, then started playing against bots. After winning several matches and receiving countless envious glances, it was finally time to board the plane. Having never flown before, his first experience on a plane was in first class. He felt that the first-class cabin was quite comfortable, much like the over $10 million car from his company. The women beside him, including the bodyguards, had also never sat in first class and appeared a bit reserved. It wasn't until Liu Yin mentioned that she had booked the entire section that everyone relaxed and enjoyed the experience. Indeed, you get what you pay for, and it was incredibly comfortable. The beautiful flight attendant was so surprised to see Yi Tian boarding that she forgot to smile. "Oh my, are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Tian smiled at her and replied, "Yes, do you know me?" The flight attendant excitedly said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, I am your loyal fan. Can I hug you?" "Sure, as long as you don't think I'm taking advantage of you." Yi Tian opened his arms, waiting for the flight attendant's embrace, something he had grown accustomed to. The flight attendant blushed with excitement at the thought of hugging her idol, making her a bit overly casual in her speech. "Not at all, Mr. Yi, feel free. Oh, I don't mind. Haha, you see my girlfriend is right here, so I can't be too casual, can I?" Only after Yi Tian reminded her did she realize that his legitimate girlfriend was standing right beside them, watching, causing her to hurriedly apologize to Lu Yan. "Miss Lu, I'm so sorry I got too excited seeing Mr. Yi. I really didn't mean to be rude." The flight attendant's face turned beet red as she had flirted with Mr. Yi in front of his legitimate girlfriend. If she were in Lu Yan's position, she would have scolded her already. Unexpectedly, Lu Yan just smiled. "It's fine if you like him, go ahead and hug him. Beautiful women love heroes, it's only natural. I won't say anything." "Thank you, Miss Lu, I promise it will just be a friendly hug." The other flight attendants nearby, hearing how generous Lu Yan was, looked at Yi Tian with hopeful eyes. "Mr. Yi, I'm also your fan. I want to hug you too." "Mr. Yi, me too." Yi Tian looked at each of the beautiful and alluring flight attendants and found it hard to refuse. "Come on, one at a time, no need to push." One by one, the flight attendants lined up to hug Yi Tian, while Lu Yan and Lin each chuckled at the side. Their boyfriend was indeed very popular. The beautiful bodyguards admired their mistress' generosity, but they were even more at a loss for words when it came to Mr. Yi's self-discipline. Usually at home, the beautiful bodyguards would look for opportunities to entice Yi Tian, but it was of no use. Yi Tian would accept their kisses and hugs, but when they tried to go further, he would go back to his girlfriend to resolve it. Yi Tian hugged the flight attendants and let them kiss him, but when they wanted to add him on WeChat, he declined. "Sorry, I need to consider my girlfriend's feelings, so let's not add WeChat." The flight attendants were a bit disappointed, but fortunately they were all strong-minded and did not feel discouraged by a temporary setback. Their good professional demeanor allowed them to maintain their smiles and continue providing excellent service to Yi Tian and the others. Yi Tian discovered that as soon as he sat down, he felt lazy again. Now he didn't want to play games or even watch the television in front of him, he just wanted to sleep. The flight attendant came over to adjust his seat. As he fell asleep, she quietly watched him. Mr. Yi was truly handsome. He looked so good even while sleeping. Lu Yan and Lin Yi sat beside him, discussing various cosmetics and jewelry as they flipped through magazines. Now that they were wealthy women, they could afford anything they wanted. In order to match Yi Tian's wealth and status, they were also diligently learning about various luxury goods to avoid embarrassing Yi Tian at high society gatherings in the future. The plane flew steadily. With this kind of short-distance flight, everyone was quite relaxed, already accustomed to it. It was only when the captain noticed the plane was slowing down that he began to feel something was amiss. However, the instruments showed no abnormalities. After a detailed inspection with the co-pilot, they finally confirmed that there was a problem with the plane's engine. For some unknown reason, the plane's engine had entered a low-speed state, as if it couldn't turn anymore. The captain began to panic. If they continued flying in the current state, the plane was likely to crash. At their current altitude, survival was nearly impossible. He immediately notified the Air Traffic Control Center to request assistance. At this point, the passengers also sensed something was wrong but felt as though they were about to lurch forward, and the plane began to shake more violently. Ding! The plane you are on is about to crash. Please prepare to become a superhero. Yi Tian was abruptly awakened from his sleep by the system message. Still groggy, he immediately entered the system space to understand the current situation, as time in the space was almost paused compared to the outside world. Yi Tian groggily asked, "System, am I in trouble again?" "Yes, host, the plane you are on is about to crash." Yi Tian sighed, "My goodness, I feel like ever since I got the system, the probability of encountering troublesome situations has increased more than in the previous 20 years. The system comforted him. This is normal. The system is also known as a trouble magnet. When you receive help from the system, it will greatly increase the likelihood of encountering trouble, which is what they call the coexistence of fortune and misfortune. The system's reasoning left Yi Tian speechless. System, what should I do now? The host can think for themselves. The abilities you currently possess can completely resolve this disaster without the system's intervention. Yi Tian fell into deep thought. The system's words made sense. He had become a being akin to a superhero and no longer needed to rely on the system for everything. He had strength when he needed it, speed when required, and defense available. Although he couldn't fly, he possessed the miraculous lightness skill of treading the clouds and could run through the sky. System, I know what to do now. Oh, I will carry the airplane and run it down to the ground. He reported excitedly to the system, as if he had found the solution to a difficult exam question, and then exited the system space. The system remarked, This foolish child, what a silly method, yet he seems so happy, I'll let him be. Yi Tian opened his eyes to see the flight attendant still smiling and coming over to reassure him. Mr. Yi, I will fasten your seatbelt. Please remain seated and do not move. It is just normal turbulence, nothing to worry about. The other flight attendants were also comforting Lu Yanlin Yi and the bodyguards, fastening their seatbelts before returning to their own seats and securing themselves. Passengers in both business and economy class felt that something was off with the airplane. The shaking was becoming increasingly severe, and some had begun to feel nauseous. The flight attendants began reminding everyone to fasten their seatbelts and checked on each passenger. Ladies and gentlemen, the airplane is encountering turbulence. Please do not worry. The plane is experiencing turbulence. Please be aware of the shaking. Please fasten your seatbelts and remain seated. Most passengers felt that something was slightly wrong, but very few were truly frightened. After all, flying is much safer than driving. Every year there are so many car accidents, yet how many plane accidents occur? The kind of situations depicted in movies where planes are in constant peril are extremely rare in reality. This is because every time before takeoff the airplane undergoes thorough checks by various personnel to eliminate potential hazards, minimizing risks to the lowest possible level. However, they did not expect that Yi Tian, along with the troublesome attractor known as the system, had boarded the plane, which suddenly lost control without warning. Only a small portion of first-time flyers felt extremely anxious. Those with friends would ask, has it ever shaken like this when you flew before? This is shaking worse than a minibus. This is called turbulence, do you understand? Just sit tight and treat it like a bumpy road. Oh, but why am I so scared? Here, eat an orange to calm your nerves. Those without friends had already taken out their phones, opening notes to write their farewells. Today is my first flight, encountered turbulence, and it's shaking badly. If something happens to me, please ask my mom to collect the energy in my ant forest and water the fruits in my pinduoduo. Finally, the captain could only helplessly say, Air traffic control, we still cannot restore engine power. I am preparing to glide and make an Finally, the captain could only helplessly say, Air traffic control, we still cannot restore engine power. I am preparing to glide and make an emergency landing outside Jinshi City, requesting ground rescue. He glanced around. Given the current situation, if they did not take a risk, the airplane was likely to crash into Jinshi City not far ahead. At that point, it would not only be the passengers on the plane in danger, but it would also cause tremendous destruction to the city. He could only try to glide the plane down, aiming for an emergency landing outside Jinshi City. When the captain made this statement, the co-pilot was startled. The plane was currently at an altitude of 900 meters. If it lost power, it could roll and descend directly, making the chances of survival during an emergency landing virtually zero. However, if they did not attempt a gliding emergency landing, the word approximately would be dropped, making it equal to zero. This left them in a more desperate situation. Taking a risk might lead to a graceful failure, but not taking a risk meant a reluctant death. Naturally, air traffic control was aware of this outcome. The center director's expression was grave. No one had a solution. Were they really going to watch helplessly as everyone on the airplane perished? The director said sternly, I will contact Jinshi City to prepare for ground rescue. Please ensure a safe landing. Receive. The captain took out a photo of his daughter hidden in his pocket. After glancing at it, he murmured, I promised my girl I would celebrate her birthday when I got back. Hearing this, the co-pilot felt even more anxious. Captain saying that means you're doomed. After this flight, he would return home to celebrate his daughter's birthday. After this battle, he would get married. After this mission, he would retire soon. Such words are a curse. Once spoken, a disaster is guaranteed. The co-pilot began to think about what would happen after his death, wondering if his neighbor Wang would spend his money, use his wife, and beat his children. Then he shook his head. No, he couldn't die. That ending was too tragic. He needed to assist the captain with the emergency landing. If he could return, he would move away and never live next to someone with the surname Wang again. The captain was unaware of the immense pressure he had placed on the co-pilot and was still discussing how to control the situation. At that moment, Yi Tian had stood up, preparing to exit the airplane, while the flight attendant was still advising him not to move. Yi Tian spoke sternly to her, with my vigilance as a martial artist, I sense danger. You must immediately ask the captain if this turbulence is normal. If it is not, I should be able to offer assistance. Mr. Yi, it's nothing to worry about. The flight attendant continued to smile and persuade him, thinking that Mr. Yi was being overly sensitive. They frequently encountered this level of turbulence. Yi Tian's face darkened, and he snapped at the flight attendant. Hurry up, I don't want to say it a second time. Time was truly of the essence. If necessary, he would break the window and exit. Seeing him angry, the flight attendant immediately panicked. Yi Tian was her idol and a first-class passenger. Even if he made an unreasonable demand, she felt compelled to comply, let alone just asking the captain. All right, I'll go ask right away. She hurried to the side, picked up the intercom, and asked the captain, Captain, this is Xiao Chun serving in first class today. The passenger hopes I can ask you if this turbulence is normal. The captain was busy controlling the airplane with the co-pilot. Upon hearing it was a first-class passenger's request, he could only respond to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, the airplane's engines have lost power, and I am preparing for an emergency landing. Please reassure the passengers, and do not reveal the truth to prevent panic. Xiao Chun's face went pale. If the airplane's engines had lost power, that was basically a fatal malfunction. It turned out that Mr. Yi really could sense danger. There might still be hope. She forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Is there really a malfunction, Captain?" "Mr. Yi is in my first class, and he said he could provide assistance." The captain asked in confusion, "Which Mr. Yi?" "The chairman of Tianjin Company, Yi Tian, who possesses miraculous lightness skills and healing abilities. He is also on our plane." "Yes, he just said he sensed danger and asked me to inquire." The captain's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. The extraordinary Mr. Yi was on the plane. He had seen videos of Yi Tian online. The martial prowess he displayed was so extraordinary that even someone who frequently flew like him felt envious. If Yi Tian could truly help, there might still be a turnaround. He immediately said excitedly, "Get Mr. Yi on the line. Oh, we need his help." "Understood." Flight attendant Xiao Chun hurriedly shouted at Yi Tian, "Mr. Yi, please come here. We need your help." The air traffic control center could also hear the captain speaking, and the head of the center looked bewildered. Yi Tian. What can Yi Tian possibly do to help? A female staff member nearby who happened to be a fan of Yi Tian said with admiration, "Director, Yi Tian's lightness skill has reached the point where he can run on air. Maybe he can carry the plane." The director was left dumbfounded. "Are you joking? Even if his lightness skill is as fast as flying, do you know how heavy this plane is? It weighs nearly 200 tons. To carry a 200-ton plane from several thousand meters up to the ground, are you crazy, or am I crazy?" "A director, Mr. Yi is someone who can create miracles. I believe he can fly with the plane if he wanted to." The director remained skeptical of what his subordinate said, but he had no words to counter. Instead, he found himself secretly hoping that what his subordinate said was true. Yi Tian walked over to the flight attendant, took the intercom, and the captain immediately asked, "Mr. Yi, do you have any way to provide assistance?" Yi Tian calmly outlined his plan. "It's simple, just open the door, it'll go outside, and carry the plane down to the ground. As for what happens next, that's your business. Carry the plane." The captain expressed doubt. He had only heard of someone carrying a train overnight, but had never heard of anyone carrying a plane. He quietly asked, "But Mr. Yi, the plane is so heavy, can you lift it?" Yi Tian believed that the system would not deceive him, but if he kept dragging this out, it might be too late. He impatiently said, "Whether I can lift it or not, I have to try. I can't just sit here and wait to die. Enough nonsense, hurry up and open the door to let me out, or it'll break the window." Upon hearing Yi Tian's tone, the captain understood how urgent the situation was. This was not the time for doubts. He quickly ordered, "Xiao Chun, quickly open the hatch and let Mr. Yi out. He is our only hope." As soon as they finished speaking, the plane tilted forward and began to dive, slowly spinning as it descended. The captain's preparations for a gliding emergency landing had failed. Yi Tian was quick and agile, catching the flight attendant, who was almost thrown against the window, and swiftly. Lu Yin and Lin Yi were also startled by the sudden drop and screamed, "Yi Tian, help! Help!" Yi Tian quickly shouted at them, "Don't move around. I'm going outside to lift the plane now." "Okay, but..." Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Yin immediately calmed down. At this point, they could only rely on Yi Tian. Although him lifting the plane seemed unbelievable, Yi Tian was no ordinary person now. Perhaps he really could do it. The flight attendant nearby shouted loudly to Lu Yin and the others, "Put on your oxygen masks." Lu Yin and the others hurriedly donned the masks clumsily as they popped out. In other compartments, oxygen masks also deployed as the plane descended, and the flight attendants were shouting loudly to the passengers, "Put on your oxygen masks. Put on your masks." They wanted to help, but they couldn't even stand up. Once the seatbelts were unfastened, they would be thrown around, and that would lead to disaster. Yi Tian, seeing the chaos, calmly said to the flight attendant in his arms, "Quickly show me how to open this." He could force it open, but he wouldn't be able to close it afterward, putting everyone inside at risk. The temperature inside was extremely low, and people could very well be thrown out of the plane. The flight attendant simply explained how to open it. Yi Tian instructed her to hold on to a fixed object nearby to avoid being sucked out when the door was opened. "Got it. Once I open the hatch and go out, I'll help you close it, but you must find a way to lock it. Mr. Yi, I promise to complete the task." The flight attendant was extremely excited. She was now Mr. Yes, only assistant. If she did this well, she could brag about it for a lifetime. Yi Tian quickly opened the hatch, and instantly, everything not secured inside was sucked out. He held onto the hatch, ignoring the plane's chaotic spin, and quickly crawled out, shutting the hatch behind him. The flight attendant quickly used all her strength to lock the door again, holding tightly onto the fixed object beside the door to guard it. This was her stronghold, and as long as she was there, the door was secure. In other compartments, chaos ensued as people stumbled around. Before long, those who couldn't take it anymore started to remove their oxygen masks and began to vomit. The vomit sprayed around like it came from a watering can, creating a mess everywhere. Once one person vomited, those around them felt nauseous and began to vomit too, leading to a horrifying scene. Everyone was a bit dazed. The plane spun around, making people's heads dizzy. They couldn't even think about how to write their last words. Yi Tian exited the plane, ignoring the raging winds outside, released his grip to let himself free fall, and then used the treading cloud skill to run through the air, chasing the plane that was falling faster than he was. At this height, it felt as if he was riding the clouds. At this moment, the rapid descent and spin caused the left wing of the plane to twist and break due to uneven force, sending half of the wing directly towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian, protected by the gold bell shield, and with his high speed running directly, smashed through the wing and continued forward. Startled by the sudden strike from the wing, Yi Tian murmured to himself, "Damn good thing I have protective skills, otherwise I might have been turned into meat paste." Reality is indeed not as simple as imagined. At this moment, the Air Traffic Control Center had already detected that the plane was descending. Director, the plane is descending at a speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Director, the left wing of the plane has broken off. Director, radar has detected an unidentified flying object approaching the plane at high speed. The director frowned and asked, "What unidentified flying object?" Yi Tian quickly reached beneath the plane, trying to match the plane's speed to avoid damaging it. As a result, he was knocked away with a loud bang. The plane was too heavy, and he couldn't hold on. Damn, this plane is so heavy. This passenger plane weighed around 200 tons. Yi Tian had never lifted anything this heavy. After being struck, he fell a couple hundred meters. He adjusted his posture and chased after the plane again, while the internal power within him began to run faster, increasing both his strength and speed. In just a second or two, he arrived beneath the plane again. At this point, his strength had increased to the level where he could hold the plane without panic. With the system's force assisting him, the entire plane felt like a single entity in his hands. As long as he grabbed onto a fixed object, it was as if he had grasped the whole plane. The plane's exterior felt like paper under his strength. He inserted both hands inside to grab the internal support structure and began running through the air, surpassing the plane's descent speed. After running out a large arc, he began to level off, transforming the plane's downward trend into a level flight. The people inside the plane were now in distress, stumbling around chaotically. Fortunately, they were all secured in their seats, otherwise it would be hard to say how many would get injured. It was tough for those sitting next to motion-sick passengers. They didn't vomit themselves, but ended up with someone else's vomit on their faces. The captain and co-pilot saw the plane beginning to fly level on its own and understood that Mr. Yi had succeeded, unable to contain their cheers. "Mr. Yi is amazing." Breaking voice. Air Traffic Control Center. Director, the plane has stopped descending and is currently flying at an altitude of 4,000 meters, slowly descending. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating the miraculous survival of the passengers on the plane. The director's expression seemed to thaw like an iceberg, blooming with a relaxed smile. "That's great. I never expected Mr. Yi could actually carry the plane." Immediately inquire where the captain plans to land and notify the Jinshi City Security Bureau medical staff and firefighters to prepare for rescue. Yes. The female staff member felt delighted by the director's words. As a fan, her idol's honor was her own honor, and her idol's pride was her pride. "Captain, please report the intended landing location. We will arrange ground rescue." Air Traffic Control Center, the plane is currently in Mr. Yi's hands, and we are unable to contact him. We don't know where he intends to land. The captain felt helpless as they did not have Yi Tian's contact information. When he tried to ask a flight attendant, he discovered the intercom was malfunctioning and could not be contacted. At this moment, Yi Tian was joyfully running while carrying the plane, humming a tune. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, he pondered a question. As he carried such a heavy plane, every step he took in the air would create shock waves that spread out, producing a thunderous sound. He muttered to himself, "This shock wave seems to have quite an offensive power, right? If I increase my internal energy output from my hands, could I also create a shock wave?" Thinking of this, Yi Tian extended a hand and pushed towards a small cloud resembling a hill several hundred meters away. A surge of internal energy shot forward from his palm, accompanied by a thunderous roar, directly scattering the cloud in all directions. Some passengers who had just settled in glanced out the window, and upon seeing the cloud explode like a detonation, they were startled. Each of them murmured, "What is that rumbling, thunderous sound? What happened to that cloud? Could this be the legendary cloud explosion?" Seeing the scattered cloud, Yi Tian burst into laughter. "It really works. So I now possess a form of ranged attack. In the future, I can let others run 39 meters before fighting." The system felt happy for him, realizing this foolish child had grasped a skill on his own, and it was time to offer him some encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending Chi Wave, and as a special reward you have gained the technique Sky Dance technique, allowing the host to fly freely from now on. Upon hearing this news, Yi-Tian stopped in his tracks, and the plane he was carrying plummeted down. He quickly entered the system space, preparing to clarify things before emerging. The people on the plane suddenly felt weightless and thought, "Oh, are we going to continue descending?" In the system space, Yi-Tian absorbed the information provided by the system, incredulously asking, "System, does this reward of Sky Dance technique come because my Chi Wave resembles the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball?" "Yes. If I comprehend more skills in the future, will I also be rewarded with matching skills?" "Host, you think too highly of this. The first time is precious, afterward it won't be worth anything, and there will be no rewards." Yi-Tian was taken aback by the system's bluntness, chuckling, "Alright, I guess such good fortune is rare, but I still want to thank the system." "No need for thanks. The Sky Dance technique sounds simple, but it essentially involves converting internal energy into a special gas to float in the air like a balloon." Exiting the system space, he found himself falling and quickly employed the Sky Dance technique. He discovered he could indeed hover in the air, even while carrying a plane without being weighed down at all. "Haha, this is amazing. I thought I would have to wait for the Iron Man suit to be able to fly. I never expected to save a plane and not only comprehend a ranged attack skill, but also acquire a flight skill. I have truly become a superhero." The passengers on the plane, who were just about to be terrified, then noticed the aircraft had stopped descending, all looking bewildered. Yi-Tian flew in the air, scanning the surroundings, and spotted a city ahead, Jinshi City. He thought about landing the plane outside the city to avoid causing panic. The captain noticed the previously intense rumbling had ceased, and then the plane suddenly began to descend again. He wondered if it was too heavy, and Mr. Yi had become exhausted, unable to maintain the flight. Just as he was worried, the descent halted again, hovering in place before flying towards Jinshi City a few seconds later. Although he didn't know what was happening, seeing the plane headed out of the city, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mr. Yi might have seen Jinshi City and thus stopped running. As for the sudden absence of the rumbling sound, he couldn't figure it out and decided it was best not to dwell on it. He hurriedly reported to Air Traffic Control Center. "Air Traffic Control Center, we expect to land outside Jinshi City, but the specific location is still unknown as we cannot contact Mr. Yi." "Understood. We will notify ground rescue personnel to be on standby." The captain quickly maneuvered to lower the landing gear, but found that the rear landing gear would not deploy. After several attempts with no success, the co-pilot suggested, "Captain, the rear landing gear is located right in the middle of the plane. Could it be that Mr. Yi is holding on to it, preventing it from lowering?" The captain slapped his forehead in realization. "Oh right, that is very likely. Well, it doesn't matter, since Mr. Yi is carrying it, it makes no difference whether the landing gear is deployed or not. Notify the passengers that we are about to land. Please prepare for landing." "Captain, the intercom is broken, so we can't notify anyone." "Alright, anyway, with Mr. Yi here, there shouldn't be any violent impact, so whether we notify or not does." Yi-Tian planned to land in a relatively unpopulated area with a flat surface, but as he looked around, he found that there were people nearby regardless. After all, Jinshi City is a major manufacturing city, and it was impossible for there not to be people around the city. Yi-Tian felt too lazy to keep searching and chose a vacant space large enough to land the plane. On the ground, many people had already spotted the plane flying overhead. Initially, they didn't think much of it, as the neighboring city happened to have an international airport, so seeing planes overhead was normal. However, this plane was flying lower and lower, appearing as if it were about to land, yet they were not at an airport. Why was it landing here? Could it be a crash? Only then did everyone look up in alarm, nearly popping their eyes out. "Run! The plane looks like it's about to fall. What the heck, what's going on? Why is there a person hanging from the bottom of the plane? Quick, call the police." Normal people didn't think that Yi-Tian was carrying the plane. They assumed that someone had fallen out and was dangling from it. As they stood there stunned, Yi-Tian had already landed, gently setting the plane down and stepping out from beneath it, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What the heck, a superhero? It's not that the plane is carrying him, he's carrying the plane. I feel my mental health is worsening again, or it's time to see a doctor for some medication. Nearby, people rushed over, surrounding the plane and staring at Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian was now somewhat of a celebrity, and someone recognized him at a glance, exclaiming in shock, "Mr. Yi, is that you? Mr. Yi. Oh my, it's really Mr. Yi. No wonder he can carry a plane. So Mr. Yi can really fly, eh? Why does this scene look so familiar? Oh, didn't Superman save a plane like this? Could it be that Mr. Yi is also from Krypton?" Yi-Tian was not at all nervous about others seeing him fly. He would just concoct a story to explain it later, knowing they would believe him regardless. He waved and smiled at the person who recognized him. "It's me." The crowd of onlookers clamored, asking Mr. Yi what happened. Yi Tian explained the plane just had a malfunction and I happened to be on board so I saved it. Mr. Yi, can you really fly? Yi Tian fabricated a reason and replied, I wasn't able to at first. I was just carrying the plane in the sky, and suddenly I realized that the higher realm of lightness skill is actually flying, and then I could fly. Indeed, although this reason was absurd, everyone showed expressions of shock and enlightenment believing what Yi Tian said. My goodness, to reach such an understanding, Mr. Yi is truly a rare talent in martial arts. So it turns out that mastering lightness skill to the highest level can really lead to flight. The ancients did not deceive me. Mr. Yi must be the first human to fly right. We actually witnessed a scene that could be recorded in the annals of history. Mr. Yi, can you teach us the flying technique? I can pay you all my money as tuition. Mr. Yi, as long as I can learn to fly, I can give you my house. After some envy, someone began to plead with Yi Tian to teach them, but was he the type to lack money or housing? Of course not. So how could he possibly teach them? He casually fabricated an excuse saying, it's not a matter of whether it can be taught, it's that it can't be taught. The prerequisite for flying is mastery of lightness skill, and the prerequisite for lightness skill is inner strength. That inner strength was passed down to me by others. I can't cultivate it myself, so I can't teach it. Yi Tian explained so clearly that everyone believed him, and one by one they began to sigh. At that moment the plane's door opened, and Yi Tian saw Lu Yin and the others walk down unharmed, a look of relief spreading across his face. What is a man's ability for if not to protect his woman? Lu Yin and Lin Yi with tear-streaked faces ran towards Yi Tian and jumped into his embrace, crying, Yi Tian, I thought I was going to die. Me too. Yi Tian comforted the two women, holding them close. Haha, with me here, how could you possibly die? It's alright, let me check if you're hurt. The healing technique activated and ran through Lu Yin and Lin Yi's bodies, discovering only minor external injuries from bumps and scrapes, which were easily healed. Lu Yin and Lin Yi happily said, I don't feel any pain anymore, thank you, Yi Tian. Yi Tian patted their shoulders and smiled. There's no need for thanks between us. His beautiful bodyguards looked at Yi Tian longingly from the side, wanting hugs as well. Yi Tian noticed their eyes and asked, are any of you hurt? Let me see. It's fine, just a little scratch. A little scratch is still an injury. Oh, come here, let me help you. One by one, the beautiful bodyguards stepped forward, shook Yi Tian's hand, and he activated the healing technique, alleviating their bruises, which drew waves of praise from the bodyguards. Wow, boss, you're so fast. Boss, you're truly amazing. Boss, I don't feel any pain anymore. It even feels a bit nice. Yi Tian ignored the bodyguard's flattery. He saw flight attendant Xiao Chun standing by the door looking disheveled and flew directly towards her. Wow, Mr. Yi is flying again. So envious. The people around exclaimed in a minute. Lu Yin and Lin Yi exchanged glances, their minds filled with questions. How could Yi Tian fly? Didn't he only know how to run on air? Flight attendant Xiao Chun, seeing Yi Tian flying towards her, asked in surprise, Mr. Yi, you can fly now. Haha, I was just running in the sky, and suddenly I broke through, realizing the higher realm of lightness skill, and then I could fly. Upon hearing Yi Tian say this, Xiao Chun truly believed him, and didn't continue to dwell on this unusual matter. Mr. Yi, is there anything you need help with right now, eh? Haha, I don't need help, or I just came to see if you were hurt. Xiao Chun was so touched, she was almost in tears. Mr. Yi had actually cared about her. Thank you, Mr. Yi, it's actually nothing, I just pulled a muscle from closing the door too hard. They'll just apply some medicinal alcohol when I get back. Don't be polite, give me your hand. You were my capable assistant just now, I have to take care of you right. Hearing Yi Tian say this, Xiao Chen's heart soared with joy. She almost wanted to offer her heart to him. She shyly asked, thank you, Mr. Yi, how can I hug you? Haven't you hugged enough? Come here, come here. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xiao Chun happily hugged Yi Tian, even secretly kissing his cheek. Yi Tian smiled and used the healing technique to treat her, instantly restoring her health. Then he patted her back and reminded, alright, if you don't let go soon, my girlfriend is going to come and hit you. Xiao Chun was startled and quickly released Yi Tian, stealing a glance at Lu Yin not far away. I'm sorry, I'm going to apologize to Miss Lu now. Yi Tian laughed at her timid demeanor, saying, haha, it's fine, go inform the colleagues who served us just now, you'll treat them as well. Thank you, Mr. Yi, I'm on it. Xiao Chen hurried into the cabin to find her colleagues to share the news. Yi Tian turned and jumped directly to the ground, walking up to Lu Yin and asking, you aren't jealous, are you? I was just thanking her for her assistance and treating her. Lu Yin smiled, saying, what would I be jealous of? They should be the ones envious and jealous of me. After all, I'm the official girlfriend, and they can only hug you and give you kisses in secret. Her heart was wide open now. Yi Tian was becoming more and more outstanding, truly beloved by everyone. If she were to get angry every day over other women, she would eventually exhaust herself. Anyway, Yi Tian was very self-disciplined. Even if she asked him to do something excessive, he might not even do it, so there was really nothing to worry about. Haha, you all wait a moment. I'm going to treat the flight attendants who served us just now. After all, they have helped us. As for how to head to Xiamen City, we can discuss it later. Yi Tian knew that Lu Yin wouldn't actually get jealous over such trivial matters. It was just a habitual remark. After explaining to Lu Yin, he prepared to continue flying back into the cabin. Lu Yin nodded and then said to Yi Tian, "Go ahead. I think there might be passengers in other cabins who need treatment. If it doesn't affect you too much, could you also treat them?" "Sure, if my dear wife says so, then of course I can." "You're so annoying. Hurry back." "As you wish." Yi Tian playfully saluted Lu Yin and directly flew into the cabin. Lin Yi and the bodyguards next to them looked at Lu Yin enviously. After all, they all knew that Yi Tian usually only treated those he wanted to help, and he wouldn't treat strangers. Now that Lu Yin hoped he would treat them, and he agreed that was a privilege not everyone had. It was likely only her rights as the official girlfriend. Lu Yin felt delighted under their gaze, her vanity swelling. She felt that Yi Tian's love for her was true. In fact, Yi Tian already intended to treat other passengers as well. After all, such an opportunity wasn't encountered every day. Meeting it at all was a kind of fate. The captain had been communicating with the air traffic control center, waiting for the rescue team to arrive in the cockpit. Upon hearing that the rescue team was on the way, he finally sighed in relief. When Yi Tian arrived in first class, several flight attendants had just heard Xiao Chen's words and were about to disembark to find Yi Tian. They were surprised to see him fly in directly and asked, "Mr. Yi, can you really fly?" Yi Tian smiled and said, "Haha, I just learned. Did Xiao Chen tell you that I would be treating?" The flight attendants all nodded, saying, "Mr. Yi is truly a remarkable person. Xiao Chen told us." "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then let's get started. Extend your hands to me." The flight attendants obediently extended their hands, and Yi Tian shook each of theirs, treating all of them in minutes and restoring their health, while also treating 2 of them for menstrual irregularities. The flight attendants excitedly lined up to hug Yi Tian, giving him a kiss as well. Yi Tian touched his face and asked, "Hey, do I have any lipstick marks on my face? If my girlfriend sees it later, you'll all be in big trouble." The flight attendants giggled and replied, "Hee, don't worry, Mr. Yi, our lipstick is smudge-proof." "All right, I won't say much more to you. They'll go check on the passengers in the other cabins. If there are any seriously injured, I can help with their treatment." "Yes, Mr. Yi is truly a great person. Mr. Yi is so kind-hearted. Mr. Yi is simply a superhero in reality. Mr. Yi must be an angel descended from heaven. Ew, I have never seen a superhero treat patients." The flight attendants surrounded Yi Tian, praising him until they noticed he was floating in the air. They asked in surprise, "Mr. Yi, how come you?" Yi Tian glanced at them and joked, "I've floated up from your compliments. If you keep praising me, I might just float up to the sky." Ha ha ha. The flight attendants laughed so hard at Yi Tian's joke that they forgot to smile, each one holding their stomachs in laughter. Yi Tian was just trying to lighten their tense mood with a joke. Seeing the flight attendants in better spirits, he floated down and followed them to the other cabin, only to discover a problem. In first class, apart from the flight attendants, everyone was Yi Tian's people. The bodyguards had good physical conditioning and did not throw up, while Lu Yin and Lin Yi were also healthy and did not vomit, so the environment was relatively good. However, upon reaching business class, the passengers there, who often had social engagements and worked overtime, had damaged their health. The violent rotation and descent of the plane earlier nearly made them lose control. Everyone was vomiting everywhere, on themselves and on the floor, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Yi Tian immediately entered a state of turtle breathing, no longer inhaling, while his body began to float a few centimeters off the ground, walking on air with them to avoid stepping on the filth below. The flight attendants endured the disgusting smell and continued forward. Yi Tian was greatly impressed by their excellent professional training. After checking, the passengers in business class were mostly fine, without any serious injuries, just some minor scrapes and bruises, so Yi Tian did not mention treatment. Flight attendant Xiao Chun left 2 colleagues to arrange for these passengers to disembark and wait, while the rest took Yi Tian to the economy class. The situation in economy class was quite dire, resembling a garbage dump mixed with a cesspool filled with a stench reminiscent of sour pickled vegetables and instant noodles. Fortunately, Yi Tian was holding his breath, otherwise he might have vomited. Inside, several flight attendants were moving about, calming the passengers. Some passengers noticed the plane had stopped, but were still not allowed to disembark, and they were becoming increasingly impatient. "Why aren't we allowed to get off the plane? What's going on? It's been several minutes since we stopped. I want to get off the plane. I'm about to suffocate. Is someone taking a dump on the plane?" The flight attendants naturally could not say that they had to wait for the first class and business class passengers to disembark before arranging for them to leave. Saying such a thing at this moment might spark a quarrel. It would inevitably lead to complaints about how the lives of the wealthy matter while those of the poor do not. Seeing the commotion among so many people, Yi Tian stopped and said to Xiao Chun, "You should arrange for the passengers with no issues to disembark first." Those who need treatment should stay behind to avoid causing a scene later. Flight attendant Xiao Chun understood Yi Tian's intentions, nodded, and said, "Okay, please wait here for a moment, Mr. Yi. We'll arrange for them to disembark right away. Just in time for you to come. Please help us." A flight attendant shouted as they rushed into the cabin. "We are here to help. Are there any injured passengers?" Yes. Over here are a few passengers who weren't strapped in properly and got thrown around. They're all unconscious and we don't know when help will arrive." The flight attendant was very anxious. Some passengers had treated their warnings as background noise, and what should have been securely fastened seatbelts were merely draped over them. They might have scolded a few times, but the sudden descent was too abrupt to help the passengers check their seatbelts properly, resulting in those few passengers being thrown around. Xiao Chen approached her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Don't worry, we've brought Mr. Yi. He will treat the injured." The flight attendant's eyes lit up as she asked excitedly, "Mr. Yi, is it that Mr. Yi?" Xiao Chen nodded and smiled yes. "Is he also on our flight today?" Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and secretly told her, "Of course it's a good thing he is here, otherwise how could the plane land safely?" It was Mr. Yi who brought the plane down. "Oh my god, can Mr. Yi really fly?" the flight attendant exclaimed, and the nearby passengers turned their heads curiously to look at her. Seeing she had attracted the passengers' attention, Xiao Chen quickly said to the flight attendant, "Let's stop talking about that. We need to arrange for the passengers with no major issues to disembark so Mr. Yi can come over to treat the seriously injured." All right. The flight attendant hurriedly arranged for the passengers to disembark, leaving only a few dozen passengers in the cabin. Among them were a 3-year-old girl who had already fainted, a chubby man stuck under a seat, a woman with broken limbs, and an injured flight attendant, with several family members and friends of the injured standing by. At this moment, flight attendant Xiao Chun ran to Yi Tian for help. "Mr. Yi, the passengers have disembarked and the remaining injured need your assistance." "Okay, let's go." Yi Tian followed Xiao Chun into economy class, and the flight attendants serving in that cabin all shouted excitedly, "Mr. Yi." Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Let's save people first, we can discuss the rest later." Among the remaining passengers, some older ones, or those who didn't frequent the internet, still didn't know who Mr. Yi was, but a few young people immediately recognized Yi Tian. One by one, they greeted Yi Tian enthusiastically. "Mr. Yi, I'm your fan. Mr. Yi, are you here to save us? Mr. Yi, please save my girlfriend. I'm willing to give you all my money." Yi Tian shushed them, signaling them to be quiet. "Don't worry, everything will be fine with me here." Hearing Yi Tian's words, they felt their anxious hearts finally relax. Mr. Yi never lies. If he said everything would be fine, it certainly would be. "Great. I'm relieved with Mr. Yes, help." An elderly lady asked a young woman beside her, "Dear, who is Mr. Yi? Is he a doctor?" The young woman replied with admiration, "Mr. Yi is not only a doctor, he is also the most perfect man in the world." The elderly lady thought, "Is this girl a bit infatuated? But Mr. Yi does seem handsome. If she were 30 years younger, she would definitely pursue him." Yi Tian glanced around and walked towards the fainted 3-year-old girl who was being held by her mother. Seeing Yi Tian approach, the young mother pleaded, "Mr. Yi, please save my child. Don't worry, let me take a look." Yi Tian gently comforted her, grasped the little girl's hand, and initiated the healing technique, discovering that she was unconscious due to a cervical spine fracture. If not treated, she would awaken as a paraplegic. Of course, this minor issue was no problem in the face of the healing technique. It was resolved in seconds. The young mother anxiously asked, "What happened to my child? Why can't she wake up?" Yi Tian casually replied, "She has a cervical spine fracture." "Oh my god, this. The news struck the young mother like a bolt from the blue, leaving her at a loss for words. Yi Tian calmly released her hand and said, "Don't panic, it's not a big issue. She has already been treated." Is it really that simple?" The young mother looked incredulously at her daughter, who had opened her eyes and was smiling at her, feeling that Mr. Yi was truly miraculous. Flight attendant Xiao Chen smiled at her and said, "This lady Master Yes healing technique can instantly cure even leukemia. How could such a minor injury be a challenge?" Those who did not know Yi Tian were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping as they muttered to themselves, "Heaven, Master Yi is truly a living bodhisattva. Even Hua Tuo couldn't be this impressive. Could Master Yi be a celestial being descended to save us? When I get home, I must find a portrait of Master Yi to hang on the wall, lighting incense for him every day to bless my family with peace and health." Yi Tian was unaware that the elderly lady had already prepared to treat him as a deity at home. He effortlessly restored several critically injured patients to health, receiving a flood of gratitude. In summary, the men were willing to toil like oxen, and the women were ready to offer themselves, all of which were rejected by Yi Tian. He lacked for nothing. Finally, only the fat man stuck under the seat remained. He hadn't fainted and was awkwardly grunting, help me, I think my ribs are broken or it hurts so much." Yi Tian glanced at the space under the seat. Pulling the fat man out forcefully would be easy, but it might cause him severe pain first. Thus, a more humane method was to dismantle the seat. A single seat wouldn't be too expensive. He grabbed the chair in front and easily pulled it forward to set it aside. This terrifying display of strength drew gasps from the crowd. Heavens, Master Yi pulled the chair out with one hand. What immense strength must that take? Xiao Qin proudly remarked. What's this? Master Yi carried the plane down. What do you think? Suddenly, there was a hush, with only the fat man's grunts remaining. Those who were unaware of the truth stared at Xiao Qin and asked, What did you say? Xiao Qin was startled by their gaze and covered her mouth, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't say anything. Thankfully, everyone's attention was drawn to Yi Tian's powerful act of dismantling the seat, preventing them from pondering her words. Yi Tian moved the chair aside, but the fat man still hadn't emerged, continuing to grunt. I think my ribs are broken, or I can't move, and I can't feel my legs. Yi Tian squatted down, grasped his hand, and activated his healing technique to check, discovering that indeed 3 ribs were broken and the lumbar vertebrae were fractured. As well, no wonder he had no sensation in his legs. Moreover, this fat man surprisingly also possessed a thread of chilling energy within him. Yi Tian casually used a bit of the 3 yang power to easily heal him. The fat man felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and the pain vanished in an instant. Confused, he climbed up and touched himself, saying, It doesn't hurt anymore. All better. Having seen news about Yi Tian, he recognized this as Yi Tian's unique ability, and without hesitation bowed down to him, as if pushing a mountain of gold and toppling a jade pillar. Master Yi, you are my savior, Wang Pengzi. From now on, whatever you need, just say the word, and I will be there. Yi Tian helped the seemingly honest fat man up, feeling a bit curious. This fat man didn't appear to be an ordinary person. No need for thanks, it was just a small effort. I noticed a strange, chilling energy within you, and took the liberty to clear it out. How do you feel now? Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the fat man was taken aback, then closed his eyes to feel his body. The chilling energy within him had truly disappeared. Without saying a word, he knelt down again, knocking his head on the ground 3 times before Yi Tian. Great Master Yi, to be honest, I used to love adventures. I once entered an ancient tomb with a few friends, and unexpectedly, I got contaminated by something sinister during that trip. These past few years have tortured me to the point of despair. Every time I tried to sleep, I would experience sleep paralysis and nightmares, and whenever I was in a cool place, my whole body would ache. Yi Tian listened with great interest and comforted him by patting his shoulders, saying, Don't worry, from now on you'll be able to sleep well. Whenever I have time in the future, let's go on an adventure together. With me around, you won't have to fear anything sinister. Wang Pengzi grinned and patted his chest, boasting, Really? Haha, that's wonderful. I, Wang Pengzi, am no braggart. When it comes to adventures, I am quite experienced. I'll be sure to bring my buddies along to take Master Yi out exploring. Alright, let's exchange contact information. We'll get off the plane first and chat when we have time. Sure thing, Master Yi, I'm Wang Kaixuan, and here's my phone number. Yi Tian and the fat man named Wang Kaixian exchanged contact information, and everyone cheerfully disembarked together. Yi Tian immediately spotted Lu Yin and Lin Yi looking at him with concern, and his heart warmed. This feeling was truly wonderful. Just as they disembarked, the rescue team from Jinshi City also arrived, ready to begin their urgent rescue efforts. Everyone who saw the plane exclaimed in disbelief, This must be a miracle. It fell from the sky and landed safely on the ground. How is that even possible? How could a plane stop without a runway? Their minds were filled with questions. Most of them were unaware that Yi Tian had saved the aircraft. The paramedics began to search for the injured, only to find that everyone had minor injuries. A quick disinfection and bandaging would suffice. There wasn't a single critically injured patient. The firefighters also prepared to extinguish fires and provide aid, but after a round they found they had no duties, almost as if they were just checking in. Seeing the crowd surrounding Yi Tian, they wanted to say something, but were at a loss for words. Master Yi had said that flying was not taught casually, and healing was not done without discretion, leaving them to stand aside and watch the spectacle. Some women pulled out their phones to take pictures of Yi Tian, who looked good no matter how he stood. They planned to use the photos as wallpapers. Yi Tian didn't mind the photography and continued chatting with Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin, when you have time, look into how private jets are sold. Let's buy 2. It would be safer to travel on our own planes in the future. Okay, sure. Lu Yin nodded, thinking Yi Tian's idea was excellent. In case of an emergency, having fewer people would make it easier for Yi Tian to carry them. Lin Yi asked, Yi Tian, why do we need to buy 2? Can't one jet accommodate us all? Yi Tian explained, we need a backup, right? What if we want to use it and one plane malfunctions? Oh, that makes sense. Lin Yi found Yi Tian's reasoning very logical. He truly thought things through comprehensively. The director of the Jinshi City Security Bureau also arrived with the rescue team, looking around before walking up to Yi Tian. Master Yi, I am Chun Yuliang, the director of the Jinshi City Security Bureau. I received a notification from higher-ups to express our gratitude for your brave actions. We have arranged a special vehicle to take you to Xiamen City. Yi Tian shook hands with him and asked, Director Chen, how long until we reach Xiamen City? Master Yi, it will take a little over an hour. If you prefer to take the train, it's faster. You can reach it in 40 minutes. Chen Yuliang replied honestly. After all, Yi Tian was a great figure. He had long received notice that whatever Yi Tian wanted to do, they would do their utmost to assist. At this moment, if Yi Tian had requested that this group of people take the train and not allow anyone else to board, he would have to relay that order. However, it was clear Yi Tian had no idea how much privilege he had and did not think to make such a request, which relieved Chen Yuliang. Lu Yin suggested, Yi Tian, should we take the train? Yi Tian immediately shook his head. No, what if something happens on the train? It's better if we take the car. Lu Yin smiled, thinking Yi Tian was overly cautious, having been bitten by a snake and fearing the well rope for 10 years. It can't be that unlucky. We can't possibly encounter trouble every time, right? Haven't you heard that disasters come in pairs? Yi Tian didn't want to mention that he had a system that could be termed a trouble-attracting device. Who knows, if they took the train it might derail, and imagine having to rescue so many people. It was a headache just thinking about it. Lu Yin found it very reasonable and nodded, saying, I'll listen to you. Seeing Lu Yin agree, Yi Tian asked Director Chen, Director Chen, we have 7 people. Will there be enough seats? Director Chen nodded repeatedly, saying, There will be enough. We specifically dispatched 3 special cars to pick up Mr. Yi, so there will be no issue with seating. That's great, thank you, Director Chen. Seeing Yi Tian being so polite, Director Chen smiled and said, No need to be polite, Mr. Yi. You saved the passengers of a plane, but it is I who should thank you. We are preparing to hold a commendation meeting for acts of bravery to award you, Mr. Yi, a Medal of Valor. When would be convenient for you to attend? Hearing this, Yi Tian felt troubled and shook his head, refusing. Let's skip that. My people were on the plane too. I can only say that my assistance was merely a small effort, not an act of bravery. Seeing Yi Tian refuse, Director Chen also felt a headache. The higher-ups had instructed that since Yi Tian had done such a great deed, it must be heavily publicized. They needed to enhance Yi Tian's noble image in the public's mind. Although he didn't know the purpose Director Chen had, that is, Yi Tian might be the successor selected by the Elders' Council, which is why there was such an emphasis on maintaining his image. He racked his brain to persuade Mr. Yi, you are being humble. What seems like a small effort for you is a life-saving grace for the other passengers. Everyone should know about it. I really don't need it. If I accept this medal, it might mean that I have to rush to save people like Superman whenever something happens. If I fail to save someone, keyboard warriors will tear me apart, calling me a fake good person. Yi Tian was very troubled by the current social climate where a bad person doing one good deed is praised as a reformed character, while a good person doing one less good deed is labeled a hypocrite and selfish, deserving of scorn from keyboard warriors. Therefore, he never flaunted himself as a good person. Whether or not he did good deeds relied solely on his own will, and no one could impose moral constraints on him. Director Chen sensed his concerns and revealed some information he had received. Mr. Yi, rest assured, the higher-ups have instructed that as our country's only extraordinary individual, you are a national treasure. Any harmful remarks against you will be treated as illegal, and we will monitor them closely. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt something was off. The country was surprisingly accommodating towards him, treating him like a national treasure. However, thinking about the system's reduction of his intelligence, he felt it was justified. The system had mentioned it would eliminate all negative impacts for him. He tentatively asked, Now that I can fly, how will you explain this to the public? Director Chen responded mindlessly, Mr. Yi, you can explain it however you like. We can have experts provide explanations. Yi Tian almost laughed at his response. All right, then I'll trouble you to say that when I was saving the troubled plane, I realized a higher level of martial arts, and my lightness skill evolved from walking on air to flying. Director Chen suddenly understood, saying, So that's how it is. That makes sense. Just say it directly. I believe everyone will agree. Director Chen seemed to lose his mind, finding such a far-fetched reason to be reasonable, and promised to arrange for experts to explain. At this moment, the captain and co-pilot finally finished reporting the situation to the Air Traffic Control Center and rushed over. The captain excitedly thanked Yi Tian, saying, Mr. Yi, I am Captain Niu Benbin. Thanks to your help this time, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude on behalf of all the passengers. After speaking, the captain bowed to Yi Tian, and the co-pilot naturally followed suit, thanking Yi Tian as well. Yi Tian smiled at the two captains, saying, No need to be polite, it was just a small effort. I'm glad everyone is fine. After saying this, Yi Tian turned to several beautiful bodyguards and said, You all go find the flight attendants to get the luggage. We will leave by car. With me here, there's no need to worry. Okay, Mr. Yi. Several beautiful bodyguards immediately went to find the flight attendants to retrieve the luggage, and the flight attendants naturally prioritized their requests. Seeing Yi Tian preparing to leave, the captain quickly said, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. The leaders asked me to convey some words to you." Yi Tian curiously asked, "Oh, what words?" The captain relayed what the leaders of the Civil Aviation Authority had said. It is like this: the leaders of the Civil Aviation Authority expressed their deep gratitude for Mr. Yi's assistance this time. Starting now, Mr. Yi will fly for free at any domestic airport, and it will be first class. The companions accompanying Mr. Yi will also fly for free. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the captain's words. What kind of privilege was this? No VIP treatment at any airport could compare to this right. Not only was it free for himself, but also for his companions, and all in first class. If Yi Tian took all the beauties around him every day, treating planes like taxis, wouldn't the airports go bankrupt? Director Chen thought to himself, indeed Mr. Yi's background was strong. Even high-ranking officials didn't have such treatment. However, Yi Tian didn't find this too precious. Because he was wealthy, these were things that could be bought with money and weren't that significant. He politely thanked them, saying, "Your leaders are indeed generous. Thank you. However, I plan to buy 2 private jets myself, so I won't need this benefit." The captain suddenly didn't know what to say. "Mr. Yi, you are truly too wealthy. Just casually mentioning buying 2 private jets, the popular international business jets, are at least 20 to 30 million each. Moreover, buying a private jet is not the end. One also needs to hire professional pilots, and their salaries are a significant expense. The planes also need regular maintenance. If entrusted to a professional airport company for management, the annual costs would easily reach 1 to 2 million. The planes also need regular maintenance. If entrusted to a professional airport company for management, the annual costs would easily reach 1 to 2 million. Serious matter. The captain felt anxious, like a cat scratching in his heart. He racked his brain and suddenly had a bright idea. Since Mr. Yi did not want the gift from the leaders, he could help Mr. Yi solve his private jet issue. He asked with concern, "Mr. Yi, if you need help with private jets, I can also inquire with the leaders for you." Seeing Yi Tian's eyes light up, the captain knew he was right. Yi Tian indeed asked, "Oh right, you're the one who flies planes. It's perfect to ask you. What kind of private jet is good?" The captain took out his phone and said to Yi Tian, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yi. The leaders said they would help resolve any needs you have. Oh, let me consult them." Yi Tian nodded quietly, watching him make the call. The captain directly called the leaders of the Civil Aviation Authority using the number the leaders had asked him to remember. Yi Tian's matters could be communicated directly over the phone. The captain briefly described Yi Tian's requirements, and the leaders immediately provided a solution. After hanging up, the captain looked shocked and said to Yi Tian, "Mr. Yi, the leaders of the Civil Aviation Authority said that the private jet matters will be handled by them. They will provide 2 private business jets that can accommodate 13 people each, worth 50 million. Moreover, all pilot salaries and maintenance costs will be fully covered by the Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. You can just make a call whenever you want to fly." Everyone around was shocked, including Yi Tian, who was left speechless. He thought to himself, "My goodness, could it be that someone influential was on that plane and got saved by me? The reward is too generous. It's like the country is offering to operate the jet for me." Liu Yin and the others felt that Yi Tian had truly great influence. After all, the Civil Aviation Administration's extensive involvement must have cost over 100 million, right? This aircraft was indeed worth the rescue. They completely did not understand what this represented. Oh, only someone like Director Chun, who was entrenched in the system, could grasp how astonishing this treatment was. This was a privilege reserved only for national leaders. Yi Tian's status was extraordinary. Yi Tian felt a bit embarrassed and said to the captain, "Your leader is indeed generous. I'm not short on money, so it feels quite awkward to accept this." The captain quickly advised, "Mr. Yi, you are too humble. This is a reward from the Civil Aviation Administration for your act of bravery, something you rightfully deserve." Yi Tian didn't want to be too polite. With his current financial capacity and ability, regardless of what favors he might want from the other party, he could always deliver. Perhaps there was a particularly esteemed and wealthy individual on the plane whom he had rescued. He felt no guilt in accepting this reward. He had no idea that he himself was that important figure. He nodded and agreed. "All right, please thank your leader for me. In a few days I'll try to book a flight. By the way, what's the contact number?" The leader said that within 24 hours, you will be contacted through the official phone of the Civil Aviation Administration to provide you with the contact details. "Okay, thank you. We'll take our leave now." Yi Tian saw his bodyguard coming with his luggage and was ready to leave with Director Chen, only to notice that flight attendant Xiao Chun was also coming to see him off. Yi Tian felt a different sentiment towards the flight attendant who had helped during this critical moment. He stopped and said to Xiao Chun, "Xiao Chun, you contributed a lot during this rescue operation. I want to give you a reward." Xiao Chun was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? Thank you, Mr. Yi." She began to wonder if Mr. Yi wanted to kiss her, hug her, or give her a signed photo. Yi Tian nodded and continued, Save my contact and WeChat. If you ever find yourself in danger, just reach out to me, and I'll fly to your rescue immediately. At my current speed, I should be able to reach anywhere in the world within a minute. As long as you can hold on for a minute without dying, you'll be fine. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiao Chun gasped and covered her mouth, tears of excitement welling in her eyes. She never expected that what Yi Tian offered her was a chance at salvation. Thank you, mister. Yi, you are too kind to me. I don't know how to repay you, Xiao Chun said, moved as she embraced Yi Tian, sobbing. After he comforted her, he finally let go. The two exchanged contact information, and Yi Tian learned that Xiao Chun's full name was Chun Huilin, which he found quite pleasant. Yi Tian left in the car brought by Director Chun, riding with Lu Yin and Lin, while the bodyguards traveled in two vehicles, one in front and one behind for protection, with a police car leading the way, ensuring a smooth journey. This treatment attracted the attention of numerous passersby, who speculated about which important figure was. Yi Tian handled this good deed quite discreetly. Only the initial ground personnel and crew members were aware of him bringing the plane down, while the treatment details were known only to a few seriously injured individuals and their family and friends. With police officers maintaining order at the scene, there was not much of a stir. Only a few sporadic reports surfaced online, which would take time to gain traction. However, Director Chun had already reported the matter up the chain, reaching the Elder Council, and the 5 elders deemed it a trivial issue. Wasn't it perfectly normal for Yi Tian to be able to fly? Elder Jean casually suggested a few words to resolve it, saying, have an expert create a segment for a science program to explain it to the public so more people understand that Yi Tian can fly. Also asked the Civil Aviation Administration to input Yi Tian's characteristics into the system and share them across departments to avoid mistakenly treating him as an enemy aircraft. With this directive, everyone began to get busy. The most distinguished physicist, aerodynamics expert, and aviation pioneer Professor Jean received this task. His hometown was Jiangnan City, and he was astounded by his fellow townsman Yi Tian's extraordinary ability. Upon seeing the task assigned from above and learning about Yi Tian's explanation, he also came to believe in Yi Tian's claims under the influence of the system. However, he really could not explain it scientifically, so he had to concoct a suitable reason. Being a scientist by nature, he would have typically scoffed at fabricating reasons, but after a secret discussion with higher-ups regarding Yi Tian's background, he realized he not only had to fabricate a reason, but also ensure it was logical and reasonable. He began earnestly looking for arguments from the perspectives of aerodynamics, flight science, and biomechanics. The Civil Aviation Administration also received the directive from above and input all of Yi Tian's physical characteristics into the system, treating him as a unique aircraft. These characteristics were then relayed to the military and various air defense departments to prevent any incidents where Yi Tian might be mistaken for an enemy aircraft while flying. Simultaneously, the experts at the Civil Aviation Administration simplified the training content for pilots, retaining only essential traffic regulations, preparing to notify Yi Tian to learn about flying subjects to prevent him from flying chaotically and colliding with planes. Yi Tian's special treatment towards flight attendant Chun Huilin also caught the attention of the Civil Aviation Administration's leadership, who immediately called the head of her airline. Upon returning to the company, Chun Huilin was summoned into the office by General Manager Xie. Today, Xie seemed like a different person, wearing a broad smile and even making her a cup of tea, warmly inviting her to sit down. Xiao Chun, you worked hard today. Please sit down and have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Chun Huilin felt a bit anxious as she sat down, unsure of what had caused Xie to be so enthusiastic today. Could it be that he wanted to initiate something inappropriate? That wouldn't do. Even though Xie was a handsome and charming bachelor, she only had eyes for Mr. Yi and had resolved to marry no one else. But if Xie were to come on strong, should she call Mr. Yi for help? Wouldn't that be a waste of an opportunity? She glanced at Xie's physique, thinking that if she kicked him below and then made a run for it, she should be able to escape without needing Mr. Yi's assistance. With that thought, she temporarily calmed down and humbly said, General Manager Xie, I was just doing my job. Is there any task that needs to be arranged? Xie chuckled and pointed upward, saying, Indeed, you are dedicated. There is indeed a task, and it's one that comes directly from above. Upon hearing this, Chun Huilin was bewildered. Which above was he referring to? Seeing her confusion, Xie continued with a smile. According to the leaders of the Civil Aviation Administration, Xiao Chun, you will no longer be an ordinary flight attendant. You are to be transferred to work at the Civil Aviation Administration with the position of station captain. Chun Huilin listened dumbfounded to Xie's words, unable to comprehend any of it. How could she, an ordinary flight attendant, suddenly be transferred to work for the Civil Aviation Administration? She puzzledly asked, General Manager Xie, what is going on? Is the company letting me go? I can't even fly a plane. Xie laughed. Not at all, though I'd rather you stay. But I must execute the orders from above. I rest assured this is a good thing for you. Although you will be a station captain, you will enjoy the Civil Aviation Administration's provisions and benefits with a salary that matches the highest compensation for captains nationwide. Moreover, your working hours will be very short. You will only accompany especially important government officials and dignitaries when they fly, and you won't have to do any work, just sit back and enjoy the flight. This was essentially giving her free money, right? The more Chen Huilin listened, the more confused she became. Was this really happening? It felt like a dream. Why is that? Mr. Xie did not keep them in suspense and directly stated the reason. The reason is simple, because you have an opportunity to summon Mr. Yi to save your life. What the higher-ups are considering is that if there is an accident on the plane and you are on board while Mr. Yi is saving you, you can also ask him to save the entire plane at that time. At this moment, Chen Huilin suddenly realized that she had indeed benefited from Mr. Yi. However, she only had one chance and worriedly asked, "So that's how it is, but I only have one chance. What if I use it?" Mr. Xie smiled at her and said with envy, "If you use it, you will be considered a retired personnel, still enjoying the retirement benefits from the Civil Aviation Administration." In his view, Chen Huilin must have done something good in her past life to be particularly valued by Mr. Yi. To put it bluntly, it was like having a guardian deity by her side. Moreover, her connections would become extremely powerful in the future as Mr. Yi was her guardian deity, while she would be the guardian for those political figures and wealthy individuals. For the sake of their own lives, those political figures and wealthy individuals would naturally want to build good relationships with her. That evening, under Mr. Xie's hosting, the company held a celebration banquet for Chen Huilin to congratulate her promotion. Chen Huilin became the center of attention, regardless of whether they were leaders or colleagues, familiar or unfamiliar. Everyone smiled and congratulated her. The whole night felt like a dream to her, as her life had changed just because of Mr. Yes words. She thought carefully. It seemed she had only helped close the cabin door, but that was something she should have done anyway. Just because Mr. Yi felt that she had helped and gave her a promise, she took off with him. This truly was a case of one person attaining the Tao, leading to the rise of all. The Civil Aviation Administration had long prepared a special mobile phone for her with an outrageous signal strength that could connect to satellite networks, just so she could contact Mr. Yi at any time. Time rewound. As Yi Tian entered Xiangmen City, the employees who arrived first after receiving notification from Lu Yin had already arranged everything and stood at the hotel entrance to welcome him. Mr. Yi should be arriving soon. I see his employees are already at the entrance to welcome him. Got it'll be there shortly. The hotel manager, seeing Yi Tian's employees preparing to welcome him, immediately called his boss. His boss had instructed him to personally welcome Yi Tian. At that moment, the manager thought he had misheard. His boss' family was large, and usually even the governor would not be accompanied by him. Yi Tian was merely the chairman of a company. Even if he possessed extraordinary martial skills, there was no need to curry favor like this, right? However, he just had to follow his boss' instructions. Just a few minutes after the call, Mr. Zhang hurriedly arrived. Have you arrived? Not yet. Oh, then I'll wait here. You go in and check if there are any oversights. We must not make any mistakes. All right, Mr. Zhang. The manager was directly sent away by Mr. Zhang, who was kindly communicating with Yi Tian's employees. I am Zhang Qi, the owner of this hotel. How much longer until Mr. Yi arrives? Yi Tian's employees respectfully replied to Mr. Zhang. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Yi just arrived in the city 5 minutes ago, and he should be here shortly. Great, then I'll wait with you. Yi Tian's employees felt that their boss was truly impressive, his influence reaching Xiangmen City, as even the hotel owner here was waiting to welcome him. Being associated with such an impressive boss made them feel proud. After a while, they could hear the sound of sirens in the distance growing closer. Everyone suddenly became tense. What was happening? Why were their guards coming? Would it affect their welcome for Mr. Soon a convoy arrived at the hotel entrance with police cars leading the way. 2 guards stepped out, one of whom appeared to be an officer. Mr. Zhang hurriedly approached and asked, Officer, I am Zhang Qi, the owner of this hotel. May I know your name? Director Chen solemnly replied, Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Chun Yuliang, the director of the Security Bureau of Jinshi City, assigned to escort Mr. Yi, the chairman of Tianjin Company here. Mr. Yi. I am also here to welcome Mr. Yi. At this moment, Mr. Zhang felt a surge of emotions. Mr. Yi was from Jiangnan City, and now the director of the Security Bureau from Jinshi City was here to escort him. What did this signify? Indeed, the old man at home was right. Mr. Yi was someone to befriend, not to offend. Director Chun turned to look, and Yi Tian was getting out of the car behind, accompanied by Lu Yin and Lin Yi, with a beautiful bodyguard stepping out from the car behind. Look, Mr. Yi is coming. Mr. Zhang recognized Yi Tian at a glance. He couldn't help it. That striking man, no matter where he was, shone like a firefly in the dark, so vivid and outstanding. The employees waiting at the hotel entrance had already rushed over to receive him. Director Chen also approached to bid farewell to Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, my task is complete. I will be leaving now. I wish you a pleasant time in Shangman. Thank you for your hard work, Director Chen. Since you are here, let's have dinner together. It just so happens that it's time. In his heart, he always maintained the view that when others helped him, he should express gratitude. Although it was work, it was not easy for someone to come all this way to escort him. He should at least treat them to a meal, otherwise it would be too stingy. Director Chen felt very pleased that many people invited him to dinner, but he looked down on them because they were merely trying to gain favors from him. However, Yi Tian's invitation was different. Yi Tian was someone he had to look up to, and inviting him was a compliment. Mr. Yi is too polite. I have official duties, and it's inconvenient to attend private dinners. I will visit you next time when I have the chance. Yi Tian looked at Director Chen's police uniform and suddenly realized, I understand. Since you say this, I must also consider your image to avoid being seen as bribing you. Haha, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi. Then I will take my leave. All right, Director Chen, please take care. Director Chen left decisively, not because he didn't want to stay and build a good relationship with Yi Tian, but because he couldn't. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives captured a video and edited it, it could become a video of Yi Tian bribing him. At that time, it would be a scandal for Yi Tian, and he would definitely be criticized from above. Seeing Director Chen leave, Mr. Zhang quickly greeted Yi Tian with a beaming smile. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Zhang Qi, the owner of this hotel. I am very glad that you chose to stay at my hotel. Yi Tian glanced at Mr. Zhang and realized that this unremarkable middle-aged man was actually the owner of Shangman Grand Hotel. He also replied politely, so it is Mr. Zhang. I apologize for my rudeness. Now it was Mr. Zhang's turn to invite Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, since it's mealtime, why don't I treat you to a welcome dinner? Yi Tian chuckled and said, how can I accept that? Mr. Zhang continued to invite, providing reasonable arguments that were hard to refuse. Mr. Yi is my major client. It is only right for me to express my gratitude for your patronage. Yi Tian thought about it. It was just like doing business. He had reserved 50 to 60 rooms at Shangman Grand Hotel, so it was reasonable for Mr. Zhang to treat him to a meal as a gesture of thanks. All right, then let Mr. Zhang treat me. Not at all, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The entire banquet was filled with joy for both host and guests. Yi Tian had no doubts about Mr. Zhang, who topped the scales of kindness and promised to choose this hotel again when he stayed in Shangman. Gu Longsheng from the Gulong group also learned about Yi Tian saving the plane through internal channels. He was frightened by this superhuman who could carry a 200-ton plane in the sky. He immediately called Dr. Gallo from the laboratory. Dr. Gallo, cancel that ridiculous cloning project immediately. I do not want to have any involvement with Yi Tian. Dr. Gallo, however, replied, Mr. Gu, the personnel have already been dispatched. Just wait for good news, but it will definitely be fine. Gu Longsheng was nearly terrified by Dr. Gallo's calm demeanor. Are you out of your mind? The latest news is that Yi Tian can fly now and can easily lift a 200-ton plane. If he discovers I'm plotting against him, with just one slap, he'll be turned into meat paste. Do you understand? But have you considered, President Gu, that the stronger Yi Tian becomes, the stronger our clones will be? If we control countless clones, would we still fear Yi Tian? Hearing Dr. Gallo's words, Gu Longsheng fell silent. He was an ambitious man, which was why he conducted inhumane genetic experiments to gain powerful strength. Tell me, what method are you using? Upon hearing Gu Longsheng's question, Dr. Gallo knew he had been persuaded. He excitedly said, rest assured, President Gu, there will definitely be no conflict. I am sending a female spy. Yi Tian loves to help women. I just need to create an opportunity for the female spy to get close to him. Then without him noticing, we can obtain his bodily tissues. If luck is on our side, we might even retrieve him. This method is indeed clever. Although Yi Tian is exceptionally strong, women are always his Achilles heel. But can the spy be trusted? President Gu, you can trust her completely. She is an experimental subject cultivated from an artificial embryo without any ulterior motives and is utterly loyal to us. I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, before I die, I'll make sure to eliminate you first. Gu Longsheng ended the call, leaving Dr. Gallo staring blankly at the phone. After a while, Dr. Gallo sighed and said, Sigh, it seems I need to start from scratch. Once I create an artificial human using Yi Tian's genes, the whole world will be mine, and the first to die will be you, Gu Longsheng. In another hotel room near the Shangman Grand Hotel, the female spy, sent by Dr. Gallo Chu sat alone on the bed looking at Yi Tian's photos on her phone. As someone who had only been trained to be loyal to Dr. Gallo and the Guren group since childhood, this was her first time carrying out a mission. The reason she was chosen was that she had a very appealing appearance, exuding a sense of vulnerability that invoked a protective instinct. Secondly, she was still a virgin. If Yi Tian were to have a relationship with her, he might take responsibility and keep her by his side, allowing her to steal as much of Yi Tian's bodily tissues as needed in the future. If Yi were to see Chu Chu at this moment, he would notice the red mark on her head with a value of 50. This was clearly a target with malicious intent. However, it was strange that every time Chu Chu glanced at Yi photo and exclaimed, "Wow, the target is so handsome." She looked so warm and friendly. The value on her head began to decrease by 1. In the hotel lobby, in the resting area, the staff responsible for receiving guests and filming were checking if everything was in place. This group was prepared to work through the night, switching shifts in the morning. The photographers were all employees of Yi brought from Jiangnan City, taking turns to shoot, preparing to make a party video to send to teachers and classmates. Despite the strenuous work, each of them received an offer that was hard to refuse, with the only requirement being to shoot well and avoid mistakes. Thus, they worked as if it were a battle, bringing plenty of batteries and memory cards, afraid of running out of ammo and missing the exciting moments. They waited until the alarm rang at 2 o'clock, at which point the group hurried to the airport, as Yi class leader Lin Aigua would arrive at 3. Lin Aigua was like a mother hen in the class, protecting all the students under his wing. Whenever a student faced difficulties, he was the first to think of ways to help, and Yi had received a lot of care from him during his school days. Today, he was the first to arrive, also to help Yi greet the incoming students. When Lin Aigua got off the plane and walked with the passengers to the exit, he saw someone holding a welcome sign to greet him. The person beside him had a long gun and a camera, surprisingly accompanied by a cameraman. Lin Aigua immediately guessed that this was likely for filming the party video. He walked over, and the person receiving him checked the photo on their phone and confirmed it was him. A beautiful employee named Xiao Jiang, dressed in an elegant suit and short skirt, approached Lin Aigua with a bouquet of flowers, smiling as she said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Xiao Jiang, an employee of Yi, welcoming you here." Lin Aigua felt a bit embarrassed as such a stunning beauty presented him with flowers. He happily accepted the flowers and politely said, "Thank you, I appreciate your effort to come and pick me up. It's no trouble, it's what we should do. Please follow me, Mr. Lin." Xiao Jiang led the way while another male employee came up to take over Lin Aigua's luggage. The photographer was filming nearby, and this whole process made other passengers envious. Which country's VIP is this? The ceremony is so grand. Lin Aigua felt a bit uneasy about the treatment he was receiving, though it was too high for him, making him feel like he was the... He usually helped his parents manage a hardware store at home. Technically, he was a small boss, but he had never enjoyed such treatment. When he arrived at the car, he gasped upon seeing the car emblem. What the hell, they sent a Cadillac to pick me up. How much does this car cost? He only recognized the emblem, but didn't know the specific model. Where's my phone? I need to take a picture as a keepsake. Then he glanced at the photographer beside him and withdrew his hand that was about to grab his phone. If this got recorded, it would be too embarrassing, as if he had never been in a luxury car before. The waiter led the way, guiding them to the VIP room, which spanned 60 square meters and was fully equipped, exuding an air of high-end luxury. Xiao Jiang left 2 business cards for Lin Aigua, explaining meticulously, "Mr. Lin, this is my card. If you need anything, feel free to call me. They'll be on duty tonight, and tomorrow during the day I'm off, so you can reach out to Xiao Su here. Just mention that you're a classmate of General Manager Yi." "All right, thank you, you've worked hard." Lin Aigua, taken aback, accepted the cards, continuously expressing his gratitude. After Xiao Jiang and the others left, the waiter remained to attend to Lin Jiangwo. After the waiter introduced the facilities around the room to Lin Jiangwo, she informed him that he could call them at any time using the room's intercom. Lin Aigua had never experienced such treatment before, and it was as if everything was being considered for him. Once the waiter left, Lin Aigua quickly locked the door, excitedly taking pictures around the room. It was the first time in his life he stayed in such a high-end hotel, and he could boast about it to his parents and friends later. He thought about sharing it in the group chat, but hesitated, worried that his classmates might think he was being too naive for making a big deal out of something so trivial. After struggling for a few minutes, he decided against it and planned to post on social media after the gathering, when he could show off a bit. After setting his alarm for the morning, he lay on the comfortable big bed and dozed off. That night, Xiao Jiang and the others went to pick up 2 classmates, Ma Rulong, the Life Committee member, and Bao Datin, the Publicity Committee member, from their former class. Their experiences mirrored Lin Aigua's. As dawn approached, they decided not to sleep and instead went to a room to team up and play games. The beautiful bodyguard saw them leaving and promptly followed behind. When they arrived at the restaurant, they found all 3 classmates awake and already eating as if it had been prearranged. Noticing the timestamps of their messages were all after 3 o'clock, Yi figured they were probably catching up on sleep, so he didn't disturb them and headed to the restaurant with Lu Yin and Lin Yi for breakfast. The beautiful bodyguard saw them leaving and promptly followed behind. When they arrived at the restaurant, they found all 3 classmates awake and already eating as if it had been prearranged. Upon seeing Yi and the others arrive, they called out from afar, "Yi, Lu Yin, Lin Yi, you're up so early. Come on, join us for breakfast. The food here is really delicious." Yi and the others approached the table with smiles and without him having to lift a finger, Lu Yin and Lin Yi had already prepared congee and side dishes for him. Lin Igua and the others witnessing this scene suddenly found their food unappetizing. All three were single, and such a sight was quite the jolt. However, they didn't inquire about Lu Yin and Lin Yi's exact relationship with Yi Tian. Men aren't usually that nosy. Regardless, it was evident that their relationship was unusual, and everyone tacitly understood. A glance revealed that behind Lu Yin and Lin Yi stood four beautiful women. They were stunning, reminiscent of the legendary four beauties of ancient times. Bao Datin, who loved interacting with women, asked, "Yi Tian, who are these four beautiful ladies? Aren't they joining us for breakfast?" Yi Tian pointed to the two lovely women beside him and smiled. "They are the bodyguards of Lu Yin and Lin Yi." Upon hearing this, Bao Datin and the others were dumbfounded. Such beautiful women were bodyguards. Setting aside their fighting abilities, Lu Yin, aren't you worried they might have a thing with Yi Tian? Generally, a female boss wouldn't even keep a male secretary, right? Yi Tian addressed the four beautiful bodyguards. "You all sit down too and have a meal. With me around, you are safe." "Understood, General Manager Yi." This time the four bodyguards were all from the Yihua Palace, and their admiration for Yi Tian was at a perfect score of 100. They looked down on other men. They knew that as long as they were by Yi Tian's side, they were absolutely safe and didn't need to be overly cautious. If there were problems that even Yi Tian couldn't resolve, their concern would be of little use. One of the main reasons they accompanied Lu Yin and Lin Yi was to go shopping, as shopping was something no man enjoyed, and Yi Tian wouldn't tag along. Yi Tian chatted with his classmates about various trivial matters, mainly discussing which classmates would arrive soon and who was getting married. The four beautiful bodyguards quietly and quickly ate their meals, finishing a bowl of porridge in just a few bites and filling their stomachs in no time. Bodyguards didn't have the luxury of leisurely dining. Due to past training and missions, they could be attacked at any moment while eating or sleeping, so they learned to eat as quickly as possible. As their conversation flowed, Bao Datin brought up the topic of the beautiful bodyguards. "Yi Tian, do any of your beautiful bodyguards happen to be single? Introduce one to your brother, will you?" Yi Tian chuckled, about to respond, but the beautiful bodyguards declined first. "Sir, we apologize, but we all belong exclusively to General Manager Yi and do not engage with other men." Once those words were spoken, Bao Datin and the others dropped their chopsticks, their minds seemingly short-circuited. The nearby waitstaff were also stunned. What was happening? Bao Datin glanced at Lu Yin and saw her expression unchanged, as if she hadn't heard anything. He then looked at Lin Yi, who was focused on her breakfast, seemingly unaffected by the incident. It appeared that only they, the outsiders, were shocked. Was it possible that Yi Tian not only had a relationship with Lu Yin and Lin Yi, but also shared an unclear relationship with these four beautiful bodyguards? Wow, how did they manage such harmonious cohabitation? They wanted to learn how to do it too. Yi Tian observed their expressions, knowing they were likely overthinking. His relationship with the bodyguards was quite innocent, at most they just exchanged hugs and kisses. However, it was certainly something that couldn't be easily explained, nor was there a need for outsiders to know too much. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I can't really introduce them to you, because for certain special reasons they are all vowed to remain single and are entirely subservient to me. I don't think you'd be comfortable if your wives were at my beck and call, would you, Bao Datin and the others quickly shook their heads. What kind of joke was that? Did he mean they would do whatever he said? Even if they married them, they would be wearing a permanent green hat, and no matter how good their relationship as classmates, they couldn't accept that. Yi Tian's words completely dispelled their burgeoning thoughts and elevated their admiration for him to the highest level. He was simply a role model for men, maintaining a steady relationship at home while having multiple flings outside. Bao Datin couldn't help but ask Lu Yin, "Lu Yin, your Yi Tian has such a way with women, don't you keep tabs on him?" "It's inevitable, Yi Tian is too outstanding. I can't keep track of him. He has over 100 bodyguards like this, and I've grown accustomed to it." Ding ding dang. Hiss. The pure silver spoon that Bao Datin had just picked up fell to the floor, and the surrounding waitstaff gasped in shock. Over 100. My goodness. I'm so jealous. Why can't I find even one girlfriend while Yi Tian can have over 100 stunning beauties, and they even accept it? Heaven strike down a lightning bolt to smite this show-off Yi Tian. The nearby waitstaff were also envious, with the men feeling like Bao Datin and the others, while the women had more varied thoughts. General Manager Yi seems easy to get along with. Could I have a chance? I must find opportunities to present myself in front of General Manager Yi and catch his eye. After 8 in the morning, classmates began to arrive one after another. Yi Tian and the others finished breakfast and started to wait in the hotel lobby's lounge area. After receiving a notification from the staff on her phone, Lu Yin calculated the time, and 2 minutes early everyone stood at the hotel entrance to welcome their classmates. The first to arrive was Hu Lijing, who was famously known as the captain in class. She was a must-have for the boys' dormitory late-night talks. As the car stopped at the hotel entrance, she got out and saw Yi Tian and the others waiting for her. With her curvaceous figure, she came running towards them, bouncing with excitement, and immediately hugged Yi Tian. Yi Tian felt a rush of fragrant air envelop him. A soft and charming voice of Hu Lijing whispered in his ear, "Ha, Yi Tian, you've become handsome again." The men nearby cast envious and jealous glances at Yi Tian. Surely being hugged like this felt great, right? Was there even a question about it? Yi Tian genuinely felt great and praised Hu Lijing. "You're getting more beautiful, especially with your skills improving." Hu Lijing didn't mind Yi Tian's teasing at all. Instead, she laughed and said, "Is it great? If it is, then let's hug longer, as long as Xiao Yan doesn't get angry." Yi Tian gently pushed her away, smiling as he said, "Haha, I dare not. If I hug you longer, the surrounding men will kill me with their eyes." Hu Lijing released Yi Tian and glanced at Bao Datan and the others, who were practically burning with jealousy. Bao Datan joked, "Captain, hug me. I have no one next to me who would get angry." Hu Lijing rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "Dream on. Wait until you're as handsome as Yi Tian, then I'll hug you for a whole day." Bao Datan instantly wilted. Such a gentle refusal meant he could forget it for a lifetime. Hu Lijing embraced Lu Yin next, and the four of them collided like celestial bodies. "My little Yin, you actually managed to pursue Yi Tian. Do you know how heartbroken I am?" Lu Yin pushed her away with force and glared at her, saying, "Hemph, I didn't miss you. Hurry up and go check into your room, or else I'll let the air out of your two balls." Hu Lijing wasn't the least bit annoyed by Lu Yan's fierceness, as they always joked like this during their school days. She lifted her chest playfully towards Lu Yan and teased, "You jealous woman, you're just envious that I'm larger than you. I've just learned a breast enhancement technique. Come to my room later, and I'll give you a massage course that guarantees instant results. Get lost, you shameless woman." Lu Yan quickly called a waiter to take this lewd woman away. Hu Lijing, before leaving, didn't forget to blow a kiss to Yi Tian. "Huh, I will come back." As everyone watched Hu Lijing walk away, they felt sweat beads forming on their foreheads. The captain's charm was even greater than before, truly captivating both men and women. Hu Lijing was the earliest matured girl in the class, always teasing the boys and girls alike. Every girl in the class had been measured by her, and the boys were all stirred by her allure. However, any boy who truly dared to act on his feelings would quickly find himself questioning life. After graduation, it was said she worked in her family's beauty salon, becoming a model for her own advertisements. Many naive princesses were drawn in to sign up for breast enhancement and body sculpting packages. Not long after, Hu Lijing checked into her room, stowed her luggage, and came back down. Everyone continued to wait, laughing and chatting for the next classmates. Surprisingly, the next one to arrive was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo stepped out of the car with a big belly, and Yi Tian and all the classmates rushed forward to greet him. "Mr. Luo, why did you arrive so early?" Mr. Luo walked up to Yi Tian, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, "Haha, as your homeroom teacher, of course I have to come early to make sure no other teachers get ahead of me." Class monitor Lin Igua quickly urged Mr. Luo, "Please go inside and rest." Mr. Luo shook his head and smiled, "Rest? No way, I'll help you all greet the others." Yi Tian looked at Mr. Luo, who was still so amiable, and said, "That's not very polite, you are the teacher." Mr. Luo looked at Yi Tian, who was becoming increasingly handsome, and said with a smile, "Yi Tian, you're quite the big shot now. Aren't you here to greet me and your classmates? What's there to feel embarrassed about?" Yi Tian, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "What big shot am I? Regardless of my achievements, I'm still Yi Tian, still your student, still their classmate." Mr. Luo nodded in understanding, but insisted on standing at the entrance with them to greet guests. In his words, he had spent most of his life standing at the podium, so standing here for a few hours was no big deal. Mr. Luo had a special bond with Yi Tian's class. It was the most harmonious class he had seen in decades of teaching. He participated in class reunions every year. At other class gatherings, it was either flaunting luxury cars or jewelry, or competing to show off who married into a better family. It seemed that if they didn't compare, they would perish, and there were even instances where people ended up quarreling bitterly at reunions. In their eyes, teachers weren't teachers, rather they were enemies to ridicule, and there had been occasions where they pressured teachers to drink. With his life experience, seeing Yi Tian and the others standing together, although there was a slight sense of Yi Tian being the leader, everyone chatted and joked without feeling inferior. It was clear they maintained a mindset of equality among classmates, which was something he valued highly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and over a dozen classmates had arrived. Yi Tian looked at Lu Yin and the others, who had been standing at the entrance in high heels, and realized they must be quite tired. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Lu Yin and the others, "Lu Yin, why don't you take the female classmates inside to sit and chat? It must be tiring for you all in those high heels." "It's fine, Yi Tian." The female classmates nearby looked at Yi Tian's thoughtfulness with envy, feeling that Lu Yin was truly fortunate. Hu Lijing exaggeratedly expressed her envy. "Oh, Yi Tian really